coming? Is that what I hear?
How about that, Murph?
Is 2024 like getting a new fresh coat of paint here? Oh, the smooth sounds of the war on drugs. Straight from Mount Tam.
I was going to say, are we at Sound Summit or are we starting off the show, Murph? Good morning.
All right, how are we feeling about that? Is that a smooth vibe? Let it roll, Tone. Let it roll a little bit, yeah? It's a day. Well, yeah, it is a day late. But hey, better late than never. All right.
Yeah, Murph, nothing like starting the new year on January 3rd.
Okay, well, Larry David says in Curb Your Enthusiasm, this is the end of the Happy New Year window.
Oh, yeah, that's it.
Well, there's a Curb episode where he's in the gym and some woman goes, hey, Happy New Year, Larry. He goes, well, And she's like, what? He goes, well, it's been a couple weeks. She goes, yeah, but I haven't seen you. He goes, yeah, but it's a whole bit. And she goes, well, oh, really? She goes, well, what's the rule? He goes, 3 days.
I was going to say, I'll give it 5 to 6. Give it a business week in case like someone from the sales department comes down. I'll say Happy New Year's, but I'm with Larry. I'm not doing it after a week.
Well, through today, Happy New Year to the new open. It's kind of smooth, kind of mellow. It's kind of mellow.
Yeah, in case anybody wasn't listening yesterday, I'll say Happy New Year.
All right. Happy New Year to the Warriors and Happy New Year. Hey, we're doing this damn 2024 thing, by the way. Day 2. There's no getting out now. There's no getting out now. You're in on 2024, you're in.
That's it. And the Warriors are undefeated in 2024,
well,
Murph.
We'll take that.
They have yet to lose a game.
We'll take that. If anybody missed it late last night, the Warriors grinded one out against a pretty decent Orlando Magic team, actually.
Young, good team.
The Franz Wagner, Paolo Banchero, Orlando Magic. But per the way we ended the show yesterday, which was Marcus Thompson's conversation about the Warriors need a hero turn from Steph to win it. They needed another hero turn from Steph last night to win.
36 last night.
And it makes you feel good, but it is kind of fool's gold. I don't want to say it's fool's gold because it's Steph, but it's like you need more than that. And Kuminga scored 19, and
he did.
Clay scored 15.
Clay
all
had a good
5 starters had double digits, but, point is like, if Steph doesn't do that, they don't win.
Yeah, exactly. Like Wiggins has been playing better off the bench last 3-4 games, but you need a 20-point scorer. You need a second option that's going to night in and night out give you 20
Is it Jordan Poole?
Points.
Is it that guy?
Oh, no.
But hey,
he's gone, Murph.
Let's start early. It took us all day yesterday to put a stamp on a 49er win. So why don't we start a Wednesday morning on 2024? There's no getting out now. Again, this is day 2. You've now committed to 2024. You are like, there's no... You can't go back. You can't skip ahead.
There is no turning back.
We're in this thing, all right? So 2024 style. If you missed it last night, by the way, just kind of side note, I'm on that Warrior ticket draft, and I do believe that last night's game was the last pick in the draft.
The Tuesday, January 2nd game against the Orlando Magic.
I believe it was the last pick.
Sounds about right. Yeah, sounds about right.
Well, would you go to a draft armed with weaponry to land the January 2 Tuesday night Orlando game?
Well, yeah, I want to go see the former Rookie of the Year, #1 overall pick, Paolo Banchero.
Well, then maybe you would have gotten it in an early round.
Most likely not, though.
It's like drafting Raiders kicker Dan Carlson in the 10th round.
There it is. Hey, Murph, if you got a guy, you got to go get him.
Anyway, well, if you missed it last night, the Warriors did what they needed, and my guy Bruce Frazier, my beard idol, called into Adam Silver. Silver said, you guys still in the league? He said, enough smart talk, skinny boy. Put it in the books. Golden State Warriors 121, Orlando Magic 115.
Woo!
Beautiful basketball. Beautiful basketball.
That is buttery.
It's lovely.
Yes, sir.
It was the only show in town last night, so way to go Warriors, getting back to 16-17 overall, snapping a 3-game losing skid that started on Christmas night. We didn't even talk about the Christmas Day game because the Niners-Ravens was such a big deal.
Correct, because the NFL has taken over Christmas Day now.
It's over. Mm-hmm. Or as my kid likes to tell me a lot, it's Jover. That's his big thing. He keeps sending me, there's this meme of Joe Biden looking down at the ground sadly, and it says, it's Jover.
It's Jover?
Yeah, that's his big thing.
All right.
And he sends it to me. He just thinks it's funny.
All right.
He just thinks it's funny.
All
like when Ohtani signed with the Dodgers, somebody photoshopped an Orange City Connect hat onto Biden. And it says, it's Jover.
It's Jover.
So, yeah, anytime there's bad news, you say it's Jover.
We had the 2023 Giants, nothing like it. It's the 2024 Giants, it's Jover.
Well, yeah, that's a whole other topic, by the way, because since the last time I saw you, the Giants didn't sign anybody.
Oh, man. Since every day I've seen you this year, Murph.
So, anyway, they snapped that Christmas Day game against Denver. They played pretty well. Mm-hmm. Like I was not displeased with the Warriors' performance that day.
Except for Steph, who traditionally now has struggled on Christmas Day, which doesn't make sense for a guy who's the greatest showman in basketball.
So Steph has 2 kryptonites. It's Christmas Day, and it's what used to be called Staples Center. Now it's called Crypto.com. Mm-hmm. So his ultimate nightmare would be Christmas in L.A.
His kryptonite is Crypto.com.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. Or maybe if you played Christmas in L.A., there would be like the double negative. Like 2 negatives make a positive, then he would go off.
Okay,
I don't know. But either way, I was actually fairly pleased with how they played. And I was like, I think the Warriors are turning a corner. And then it was these losses to the Heat and then to the Mavericks that just was the needle across the record. Like, oh, man, these guys are going backwards again.
The Nuggets loss is understandable because obviously they're defending champion. And it was also a game where Jokic got to the free throw line like 18 times in that game. So hopefully that's not the case when the Warriors go back to Denver to face them off for the 3rd time this season.
Well, they host Denver tomorrow night.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Good call.
Yeah, they're coming here to your Chase Center here. But anyway, the point is that things were heading in the wrong direction. Curry had to give one of those big sort of like the State of the Union speeches where he's like, we're lacking a collective grit and all that. And then yesterday they get it done. But anyway, the point is, Marcus, they're 11th in the West right now still. They right now are looking, right now, kind of the way the West is trending, you're thinking 7 through 10 play-in. But they're going to have to make a little bit of a move to get to that top 6. And right now, there's no evidence that they will do that.
No, and that's what we were talking about yesterday with Marcus Thompson, about whether or not they will go out and make a move. I've heard rumors about maybe Andrew Wiggins being on the trade block, whether or not they would move a guy like Chris Paul, who has an expiring contract. Yeah. What are the Warriors going to do with Moses Moody, who couldn't buy a minute in the game last night, despite the fact that GP2 went down with a hamstring injury?
Well, now that's the big thing, actually. Yeah. That's the sad thing. Peyton's hamstring injury, bad news. And apparently he sent out a gift from Half-Baked. Are you a Half-Baked guy?
Oh, 100%.
Okay, there you go. Not a Shins guy, but a Half-Baked guy.
Half-Baked over Shins for life, Murph. Not even close.
That was from yesterday's show. The indie band The Shins was a topic. But I'm not a Half-Baked PhD. So are you familiar with some gif where some guy says, this is some bull S?
This is some bull S. It's the same guy that says, boo this man.
Okay, well, that's what Peyton sent out after the game.
It is some BS, dude.
So,
he just came back from missing like damn near a month.
Do you interpret that gif as like he's going to be out for a while?
Yeah, well, just the look on his face, like outside of the gift of social media stuff, like you can tell when he got injured, him throwing his headband down on the court, him screaming and yelling, like it looks like it's another
He's
serious
getting to the injury-prone portion of his career, sadly. This is starting to happen more.
Which is pretty crazy because his dad, I believe, only missed like 7 or 8 games his entire career.
That's a great call, But anyway, the point is Moses Moody will get more time now.
You would think. I thought he was going to get into the game last night, but it said it was Podziemski getting 30 minutes.
Yeah, well, because anything is possible. There you go. And that guy continues to impress me, by the way. Just everything he does. Last night, let's see, was it 10 points, 4 boards, 2 assists, just effective, and a +4.
Dude, and he's everywhere. He'll give you hustle, drive to the basket. He gets rebounds left and right.
Yeah, 28 minutes, 4-7 from the field.
And then Trace Jackson-Davis starting in the lineup yesterday for Steve Kerr.
And getting 10. Mm-hmm. All 5 starters scored 10, double digits for the first time in a long, long time. So anyway, congratulations to everybody who made it on a Tuesday night through the least desirable game on the home schedule, the Tuesday night Orlando game. How was the rest of your Tuesday night, buddy?
It was pretty chill. I watched a little bit of the Spurs and Grizzlies game. I saw the big Ja Morant dunk over Victor Wembanyama.
Okay, I did not see that.
So I got
to bone up on that.
Oh, that'd be huge. I would say it would be in your top 6 sports stories if we still did that, because did you see Caitlin Clark last night?
Yeah,
our
buddy.
girl Caitlin Clark.
That's an inside M&M story that you would know that when the top 6 was dinged, some higher up told us, they're like, yeah, man, because we don't want you talking Caitlin Clark. Because I was like, Caitlin, they were like,
which was a bad take, by the way, because she's phenomenal.
I know. And I was like, what do you mean you don't want to be talking Caitlin Clark? When I drive in the morning, I'm all over the radio trying to steal stuff from other shows. And one of the at 5 a.m. when I'm coming down Broadway, ESPN's Get Up starts, and I just go to see what their lead, and they led with Caitlin Clark.
There it is.
So there you go.
Don't tell their PD, Murph.
Don't tell the old PD. But anyway, you know what I caught that just I rarely do this, but I had that window because right now there's a little bit of lull in our youth sports coaching because we're still off school until next week.
Oh, you got the ski week?
They had the kids go all the way up till December 22.
Wow.
I know, right? Going to school on December 22.
Yeah,
so they paid on the front end and got the dividend on the back end.
Okay, that's not a bad plan.
So you get 2 weeks at Christmas. Do you want that week before and then you go back January 2? Or do you want to grind it all the way up to December 22 and then come back January 9? That's the question.
I might take the second option,
Well, that's the old, it's like a deferred payment.
That's it.
It's the Shohei Ohtani.
It's the Shohei Ohtani vacation plan, Murph. I want half my vacation now, my other half next year.
But anyway, so the point is I have these sort of openings that I don't usually have because we're not practicing as much right now. And I just said, what's on MLB Network? And, dude, I stumbled into the most incredible – I spent 2 incredibly enjoyable hours with the MLB. It's a brand new documentary, Brett. the George Brett story.
Wow.
Our guy,
Yes,
by the way.
that's our guy.
Friend of the program. And that same personality of George Brett comes through in this documentary. I would highly recommend anybody, if you're a baseball historian, baseball fan, if you have a chance to catch the George Brett documentary on MLB Network. For you, buddy, a lot of Yankees.
Wow.
They played the Yankees 4 times in the playoffs, 76, 77, 78, and 80.
Yeah.
And those were all kind of epic in their own
I'm
way.
sure there was a chunk for the whole Pine Tar game and everything.
Oh, my God. And he and Billy Martin, by the way. It was real from the jump. When in 76, I think when Brett was like a rookie, or 75 when he was a kid, they're going to play the Yankees, and he made a comment. He goes, I just hope we beat the Yankees because they traded my brother. You know, his brother, Ken Brett, pitched 12 years in the bigs.
That's right. I did hear about that.
Yeah. So his brother was always kind of his idol. He's an older brother. And he said, yeah, I just hope we beat the Yankees because they traded my brother. He said the first game he's at third base, Billy Martin starts yelling at him from the dugout. Hey, you mother father, we traded your blanking brother because he was horse ass. Just like you're horse ass.
Chirping him.
Yes.
Oh,
and Brett
no.
said, from that moment on, I had no desire to know or befriend Billy Martin, and I still don't. Well, of course, there's no Billy Martin anymore. Yeah. But the point is, they had beef forever, leading up all the way to that Pine Tar incident.
That's hilarious.
That's
great
Which is
insight.
why, you know, Brett came out of the dugout.
Yeah.
He wanted a piece of Billy.
And he was high.
Yeah.
Now, did they have like anything about his days playing for the San Jose Bees?
You know,
at San
I
Jose
came in
Muni?
10 minutes late.
Okay.
You know what they were leading? You know what story? They actually addressed the Kokomo crab legs story.
Oh, they did.
Yes, they rolled it.
They played the clip?
Yes, with some
Oh,
bleeps.
that's legendary
I
audio.
know. They quoted his son. His son's like, that's my favorite story about my dad. He goes, that's my dad to a T. He's like, so. Anyway, that's what I did, and then I rolled that into the Warriors game.
All right, cool,
Where
nice.
we know they won 121-115, and they host Denver tomorrow night. What Niners were quiet yesterday. They get back on the practice field today, and the controlling story will be who plays. Mm-hmm. And we may not know. I mean, I don't know if Kyle's going to tip his hand. I mean, the game truly means nothing. It truly means nothing.
For the 49ers, it means
unless you are a believer that you need to keep it rolling. And Debo addressed this yesterday.
He did. Went on the Kay Adams podcast. We had Fred Warner, obviously, on our show yesterday. He says his mindset is that he's going to be ready to play. I wouldn't be surprised if some starters are out there for maybe a quarter, maybe a half at the max. But unless you're playing for an incentive this weekend, like you have something in your contract where you need an extra catch, you need some more yards, you need a certain amount of tackles or a sack, I don't think you should be playing any of your starters.
And the Rams are playing for the 6 or 7 seed, right?
Correct.
Okay, listen, we'll sort it all out. We got a guest list to get to. We got a Wednesday, like I said. There's no getting out now. You're in 2024. You're booked. Let's go. Let's dive in. And we'll get the guest list on the other side, including some early treats for you on a Wednesday morning, KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Show me your tiny.
Here's what's trending now
Trending now.
on KNBR.com.
After showing Debo Samuel and Fred Warner the game-winning footage of the Arizona Cardinals beating the Eagles, Mike Silver stopped by the Papa and Lunch Show yesterday to talk all about that experience and what you can expect from the 49ers this weekend against the LA Rams. To hear that podcast and more, check out what's trending now on KNBR.com and the all-new KNBR app.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. This is KNBR, and this is Murph and Marcus on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
San Jose, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, San Jose's sports leader.
See, Steph didn't pull on that relocate. He got Wiggins a better look. He was fouled, and so it's a chance for a 4-point play, but I like what Steph Curry just did right there. Again, they're not settling. Good shot to great shot. They can hit their threes as Wiggins missing there. Payton went to spike it down. The long rebound. Wiggins fighting Pajemski, fighting. Warriors get it. Shot clock off. Final 10 seconds. I'm talking about extra effort to get this last possession. Chris Paul will hit the three. Shot clock off. Final 5 seconds of the half. Curry crossover three. Good. And the foul. Oh my goodness. Curry backs up and hits a three. Come on. He made Suggs bite the dust again, and then it's up to Baton. Steph having a run to go. Pajemski gets a steal. Oh man. Oh, Brandon's okay there. Warriors win it. It was a good game. The Magic are a tough team.
You dunked. How'd that feel? That felt amazing. I will never take for granted dunking a basketball. Period. It doesn't even have to be in the NBA. It could just be in the driveway. So that felt really good. Felt really good. Can't relate, Raymond.
Raymond Ritter catching strays from
Catching
Klay
the
Thompson.
ricochet shot, Murph.
Well, Raymond kind of dunks in his own way. He does. Like, you know what I mean? Yeah, Klay can physically dunk a basketball. Raymond dunks daily in his profession.
Oh, he slam dunks life, Murph.
Yes, there you go. So, yeah, there are not all dunks are equal.
That's
all
it.
Right? What was the best rim grab you ever got, buddy? How much?
Oh, so I was
You
able
ever-
to like lay one down like when I was in college, like prime,
Like, what do you mean lay one
athlete.
down? You mean like
Like it was like a gentle, like I wasn't like hanging off the rims, but
are you like nudging it in?
yeah,
kinda?
exactly. Like you kind of like
first of all,
put
could
it
you
up
palm
on
it?
the rim. Yeah, I could palm a basketball. Yeah.
Okay.
And I could jump up, grab the rim, but I always had trouble like getting up and over the rim, so I'd kind of like gently place it in instead of trying to dunk. But that was the best I got, Murph.
So I.
What about you? I know you
you'll
play some
be
ball on the West
shocked-
Coast.
You'll be shocked to know that I've never dunked a basketball. You'll be shocked to know that. The best I ever got was grabbing a rim. That's it.
All
That's
right.
the
Well, at
best
least
I
you got
ever
the rim. I know most people just get net.
But it wasn't like I wasn't like hanging on it like David Thompson. It was like one of those things you kind of get the first knuckle over.
Yeah.
Yeah. That was my. We had a jumping measurement contest my sophomore year. I don't know what it was, but anyway, we brought in a vertical jump thing to see who you had it. And one of my teammates, shout out Paul Johnson, who's now a jazz progressive drummer.
Ooh.
Paul happened to be African American. I happen to be Caucasian.
Okay.
He said to me after my jumping contest, he said, "This is Dr. Paul Johnson on the case, and I have diagnosed you with the white man's disease." Which you could say in 1982. Can you say that now, or are you done?
Well, you
when
just
say that now?
said it, Murph. So
Okay, all
it's
right.
too late now.
It happened in the gym. It happened at
just
Gus
like
Gym.
2024. There's no turning back.
The doctor diagnosed me, so that was the deal.
Yeah, I'm with you. I was more of just like a finger roll and then like slap the rim to make it look like I tried to dunk.
Well, you know, the gym, like certain floors are different. And the gym at Kezar Pavilion, which is out obviously near Kezar Stadium where the 49ers played for years and years, right across the street from the Kezar Pub. You can go get some wings and beer. And unfortunately, I think that's an Eagles pub, believe it or not.
Eagles
A
bar.
big EPL one, too. It's like Liverpool or somebody out there. Anyway, Point is that had the springiest floor, and we played in a couple Christmas tournaments there, and we're like, oh my God, I can grab the rim here.
It felt like you had the bunnies, yeah.
Yeah, so the floor matters. Old Maples Pavilion, did you ever go there? That used to be so springy that if you were like courtside as a reporter, your notebook would be jiggling and all that. So different floors are different. It's like different ballparks, I guess.
Yeah, that's true. Shout out to the slam ball courts. You ever watch slam ball?
No.
It was.
Well, you mean is that the spike? Wait.
No, it's basketball, but with trampolines. It used to be on Spike TV, and they'd have guys wearing shoulder pads, and they would like run into each other. They're actually bringing it back.
Wait a minute.
It's now on
Did
YouTube.
Tolbert play in that?
I think he might have like called play-by-play or broadcast for it, but he didn't play in it.
So
though.
Shoulder pads and trampolines.
Oh, shoulder pads. They got like a hockey helmet on, and they got trampolines. It was fascinating.
Did that not stick?
It didn't stick around, but they're bringing it back now. They're bringing it back. Slam ball is back.
Retro ball?
Yeah, So like guys like me and you could dunk the ball, Murph.
What? I do not. Were there franchises? Did the Bay have a franchise?
No, so I don't even know where it was at. I think it was like down in Miami or Orlando, something like that. But yes, the slam ball league.
Okay, and you think Tolbert broadcast one?
I believe so.
Okay,
yeah.
all right, very good. Anyway, that was it. That was Klay Thompson's dunk last night, and the Warriors got the win as they continue to putter along at 500. And I'm still haunted by Marcus Thompson's comments at the end of our show yesterday when he said, "I've seen enough," which is which you hear on people's declaration. You hear that on election night. Guys projecting states. I've seen enough. The state of Maine is going to the Democratic candidate or whatever. But Marcus said he's seen enough. He wants to make a move.
Wants to shake it up.
Yeah.
Trade deadline coming up.
And it's hard for me because the NBA trade landscape is so complex. You can't just draw up a trade. You can't say like, would you package Kyle Harrison and Marco Luciano for, Chris Sale? In the NBA, it comes down to contracts and puzzle pieces that fit.
And you're not trading G League players in the NBA.
Right.
Not like you would trade prospects in baseball.
So just drawing up an NBA trade for me is difficult in the sense that you have to make the contracts match. So I'd have to be, but in terms of like, do they need to make a move? Probably.
Yeah.
Probably. Because right now, what you're kind of seeing them, and Marcus said it last night, and he's accurate, is that if Steph doesn't go for 35, you're not winning.
No.
It's pretty much the end of the deal.
And actually, I had a great stat from Marcus Thompson last night. The Warriors are 11-3 this season when Steph scores more than 30 points. They're 5-12 when he does not.
Well, there it is. Say no more, right? It's like I used to say, how'd the Warriors do last night? How'd they shoot from three? Yeah. It's like, how'd the Warriors do last night? I don't know. Did Steph score 30?
That's it.
Yeah, so he's a one-man. I mean, the coach of the Magic said last night, Jamal Mosley was like, hey, man, we just went up against a Hall of Fame player in Steph Curry. What can you do?
Yeah, but it's also interesting when you hear other people from around the league talk about this Warriors roster and talk about the depth that they have. And it's, they got so much depth. They've got these young players. Well, maybe you need to move some of that depth to get more of an impact superstar type player.
Yeah, somebody who needs to carry the load. Because what it comes down to is that Klay and Wiggins aren't those guys anymore. That's the big. I think that's one thing we've learned 35 years. I mean, it's fun to hear Klay talk like that about Duncan, but he's just clearly diminished, and Wiggins is too.
Yeah, I mean,
in
Wiggins
some way. I don't know what's going on
same since he disappeared a year ago. Yeah,
2023 was a bad year for him, and there's no obvious answer right now as to who's going to step up and be that because he always had the Splash Brothers, and right now it's a Splash Brother individually.
Yeah,
although Klay had sort of a big moment last night at the end of his press conference, late when if you're up right now, you were probably asleep when this is happening. When John Dickinson was here, maybe he's the guy stealing the screen.
No, I don't know. JD does shows from home also, so I don't know.
He was doing it in the studio last night.
All right.
Because right before I went to bed, I checked. And
we should probably let the audience know
that
we're on an investigation to find Murph's windscreen.
What are they called? Windscreen?
It's a windscreen. It's a pop
years?
filter, Murph, so you don't pop your peas.
Yeah. You guys don't want to hear me saying... give me a tongue twister with peas in it.
Pajemski puts it... I don't know.
There you go. But the point is that I walk in the morning and they're all missing. And today they were all missing. Like sometimes I can find one on a chair or under a table, which is kind of gnarly to pick it up off the floor and put it on. Yeah. But they're all missing. And now I just, in the middle of that segment, realized JD was the last guy in here. I'm going to go ahead and lob just a controversial accusation that JD stole the windscreen.
That's it. Klay Thompson have a big reflection on his life and his basketball career, and you're having a reflection on your windscreen.
Well, and a reflection on who stole it.
Yeah.
Copes also sits here.
Oh.
So maybe we can spread the blame there. Johnny Lund, but we see Johnny in here. He does it.
This is like a modern day Who Framed Roger Rabbit, Murph.
It is. You do it if somebody wants
Murphy's windscreen.
If somebody wants to study the video, they can.
We got cameras in here now.
Anyway, Klay said he had a big moment with Steve Kerr. Talking about they're having their sort of existential moments, like where are we, what are we doing? What is the purpose of life? Why are we 16 and 17? We're supposed to be trying to win a championship. And Kerr's like struggling for answers. He's talking about grit. He's talking about collective values. And I guess he and Clay had a big heart-to-heart here.
Well, Steve and I had actually a great conversation yesterday, and that helped me relax a lot. Sometimes I forget just how successful and how lucky I've been to be a part of championship teams and all-star games and gold medals. And when you want to get back to that level so badly, you can kind of get in your own way. And rather than forcing it, we had a conversation about just enjoying this last chapter of my career and how lucky I truly am to still be playing this game and doing it at a high level and being a better mentor for these young guys, leading by example and having my energy right every game. And he helped me realize I do have negative energy, how that affects the team in a poor manner. So we had a great conversation. That just helped me change my whole mindset and forget about shooting splits or points per game or all-star games, and just to enjoy being in this Warriors uniform and appreciate what we built, because it's such a rare opportunity for any professional athlete to be a part of so much success and to try and pass that torch to the younger guys and keep this thing going.
Damn. Clay got deep.
That was deep.
We watched. I showed Declan Boys in the Hood over the weekend. One of my favorite lines when Trey says, when Ricky says, "Damn, Furious is deep." Damn, Clay is deep. But here's the question: is like that's great and that's awesome, but can that translate to on court? Like it is cool and it's nice to hear Clay talk. He's beloved. He's Clay. He's everybody. Can something they said actually translate to his play?
Now, last night, it did look like it translated a little bit. I know he got in foul trouble early in the first half, but had a big second half scoring buckets and also did a great job actually playing defense against Paulo Banchero. Like, maybe that's something that he just needs to realize later in his career is that he probably shouldn't be guarding ones and twos anymore. He's got to be a guy down playing 3-4, especially in the Warriors small ball lineup. Like, we all love Clay. He can still shoot the ball, but he doesn't have that quickness. He doesn't have that acceleration. So for him to kind of have this realization moment, I think is great for him and the entire team moving forward. Mark.
So the guy you want guarding a 1 or a 2 is Gary Payton.
That's the problem.
Down he goes.
That's
So
the issue,
anyway, but so thought we'd play that soundbite for you because it was interesting. We can react to that later on too.
No, you're right, because I think it's important. I know we're going to dive into this deeper later, but like it's good for Clay to have these reflections on his career, but I think the fan base also needs to be reminded that also.
Yeah.
Like this is a guy that brought you 4 championships, and like I don't want to be the old man get off my lawn kind of argument, but like think about your kids and like the brand of Warrior basketball that they've seen. They've only seen championships. They've only seen the highlights. They weren't there back in the day where you needed 100 points to get a free chalupa.
Yeah.
Like this is a whole different generation that has expectations so high. Like you should think about these guys winning you 4 championships in the last decade.
Are you actually asking for perspective and measured thought and rational thought in this age of what's your
2024?
That's your take?
Like young Tony's looking at me through the glasses like, what are you talking about, Marcus? Warriors, all they do is win championships in my life.
They were saying that we're speaking to you. We're speaking from the Chalupa generation.
That's
what we're
man.
speaking from. All right, let's
Give
get
me
the guest
100
list
points. Give me
going
my
here
chalupa.
on a Wednesday, January 3rd, 2024.
First chalupa I ever ate was from a Warriors game.
Honest to goodness.
Oh, and I loved him. I fell in love ever since.
Peter Hartlaub sent a tweet out last night of his son going to the game in a Speedy Claxton jersey. That's the Chalupa generation.
Hell yeah.
That's the Chalupa
Speedy
generation.
Claxton,
Yes,
nice.
so, Chris Cohan, by the way, was one of the worst. Until John Fisher came along, I'd go ahead and say Chris Cohan was the worst owner of my lifetime in the Bay Area. So thank you for that reminder.
Yeah, and if I can make a random digression real quick, just because we were talking Robin Big the other day with Trent Williams and Christian McCaffrey, there was an episode of Robin Big where they raced turtles, and he named his turtle Speedy Claxton.
Okay.
There it is.
Well, we brought it full.
I had to get it out.
Did the winning turtle get a chalupa? That's my question.
No chalupas.
All right, what do we got, buddy?
Well, I'll tell you what the audience is getting at 6:35 in a few minutes. We are going to replay our interview yesterday with Fred Warner, 49er Player of the Week. He was great yesterday at 8:35, so we'll play it early for the 6:30 crowd.
Yeah, the early crowd gets some Freddie W, man. Get the green dot. Mm-hmm. All right? Let's
green
go.
dot.
How much will he play this weekend?
He says he wants to play.
Well, we'll see.
Yeah, we'll see. Maybe a quarter or two. We'll talk to Dwayne Kuiper, 7:35. Kick off your power hour, talking a little Giants and hot stove action.
I'm going to ask you all to leave the room, and I'm going to talk to Kuiper about the George Brett documentary. Because he played against Brett.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's back when the American League only played the American League, dude. There was no interleague play.
Right.
So seeing George Brett, you had to go to Oakland to go see him. And Brett was one of those guys that you just loved. He had just a way about him, a charisma about him. Plus, he freaking almost hit 400 in 1980.
Plus, he was an absolute freaking nature at the plate.
Well, I might ask him about that.
We'll get into that with Kipe this morning, 7:35. Get you our big hit. The big story, Warriors winning last night, cooler of content. Then at 9:15, we're going to check in with Greg Beacham, who's a reporter for the AP Press down in L.A., covers the Rams, and was also at the Rose Bowl for the Michigan game.
Well, Beach is the guy. He and I used to sit next to each other in the 49er press room. He was in Santa Clara. He was in San Francisco. Now he's down in L.A., he covers all the big stuff. But, yeah, he did the Rose Bowl and the Rams.
Yeah, so we'll talk Harbaugh, we'll talk McVay, we'll talk Rams, we'll talk 49ers 9:15, and continue that 49er talk at 9:35 with one of the only friends of the program, Matt Barrows.
Okay, Matty B. But Freddie W., Fred Warner, number 54, 49er Player of the Week, next on the Sports Leader.
They weren't there back in the day where you needed 100 points to get a free chalupa?
Listen to the Sports Leader anywhere, anytime. Download the KNBR app. Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
All right, Fred Warner was our 49er Player of the Week. We love these. We get them late on Tuesday. We want the early Wednesday crowd to enjoy some 49er talk because, come on, man. Niners are going for the Super Bowl February 11th in Vegas. They're not going to play a meaningful game until either Saturday, January 20 or Sunday, January 21. There is likely they would get the Saturday game, although Matt Barrows points out there is a Monday playoff game. I know we got to get to Warner real quick here. But so the way the NFL does is they now play a Monday playoff game, and if the team that wins that game is the team that winds up playing the Niners, like if the lower seed wins that game, then the Niners would play on the Sunday because the NFL wouldn't make a team play Monday, Saturday.
Yeah.
So if they're playing sort of if chalk holds and all the higher seeds win, it's quite likely the Niners are playing on Saturday, January 20th. But don't put that in ink.
Don't quote the man, but I get what you're saying. That's best case scenario because that would obviously give them an extra day in the next round.
Correct.
Once we all assume
that's why you get the one seed, everybody, which is what we talked to Fred Warner about as our 49er Player of the Week on the UMA guest line. Welcome into the Murph and Marcus show by saying, hey, man, it's a new year. You're the one seed. Everything's great, Fred. Good morning.
Man, great morning, guys. How you guys doing?
Yeah, how's 2024 treating you so far?
Man, it's been great. We're only a couple days in, but it's been fantastic.
Sure has. I'd love for you to kind of take us back to Sunday. Just we'll get into all the X's and O's and the football stuff, but I'd love to hear some of the vibe. The game ends in Washington, and you guys are trotting down the tunnel Can you just tell a story or two of what it was like to kind of come down that tunnel and maybe get some word that the Eagles might be losing, and then maybe the locker room viewing party? What was the story like?
Yeah, man. I mean, late in that fourth quarter, they're showing on the big screen the scores of the games around the league, and we saw that it was a pretty tight game between the Eagles and the Cardinals, and we're like, oh boy, it's coming down to the wire. And so obviously we win, and then we're coming down the tunnel, and they had that phone right there showing the Cardinals going in and punching the ball in to take the lead, and we're like, oh my goodness, like this, they're about to pull this off. And so then we go in the locker room, we're watching the final moments of the game, Cardinals win, and we get the 1 seed, and we were just like obviously over the moon, because to secure it with a game left is just big time.
You know, I've been seeing a lot of Instagram live stories of NFL locker rooms where guys are breaking out cigars. You know, the Raiders seem to be doing a lot. Somebody else did. Anybody break them out for the 1 seed?
Wait, I'm sorry. Say it one more time. I missed the first part of that.
The cigar parties I've been seeing in Instagram live. Max Crosby and the Raiders. Did you guys break them out for the 1 seed?
No, we. So that's actually funny you say that. So the crazy part about it was, like, all week we had talked about how we got to win the last 2 games in order to get the 1 seed, because we didn't know this was going to happen. We obviously required 2 teams losing this week and us winning to get the 1 seed. So the mindset was to go into Washington, and we needed that win, especially coming off of a loss. And we didn't pack any cigars, we didn't pack the confetti or nothing. We were just ready to win 1 game, and then to find out we won was just, I mean, we couldn't believe it, because we weren't prepared for the other teams to lose.
And Fred, when you get a win like you did this past week, and then obviously see the results of that Cardinals and Eagles game, I know everybody wants to celebrate being the number 1 seed in the NFC, but I remember when we spoke to you preseason and you talked about how the goal was Super Bowl or bust. So how important is having the number 1 seed on the path to potentially winning a Super Bowl?
Yeah, it is important. You know, it is. I think the fact that we have to play one less game in order to make it to the big game is everything. You see with the other teams that have had the 1 seed last year, the Chiefs and the Eagles having the 1 seed, and how that turned out for both those teams making it there. It is important, especially this time of the year. Guys are banged up, beat up, and the ability to just win 2 games instead of 3, I think that's just a really big deal.
Hey, Fred, we're talking to Fred Warner on the Yuma guest line. He's our 49er Player of the Week here on the Murph and Marcus Show, and just congratulations to him and the Niners on an incredible goal achieved. Is there something to the new 17-game schedule making the 1 seed that much more important? Because you guys play a violent physical game, and the NFL is making you guys play an extra game. Does that make, like, even compared to years past, the 1 seed would be that much more important because of the 17-game grind?
Yeah, I mean, the season is a grind. I mean, it was a grind before they even added an extra game. So I think you have the extra game. At the end of the day, is it a huge deal in the grand scheme of things? I don't think so, but it is really important to have a week of rest, for having that 1 seed, regardless if it's, 17 games or 16 games. I think having a week where you get to rest is big. And since they changed the rules were not the 1 and 2 seed buys, but only the 1 seed, that shows the importance of getting that top spot.
All right, we're talking to Fred. Fred, so here we're going to give you a chance to brag about your teammates. You're such a leader.
Oh, yeah.
I want to ask you, I know, right? You don't want to talk about yourself. You want to talk about your teammates. I want to ask you about one offensive guy, one defensive guy. But the defensive guy, I saw you quoted after the game, is number 7, Charvarius Mooney Ward. And he has just turned in a year. You know, the Niner corners have, is a fair criticism going into the season. Is that a weak spot, right? And the year he's had. I heard you talking about him after the game. That was arguably the play of the game, 20-10 ball game when he makes that pick. And I heard the story that you were calling him AP in summertime, trying to will an all-pro season for him. What can you tell us about your relationship with him and what he's done?
Yeah, man, it's been so special to watch, because, I mean, being there since day one of him getting here and watching the progression of him as a player, the work that he puts in, his confidence growing more and more each day. And, I mean, you mentioned it. I think back in 2019, 2020, when I was starting to get a little bit of praise, and I remember George Kittle started the name Pro Bowl Fred for me when I was a second-year player, and, like, kind of trying to start the buzz around me playing well. And then soon after that, it was All-Pro Fred. And those things, I think, matter in terms of a player's confidence and believing in themselves, because at the end of the day, I mean, Mooney has had this ability, this talent, to do the things that he's doing. He's had it all along. It's just the level of confidence that he's playing at now, knowing it and believing it, going out there every Sunday and making plays, big, huge plays for our defense. I mean, it was always there, but just to be able to help build his confidence up, I'm so happy for him. He fully deserves to be an All-Pro this year. I'm sure he'll be a Pro Bowler as well. And we're going to need him big time down the stretch here. This is where all of our playmakers got to step up and make big plays. But can't speak enough to how proud of Mooney I am.
And we definitely know that you guys have a lot of playmakers on that defense. We talk a lot about complementary football, and I think a big reason why your defensive backs are playing so well this year is because of that defensive line up front. And, of course, as a linebacker, I've got to ask you about the big boys who take up a lot of blocks for you, whether it's Bosa, Chase Young, Armstead, or Hargrave up the middle. How much does that D-line help just you and the entire defense?
Yeah, I mean, that's where it starts, and that's where it's always started since I've gotten here. That's been the core of not only the defense but of the team. I think I think Coach Shanahan and John Lynch they take the D line really serious, and you see in the decisions that we make to get big time defensive linemen and getting guys in the draft. Everything starts up front. When you have a D line that's as disruptive and as big a force as they are up front, then it makes everybody's job easier. And I think we have one of the best in the league, and we do have stars, across that starting line, but it's the depth. It's the guys that are coming in the second and third groups that are, it's just wave after wave of guys being fresh, going out there and just being disruptive. And when you have that, that's when the big plays are created because, things get knocked off. It cleans things up in the run game. And, we do a really good job up front.
Talking to Fred Warner, who, of course, like he mentioned with Mooney Ward, himself an All-Pro Fred Warner 2-time. And that's the kind of weight he carries around the 49er locker room. And I want to go back to, again, that visit we made to Santa Clara where we talked to you before a morning practice on, I think it was August 1st. And at that point in time, we didn't know what Brock Purdy's arm/elbow was going to be like. We didn't. I mean, there was hope, and he was making good progress, and he was returning to practice. But man, oh man, Fred, it was a big question mark. And then flash forward to Sunday afternoon in Washington, D.C., or Maryland, I should say, and you guys are hugging him up and congratulating him on the #1 single-season passing yardage in 49er history. I don't know what you can share with us or share with the listeners, the fans out there, what the Brock Purdy journey has been like from your perspective, what kind of relationship you have with him, and if you had any words with him Sunday when he broke the franchise record.
Yeah, I mean, that's another one that's really special. It's just been so cool to watch that journey. I mean, people don't realize how short a journey it's been so far. He's only in his second season. The fact that he's accomplishing these things that he's doing, the most passing yards in franchise history with all the amazing quarterbacks that have played in this franchise, and to do it in his second year is insane to me. But it's not at the same time, because I like the things that he continues to do in just a second year. Now I know exactly. You know exactly who he is at this point. You don't have to sit. Nobody has to go around and say, what's Brock Purdy going to do? What's he about? Like, he's a legit MVP candidate this year in his second season, coming off of a major elbow surgery, because he's made of the right stuff. And he obviously played a lot of football in college, and that shows in his poise and the way that he plays the position. But the humility, the ability to go out there every single day with a chip on his shoulder to get better, regardless of the outcome of the game, regardless of where we're at in the season, of where he's at in the season, that's the sign of a true competitor, the sign of a true leader for our team, the guy that we got to look to. And so he's done everything the exact right way, man. I'm super happy for him. I know the sky is the limit. He's going to continue to shatter records and do those sort of things. And he doesn't even care about those things. I know he doesn't, but he's going to do it just because of who he is and how he works. That's another guy we're obviously going to need big time, but really happy for him.
And that 4-interception game could have damaged his confidence. Instead, you see him rolling right and pointing Brandon Ayuk to that open spot for that play of the game.
Yeah, exactly. And his confidence is unwavering. That's the thing I noticed as a rookie last year. When he got called up to be the starter, I knew I didn't. Usually with a rookie quarterback, and as a leader of the team, you want to usually go up to him and let him know, like, hey, you don't got to do anything too big. You just kind of go out there, do your thing. But for, all season long, I saw something in him, and I was like, from a poise standpoint, and I was like, you know what, I really don't feel the need to say anything to him, because I feel like he's got it, and like he showed that through and through last year. And I mean, just continuing to do that this season, he's been amazing.
It's absolutely incredible. And then more to come in a couple of weeks, man. The story will continue. Mm-hmm. Okay, so those are all the really, really good stories and positive stories, and you guys have achieved a ton. You're the 1 seed. Now here comes the negative question here, Fred, so you can buckle down. Well, I would imagine, though, almost that you, given your character, you're such like a hardworking guy, I would imagine that this is something that you're going to meet head on, but like I'm looking at the list of missed tackles this year, and you lead the team. You lead the team in missed tackles, and it's more than you've ever had. So I'm just wondering your reaction to that. Like, is there a reason? Is that a deceiving stat? Like sometimes stats are deceiving, or does that piss you off? What's your reaction?
Yeah, no, I mean, stats don't always tell the truth, the whole story, right? I think, some missed tackles are valid. There's times where I got to bring my feet. I'm leaving my feet on contact, or I'm not wrapping a guy up. Super valid. There's other ones where I'm trying my hardest. I'm running from one side of the field to the other. I'm trying to lay out to make a tackle for my team, and I don't make it just because I'm playing hard, or I'm trying to really decleat a guy, and I just happen to miss. So I'm not really overly concerned with that. I think the thing about it is, even though there are those missed tackles, I'm still on track to break my career high in tackles this upcoming game. It's like, am I really just not making the tackle? Like I for sure, it's something that I have to improve on, but at the same time, I think I'm always in the right position. I got to just make sure I'm being smarter in some of those situations. Do
you know how they measure a missed tackle? Because if you're sprinting dead out and you're diving at a guy, that's different than a guy like running through you. Do you know how they measure them?
I don't know, and that's why I usually don't pay attention to it. But I'm watching the tape. My coaches watch the tape. I'm always just focusing on what we talk about internally. But other than that, I'm not sure how they measure it. One of the theories is that you and Dre and guys like Nick, but you guys play so much, is that fatigue becomes a thing, and that makes maybe that this coming week and the bye that much more important. Is that true too? That like a missed tackle could be a result of fatigue? I wouldn't say so. I don't know. I just, I think just sometimes, like I said, you're playing so hard that you might miss one, or maybe something else. I'm not exactly sure.
Yeah, Fred Warner, middle linebacker for the 49ers, of course, our 49er Player of the Week on the UMA guest line this morning. And just to kind of piggyback off the fatigue narrative heading into the last regular season game of the season, Fred, I know we're already talking about it. I'm sure talking heads across the country are going to talk about it. Is the rest versus kind of fatigue kind of factor going into this? Do you want to rest, or do you want to be rusty? And with the opportunity to maybe take a week or 2 weeks off, what's your kind of mindset about whether or not to play next weekend, and how long of a break that could affect the 49ers moving forward, the 2 weeks being off?
Yeah, my mindset is playing this week. That's always been the mindset. Obviously whatever the head coach says is what's going to go. But my whole mindset is playing this week against the Rams, getting a win, and winning out back-to-back years in the division. If he tells you, hey, Fred, I don't want you to play, is that something you just have to you just have to grind it out and say, okay, coach? I'm always going to listen. I'm always going to listen to whatever the head coach got to say, So, if that's what his decision would be, then I would, of course, listen. And then we have a last one, kind of a funky one for you here at the end, is the Lions-Cowboys game. That play with the eligible receiver who may or may not have reported. For you as a middle linebacker and the green dot guy, like, what's your how do you guys handle that? Like, knowing who's eligible, know who's not. When you watch that Lions-Cowboys game, do you say like, defense should have done this or that? I mean, how is that? Is it crazy? Is it confusing? Is there a reason why that was so confusing? No, I mean, I think those sort of plays where you're bringing in extra linemen and reporting eligibles, you do have, there are specific rules of what you have to follow with that sort of thing. I think the problem with that one was, from what I heard, was they brought in 2 linemen, one reported and one didn't. I don't know the whole story, so that's why I don't want to butcher it. But defensively, I know the refs come up and they tell the defense, like, hey, this person is eligible. So then obviously you got to have eyes for that person if they do go out for a pass. But, it's just those little intricate details of the game in those crucial moments that you got to be aware of.
Yeah, they didn't do it. And, I should say the ref didn't do it or somebody. But anyway, hey, listen, congratulations. 1 seed is a huge achievement. Whether or not you guys play this week, that's up to the coach. And it sounds like it's a pretty good situation. As the guys think about this, Fred, the only plane that you might get on now is to Vegas, right? Are you guys, is that the mantra?
Man, that's the goal right there. It's about one at a time.
One plane ride left, but one practice first. There you go. So thanks for being our player of the week, Fred. Congratulations on an incredible season and the 1 seed. Thank you.
Yeah, appreciate it, Fred.
All right, guys. Appreciate it.
There he is, Fred Warner. We should address the elephant in the room, and that is the missed tackles question.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I got to ask,
it's a legit question.
Yeah.
I mean, not just Fred Warner. We were talking about it a lot with the defense during that 3-game losing streak. Hell, even the last couple of games missing tackles.
What's interesting is that they actually had a very good tackling game against Washington. Mm-hmm. They did. It was going into that game. Yeah. And listen, I mean, it is what it is. That's the one thing that I asked him that, and that is, how do you measure a missed tackle? Like, is it like, and that's what he said. Listen, that's why we watch the tape. We don't pay attention to that stuff, which is a fair answer, I think, because, do you count it a missed tackle if you run 10 yards and dive at a guy and he slithers off you? Is that a missed tackle, or is it just when you have two hands on a guy in a short yardage space? That would like a traditional missed tackle, Yeah,
and there's different ways to impact a defense. Like, you could be the outside linebacker and you can force a running back to go back inside to the middle linebackers. But is that a missed tackle if you chip him and force him back inside?
Yeah.
But even though the end goal is to tackle,
and not all tackles are equal, because a guy who's, let me tell you, and I don't mean to be, a guy who's just not playing well is Javon Kinlaw. Have you guys watched?
Yeah.
I watch him a lot because, that was a big deal when they got rid of DeForest Buckner and they brought him in. And he's not done anything in 5 years. And I was watching him on Sunday, and there was a play, and Eric Branch actually wound up writing about this in the Chronicle. I kind of laughed because I noticed this play live. I was like, I'm going to watch Kinlaw on this play, and he just got shoved back like a tackling dummy, 5 yards. And the way the play went, the running back kind of cut and wound up bumping into Kinlaw 8 yards down the field, and he went down, and Kinlaw got credit for a tackle.
No.
Yeah.
Well, dude, that's like how he got credit for a sack earlier this year. Somebody tripped and all right, we'll give that to Kinlaw because he hasn't had one in 5 years.
So, it's like when we asked Tim Ryan about Pro Football Focus, and it was like years ago when Pro Football Focus was just coming on the scene. We're like, yeah, Pro Football Focus, and he just cut us off saying, wait a minute, what is Pro Football? Who is Pro Football Focus? We're like, guys watching film, he's like, yeah, get back to me when you let me know what's going on.
I mean, it's the same thing with stats in the NFL. Like, every home team has their own official stats keeper. So they can be extremely generous with assist tackles if they have a hand in the tackle, or maybe these are the guys determining missed tackles also. It's
true. And just kind of circling back to the George Brett documentary I watched last night, I watched him. They're showing like a 4-hit game of his, and one of them was like a flare to left, like a fister, and I'm like, well, Farhan wouldn't like that because the contact was soft.
Get the hell out of here.
But it was a hit.
It's a hit in the books, right? Ask George Brett about his batting average, all right?
Get the hell out of here.
If we're allowed to talk about batting average.
Staying on the football tap, Jeff Garcia, whose record was broken by Brock Purdy, he joins Papa and Lund today at 11:50, and you are listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. Okay, good hit with Fred Warner. We appreciate him spending the time and even handling the tackling questions like a pro. And then we got to get back to the only game in town last night, the Warriors, and what Marcus Thompson said to us yesterday, haunting me all night as I watched the Warriors. Let's get into that next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. And Marcus keep rolling on the Sports Leader and streaming live on YouTube at KNBR 1045.
I don't know. I feel like I've seen enough. I feel like it's very clear that Mike Dunleavy needs to make a move because they don't have a reliable number two. They aren't impactful defensively. They don't really attack the paint. And essentially, if Steph Curry needs to get 30 plus for them to win, that he needs to be really good. And when he's not, it's all bad. They have a really good team. They just don't have a high bar. So it's like their ceiling is not that high. They need a lot of people to play almost perfect to be like to reach their peak. And that's just a lot to ask. I feel like they need to make a move to trim the roster, get it to a good 9 instead of playing 12 guys. And they can use somebody who could at least, like masquerade as a second star, because right now they don't know where to go for that second star when other teams are playing Steph like he's the greatest player of all time.
There it is, Marcus Thompson from The Athletic with a really good take, I thought, on the Warriors situation here, because Steph Curry had said back in November, back in early December, hey, man, let's check back on the new year. Check back on the new year. Well, here we are. Happy 2024. Happy 2024, Marcus.
Murph, welcome back to the Warriors Invitational
and
2024.
Well, that guy who said that ain't nowhere to be seen.
Welcome back to the Warriors Invitational, baby.
Although he was seen, as you found for me, he was seen at LeBron James's birthday party.
Yeah, TMZ's got eyes everywhere, Murph.
TMZ's got eyes everywhere. They got eyes on Ian Ziering from 90210 getting jumped by a bike scooter gang in Hollywood.
A mini bike gang, bro.
Did anybody see that, by the way? Young Tony, did you see that?
No.
Young Tony, do you know Beverly Hills 90210, yes or no? Yeah, he does know it.
He's familiar.
Yeah, remember
probably with the remake, though.
Remember like the third banana, Steve? So it wasn't Jason Priestley, Brandon, or Dylan, rest in peace, Luke Perry's Dylan. They were the two heartthrobs. Then like the schlub guy, Steve, Ian Ziering. He showed up in the middle of the Rose Bowl on my Twitter feed getting jumped by a bunch of people on scooters at an intersection in Hollywood.
It looked like he's on Hollywood Boulevard.
It's incredible. This story is fascinating me, by the way. It's the story of 2024.
Murph,
it really is.
He might have been on his way to LeBron James' birthday party.
He could.
There's a good
chance. He was going to pick up Draymond.
That's it.
So anyway, the point being is TMZ had that story and they had LeBron's birthday.
They had both because LeBron James had his birthday this past weekend and photos came out of Draymond and LeBron almost like in disco outfits. I don't know if
it was a
like
disco theme?
Must have been like a Boogie Nights
what
theme
year
or
was
something
LeBron
like that.
born? Wait, how old is LeBron now? He's 30...
38?
30. Is he 39 now?
He's got to be around there. Let me look it up real quick.
Dude, how about that, too, by the way? How about just LeBron? I mean, when are people going to... I mean, you got to put down your arms at this point, haters.
He's 39 years old, Murph.
39. And he's toting an in-season cup, too. He's toting an in-season cup trophy.
He's hanging banners for it,
exactly.
Murph.
So 1984, I was going to say, is the disco theme birthday party have anything to do with the year he was born, but not 1984. 84 would be Van Halen, Prince, and Bruce Springsteen.
Yeah,
so,
but they're worth throwing a disco party because Draymond Green is currently not with the Warriors.
And that's why we want to get into a little bit about Draymond. So Bill Simmons floated the idea of trading Draymond Green for Austin Reeves. So, I mean, there's been how many times we've been sitting around here talking about, is Draymond going to go to the Lakers? Is Draymond going to go to the Lakers? No, he just signed a 4-year, $100 million deal. There has been conspiracy theories that said he got all those flagrants so that he could get suspended so that the Warriors would trade him to the Lakers.
See, I wasn't buying that, but I did think that there was a real possibility that he could have left this year in free agency and gone to the Lakers.
Which he didn't. He signed a 4-year, $100
exactly. So he's
deal.
back, but still, I think a lot of Warriors fans kind of feel the same way as I do about this whole LeBron, Draymond Green, buddy, best friend relationship. it kind of rubs me the wrong way.
Well,
and listen, Draymond Green's a grown-ass man. He can hang out with whoever the hell he wants. But with their history, with the suspension to leading up to last year, the Lakers eliminating the Warriors, and Draymond was smiling and hugging LeBron after the game when Steph Curry was showing off his frustration, that never sat well with me, Murph.
No, agreed. And maybe we talked to Mike Krukow and Dwayne Kuiper about fraternization through the years, and it's a whole different world. Now, they all have the same agents.
Well, especially LeBron with the Banana Boat crew. Like, he's been doing this for years.
Yeah.
He's
But
the ultimate recruiter.
So speaking of Draymond, we talk about Marcus Thompson's take, which is the Warriors need to make a move. They need to make a move because listen, they got 49 games left to sort it out, and they're only 3 losses out of the 6th seed. So, listen, the idea is to avoid the play-in, right? That's what you want. Which they did last year, and then it didn't work because they got bounced in the second round. But, the West is no joke. So, you're 3 out in the loss column. Totally doable with 49 games left. But every night you watch this team, you're like, if Steph's got to go, and if Steph doesn't go, he just said it. Steph had those 2 cold shooting nights against Miami and Dallas. They lost at home to undermanned Miami team, too. And so this all gets back to Clay and Wiggins underperforming this year and not having that second banana, too. And meanwhile, by the way, any little piece that comes along, like Gary Payton gets hurt. But it also means that Draymond Green he's missed 18 games now.
Yeah, and now he's 10 games into his current suspension now.
Is it 10? They're 9-9 when he doesn't play, so they're kind of 500 with him, 500 without him. But anyway, the point is, what's the next step? Because I think Shams Charania said it would go into the early new year. Well, here we are, January 3rd, 2024. So Steve Kerr spoke before the game yesterday. Now, the theory was that Draymond was going to be around the building. But I guess he hasn't been.
Yeah, because
he's down at LeBron's birthday
when
party.
the suspension first got announced, it was said that he would still be able to practice and be around the team facility. But obviously, we talked to Marcus Thompson, and then you're going to hear from Steve Kerr right now. He is not at the Warriors team vicinity. He's down in L.A. hanging out with LeBron.
So here's Kerr.
He's not been in the facility, at least with us. Maybe he may have been coming in on his own. But
Are you in contact with him at all?
a little bit, yeah. We text, but we've been giving him his space. He's been giving us ours.
Okay, he's been giving us our space, their space. Okay, I understand that to a degree. But it's extremely weird that he's not even around the building. Texting, by the way, now nobody wants to call anymore.
No,
you can't call. If you call, it's an invasion of your privacy. You know what I mean? So
yeah, you're better off with a FaceTime than an actual call.
Was that right?
Yeah, I feel like it. Yeah.
Wow.
I feel like it pressures the person to answer the phone.
Well, yeah. As the great golfer Freddie Couples once said back in the 80s, pre-answering machines, they said, hey, man, you never answer your phone. Why not? He said, because there might be somebody on the other end. That's what he said.
That's a good line.
Yeah, I know, right? Freddie Couples.
I'm the same way.
Well, yeah, you're even that way with texts.
Yeah,
I know.
Any form of communication, really.
You're in the communication business.
I'm a communication major, Murph. That's what I got my degree in.
Steph Curry on Draymond Green's status here.
Yeah, we haven't talked about him much, just he's been gone, for a reason, just the space and, allowing him to make the progress he needs to make. But it's not lost that when we came into the year, nobody said we were going to be a great team without Draymond. And obviously it's our belief way better with him because of the things that he does, when he's out. And since he's been out, we've been trying to stay competitive. And we won some games, we lost some tough ones. But with all the players that we can throw out there and that we have, and the way that Draymond was playing before the suspension, it's clear he's a huge part of what we do. And we're better with him for all the intangibles and the way that he was playing, but we have to stay, competitive while he's out for us to, not lose too much ground. And I think we can still do that for sure.
All right. It's maybe a little hard to hear, but he was saying they're giving him his space, and it's clear that they need him. I'm wondering if, that was at the end of our conversation with Marcus, but do you feel like getting Draymond Green back negates the need for a move? Like go see what they can do with Draymond back, or did you see enough? As Marcus said, he's seen enough.
Yeah, that's the question is what's going to change, especially with that starting lineup, or even the finishing lineup for that point. But if you're going to get Draymond back in the lineup, if Andrew Wiggins ever does make his return back to the starting lineup, then what are you doing with Jonathan Kuminga? What are you doing with Trace Jackson-Davis, who you're giving more playing time? Yeah. Brandon Podziemski has been stepping up a lot without Draymond Green. So right now, without Draymond on the court, with Andrew Wiggins on the bench, they're actually giving the opportunity to the young guys. So again, what's the goal here? To grow with the two timelines and the new young guys, or to go out and trade for another piece that can help out Steph Curry?
And the result with Draymond was a 500 team. So, man, oh, man, Warriors in a crisis. This is the 7-game homestand now. This is supposed to be the time they got right. They're 1-2 on it so far. They're 1-2. And here comes Denver tomorrow night. We'll see. But then, I believe, who is it? Detroit. Here,
James Wiseman coming to town?
I believe, isn't it Detroit and, here, I got to, somebody said they always like it when I go to the,
oh, you get the papers?
Somebody wrote in and said they like my old-fashioned, I'm going to give them that right there, the old-fashioned newspaper. Detroit comes in on Friday. So it's Denver, Detroit, and then Toronto on Sunday, and New Orleans on Wednesday.
You might see a showcase game for Pascal Siakam.
Okay.
Because that's a name that pops up each and every day on Warriors Ready.
That could be the move there. All right, guys, that's it. The Warriors get the win last night, but questions persist. And do they need to make a move will be a question we will continue to address. But we got to get closer and closer to the 49ers and the Rams on Wednesday. We'll get into that on the other side. Who do you want to see play? Who do you want to see play? Who do you not want to see play? I had some specific ideas on that. And then, of course, Dwayne Kuiper is 7:35. And I think we're angling for Tim Ryan at 8 a.m. Tim Ryan at 8 a.m. We'll get back to you on that one, too. On the Murph and Marcus Show on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
LeBron James.
All right, our good friend Steve Moskowitz on the line now that we're really into 2024. Steve, tell us about what to do when you can't pay your taxes.
You call us, let us take care of it for you. Here it is, brand new 2024. And I know some of your listeners have made some New Year's resolutions. They're going to exercise more and lose some weight and stop smoking and do this and that. But, financial problems, tax problems, that's a big one that affects people's lives, marriages, families, businesses. This is your chance for us to fix your taxes. We want to go to the government for you so you don't have to talk to them, deal with them, have anything to do with them. We want to do the whole job. And then we want to cut you a sweet deal. There's all kinds of good options. We'll explain them all to you. And the first thing we'll do is listen to you. We'll see what's going on. We'll explain all your options, and then we'll go ahead and do it for you. And then you can enjoy the new year, turn your life around. Let us handle it for you.
Oh, thank you, Steve. And for more information, the number to call is 1-888-TAX-DEAL, 1-888-TAX-DEAL, or go online to MoskowitzLLP.com.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk.
Gilroy, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Gilroy's sports leader.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Now, back to Murph and Marcus on the Sports Leader and streaming live on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
I'd rather play the Lions at home or the Cowboys at home in those games than the Rams, just because of their familiarity with what we do and just the fact that it'd be the third time that we played. But yeah, we're certainly in the Cowboys' head. I promise you that. That is for sure. And that would be kind of fun to see because they'd be all feeling good again. There'd be nothing more fun than squashing their dreams yet again.
There he is, Brent Jones. Always fun on Tolbert and Copes talking about the playoff scenarios, which we got to start thinking about, guys, as we look ahead to this game. Niners win or loss has no bearing on their scenario. They, of course, are the 1 seed. They sit back and they rest and they wait, and they play the lowest remaining seed. We should remind everybody the NFL reseeds after each round, unlike other baseball. But in fact, baseball, that I think is a problem in baseball, right? Where some of the
hurt a few teams.
Yes, exactly. I think reseeding is always the way to go. I really do. I think if you've earned your 1 seed, you should play the lowest remaining seed. You shouldn't get kind of screwed by an upset here or there. But point is that the Niners will play the lowest remaining seed. Who will that be? Who will that be? Could be any number of teams. It really could. So right now, as it stands, so the Rams are playing for either the 6 or the 7 seed. So the Rams do have something to play for.
Yeah, they have clinched the playoff spot, but they don't know what exact spot they're going to be.
Theoretically, if they let's get into this here a little bit. So if Dallas is in the driver's seat for the 2 seed, they have to beat the Washington Commanders. You know, can they? Is there any chance the Commanders beat the Cowboys?
I don't know. Watch out for Sammy Sosa.
Well, it was 20-10 and Sammy Sosa was on the 11-yard line.
I mean, you never know about division games, but that game is in Dallas or is it in Washington?
I should have boned up on that before I brought it up here, buddy.
I believe it's in Dallas, and Dallas is a much better team at home, something that we've gone over multiple times. At Jerry's World, they're putting up over 30 points per game. On the road, they're not the same.
Game's
team,
in Washington.
Ooh, okay.
How about that?
Then it does make it a little bit more difficult.
All of a sudden.
Yeah.
Dallas is a 13-point favorite in this game.
Yeah.
Okay, but let's just go ahead and assume Dallas wins the game, just for fun. If so, the 7 seed would play at Dallas. So are the Rams? If not, they would play the 3 seed, right? So the 3 seed would be, right now, as it's currently constituted, the 3 seed is Detroit. Okay, so if you're the Rams, is it that? I mean, of course you want to be the highest seed you can be, right? But I'm saying, is there a demonstrable difference between playing at Dallas and at Detroit? Would you say that you got a better chance to beat the Lions than you do the Cowboys?
I would say so. I'd say Dallas has a better defense.
Okay. And by the way, I heard somebody on the way in, saying Dak Prescott's the best quarterback in the NFC.
Oh, that's one of the storylines that are running on ESPN this morning.
That's what it is.
It's a terrible argument.
Okay.
I mean, we put that to bed a couple weeks ago when Brock Purdy scorched the Cowboys for 42 points.
Right. So anyway, if you're the Rams, you are playing for something. You don't necessarily want to go to Dallas where they are hot at home.
Yeah.
Or at Detroit where you'd have an incredible storyline, by the way, of McVay, who traded away Jared Goff, facing Jared Goff. And it was bad blood too. It was bad blood.
I mean, Jared Goff led them to a Super Bowl. I'll say that with air quotes because there's always that debate whether or not a quarterback carries a team to the Super Bowl or not. But they went to a Super Bowl with Jared Goff, and then he ran his ass out of town.
He got to the Super Bowl because of that brutal no call on the Saints PI, right? Yeah. So anyway.
Next thing you know, he's down in Mexico with Matthew Stafford.
This is true. So the Rams right now are the 6th seed. Green Bay is still playing for something. So anyway, here's the bottom line. Is we're looking at the Niners situation as to who they would play. If the Rams went ahead and beat Dallas or Detroit, that would be there's a chance the Rams would be the team. And Brent Jones just brought it up, man. I agree with Brent. I'm not comfortable with that. I'm not.
I would not want to face off against Sean McVay and the Rams. And that's just like from a point of familiarity. Now, I know the 49ers went out and beat the Seahawks 3 times last year, beat them in the playoffs, but it feels like Sean McVay has been different. I know Seattle has always had the 49ers number with Pete Carroll and Russell Wilson and all that stuff, but look what Sean McVay has done since taking over that Rams team.
Yeah, but Kyle owns him, right? That's the one thing. Yeah. You do have that.
Yeah, true.
The only game McVay has beaten him in the last, X number of years was that NFC Championship game.
Yeah,
which
you're right.
had extenuating circumstances. So there is that.
But overall, he's had a winning season in 6 out of the last 7 years.
Just playing a team for the third time. The other team you could play is the Packers. And I don't know how you feel about that. I mean, the Packers right now are a team on the rise, man.
Well, that's the thing. Jordan Love is playing extremely well, the best of his career, but they've got like these weird storylines going on. Like Jair Alexander didn't play last week after he got benched
was
for
a crazy story.
walking out as a team captain, even though he wasn't supposed to be a team captain.
But it hasn't affected them. They're playing well.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So anyway, then if form holds, if all the chalk holds and the home teams win, then you would play the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. The Tampa Bay Buccaneers right now would be the team coming here. Yeah,
and there's a chance if they lose this weekend, Derek Carr and the Saints might sneak into the playoffs.
So we still have a lot to determine.
Yeah, the NFC South is wide open. If the Bucs lose this weekend, then the winner of the Falcons and Saints game wins the NFC South.
There is a scenario that the Eagles come here.
Yeah.
If the Eagles stay as the 5 seed and they win their game, say at New Orleans or at Tampa Bay, which they could, it could be the Eagles coming here. Yeah. I was engaged in some texting with Schmitty, everybody's favorite Eagles fan, my buddy, former bartender at the Gold Cane. This is the guy, like, just for background, young Tony, you need to know this. So in the 90s, I lived in the Haight, Ashbury, and there was a guy in the neighborhood who flew an Eagles flag, 365. Dude, it was like Mother's Day, Eagles flag. 4th of July, Eagles flag. Dude, and I was like, who's this guy? So I'm in a bar at the Gold Cane on Haight Street. We're talking to this lunatic. He's like, yeah, I'm from Philly, blah, blah, blah. I'm like, have you seen the guy with the Eagles flag? He goes, dude, that's me. So thus a friendship became born between our guy, Schmitty was his name, and he is sort of the face of Philadelphia fans. I mean, by the way, he told me he's so excited about last night? He just got his brand new, very expensive Bryson Stott authentic game jersey.
A Bryson Stott
that was his
authentic
Christmas present to himself.
I don't think I've ever seen a Bryson Stott jersey in my life.
You know, I told him on
I guess I'm not out in Philly. That's why.
I texted him. I said, I wish we had a Bryson Stott.
Oh,
man.
Man.
I just want a 26-year-old guy who swipes 31 bags and hits 290.
It'd be nice, Murph. Right now, I'm looking for anything for the Giants.
Anyway, Tyro is Bryson Stott-ish. Ish.
He's a gamer.
Ish.
We like Tyrell.
Yeah, he's a grimy player. Yeah. That's what he said to us in the when.
He's a bad MF.
You know what I'm asking for now, young Tony? If I'm going to go there.
Oh no.
If I'm going to go there. Come on now.
Put him on the spot.
He let me down.
He denied you. He rejected you.
Anyway, here's what Sean McVay says. Given all that we just laid out, where will they go? Dallas, Detroit, try to come back and play 49ers in Santa Clara. Here's McVay's plan this weekend. Is he going all in to win the 6th seed?
What will you do this week? That's kind of the question of the moment. I think it's one of the great privileges.
What would you do, JB?
I spent the whole flight home from New Jersey thinking about it. I really did.
Hey, as did I.
You didn't get this far not to have Matthew Stafford in the wild card round, for instance, right? But on the other hand, I think 6/7 matters. I don't know if you care about the opponent you play. I think Puka Nacua setting an NFL record for receiving matters. How are you juggling all of those dynamics?
Yeah, and all of those things are what you work through. And I think it is that balance of knowing that, yes, there's a difference between 6 and 7, between 9 and 10. I still think, we're going to do everything we can to try to go win this football game, play really good football. How exactly that affects the specifics are things that we're working through, because if you said, what is the most important thing? The most important thing is to make sure that we're ready to go for that wild card game.
Okay, so he didn't, obviously said nothing. He was talking to JB Long there. We're going to go try to win the football game. And, I mean, honest to goodness, if the Niners roll out Sam Darnold and this crew, and this is what we talked about before the tease, who do you want to see play this weekend? If it is Sam Darnold and J.P. Mason and Ty Davis-Price. Elijah Mitchell, and at receiver,
give me a Ronnie Bell, give me a Ray McLeod, maybe making his return this weekend.
They're just activating him off the IR. I don't know if he's going to be ready just yet. Maybe is Danny Gray going to get ready?
Ooh, maybe. Are we going to see some Charlie Warner this weekend?
Who was the wide receiver that they activated? Tay Coleman, is that his name? Anyway, I'll get you for you, dude. They're activating guys you've never even heard of. Are you down with
left and right?
Are you down with your D tackle Sebastian Joseph Day.
I am after 5 minutes ago when you told me about him.
You got to, because that's a guy who's going to play a lot this weekend.
Well, yeah, we were on Christmas vacation, and next thing you know, Sebastian's on the roster.
By the way, shout out 3 named Sebastians, led by Welcome Back Kotter theme song singer John Sebastian Bach.
Ooh.
Anybody down with that? Anybody down?
No.
The Shins, Young Tony, Welcome Back. You know Welcome Back because your boy Mace sampled it.
That's it.
That's how you
I know the
it.
theme song. I don't know the character you're talking about. I'm more of a Sebastian Janikowski
He was
guy myself.
the singer-songwriter, or the lead singer of Skid Row, too, right? So anyway, Matty Barrows laid it out. He said, who are you going to see? You're going to see Sam Darnold. By the way, you ready for Sam Darnold being a free agent at the end of this year?
I think Sam will get an opportunity to play somewhere. I mean, just last weekend, there was like 11 or 12 backup quarterbacks playing in the NFL.
And that the Niners are looking at Brandon Allen as next year's backup. Have you thought about that?
Not really, to be honest with you.
So anyway, the guys I don't want to see play are McCaffrey and Trent Williams. Well, they've already ruled McCaffrey out.
Yeah.
This Trent Williams thing, both writers are writing about this. The ankle is a deal. And at the end of last year, do you remember he had his big should I come back and play speech? Dude, this guy needs to just rest. So Jalen Moore at left tackle.
Yeah, because that's the thing. We knew that he hurt his ankle earlier this year against the Cleveland Browns, and then 2 weeks ago against the Baltimore Ravens, he also hurt his groin.
Right. So left tackle, Jalen Moore. Running backs would be J.P. Mason, Elijah Mitchell, Ty Davis-Price. D tackles, Sebastian Joseph Day. How about a cornerback, Darrell Luter, rookie, playing out there?
Give me some Sam Womack. I haven't seen him in a while.
Ambry Thomas is having surgery on a broken hand.
Yeah.
So these are all the names you'll be seeing this weekend.
Jason Verrett.
Yeah. Well, we'll see. Yeah, because they can only activate 2 off the practice zone. We'll talk to Matty Barrows about it this weekend. But anyway, that's the deal, guys. I would say, obviously, no McCaffrey, no Trent Williams. And I wouldn't play Brock Purdy. I would not. And I know that'd be tempting to kind of, quote, keep him in rhythm, but I wouldn't. I'd just say, dude, just relax. You're good. Your rhythm is fine.
You wouldn't go with the preseason route of like, here's a first quarter?
I wouldn't.
Okay.
But that's me. Kyle could be different.
All right.
Here we go into Dwayne Kuiper. And, of course, I think we're angling for Tim Ryan at 8 a.m. Tim Ryan is good for 8 a.m. That's awesome. We'll talk to him about this then, too. But Kuip is next. We haven't talked to Kuip in the new year, and we're still waiting for the Giants to make a move on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
They wear the Marlins hats.
Good morning, Bay Area.
Good morning. Good morning.
The sports leader welcomes you to KNBR's Power Hour. There's no question we've got the best in the booth. That's why we all mimic his call. Time for Murph and Marcus to catch up with Kite on KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
All right, our first hit in 2024 with Dwayne Kuiper. By the way, Steve Kerr joining Tolbert and Copes at 5:30 today. Kuiper, we made it to 2024 against all odds. Good morning. How are you?
Hey, morning, Kuiper.
Well, it's kind of a mini disaster trying to walk outside of Starbucks, just drop the whole coffee in front of everybody.
Oh, no.
Not the coffee.
Oh, no.
So, here, let me see if I can get the volume up.
You do your thing. We can vamp for you, buddy. We can vamp.
That's all right. I got a number of people that are helping. So here I sit as we start this one day, 52 days away from our first game in Scottsdale with John Miller. Pretty psyched.
How many days?
52.
Okay. Does that mean you're getting ready? You're limbering up?
No. I mean, look, if you know John at all you have to do is get in shape, is to call John or have John call you.
Okay.
Because it's going to be 45 minutes.
All right. We've had him on the show, and that's what, you can just go. You say, good morning, John, and boom, you're set.
Hey, when we took the trip to Hawaii with their Giants fans, they had a group there that was part of the Giants group. It's members of the Gotham Club.
Mm-hmm.
And they had a special 2-hour of their members sitting with John. And I think it went 3.5.
Easy. Are you kidding? Easy.
It was awesome. I just in walking around the complex, I think I walked by that gathering 2 or 3 different times.
Oh, man.
And nobody else was talking but John.
Well, then you're going to be – so when will you make that call to get ready?
Oh, I'll talk to John 2 or 3 times before we get to Arizona. One of the first game is at home. The second game is against the Rangers.
Oh.
And that one's a road game. So I'm sure we'll ride together and, leave a little early so we can talk to the Rangers manager, who we know pretty well.
Yeah.
So anyway, it's all creeping up. And, I've said this before. I know Mike has said it before, but, I still don't believe that what the roster looks like now is what the roster is going to look like in the middle of spring training. I do think there's going to be some additional people. And, I think we all hope that there will be. So we just kind of have to wait it out. There's still some really, really good free agents out there. And you can still make a good trade. So
yeah.
I know they're working on it.
It's interesting because Farhan, obviously, he went for Yamamoto, he went for Ohtani, didn't get him, got Jung-Hoo Lee. And he obviously wants to make these moves, and yet there's this immediacy that the fans want. And, fans are like, they're ticked off. Like, I need something. And Farhan's got to play like the market. He's got to be smart and negotiate and not just throw money at a guy just to appease somebody on Twitter. But so we're at that point right now, Kuiper, right? Where the fans are like, give me something. And Farhan's like, let me play it out. And it's that awkward time, right?
It is an awkward time. I mean, it's always awkward between Christmas and the Super Bowl because, it's football. And then, you're waiting for something about baseball. I know Ann wrote a story today about baseball. And, if you can generate some baseball interest in that gap between the holidays and the Super Bowl, then you got it going pretty good. But you can't just generate it by signing people that may hurt you, not next year, but the year after or the year after that. And, I mean, we had a glimpse of what the Giants have in their minor league system last year. But I think it would be fair to say that none of it was enough to know exactly what you got.
Yeah.
And I think they would like to get that ironed out at some point. So there you go. It's that we really want to win, but we also want to see what we got. And in the meantime, you kind of have to play it out and hope that you can stay in this thing. I mean, look, the ultimate goal is to obviously win the World Series, win the National League West, or get in as a wild card. If you can't win the West, then get in as a wild card. I mean, look what the Diamondbacks did. So, I mean, the Dodgers can stack them all they want, but you got to play the games. And once you get to postseason, you can't have a bad series. Freddie Freeman and Mookie Betts can't go 0 for 22.
I'd prefer it if they did, but anyway, we'll get into that for sure. Hey, you mentioned what they have, or needing to see what they have. And that leads to a question that's sort of, I don't want to say front burner, but it's been kicked around, and that is shortstop. Marco Luciano. And I don't think he's actually, I think his winter numbers aren't that great down there. But the point is that there's a rumor, take it for what it's worth, Kipe, that Ha-Sung Kim of the Padres might be available in a trade. Now, that brings all sorts of questions about interdivision
I don't believe
trade.
it, Murph.
Okay.
I don't. I mean, I know. Look, I think I said while you were gone to one of the guys and gals that was Mike would give up 2 fingers on his throwing hand for that guy. But I don't think the Padres would be foolish enough to trade him. I don't. I just think he's too valuable. So I would not. I mean, he would be a terrific player to get, but I just don't think that that's realistic. Just because of his value to the Padres, who obviously still want to win, because I mean the roster is still really, really talented. The Fitzgerald kid, I'm being told by our minor league people, we saw him play center field, right? Said he's probably better shortstop. So you do have a backup, but your backup's another young guy. So it may be that they will go out and look for somebody that's got some experience, just in case Luciano, really, really struggles. If he struggles offensively, you can live with that for a couple of months. But if he struggles defensively right away, then you got to make a move.
And Kipe, to your point with guys like Luciano, with Fitzgerald, with a guy like Casey Schmidt, we saw the Giants give a lot of opportunities to their young players last year. Now, do you think that game plan or philosophy changes at all with Bob Melvin as the skipper versus Gabe Kapler?
Well, I mean, look, if you ask Gabe Kapler, do you want to win now? He's going to say yes. If you ask Bob Melvin, he's going to say absolutely. I didn't come here to do anything but. But, as an organization, you want to work together. You want to work together with the major league club, and you also want to work together with the prospects that you have in the minor leagues that could really help you. And that's what I'm sure that at some point during the season, they're going to try to do that. You can't. This is not a city that is really into rebuilding. They're into being in the hunt in September, or being in the hunt in week 15 of the football season, or same with basketball, where after the halfway point, is this team going to go to the playoffs or not? I mean, that's what this area is used to. And in a lot of ways, sometimes it's unfair, but if those teams aren't doing that, then the fans think that that's unacceptable.
Yeah, yeah.
You got to stay on top of it.
They're miffed right now. I mean, that's the one thing is, like, I don't know how the front office feels about people being angry on social media. Like I said at the start, like it's that awkward time where Farn's like, I got to let me work. And the fans are like, no, give me something right now. So it's going to be very interesting to see how the next few weeks play out. Kite, a chance for you. Yeah, go ahead.
I'm so happy that there wasn't social media when I was on that 1985 Giants.
Ooh, the 85 team was special. Yes.
That would have been bad.
They lost 100.
So, I mean, social media, it makes this game a different game.
It does.
And it makes everybody's job just a little bit harder, and the job in itself is hard. So, I mean, either if you're in that spot where you're the one that they're talking about on social media, you have to decide whether you're going to read it or not.
Oof.
And I think there are people in all of front offices around the league that don't even take a peek at that stuff.
Well, that'd be good. So I was at a New Year's, our neighbors had a New Year's brunch. We were over there. The guy tells me, he says he has no Facebook, he has no Twitter, he has no anything. He says he has no access to any of that stuff.
He must have a happy life.
That's what I told him. I said, I'm insanely jealous. So all I got to do is just put the phone down and walk away. But, yeah, Farhan doesn't want... Yeah.
But I think, Murph, I think if you were really creative, you could work your social media where you only followed, certain people where you wouldn't have to hear the biting criticism. It would be hard and probably unfair where, you watch the same news channel every day. So, I know Dave was the first really good friend that I've had and Dave was a Twitter freak, man, and he was good, and he could get into, I would never argue on Twitter with Dave. And he completely shut it down. He woke up one morning and said, I'm done. And that's 5 years ago. And here's a guy that relies on information because of all the 3 sports that he does.
Yeah.
Shut it down. Has never been on it since. And you know what? I admire him for that because, I blow by a lot of the negative stuff, but I do use Twitter. I'm not on Facebook. I do use Twitter for information. Mike and I get people tell me all the time about Mike and I's Facebook account on Facebook. It's fake.
Yeah. Yeah.
And a fake Facebook account is a dangerous Facebook account because you don't know these people that are running this thing with your name on it, what they're going to say. And we've asked many times to have Major League Baseball try to shut it down, and they have tried to. But it gives you an idea. Social media, you got to be careful.
I've seen that account. I thought that was you, Kipe. I'm kidding.
Yeah, right.
I'm kidding.
Yeah.
It's a catfish, Murph.
Hey, I want to give you a chance to revisit a take because during the holidays, everybody's out of town or something. But I know you were talking last week because I was in the car to, I think, JD and Guy Haberman, and you had a comment on the Dodgers. I think KNBR picked it up socially, virally, that you said you hate them more than ever. Is that the take, Kipe?
Well, I like everything about their announcers, how they go about their business. But once this Ohtani thing hit, look, okay, hit me over the head for 3 days. That's fine. I get it. But please don't hit me over the head for a month. Mm-hmm. And then Yamamoto signs, and now I'm getting hit over the head again. So after a while, I got a concussion. I'm not digging it. So this is the earliest part of the off season for me where I started to really dislike them.
Yeah.
So, like I said, this is a baseball dislike. But they're really good, and it's going to be really, really tough National League West. I'm looking at the Cubs and the Cardinals, and I'm thinking, God, any one of those teams can win just because all of their talent, even the Reds, are pretty pretty simple across the board. Brewers. But boy, the National League West with their talent really stands out.
Yeah, and Kipe, even outside of the National League West, outside of Giants fans, it seems like there's a lot of baseball fans that are upset with the Dodgers because of what they're doing financially. And we saw after this offseason signing Ohtani and Yamamoto for $1.1 billion. You have teams like the Dodgers, the Braves, Yankees spending upwards of $200 million. And then you look at the bottom of the league and you see teams like Baltimore and Oakland only spending $40 million per year on their entire salary. So is there any solution that MLB can maybe implement to maybe close the disparity between the huge financial gaps between some of the top market teams and the bottom market teams?
Well, look, I mean, that's been an argument for years. And that's why there are a lot of people out there that really appreciate what Tampa Bay has done over the years, considering they play in that same division with the Yankees and Blue Jays. Orioles are now, getting all worked up with the Red Sox and their high payroll. Look, what the Dodgers did, they didn't do anything wrong. I mean, I'm not happy with what they did, but they did not do anything wrong. They figured out the system, and they used it to their advantage, and it probably got them Yamamoto. So, yeah, look, we've always said players, management, they're at some point going to have to sit down and see if they can figure this out. But right now, the players are going, I don't know, this system looks pretty good to me.
Yeah, right? Seriously.
And then now you have that situation again where whenever they sit down and start to negotiate, there's going to be a big wide gap as to their opinions on what the Dodgers did.
The salary cap's floor. I ended on something much more upbeat and fun, and that is I stumbled yesterday into the MLB Network's documentary on George Brett. They debuted this thing December 7th. I don't know if you've seen it, Kipe. It's just, first of all, we've had Brett on the show a couple times, and he's just great energy. 70 years young. Guy's just tremendous personality. He's hilarious. And, if you live through the Brett years, the chase for 400 in 1980, all the playoff series with the Yankees in the late 70s, and then eventually getting his World Series in 85. It was just a big smile all the way. And I was thinking, I got to talk to Kipe tomorrow. You played against him for a while. Like back then, Kipe, if you didn't have an American League team in your town, you didn't get to see George Brett. There was no interleague play. So you could go to Oakland to see him here. But I don't know. He tells a funny story about Thurman Munson who I know you loved. But the point is, what were your experiences with him through the years? I know different divisions. They were in the AL West, you were in the AL East. But that was your era. Have you seen it?
Yeah, but we played against Kansas City, 12, 13, 14 games a year. I hated the guy. I mean, he was really good. He was really cocky. He wasn't overly friendly. I'm told that if you were a teammate of him, you loved him. If you played against him, you didn't like him as much. I mean, every time I turned around, he hit a high chopper somewhere, and he'd be standing on second base. I mean, the Royals had a really bouncy turf, and they were only one of three teams with turf at the time. And, boy, did they ever take advantage of it. I spent New Year's Eve with my brother and his wife and Dennis Eckersley and his wife, Jennifer. And the documentary on George Brett came up. Because Eck and Brett, I mean, you talk about oil and water. Jeez. And, and you've been around Eck. He's as honest can be.
The best. Absolutely.
And he's like, I could not get him out. Could not get him out. He said, I'd look at him, and then I'd look at the three guys after him, and it would be like, well, I need to worry about the three guys after him. But he's come to know George Brett really well now. I mean, look, they're Hall of Fame buds, and he likes him a lot.
Yeah.
He said there isn't anything about the guy that you can say.
So for you, it was just that they were good. They would win a lot, and he was cocky and good. So you were like, it's kind of like the Dodgers. I hate him.
Also trying to take my knees out at second base.
Yeah. Well, the four series they had with the Yankees in 76, 77, 78, and 80 had a lot of that. A lot of takeouts at second. And then the brawl between Nettles, I'll just tell you the story if you don't see it. So the famous Game 5, 77, I think it is. Brett triples in the first inning. This is Game 5, Marcus, best of 5. So this is winner take all. Brett triples, comes in late slide to third, knocks Nettles off the bag. Nettles kicks him in the face, and it's on. They start swinging at each other. It's a full bench ball. Haymakers thrown. He says he winds up at the bottom of the pile with Thurman Munson on top of him. And Thurman says to him face to face, "Hey, George, it's Thurman. I got you. I'm not going to let anybody sucker punch you. Let's just hang out here until it cools out."
Yeah.
And George says to the camera in the documentary, he goes, "I mean, how cool is that?" He says.
I know. Well, I told you how cool Thurman was.
Yeah.
But the beauty of that, Murph, is they both were allowed to stay in the game.
No ejections. They said play on.
No ejections.
Play on.
Just, you know what? Boys will be boys in the backyard. Let's clean off your uni. And, let's hope that they don't stand on third base together at the same time.
It worked out. I mean, it was the right call. We wanted to see Nettles play. We wanted to see Brett play, right? So.
Yeah. I mean, that's a Game 5.
Yeah. Really.
But other people, what you probably don't know, Murph, is on that 1972 Reno team where Eck was on there, Rick Manning, Jeff Newman, myself. There was somebody else, too, another major league. Oh, Larry Anderson. George Brett was on the San Jose team at the same time, along with Al Collins. And we don't, I mean, even Dennis and I were talking the other night, we don't remember him.
Wow. Yeah.
But we sure did remember him after that.
Well, the chase for 400. What's really interesting, and I know we got to let you go and clean up the coffee and all that, but there's very personal stuff about his father. His father was incredibly cruel and demanding to him and never gave him love or approval. George thinks that's what drove him, but he said in the end of the documentary, he says, "My dad was an a-hole and I don't love him." That's what he said. It was very heavy, very heavy. Yeah. But he said after the 1980 season, his dad called him up and said, "You couldn't get 5 more hits?" The kid hit 390, Marcus. 5 more hits, he would hit 500. His dad called him up and said, "You couldn't get 5 more hits."
Yeah, that is, you hear stories like that more than you really want to about dads that just can't leave their kids alone. And, we've been blessed around here to see dads that come to the game all the time, including Brandon Crawford's dad. And those are the dads that you want. So anyway, yeah, great player. Obviously deserves to be in the Hall of Fame. He, I never had a conversation with George Brett when we played against each other. And then ESPN did a story, I don't know if you remember, about Mike and I and Mike's condition and how on the road, we're together all the time. Mm-hmm. And it was really, really great story. And at the 2014 World Series, on the field, Mike is standing on the field with his cane. He's talking to somebody. And here comes Brett. And I'm thinking, is he going to take me out here right now on a double play? I mean, geez, I'm 60 years old, for crying out loud. So he comes over and he puts his hand on my shoulder. And he says, "I just want you to know that I read that ESPN article about you and Mike." He said, "It really means a lot to me because I'm so proud of the era that I played in." Yeah. And so that was my conversation with George Brett.
So, yeah, the point is if you were a Royal, Kipe, if only you were wearing that powder blue, then who was that? It was Freddie Patek was their second baseman, right?
No,
Frank White. Frank White, duh. Patek was a shortstop, right? So,
yep.
Yeah,
so the story that Brett had, if he didn't get a hit, he was always upset. And they brought a garbage can and put it at the bottom of the steps in the dugout. A metal garbage can that makes a lot of noise. And if he made an out and didn't like it, he'd go down there with a bat, and this is what it was intended for, and he would friggin' wear out this garbage can. And you could hear it all over the ballpark.
Well, there's a joke there, right? But he should have played for the Astros.
He set the standard for the Astros.
Yeah. So anyway, on this particular at bat, he goes down the steps, and they get crickets. They don't hear a thing. And after about a minute or two, they get worried, and they go down there, and they can't find him until somebody takes the lid off of the garbage can. He went inside of it.
Oh, that's awesome.
That's what Taylor Rogers should have done last year when he threw his glove away. He should have just jumped in a trash can
That's
pipe.
hilarious.
Absolutely.
Well, anyway, if you see it, I'd highly recommend. It's great vintage highlights from the era for sure. That'll bring you back. And like you said, since you guys have now kind of smoked the peace pipe, it's well worth it. So anyway, I'm gonna bring it up because it just came out in the last couple weeks, and for baseball fans, jonesing for a hit. It's a good little filler.
I will watch it.
Yeah.
And, look, all those teams that he played on, for the most part, they're all really good.
Well, they interview Willie Wilson and Frank White. Those guys are interviewed, and it's great to hear those guys. Reggie Jackson's interviewed in it. And so anyway, I just want to bring it up because it's kind of new. Anyway.
I'm glad you did.
All right, Dwayne, we're off into 2024. We got no choice now. We're February 24. I looked at it. February 24. It's the first broadcast.
It's an even year.
It is an even year. And who knows? We'll let Farhan cook. We'll see what happens by the time we talk to you next week.
All right, boys.
All right, Dwayne. Be good.
Right, yep.
Dwayne Kuiper, the best on the Yuma guest line. I did just say that. Let Farhan cook.
Well, first he's got to turn the stove on, Murph. Come on.
He's got to get the pots out of the drawer.
He's got a broken microwave. He ain't cooking anything right now.
You are listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. Okay, so we're set for Tim Ryan after yesterday's punt. Great. Well, going from Kipe to Tim Ryan. That's free entertainment, everybody. Next on the Sports Leader.
And they're really sick of that team. We haven't played a game yet, and I'm sick of them.
Redwood City. Shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Redwood City's sports leader.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
The Splash Brothers combined for 51 points last night in the Warriors' bounce-back win against the Orlando Magic. So to read all about the Warriors ending their 3-game losing streak, check out that story and more trending now on KNBR.com.
Baseball.
You need some syrup for that pancake.
Now here's 49ers color commentator Tim Ryan. Sponsored by
Dignity Health, the official healthcare partner of the San Francisco 49ers. And by Pacific Catch, the West Coast Fish House straight from wave to table. Dine with them at one of their 12 Bay Area locations and book your next staycation at pacificcatch.com.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
All right, 49ers getting ready for the Rams on Sunday at 125. A game that truly means nothing in their status. They are the 1 seed. The Rams are playing for the 6 or the 7. That will determine whether or not they go to likely Dallas or Detroit. And the Rams are playing better football, man. So what do the 49ers do? How do they play this one? Has the connection been made, young Tony? No? Okay, connection hasn't been made.
Still making it, but Murph, one thing to point out is the Rams are one of the few teams this year that the 49ers have beat that they didn't win by double digits because of that Sean McVay backdoor field goal to cover that spread.
That's right.
Yeah, dude.
That's right.
McVay out of nowhere, the game was over. They were down 10, and he just decided to put his field goal unit out there to kick a field goal to cover the spread.
Great memory. That was a stir. That was way back. They haven't seen him since.
Me. As someone who had a few shekels invested in that game, Murph, people don't forget.
Well, you're looking pretty good given that you got Lamar Jackson MVP at plus 1,500, was it?
Damn right I did,
Yeah.
Murph.
Did you Was that part of a series of bets you made?
No, I had.
You literally took your tweezers out and picked Lamar Jackson's
Every
name
year
out.
I pick one offensive MVP, one defensive MVP. Last year I gave away Nick Bosa as my defensive player of the year on air on the leadoff spot, and this year I picked Lamar Jackson as my offensive MVP.
I mean, dude, can you tell us about the staggering miscalculations and misses you've had too?
I had Max Crosby as defensive player of the year this year. He's not going to get it with his sack totals.
Who is going to get it?
He was in the
this year?
conversation. It's Micah Parsons is the odds-on favorite.
What about Jadeveon Clowney? Isn't he playing great?
He's playing good, but not that good. I think if anything, Myles Garrett's still in the conversation. T.J. Watt leads the NFL in sacks. I don't
Myles
know how
Garrett was who I meant when I said Clowney. Micah Parsons should be disqualified just for his podcast.
Oh, dude.
He'd be DQ'd. Just
crying every week. Oh, everybody wants the Cowboys to lose.
When he wins it, is he going to talk about the 49ers when he wins it?
He's going to be laughing now and crying later, Murph. Jeez.
Anyway, so yes, no, we still make. Listen, with Tim, sometimes you got to vamp. So listen, here's the story going into this game. It's who are they going to play and what's the strategy going in this game? And it starts with Sam Darnold, really, at quarterback. I would play him. Now, the theory of Purdy, like you said, treat it like an exhibition game. get some series in, get some reps in, just keep the arm loose. Me personally, I don't need to keep the arm loose. No. I'd say, you're fine. He's got 3 weeks to just chill out, relax. They're going to play, so was it December 31 in Washington. Your next game doesn't have to be until January 20. That's fine by me. Now, maybe Tim will feel differently. Maybe you need to get some of the rust off for sure. He says, okay, he needs 2. That's fine. He needs 2 minutes. He'll do 2 minutes. Yeah. But I would play Sam Darnold. And something I confess I had not paid attention to is that Darnold is a free agent at the end of the year and would likely seek a chance to start somewhere.
Yeah, so this is a showcase opportunity for Sam Darnold also.
Yes. And are you ready for Brandon Allen as your backup next year?
I mean, if he's the option, yeah, because I remember last time I even thought about Brandon Allen is when Trey Lance was still on the roster, and they were trying to figure out, are they keeping Trey, are they keeping Sam Darnold, what are they going to do with Brandon Allen? We don't know how that went down.
We've been very lucky, knock on Formica or whatever this formula is here. The Niners are one of the few teams in the NFL that hasn't had to play their backup. I mean, you seen that? I saw the graphic the other day of week 1 starters versus week 17 starters.
Yeah.
Dude.
It's not even close.
There's only I want to say less than 10 guys have made it.
I know for sure in the AFC, I think there's only 4 or 5 starting quarterbacks who started week 1 who are still starting.
Right. So Brock, well, I mean, I guess technically Brock would, if he didn't start, would not start every game, but still, we've been very, very fortunate to have him do his thing. So Darnold will go somewhere, maybe because if he goes somewhere, he's got a chance. Who knows?
He's going to get the opportunity. I mean, look at Gardner Minshew with the Colts. Look at Joe Flacco in the Cleveland Browns right now.
Yeah, that's my guy.
There are opportunities out there. Last weekend, there was 11 or 12 different backup quarterbacks playing, but Sam Darnold will have an opportunity next year. Maybe Jimmy Garoppolo gets an opportunity next year. There are some pretty good. Maybe does Trey Lance ever get an opportunity again?
I know the contract would prevent it, but how about Jimmy G coming back here?
No, you can't do that.
Did you say Trey Lance?
I did, dude. What about Trey Lance?
I don't know, man.
How about Trey Lance going from backing up Brock Purdy, who was the favorite in the MVP conversation in NFC, and then backing up Dak Prescott, who now they're talking about being the best quarterback in the NFC.
How about
which
that?
Is a bogus take.
Yeah, I know, right? And we haven't seen Trey. We haven't seen neither hide nor hair of Trey Lance. So yes, we got him. No, okay. Tony, you got to talk to me, baby.
Yeah, California Kyle just chopping it up, having a great conversation with Tim Ryan.
He can't chop it up.
Oh, you got a USC Trojan talking to a Cal Bear back there.
Connection. He's a Cal Poly Mustang is what he is.
True.
All right, the connection has been made. 2024 Tim Ryan coming to you right now on the UMA guest line. You got Murph, you got Marcus, you got Tim. Happy New Year, brother.
Hey, what's up, Tim?
How are you, man?
What's up, fellas? Happy New Year's to you guys.
Yeah, man. How you feeling better? You were down and out. You feeling okay?
I've been I've definitely been under the weather for the last couple days, man. I think something's been going around, obviously, but you got to play hurt.
Yes,
you know that every once in a while.
You do got to play hurt. Got to play hurt. So we haven't talked to you since the Washington game, and man, oh man, what a vibe that must have been getting that 1 seed. Tim, a routine win, 27-10, and then you get the word that the Eagles lose to Arizona, and all the goals are achieved. Man, what was your view of the whole situation?
Well, it was exciting. Obviously, getting the win over the Commanders was, when you're in control of your own destiny, you love it. And, there's stuff to clean up. Defense was dominant in the second half. Gave a couple plays up in the first half. Offensively, I thought the offensive line just played their asses off. You had to block those Bama boys inside. And Daron Payne and Jonathan Allen. And for the most part, they were able to achieve that. It's just so much fun watching this offensive line, Murph, grind and win their blocks at the point of attack. Trent Williams is great every week, it seems like. McKivitz did a good job, but that inside trio, especially with Brendel and Feliciano, who is, you can line him up anywhere and the guy's going to be able to execute. He was out of his mind good, I thought, going back and watching that game. And then you look at, the guys that aren't offensive linemen that block. Kittle dominates every time he's asked to run block and just finishes people. Kyle Juszczyk, the way he gets on angles and gets guys blocked. It's just the wide receivers and doing what they did and getting guys blocked. And they're just really good at their craft. There's a lot of desire to do it. And that's why you can plug in a back in the second half and Elijah Mitchell. And there's not much of a drop-off at all. And I was happy for Eli, and he was able to play really well. Brock played well, obviously, when you look at the numbers. I know there's some plays out there that he wish he had back because there was a few busted coverages in that game really throughout, early and throughout, that typically Brock's not going to miss those. And with one thing about him that I've always noticed, if you break on defense and you bust the coverage, he's going to break you and see it right away. And there was a few of those opportunities. They were unable to get to him. Still had positive plays, but that could have been a 40 burger if you ask me in watching that game. So was enthralled they got the victory, and then to be able to watch the Philadelphia, and obviously someone opened up a blueprint on Philadelphia's offense and how to get after them. That might have been the 49ers about a month ago. And to watch what's happened to them, and then to get help from teams in our division. I go back this year, and so Arizona gets that win, which was awesome that the players were able to watch that down in the locker room to secure the number 1 seed. To listen to my partner, old Pop, call it live was hilarious. Kyler Murray takes the snap. I'm like, slow down, man. Come on. Touchdown, Arizona. Okay, whatever. But so that was awesome. But the teams in the division that were able to help us out this year, and I go all the way back to Seattle getting that win early in the year. I think it was week 2 at Detroit. Then Seattle getting the big win over Philadelphia just a couple weeks ago on Monday night. Then Arizona getting that win against Philadelphia the other day. I mean, it's pretty wild how it all kind of shakes down. But number 1 seed achieved. Now we've talked about that analogy of where they're at, and won the division. Now the number 1 seed is ready to go at second base. Now get to third base and win a couple playoff games, starting with the one divisional game. That's the beauty of home field and the number 1 seed, and you get the bye. You win one game, you're in the NFC Championship game, and then you get to home plate and you have the party with Lombardi. So it's going to be an exciting, very exciting next month here in pro football for the 49ers.
This is it, man. They did it. They achieved the 1 seed. They're home. They got one plane ride left. It's to Vegas. I mean, everything is just arrow up, and it's just fantastic. So, I mean, the game, it's Wednesday morning. The game was Sunday, so probably rehashing it too much is not super worthwhile. I'd love to start to look ahead. And so, what's the head coach Tim Ryan? Who you playing? Who you not playing? I guess the easy one is Trent Williams. You probably you rest him, right?
Yeah, I don't think I'd play Trent, but typically if I'm playing my starting quarterback, I'm going to have him attached to my starting left tackle. That's kind of the way that I've always thought. But I don't know. I don't know how Kyle's going to handle it. I would almost do it like the old days when there was 4 preseason games. The third week was like the dress rehearsal game, and come out and play a couple quarters maybe, and with your starters, and find the groove and play some football. Keep it simple. Don't do anything crazy. Obviously, you want to win the game. You always want to win the game, but don't give anything away in terms of some new wrinkles or some new things within the game plan. All health permitting, but I think it's clearly a tough decision, because there is, without question, something about being rusty and not playing for a couple of weeks. But I think this team, I think a lot of it, if it were me, comes down to practice. And the older guys, the guys that have had some injuries that are, lingering, those might be the guys I don't want to play. I want to make sure, though, in the next couple of weeks that we've got great practices on Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday, in particular Wednesday and Thursday, and practicing at a nice clip. Pads at least probably one of those days. And just what they've done, just kind of stay on the same schedule that they've stayed on. And that's partly why this team is who they are year in and year out at the end of the season. It's because they execute late in the season, obviously, and they wear people down, but they practice. And so we probably practice hard. This team probably practices harder on Thursday at this time of year than a lot of teams do in September on a Wednesday, Thursday practice. So I keep that regiment going. And, again, it's about the players and how you feel about those guys with their injuries. Armstead, no chance. He's been on the shelf for a while. I don't know how much I play him. Javon Hargrave, don't know how much I play him with his hamstring. And it's a great opportunity to get the young guys a lot of reps, which I think is money in the bank. Fred Warner, you're going to have a hard time keeping Fred out of the game. And Fred just his durability is outstanding. Dre Greenlaw has been nicked most of the year. You know, those may be the guys where it's dress rehearsal, where you come out and play them for a quarter and then put the young guys in and see what they can do. You just can't not give guys uniforms and say, all right, you're not playing and we're going with everybody. Now, the only problem with that is when you give a guy a uniform, coach is going to be tempted to put him in. So you got to have a game plan, a format laid out before game time. And the one I like is kind of the one I just said, where it's a couple series, it's a quarter, it's a half, depending on the player, and then let the young guys go finish up the game.
Now, Tim, when you are deciding, or when Kyle's deciding playing time at this point of the season, how big of a factor does something like player incentives have on the decision at this point?
Well, he's got no dog in that fight. That's up to, those are player incentives. So I don't think he's going to sit guys down. I don't subscribe to, well, if this guy gets 7 interceptions, he's got a $500,000 incentive clause, just for example. Let's set him down and not play him. I think Kyle wants guys to get as much money as they can. So I don't think that factors in at all. It might factor in on the player's behalf that he wants to go play. Yeah. But then again, what's best for the team? How do you protect the team? Rule number 1, protect the team. Is it you going out and getting your incentive and getting your extra $250,000? Yes, it's important. Or is it more important that you only play the first half? Maybe you don't reach that incentive and then go win a Lombardi trophy in February. I think that payoff is much greater. So I don't think that factors in on who's playing and who's not playing.
Talking to Tim Ryan, man, we do it every week. 49ers achieve it. They get the 1 seed. They have a game that has no bearing on Sunday's game. Now let's talk about the opponent, the Rams, because there's a couple things going on here. 1, they're playing for either the 6 or the 7. 2,
yep.
Haven't seen them in a while. And then 3, the other thing is, there's a chance you see them again.
Right.
And so I wonder, so Kyle.
Well, you're gonna play the lowest seed as the number 1 seed, right, in the divisional round.
Mm-hmm.
And if in fact they're the 7th seed and they go play, let's say it's going to be the Bucks in Tampa, and they win that game because they're the 4th seed, right? Division winner gets the 4th seed. They could very well play them again for the third time this year. I like that matchup. Look, the Rams, they've had the Rams number for the most part. I mean, you go back to that conference championship, where Stafford was able to get him at the end, and Jaquaski didn't come down with the interception, which I think would have changed that game and changed the outcome. Having said that, this isn't those same old Rams. This is a different team watching them play, Murph. They run a lot of different stuff on defense. Raheem Morris has done a good job with that side of the ball. They got good players inside, not just Aaron Donald. They got other guys that can rush the passer now. They're relentless. And then offensively, they've got a whole different mentality. It's not just finesse, throw it around, Stafford, picking at your off coverage and throwing strikes to guys. They want to maul. They want to play 49er style of football. They want to block. And they want to run. And Kyron Williams has made a huge difference for those guys. It's kind of funny, and it's pretty much the same offensive line with the exception of 1 or 2 guys. But how they look when you put that type of running back behind them in terms of finishing their blocks and belief that, if they strain long enough on their blocks from play to play, the running back Kyron Williams is going to make them look good, and he has all year long. I got so much respect for that guy. He is a true, power back in terms of how he runs. And then all the Stafford stuff off of the run game and Puka Nacua and what that guy's been able to do. It's remarkable. And Stafford is a hell of a quarterback. He's in the best shape of his life. You could see it. I mean, I could see it early in the year when the 49ers had that tough test week 2 going to Los Angeles. So however it shakes out, and I don't care if it's however it shakes out, whoever gets to Las Vegas in either conference is going to freaking earn it, because these playoffs are loaded with teams that pretty much anybody can beat anybody.
It's good stuff in there. You're right about the Rams. Beware. I mean, this is going to be a team to watch. And like I said, don't rule out a third meeting with these guys later in January. We're talking all this big picture stuff. I did have a small picture question for you, and that is the punt return situation. And that is, Ronnie Bell's having his struggles, and Ray McLeod's coming off the IR. I'm just wondering, is there a guy you want to see back there? Is it Ray? Do you think he can do it? I mean, poor Ronnie hasn't.
I know Ray. I know Ray can do it.
Yeah, right. That's the guy you want there in late January. That's the guy, and he's on track to be there.
Yeah, I think he's definitely on track to be there. I've seen him, up at the facility doing his thing and trying to get himself right. So, you know what though, I got a lot of confidence in Ronnie Bell. I know it's been a little shaky. I always loved he almost fumbled. Well, he didn't fumble in the game, a couple of weeks ago when the ball was on the ground. The ground caused that fumble. So I get it. I get the optics of the way it looks, but I still have a lot of confidence in Ronnie Bell. The question is who's going to give you more offensively as your fourth or fifth receiver. And right now they've certainly had some challenges with issues at wide receiver. So I think if you force me, I would go with the veteran, obviously, in Ray McLeod, and I think he is on track to be able to go.
Yeah, a few more minutes here with Tim Ryan on the Uma Guest Line this morning. And Tim, we haven't talked since before the holidays, so if you don't mind, I want to go back to that Baltimore game, because with the 49ers having a 12-4 record this year, clinching a number one seed in the NFC, they went 1-3 this year against the AFC North. Now, I'm sure you know as well as I do, that's a division that has a reputation of being a hard-hitting, kind of blue-collar, bring-your-lunch-pail kind of division. How do you think the 49ers match up physically with the Baltimore Ravens and even the Cleveland Browns earlier this year?
Well, I don't think that nobody's fearing having to line up and play the Baltimore Ravens or the Cleveland Browns again. Now, yes, they have outstanding defense. Yes, they play that style of football, smash-mouth, ice-bag games on both sides of the ball. We didn't talk since, as you said, before the Baltimore game. To me, it was real simple. They obviously had defense that was playing well, and they played well, and their numbers bear that out. They also had football gods with them where the ball bounced their way a couple times. Now, give their defense credit. They got their hands up. They got their hands on the ball. And that ball shaped kind of funny. It just happened to fall into their hands 3 different times on 3 of those turnovers. It wasn't Brock's best game, but one that I think, you'll see him be able to rebound from if, in fact, they play the Baltimore Ravens again. And then on the other side of the ball, I thought for the most part it was outstanding defense. I'll just say this, if Lamar Jackson isn't turning it over, he is tough to freaking stop. I mean, he basically drugged the 49ers to the playground in the third quarter, and next thing you know, after a couple of turnovers, it's 30 points on the board, and now you're just playing all catch-up. So I think they match up great against all those teams. Look, 49ers have 4 players with 1,000 yards on offense. That's the first time that's ever happened in the history of the National Football League. The offensive line continues to surprise me in how they play across the board. And then defensively, you're going to see when Eric Armstead comes back, and you're going to see a couple of little wrinkles now, I would think, as this team moves forward with more creative ways to rush the passer. And I get, you got the rush plan to keep these quarterbacks in the pocket. You got the rush plan to not let them escape. But you need to have a rush plan that gets guys winning inside and winning quick inside. And that's been a challenge for the 49ers with the way the protections have laid out. Bosa is it's hard to see, but he's getting double or triple teamed on every single play, especially when it's a big pass. And you guys know what fan protection is, right? So he goes outside, the right tackle is going to kick wide because he knows the right guard. No matter if there's a guy over him or not, the right guard's going to stab the defensive tackle that way, and then he's going to turn and help Bosa. So Bosa's basically got to run a big hoop to get around the guy. And the way these quarterbacks are getting the ball out, the ball's coming out in just over 2 seconds. So it's almost impossible to get there. So they need to develop a couple of creative ways to get some pressure inside next to Bosa because the protection just turns that way. And there's ways of doing that, and I think ways that you'll see are going to be, start to become unveiled here in these playoff games. But having Eric Armstead back in there, a guy that can win the one-on-one like most of the time, it'll be a big shot in the arm for the defense. So, Marcus, they match up well against anybody. How does the ball bounce? That's what it comes down to. Unfortunately for the Ravens, the ball bounced their way in that Monday night matchup.
Hey, before I let you go, just your take on the Purdy touchdown to Ayuk. It was like
Loved it.
It was one of those plays that just, I mean, if you get caught up in the whole Monday through Friday talking head, oh, he's a game manager, blah, blah, blah.
It's a system quarterback.
It's a tired argument by now, but that play in particular, I don't think Jimmy makes that play, right?
No. Well, it's playground Purdy, man. You have the play, and it's why are the Baltimore Ravens, Murph, so hard to stop? Because you got to stop two plays. Yeah. You got to stop the play that's called, and then you got to stop the Lamar Jackson playground play that comes next once he breaks out of the pocket. So I thought that was obviously it was fun. I love Brock's celebration and how he gets fired up. Absolutely freaking love it. But going back, watching that play and him spinning out of the pocket, which he had to do. There was a couple times early in the game where he probably didn't have to jump out of the pocket as soon as he did and left a few plays out there, but spun out, going out to the right, and then basically giving the finger point to Ayuk, like back in the other direction, and then approaching the line of scrimmage 2 yards away from the line, just plants his foot in the ground and absolutely rips a strike. And then the celebration, that's playground Purdy. And so most of the time Kyle Shanahan's offenses are going to win on the grease board. When they don't, to add that element to it with Brock getting out on the playground, that's why it's hard to stop, and that's why he's, certainly worthy of all the accolades that are going to be coming his way at the end of the season.
This last one is just that quickness and that little short burst mobility he has that I love so much. It's kind of Montana-like. It really is. He had a little scramble for a first down on one play, and I was like, yeah, let's do that. And he doesn't. What do you think the theory is on him not tucking and running it? I'm looking at the quarterback rushing leaders right now. He's pretty far down there. He only has 144 rushing yards. For example, Justin Fields has 630. I mean, it's a different style player. But point is, would you like to see him tuck and run it more, or is that?
Well, I would like to see, and I'm glad you referenced that play, because go back and watch that play. Just as he tucked it to run, McCaffrey's smoking a guy on a burner route for a touchdown. right down the middle of the field. And again, his eyes can't be everywhere all the time, but typically Brock isn't going to miss that. But I think he was determined to get the first down early in the game and keep the chains moving. I think in big moments, I think it's a huge weapon. It's brutally difficult on defenses that, boy, you stopped him, and now the quarterback gets let out and he runs for a first down, and you got to go line up and at least 3 more downs. So I think there's spots for it. He's going to need to use it at times, no question, and he's got the ability to be able to do it. I think when it's applicable, it's a big skill set of his. I don't care what he runs the 40, and I don't see him get run down and caught too often. And a big part of that comes back to the short area quickness and just being able to get out and pick up 10, 15 yards, whatever it may be, enough for a first down.
See, more playground Purdy. We need it, baby. Oh, man.
Playground Purdy, baby. Let's go. Drag him out of the tan bark and onto the field. Let's go.
Hey, it's great to hear you in 2024. Sorry you got banged up a little bit on the health front, but you get to stay home and sleep in your own bed for a long time, brother. For a long time, man. This is it. This is what we started this thing in July. This was the goal. Well, goal number 1, like you said. You got your lead off second base. You ready to steal third?
I'm not ready to steal third. I'm ready to earn third.
There you go, baby. There you go. I love it, Tim.
We're not stealing nothing. We're going to earn every bit of it.
Playing some small ball, Tim.
It's great hearing your voice. Rest up, get that chicken soup, be healthy, and have a great call Sunday. We'll talk to you next time.
Yeah, thanks, Tim.
Murph, Marcus, Happy New Year to you guys. Thank you.
There he is, Timmy Ryan, coming off the sick bed. And doing his thing, man. Great to hear him. And
Playground Purdy,
Playground Purdy, dude. Now, it's interesting. I just looked it up here. We don't talk much about his rushing.
No.
Dude, he only has 144 rushing yards. This puts him down. I'm just going to give you a couple comparisons. I mean, obviously, Lamar is the dude.
Of course.
821 rushing yards, literally like 7 times.
Yeah, not bad for a running back.
And Jalen Hurts and Justin Fields. Those guys are billed as running quarterbacks.
And they have designed RPOs and read options they run.
Josh Allen, 457, so that's 300 more yards. I'll throw you a guy like Sam Howell has rushed for 264, which is 120 more than Brock Purdy.
Ooh, where's Patrick Mahomes on that list?
Mahomes is so because Lamar 1, Justin 2, Jalen 3, put Jalen in, Josh Allen 4. Dude, Josh Dobbs, 5.
Dude.
Josh Dobbs, where can you get a Zaza? Where is he?
Yeah, you won't find him anymore. They're going through Nick Mullins and Jaron Hall.
Then Mahomes. Mahomes is 6th.
Where is he?
Ahead of.
And how many yards does he have?
He's got 389, which is 440 less than Lamar.
Yeah.
Dude, Lamar.
So Mahomes has been scrambling a lot more because Andy Reid does not call RPOs or read options for him, but that's always the kind of quarterbacks that I've liked the most. Not saying I like Patrick Mahomes, but Aaron Rodgers, his ability to get outside the pocket and scramble. Brock Purdy has a little bit of that. But Murph, my favorite part about Brock Purdy is when he scrambles, when he rolls out to the left, he squares his shoulders up to the line of scrimmage, and he keeps his eyes downfield. And that was a perfect example of what he did this past weekend with Brandon Ayuk.
Yeah, so my point of the reason I'm bringing it up, I'd like to see him do it more. He's got that. But as Tim points out, as soon as he tucked it, Christian smoked a guy down.
Could have had another touchdown, yeah.
So anyway, it's fun stuff, man. This is it. We're in January. Niners are the 1 seed. This is awesome. Can't wait. We'll do a little Rams preview with Greg Beacham down the road. And, of course, later on, too, we got Matty Barrows to do his thing for us. But the coveted cooler of content.
The cooler, Murph.
The thick CCC cooler of content. Next on the Sports Leader.
CCC.
It's Playground Purdy, man.
Zero Res cleaning your carpets. They did it. The Murphy household, we had a great visit from Zero Res over the holidays. Again, I'm telling you guys, my new slogan, not happy wife, happy life, clean carpet, happy wife. Things are good. Things are good in the Murphy household since Zero Res came and cleaned our carpet and a little bit of the grout in the shower too. Hey, they do every surface in your home. Carpet, tile, rugs, upholstery. Call the cleaning pros at Zero Res. Also air ducts, allergies, asthma. Check out your air ducts, okay? So we'll clean everything. We got a deal for you, okay? How about the promo code NEWYEAR43? Get you $43 one-room carpet cleaned. And then for the dust and dander in the air ducts, take $50 off the air duct cleaning, promo code DUCT50. It's a heck of a word, by the way, D-U-C-T, DUCT50. So minimums do apply, and we want you to call for terms and conditions. But give them a call right now. Call my friends at Zero Res. Zero Res, 877-321-0739. Or go online to ZeroResBayArea.com. Say you want the KNBR special. So that's Zero Res. That's spelled the same backwards and forwards. Zero Res. Spell it backwards, spell it forwards. It's the right way to clean.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
Fred Warner stopped by the Murph and Marky show yesterday morning as the 49ers Player of the Week to talk about the 49ers clinching the first seed in the NFC playoff race. To hear that podcast and more, check out what's trending now on KNBR.com and the all-new KNBR app.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report.
All right, everyone. Chill.
This is the cooler.
You are not sending me to the cooler.
Of content.
Sponsored by Mancini Sleep World. Sleep better, live better. Visit sleepworld.com. And by Marin Health. Marin Health Medical Center and Marin Health Medical Network world-class care. Closer than you think.
On the sports leader.
The cooler of content, which was bursting over the break, and now we're trying to sift through all the stuff we had here. It's like a room with too much stuff in it.
We got too much content.
We got to move stuff out, clear it out for Zero Res to come clear the carpet.
That's we got a spring cleaning over here.
Okay, well, this one's new actually. Mike Vrabel, Tennessee Titans. They didn't have a year, did they? The
No,
Titans.
Murph. They went 5-11 this season. Shout out to Mike Holler's Tennessee Titans.
Although he won the fantasy championship, although we need to discuss at some point later in the show or later in the week when things are a little quiet about the controversy that he hired an outside consultant.
He's got a hired gun, Murph.
Yeah, and he let slip yesterday, and we were discussing the final game. He said, yeah, well, we had to make a move. What do you mean we? So we got to get in. It looks like he sought outside help, maybe hired an outside consultant.
Murph, for the people who are not watching the live stream, which is available on twitch.com and YouTube and the KNBR app, I'm throwing up the P for protest like a Little League coach right now. I'm throwing up the P.
Oh, I didn't know you throw up a P.
Oh, yeah. You go straight up and you look back.
I didn't know that.
You throw up a P. You've never done that before?
I've coached a million Little League games.
And you're telling me you've never protested
I've never
a game?
protested a game. Come on.
Come on.
What are we going to do?
I'm surprised you haven't.
One time what do you mean?
You look like the kind of guy that would protest a game.
Oh, bad call, buddy. Bad call. I'm the guy who they try to protest my games because they're so mad that we have such a great culture.
I'm surprised you haven't seen it yet.
No, I've never seen the P.
Oh, yeah.
I'll tell you another story today about a guy who didn't protest when he could have protested. It was a very funny story. But anyway, Mike Vrabel and the Tennessee Titans, they're no good. So he had to talk to the media about being no good.
Because it sucks to lose, Gentry.
Trey, ever need to show you anything?
Did you have another thought, or no? I'm just curious.
Why?
It sucks. Losing. Awful. That's why I want to win. Because you don't sleep. You want to win for the players that bust their tail. That's it.
That's awesome because the key to it all is that the sports columnist for the Tennessee is named Gentry Estes.
What a name.
What? What's that?
Gentry.
I mean, that's so South.
And his last name's Estes?
Yeah.
Any relationship?
I don't know. We'll have to find out.
Gentry.
But it's very Southern to have a name. They can give you last names. Like your kid would be named Boucher Smith. You know what I mean?
Okay.
That's the way they do it. They take like last names from like the grandma.
So they're opposite of the people who give their kids two first names.
Correct.
They go two last names.
They're big on last names as first names.
Huh.
So you'll get some strange Southern first names like Gentry.
Because it sucks to lose, Gentry.
That's the ultimate period. Gentry.
All right, let's
any other questions? Gentry.
Yeah, that's exactly right. I hope you had a hell of... No, he said, this is not the best breakfast I've ever had, Brad.
Yeah.
I'll say 2 days in a row.
Take that for data, Gentry.
There you go. We're just sifting through some more of the cooler. This Wemby one on Vegas.
You like this one.
Well, yeah, because we might be going to Vegas.
Hey, fingers crossed, Murph.
All right, buddy. So Wemby, I guess, did they play... Oh, he played in like a was it like not a G League game? It was like an exhibition,
like a summer league,
his French club team.
Yeah.
Oh, was it summer league?
Well, he played in an expedition before he got drafted in Vegas, but I think he also played in the summer league this year out in Vegas.
Here's what he said. This is crazy vocabulary for a 19-year-old Frenchman in a second language.
Your first experience with Vegas too. What did you think about the lights and the weather and
to me, it's probably on Earth. It's the closest thing to a dystopia, so I'm not the biggest fan of Vegas.
I agree.
You agree?
Dystopia. It's one of those words I've never truly known what it means. You read, you'll get these movies, these like post-apocalyptic movies. They're like, the movie displays a dystopia. I'm like, dystopia?
Yeah, it's a dystopian future, Murph.
So I'm just looked it up here. An imagined state or society in which there is great suffering or injustice, typically one that is totalitarian or post-apocalyptic.
Whoa.
Some might say in 2024 we're, hey now.
You might say that Buster Posey would describe San Francisco as a dystopia.
It says George Orwell's 1984 is the classic statist dystopia. Man, Wemby going deep on us. We're just trying to go to Vegas and get a buffet.
Come on.
You know what I mean? I'm just looking to go to the Sphere and watch The Edge.
I'm just trying to pick up a Fat Tuesday and walk around the strip.
Yeah,
Murph.
exactly. But Wemby calls it a dystopia. There you go.
Well, you're not welcome there.
A lot of people think it's very French snobby to look down on Vegas. They have their own fake Eiffel Tower.
I was going to
there.
say, they have the Eiffel Tower. They got everything.
That is incredible vocabulary there from. So Wemby, not a fan of Vegas. I get what he's saying. Listen, we know a lot of people from California have moved down to Vegas. To be totally honest with you guys, you're not going to see your boy Murph make that move.
Oh.
Not going to make that
It's
move.
a long trip, Murph.
Now, for you got silver and black.
I got silver and black, and I got the home of the UFC out in Las Vegas. That's where the
Now,
UFC
there's a
headquarters
chance you
are.
would move to Vegas.
There's a chance. Don't say it too loud. We got people listening.
All right. Eagles are falling off the table. And Eagles fans are reacting typically calmly. By the way, Schmitty is, I texted, somebody asked me on the Twitter, so I checked in with Schmitty. Always in denial. Always in denial. He goes, it doesn't matter. He hit me with the, it doesn't matter. We're in the playoffs. We'll still take care of it. I was like, bro, are you not seeing what I'm seeing? Your team stinks. And then he has excuses for everything.
Oh.
Now, I'll give you this.
Now we got
night.
excuses from the same Eagles fans that were complaining about Niner fans.
Here's
having
what he
excuses
said,
last year. A legitimate excuse like Brock Purdy not being able to throw the ball.
He said, we'll beat whoever we play in the first round. We just have to eliminate turnovers.
You sure about that?
He goes, it's not a 7-game series. See you in San Francisco.
Newsflash, the Niners play in Santa Clara, Murph.
I said we'd welcome the visit, buddy.
Yeah,
welcome the visit. So anyway, not all Eagles fans are making excuses like Schmitty. Here's a guy, a Twitter guy. Did we get the Twitter account on this guy?
A Twitter guy.
Anyway, he's not happy. He's running Nick Sirianni video. He's running video of the Eagles games and blaming everything on Nick Sirianni.
Let's talk about how Nick Sirianni doesn't belong coaching an NFL offense or an NFL team at all. He sucks. Fired the Italian douchebag boy. 1st and 20. Let's run a college play that everybody can sniff the out. Woo, let's run the ball. We didn't know we were going to run it with Jalen Hurts. Who would have guessed that Meanwhile, you got 2 running backs sitting on the sideline that aren't doing that can actually run the football. Whoa! Now look what we come back with on 2nd and 16. Let's guess what we're going to do. I don't know. Who knows? Who knows what we're going to do? Maybe we're going to throw it long. Maybe we're going to do a play action. Nope. Nick Sirianni, the Italian boy, he's going to tell Jalen Hurts to run it off the right end. And guess what? Oh, they knew. They didn't get surprised on that, you idiots. Woo! Then she has it all to say. I don't know what they're doing, lady, but guess what? It ain't an NFL offense, because we got an Italian boy running a stupid offense. And guess what? He wastes a timeout that you're going to need at the end of the game. He wastes a timeout. Why? Because he doesn't know what the he's doing.
Welcome to Philadelphia, baby. Woo! Welcome to Philadelphia. By the way, I got to take issue as a half Italian, and I'll joke around with everybody. A little too much of the Italian slurs on my guy here.
I was going to say, he dropped F-boy like 3 or 4 times.
He kept saying Italian blank boy.
Uh-huh.
Like, yo, buddy.
Oddly specific.
What do you got a problem here? What do you want? You don't like the pizza, the pasta, the beautiful women, the Ferraris, the wine? What do you not like?
What's the issue here?
Yeah,
also, who is this guy? Like Randy Macho Man Savage?
Yeah.
Like he's dropping like Ric Flair woos in the middle of his takes.
It's good to hear Philadelphia like this. It really is.
They're taking it well. There it is. Woo!
I feel like we can't end on that negative of a note. So did you guys know Jung-Hoo Lee had a Korean fight song? Like, remember? Now, do we have...
Oh, Murph.
Do you have them in the files? So this happened during the... So we got to tell Young Tony when he was like... Young Tony was still coming up. During the pandemic, we had nothing. Korean baseball was the first sport to start playing.
It's all we had.
So we adopted Korean baseball for like a month, and we learned that they have these songs for everybody. And we were just riffing on the pandemic down the line to each other in different homes. I was like, well, why don't we have songs? Because they did one for Carl Ravitch, and they're like, Carl Ravitch. And
Carl Ravitch.
And I just freeformed this, and then they put it to the production studio here, yeah. Here.
Labor, unrest, 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 labor, unrest. Greedy owners, greedy owners, greedy owners, greedy.
Wow, that's creepy. Do we have the Buster Posey?
Oh, I got Buster for you.
Right. Buster Posey, 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 Buster Posey.
There's some Shannon Kaler in there. So anyway, that is all by way of saying Jung-Hoo Lee had his own song. And Giants fans, you should learn it. Here's the real deal from Korean baseball. That's a winner, baby. Keep that around. That'll be put that in our Giants victory montage.
I mean, Murph, forget the war on drugs. That should be our show open music. That's perfect.
That was pretty solid, wasn't it? It had that little Speed Racer vibe. Do you guys remember the cartoon Speed Racer? It has a Speed Racer vibe, doesn't it?
I get what you're putting down.
Yeah.
Do you think he's gonna keep it here in the city, like his walk-up music?
I love it.
It's got to be.
I freaking love. Maybe I don't know if he likes it or not, but give me another hit of that there. Yeah. Jung-Hoo Lee. There it is, guys. You're welcome.
Perfect.
You're welcome. And that's how we end not with that crazy Philly guy. We ended with the Korean song for Jung-Hoo Lee.
And your songs, Murph.
There it is, man. All right, guys. There's your cooler of content. Still so thick, there's still stuff we didn't even get to. So you have to tune in tomorrow. Okay, here's our game plan going forward. Matty Barrow's going to join us today at 9:35, so Niner Talk there. A little Rams sneak preview with Greg Beacham, L.A. AP guy at 9:15. He's good. But we do have to return to what happened to the Warriors last night. How'd they pull it out? And Klay Thompson having a really just a what's it all about moment. Maybe some would say, to use a Victor Wembanyama word, existential moment.
Ooh.
For Klay Thompson.
A little man in the mirror moment.
Yeah, there you go. We'll do that next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
What's up, everybody? It's the Waterboy here this morning to talk to you about Prize Picks, because Prize Picks is the most fun I've had, winning up to 25 times my money this football season. And now I can play during basketball season too. I can even pick combo projections across both sports. Just select 2 or more players, pick more or less on their projection, and place your entry. You can turn $10 into $250 with just a few taps. Easy gameplay, quick withdrawals, and an enormous selection of players and stat options are what makes Prize Picks the #1 daily fantasy sports app. And Prize Picks is the only daily fantasy platform with an injury insurance policy, keeping you in the game even if one of your players goes down. Join the Prize Pick community of more than 7 million football fans who have already signed up. Right now, Prize Packs will match your first deposit of up to $100. Just visit prizepicks.com/leader and use the code word leader. That's code leader at prizepicks.com/leader for our first deposit match of up to $100. Prize Picks, daily fantasy sports made easy.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the KNBR app. Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Steph having a run to go. Pajemski gets a steal. Oh, man. Oh, Brandon's okay there. Warriors win it. It was a good game. The Magic are a tough team. They came in at 19 and 13. Jamal Mosley and Steve have a lot of respect for each other. Those are two really good coaches right there. And the Magic are going to be heard from. They're going to be a playoff team and be a problem in the East. That's a big win, Kay. They needed to end that losing streak and get ready for the defending champs.
There it is. Warriors do it last night at Chase Center on a Tuesday night against Orlando in January. I was telling you guys earlier, I'm in that Warriors ticket group, and we did the draft. I do believe that was the last pick in the draft. I think it was. It was the Tuesday night after New Year's Orlando Magic game.
Say first game of the 2024 year.
It just, you're done with the holidays. It's the Magic on a Tuesday night. But guess what? They got the win, which wasn't official, of course, until it got called in by the great Bruce Frazier, my beard guy.
Q.
Trying to follow Q's beard lead there. He calls it in. This is snapping a 3-game skid. Adam Silver sees the phone. He says, I didn't think you guys were ever going to win again. He said, why don't you put it down in the book, skinny boy, and don't worry about it. Golden State Warriors 121, Orlando Magic 115.
Woo! Beautiful basketball. Beautiful basketball.
That is buttery.
It's lovely.
Yes, sir. There it is. The Warriors get it, and they snap the skid. They improved to 16 and 17. Yet another game without Draymond Green, who remains away. Although you pointed out TMZ had him at LeBron's birthday party.
Yeah, so he's down in L.A., or apparently these were pictures from this past weekend. TMZ caught LeBron and Draymond Green dressed up in like disco outfits for LeBron's 39th birthday.
If LeBron invited you to his birthday, would you dress in a disco outfit for him?
I mean, as much as I don't like LeBron James, if I got invited to his party, I'd probably show up.
There you go. See, when push comes to shove, you want to be at LeBron's birthday party.
I want to be rubbing elbows with
39-year-old LeBron.
Yeah.
Giving Steph something to shoot for. He's 35, right? Steph turns 36, I think. Or Steph born in 87 or 88. I think, weren't he and Buster born the same year, 87, I thought? Anyway, point is that Steph's like, okay, I got to keep up. And he did last night, scoring 36 points, doing his thing, and made the 101-97. He had one of those Steph moments where he went hither and thither and back and forward and then hit the step back three.
Behind the back step back.
And then, left the half court before it hit the net.
And then went Super Saiyan. Like, he started screaming. Like, Steph was pretty emotional last night.
Yeah, I have here's my hot take. Sometimes I think I actually enjoy Steph's twos more than his threes.
Really?
That's my hot take. Dude, when he goes to the basket, it is so, like, for lack of a better word, and again, I'm not, I'm just kind of riffing here, you know what I mean? I love a good three, okay? Give me a bang in Oklahoma City with Mike Breen and all that. But every three is essentially the same. I mean, I know sometimes there's difference. Some are step back, some are catch and shoot, some are
from half court.
Some are half court. But his no two is the same. Like, every two is its own snowflake, and he has to slash one way or the other way, and this one goes high off the glass, and this one's a floater, and this one's a teardrop.
It's the floaters for me, especially when he finishes with the left hand at the basket.
Yeah, God. And I love it because, they're selling out to take away the three, and he's like, fine.
All right.
Run me off the line. I'll just go dazzle everybody in this building right now with a two. And by the way, I still support the two. I'm in the dying breed of supporting the two-pointer.
Well, Murph, this is coming from a man that didn't have a three-point line when he was playing high school basketball.
It's totally true. Totally true. So anyway, guys, a little bit from last night. And the first one we had queued up was it the Steph quote, right? Was it Steph Q? Oh, we had cut S. Q, about creating those shots and taking his defender off the dribble. A little bit of Steph in the lab here.
It's always about just taking what the defense gives you, knowing when you can be aggressive. I think from really the start of the game, I kind of saw the pictures really well on, where a help side was going to be, and when I had the ball mostly at the top of the key, being able to get downhill into the paint, and then kind of soften the defense up. We got the ball moving a couple of times.
where I got some open catch and shoot looks. And once we stopped fouling, we got the tempo where we want it, playing in transition, and that always helps us, kind of create good momentum. So I thrive in those type of, situations.
Seeing the picture. So last night, he goes 12 for 20 from the field, 4 of 9 from 3, scores 36 points. And this leads to what we're getting to, what Marcus Thompson said yesterday, which is, that's great. When Steph scores 36, everything's great. But when he doesn't, who are the Warriors? And guys, we'll have to look at the two previous games. The game on Thursday the 28th against Miami when he went 3 for 15 from the field, and they lost 114-102. And then the game against Dallas when he went 9 of 25 from the field. So he shot 36% in that game. So in those two games, he went 12 for 40, and they lost both games. So this is the thing. If Steph's a hero, everything's great. If he's not, it ain't great. And that's no way to sustain. That's no way to live.
No, and I think that's something that hasn't really been brought up too also with the absence of Draymond Green, because everybody focuses on what he does for the defense for the Warriors. But what about what he does for the offense? What about creating space and screens for Steph Curry, about him distributing the ball as like a point forward and getting Steph open shots? Like, it seems like even the last 3-4 games, even last night, he was struggling to get free a little bit, had 36 points, broke back from his slump. But I think there's a big offensive factor, even without Draymond Green, who's not known for putting up the huge box score offensive numbers.
True story. They need him for that. Also, I should have included in that little skid the Christmas game.
Yeah.
He went 7 of 21 in that game.
It's the Christmas curse, Murph.
It is. So he went 19 for 61 in that 3-game skid, and he talked about that last night. Just cut S's and Steven, my friend. Yes.
Yeah, again, it's just taking what the defense gives you. Like, it's very rare when I have more 2-point shots than 3-point shots. So that's just kind of getting settled in, not forcing stuff. And I think the last maybe 3 games, there's been times where I pressed a little bit. And that's where I said I need to play better in those stretches where even if it's not me getting the shot, just making the right decisions. Obviously, I didn't shoot the ball great when I did have decent looks, but again, just keeping things simple. And it was nice to get a little bit of flow and get a little bit of momentum on our side, and then we capitalized on it in the second half too. So, everything kind of worked in our favor that way.
So, yeah, he admitted he was pressing in those 3 games.
Well, I mean, how about last night, the fact that even on a night he scores 36 points, he missed 3 free throws. For a guy that's a career 90% shooter, I think he's shooting 92, 93% this season.
Yeah, that's
he missed
insane.
3 free throws in 1 game.
I'm actually looking right now at his game log, and I'm seeing he had games where he missed 1 against Miami. He had a game with 1.
I mean, it's a shocker when he misses 1.
He missed 2 against the Clippers on November 30th, and that is it. That's the name of that tune, brother.
He doesn't miss
last
too many,
night was his
3 in a game. Ridiculous.
He missed 2 on October 30th at New Orleans. Dude, he missed 3 free throws.
It's unreal.
Fire the bum.
For the greatest shooter of all time.
So anyway, that's great. They get the win. Everything's great, whatever. But again, a lot of like lipstick on a pig in the sense that you can't rely on this every single night. And what's Dunleavy going to do about it, right? And when's Draymond coming back? And then terrible news. Gary Payton coming off a screen, strains his hamstring. So we got to catch up on that. What did Steve Kerr say after the game?
Feel bad for him more than anything. Feel bad for us too, but mainly for him. He's been out, whatever it is, 4 or 5 weeks. He worked hard to get back to this point. He makes such a big impact for us. So fingers crossed that he's not out for too long.
Well, man. I mean, and again, so, next man up, the depth situation. Maybe Moses Moody plays more.
Yes, if Steve Kerr puts him into the rotation.
But we're talking about defense. Whereas, without Draymond, it ain't no good. And then you get to the next thing, Chris Paul talking about what he's going to miss with GP2 out again. He just came back, and now he's out.
It's tough, man. I got to go down there and check on G because he's such a big part of our team. People may not realize it, but his energy is consistent. Every day, every practice, every game or whatnot. So him coming back to our team has been huge for us. So I hope what it isn't something that's going to take a long time or whatnot. But I think for him, it's going to be about just getting as healthy as possible.
Yeah. So just 1 step forward, 2 steps back.
Yeah, and it's about staying healthy at this point in his career.
Yeah.
Like, we hate slapping the injury-prone label on players, but
This is
getting
that way.
We're at that point now with GP2.
All right, why don't jump ahead to the other moment. Let's go to Clay, and this is what we teased before the break. So, Kerr's at this moment where he's kind of searching, right? He's like, what's going on? He's doing the big speech, but we need to have a collective grit. He spoke to the Chronicle, Connor Letourneau, yesterday. The story's online today about we need to, quote, lean into our values and our culture. Like, he's having this big come-to-Jesus moment about, like, where are we? Can we win the championship? I'd say right now, there's not a soul out there that thinks the Warriors will win the NBA championship.
With this current roster, the answer is no. But then again, you have Steph Curry on the roster, so the answer is always yes. There's always that small possibility.
Well, and Draymond could come back.
Correct. And people were talking about this nucleus of talent not winning one a couple years ago and saying the dynasty was dead when Durant left.
And let's be honest, part of the deal, and this is what Marcus talked about yesterday, was I'm not seeing it. I've seen enough. There's no number 2. Used to be number 11, right? Klay Thompson, Splash Brothers, not Splash Brother, singular. So it's not been going well for Klay, and he's been upset. They say knocking over ball racks and cups and kicking chairs, and he's very frustrated. Not any happy boat videos out there with Rocco and all that.
Haven't seen that lately.
So Steve's like trying to put these puzzle pieces together, and I guess part of it is like taking care of the mentals.
Yeah.
So he gives a speech to Klay, and this happened late last night when most of you were asleep, including me, and I only saw this morning, that Klay had a big moment of time. And now, will this be the turning point for Klay? Like, can this mental change in 2024? Here's what he said.
Well, Steve and I had actually a great conversation yesterday, and that helped me relax a lot. Sometimes I forget just how successful and how lucky I've been to be a part of championship teams and all-star games and gold medals. And when you want to get back to that level so badly, you could kind of get in your own way. And rather than forcing it, we had a conversation about just enjoying this last chapter of my career and how lucky I truly am to still be playing this game and do it at a high level and being a better mentor for these young guys, leading by example and having my energy right every game. And he helped me realize if I do have negative energy, how that affects the team in a poor manner. So we had a great conversation. That just helped me change my whole mindset and forget about shooting splits or points per game or all-star games, and just to enjoy being in this Warriors uniform and appreciate what we built, because it's such a rare opportunity for any professional athlete to be a part of so much success and to try and pass that torch to the younger guys and keep this thing going.
Damn, that's a signature statement now. Like, that's a big old honking signature statement from Klay. Like, he's going to, because he's been frustrated, and he's coming face to face with the fact that he's not the same guy. And I don't know how much one talk can change you. You know, I mean, sometimes like it's ingrained in you when you're facing the end of your career. You start to just, can he kind of change his energy, become more of a positive mentor, become more of a leader, become more of a stable guy? I mean, that sounds like what Kerr's asking him to do.
Yeah.
It's interesting that Klay brought that out, too. Klay's so open. He's such an open book.
He is, and like I know, like he actually does give pretty like in-depth, thoughtful answers. But I think this is something that maybe struck a nerve with Klay, because he's been stressed out. We've all seen it, going back to the Achilles and ACL injury and him trying to get back to being healthy, to him hitting over 300 three-pointers for the first time in his career last year just to sputter out in the playoffs. So he hears the outside noise. We heard how disrespected he was when Charles Barkley was calling him out last year. Like, he pays attention to this stuff. Going back to the NBA All-75 team, when he was left off the roster, when he was number 76 or 77, whatever it was. Like, Klay cares about this kind of stuff. But it is good to have these moments of reflection, to realize everything that he has done in his career. When we're talking about him, Steph, and Draymond, bringing 4 titles to the Bay Area. We talked about this a little earlier, and this like kind of new generation of Warriors fans. And I'm not taking shots at anybody, but your kids are a perfect example. People who were born after the year 2000, they grow up, all they've seen is Warriors winning basketball. They weren't there in the Chalupa days, Murph, scoring 100 points just to go to Taco Bell and get a Chalupa. Like, no, this is different. So it does seem like there's a younger generation of Warriors fans who are a bit spoiled because of all the success that the Warriors did have during the dynasty.
That needs to be like a marketing campaign, like a I go back to the Chalupa days.
That's it. Everybody talks about the We Believe days. What about the Chalupa days?
What about the We Believe in Chalupa days?
Yeah.
So just to get you back caught up on Klay, like statistically, is all the numbers are down. Like, he's right now shooting 42% from the field. That would be his worst season ever. He's shooting 37% from the three-point line. That would easily be his worst season ever. So those two measures, points per game, he's at 16. You'd have to go all the way back to his rookie year when he was 21 years old when he scored 12 points. So every measure is down. He's 33 years old. And we just saw LeBron's turn 39. Correct. He's doing his thing. Steph, not everybody's Tom Brady, and he's at the Achilles and the ACL. But if he could somehow, some way, just kind of change the energy and change his role. Now, none of that, though, fixes what Marcus addressed with us yesterday, which is you need a dude.
Because that's the thing. Because Klay, it seems like at this point of his career, can still be a major piece. Like I heard Fitz talking about on the broadcast last night. It's like the Warriors need a sharpshooter. They need a sharpshooter. Someone could just drain down threes. I'm like, you have the best shooting backcourt of all time. Like Klay Thompson can play that role. And we talked about his defensive, I don't want to say liability earlier, but when he is guarding the one or the two guys that are quicker, you can't put him on De'Aaron Fox anymore. But you can put him on Paolo Banchero like they did last night. Put him down on the block, 3-4, have him kind of transition into being a bigger body for this small ball lineup.
Yeah.
I still think he could be a valuable piece, but to Marcus Thompson's point, he's not the number 2 anymore.
Man, oh man. 907 says those Klay comments sound like a requiem for a dynasty. Damn, heavy. It's a nice text.
Yeah.
Requiem for a dynasty. 415 says, guys, as much as I like him, maybe the issue is Draymond. With his personality, he forced out KD. He bullied Poole off the team. Maybe his personality is causing some players to tune him out. Publicly, they've supported him. All the Steph and Klay and those guys say we're brothers for life.
And they paid him this offseason.
Yeah, they paid him 4 years, $100 million. So, and who knows when's he coming back and when he comes back. So, again, as currently constituted, can they win the NBA Finals? The answer is no, right? So what's the big move? Or do you just kind of, you can't, quote unquote, blow it up. Does that mean you can trade Kuminga, Wiggins, and Moody for something?
That's always been my take. I've never wanted to blow up the nucleus. I think Steph, Klay, and Dre all deserve to retire as members of the Golden State Warriors. But when you look at Andrew Wiggins, who's still under contract through 2026, when you look at Chris Paul, who has an expiring contract at the end of this year, what are those guys giving you at $25 to $30 million per year?
Man, oh man. So that's the crisis. This is all after a win, too, guys, by the way.
All right.
How are we going to be if they lose to Denver on Thursday night?
No.
So anyway, just wanted to catch you guys up with what happened to them. And Klay's heavy comments. And we'll see how it affects him. Now, again, his line last night was 6 of 11 from the field.
Yeah, he had 3 fouls early, so didn't play too much in the first half.
25 minutes. 3 of 8 from 3, which isn't the end of the world. 3 boards, 2 assists. He was a +4, and he scored 15 points. So it wasn't a terrible night for Klay. He was a plus.
Yeah,
and he's been a minus.
And I think guys like him and Jonathan Kuminga stepped up huge down on the block, guarding Paolo Banchero without Draymond Green.
There you go. All right, man. There you go. Warriors back at it tomorrow night, taking on the Denver Nuggets, all right? But in the meantime, 49ers-Rams has our attention, and we'll go that for the rest of the show. Greg Beacham down in L.A. give us a little peek of what the Rams are up to. They're getting better, man. You fearful of these Rams at all?
I don't know if fearful is the right word, but I respect what Sean McVay has done down in L.A.
Are you willing to, quote-unquote, lose this game and not care about it?
It doesn't matter.
Are we coming in here Monday morning if the Niners lose, panicking?
No, not at all.
All right, you marking those words.
I don't care if Sam Darnold overthrows I'm just making sure.
Yeah. Just getting ahead of it.
Put it on the record, Murph.
So you don't, because again, I want to go back, and I've been promising myself to do this, because this is bringing me back to the glory days of the late 80s, early 90s, when the Niners were in this situation a lot. They frequently had things locked up, and then the last game was always like, what do we do? And there was a famous game where they had to win in the last game to help the New York Giants.
Oh.
Right?
Yeah.
Shout out our guy, Paulie.
Yeah.
And they didn't. They played a bunch of backups, and they lost, and the New York Giants missed the playoffs. And Phil Simms famously said publicly, he goes, the 49ers laid down like dogs.
Cry me a river,
That's
Phil.
what he said. They laid down like dogs. And I remember Bruce Colley, the O-lineman, said, at least we're still in the kennel. That's what he said. So there's a history of what you do with these last games. And, maybe Kyle's going to look back and see what they did in the late 80s, early 90s, because they had to do this a lot. They sew everything up. They're like, we got another game to play? What do we do?
Yeah, I don't know. I think we're getting a dress rehearsal. 1 quarter maybe of action, and then shut them all down.
Maybe. But Tim Ryan talked to us about, you play Purdy without Trent Williams at left tackle.
Yeah,
but he did it a couple games in
true.
middle of the season.
But he also didn't get put back into that Baltimore game with Trent out.
A peek at the Rams with Greg Beacham and then Matty Barrows at 9:35 on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
They weren't there back in the day where you needed 100 points to get a free chalupa.
San Francisco, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, San Francisco's sports leader.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
After showing Deebo Samuel and Fred Warner the game-winning footage of the Arizona Cardinals beating the Eagles, Mike Silver stopped by the Papa and Lunch Show yesterday to talk all about that experience and what you can expect from the 49ers this weekend against the LA Rams. To hear that podcast and more, check out what's trending now on KNBR.com and the all-new KNBR app.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. faithful Murph and Marcus keep your morning moving. Streaming live at twitch.tv/thesportsleader.
I think it is that balance of knowing that, yes, there's a difference between 6 and 7, between 9 and 10. I still think, we're going to do everything we can to try to go win this football game, play really good football. How exactly that affects the specifics are things that we're working through, because if you said, what is the most important thing? The most important thing is to make sure that we're ready to go for that wild card game.
There he is. You know that voice. That's Sean McVay. We've heard it a lot through the years, although not this year, since early in the season. A long time since 49ers and Rams played, and now it doesn't mean anything for the 49ers. It does mean something for the Rams, and is it a preview of yet another meeting in January?
Maybe.
Let's talk to Greg Beacham, who we've had on before, and my old colleague from down in Santa Clara, but now down in L.A. running the show. He's the Associated Press reporter covering the Rams. He also does the Lakers and the Rose Bowl and all the fun stuff. So, Greg, great to have you back. And, hey, Happy New Year, brother. How are you, man?
Hey, Greg.
Hey, Marcus. Hey, Murph. Happy New Year. I'm good, thanks.
Well, yeah, in your New Year, by the way, before we get into the Rams, you got to be at the Rose Bowl. Hey, now.
Heck yeah.
That was a pretty nifty little sporting event, huh?
Yeah, it was an entertaining afternoon at the Ball Yard. Yeah, it was really good.
And by the way, who had more fans, Alabama or Michigan? Was it 50-50?
It was about a Michigan 60-40 split, I'd say. They haven't been there since, 2007. So they had the built up, wanting to get there. So it was a big crowd of people who hadn't seen the sun for a while, but it was a lot of fun.
Yeah, right. And then of course Michigan and Harbaugh. And was the vibe in the press box? One more on this before we get to the Rams. Was the vibe in the press box and people talking that Harbaugh will leave for the NFL? Would you hear any gossip or rumors about that, or is that all contingent on whether or not they win the Natty?
I think the vibe is very much that he's going to move on for several reasons. I mean, it just seems like time. There's many reasons he would leave, but the primary one, is the NCAA chasing after him at Michigan. The chance that he might have to serve a suspension next year. There's no reason to do that. I mean, he's done what he wanted to accomplish there. The question is just whether he thinks the championship is not, if they don't win for some reason on Monday, whether it's the job not finished. But I don't know how you could feel that way at that point when you're 60 years old and you're Jim Harbaugh and you've accomplished everything he has. I mean, the NFL is just a better place to work than the NCAA. You make more money. You have an actual offseason. You don't have to spend texting with 17-year-olds. Your professional standing, your future is not predicated on the hope that 119-year-old dudes are not going to act like idiots. You're working with grown men. So I think the idea is that it makes a lot of sense for him to go, but nobody knows exactly what he's thinking, as the universe has proven time and time again. So we'll see what happens on Monday.
Yeah, and obviously, Greg, there's another team down in L.A., the Chargers, who are looking for a coach this offseason. How would you handicap the NFL odds? We've heard Chargers, we've heard Raiders, Bears. What do you think the most likely outcome is if Jim does decide to go back to the NFL?
I think the Chargers by far and away make the most sense out of all the opportunities that are out there for many reasons. I mean, it's a good roster. They'll lose some players, because they tried to win now, but that's a good enough team to win. It's built around a quarterback that, is everything Jim Harbaugh would need. Another reason I think they appeal is because he's a former quarterback who hasn't had the opportunity to work with a really elite quarterback during his entire career at Michigan. Nobody who's played for him at Michigan is doing anything in the NFL right now. J.J. McCarthy is the highest regarded guy who's his quarterback now. People are wildly divided on what his ceiling is. I tend to agree with the lower end on that. The best years of Harbaugh's career, except for, the last one in Santa Clara, he had Andrew Luck at Stanford. He had Colin Kaepernick with the Niners. It makes total sense. You look at this Chargers roster and say everything they've got going for them, teaming up with Justin Herbert would be a really cool thing for an offensive coach to do when he's turned 60 and he wants to win the Super Bowl. It's the last thing he wants to do.
It's good stuff. Greg Beacham is the voice you hear, Associated Press reporter running the L.A. bureau down there. All right, Rams. There was a point, I think we were doing this interview, somewhere around October. It would have been like, man, the Rams, it ain't happening. They're paying the piper for winning the Super Bowl and trading all those picks. And whoops, look what happened. Mm-hmm. They kept chopping wood, and Sean McVay and Matt Stafford got healthy, and Kyron Williams found a few holes. And you tell me, how have the Rams turned this around?
That's exactly what happened, Murph. It's just been gradual, and it's been really impressive. They've come back from that bye, refreshed, re-energized, with a bunch of good new ideas in terms of coaching stuff, both on the play calling side and on the defensive side. As good of a job as Sean McVay has done this year, and I think it might be his best coaching job since his first season when he had to do so much stuff so quickly. This year he's done, he's turned around a team that nobody thought was going anywhere, including the people who were closest to it. The guys in the locker room will tell you different, but, this was a rebuilding year from the jump. They talked about it in February and March that we're going to take all of our salary cap pain. And the thing is, they happen to have, probably the best coaching staff in the NFL, or at least the top three, and they've put it together week after week. They've just figured out stuff to do on offense that maximizes the players they've got. Sean has, changed his running scheme up. He's added receivers who have played well. Puka Nacua and DeMarcus Robinson were on nobody's radar to make an impact this year, and they're the 2 and 3 receivers on this team. And then on defense, they've just managed to plug holes. And the defensive thing is even more impressive to me because we knew Sean was an incredible offensive coach. He's done it over the years. He's earned his reputation. Raheem Morris has put together a defense that's built with spare parts, mid-round draft picks, cast-offs around Aaron Donald, and they're playing well enough to win every week. They're figuring stuff out. They're stopping people at the point of attack. They've developed 2 guys that they drafted in the 3rd round and 2 of the best edge rushers in the league right now. Not edge rushers, an interior rusher and an edge rusher, Kobe Turner up the middle and Byron Young on the outside. They're 1-2 in the league in sacks for rookies. It's really an incredible overall coaching job. It just have to tip your hat. I mean, the fact that they're 9-7, making the playoffs, and with this roster, with everything they gave up to get here is really remarkable, and it's going to be fun.
And Greg, I wanted to ask you about the coaching decision from when the Rams decided to move on and cut bait with Cam Akers and give the keys to the car to the offense to Kyren Williams. Because if you ask any football fan out there, they'll talk about how Kyren Williams probably won them a fantasy title this past weekend. but it really seems like he really turned the season around for the Rams offense.
Absolutely. He's been a revelation. I mean, they knew he was good. They knew he was talented, but running backs, you just don't know. You don't know until they actually hit the grass and you see what kind of dog they got inside of them. And Kyren was hurt for a lot of last year. Cam Akers is a very inconsistent runner. Darrell Henderson was an inconsistent runner for the Rams. They always had a running game that you didn't think could take over a game, even when they had a good offensive line. And then last year when they had a terrible offensive line, it was hard to make any kind of judgments. This year they've improved the offensive line with 2 new guards, and the fact that they've gotten Kyren Williams healthy has been incredible. I mean, he's got burst, he's got vision, he's got speed, he's got everything you want in a running back. He can also catch the ball a little bit. And the other bonus is he sprained his ankle in October and got 4 weeks off in the middle of the season. So he's 4 games fresher than a lot of, running backs right now. He hasn't been taking every hit from every defender trying to kill him for the last 17 weeks. He had a 4-week break. He came back. He said he was as fresh as he'd been since, his freshman year in college. And he's shown it. It just that accumulation of NFL injuries is not quite as bad as it is on some other guys with Kyren, and he's killing it right now. It's been very impressive to see.
We'll see this. Hey, wrapping up here, Greg, just the preview of Sunday. The Rams win, they get the 6th seed, is my understanding, correct?
Right, correct.
And so there's a lot to play for. They would go to Detroit. Maybe that's better than going to Dallas. So is it all full speed ahead? Because the Niners are balancing who to play and not to play. Is it for the Rams, everybody's playing?
I think we won't know for sure until Sean talks to reporters today. Maybe not even then. But my gut says the Rams will rest some guys, probably as many guys as they can get away with, just because knowing Sean and knowing guys. They do still have something to play for, but it's seeding, and I don't know that Sean really cares whether they're the 6th or the 7th seed because they don't even know who they're going to play if they finish 6th or 7th. So you can't pick an opponent that way. I mean, it would be cosmically great if Matthew Stafford had to go to Detroit and play Jared Goff and the Lions. That would be just fantastic storyline. But I don't think Sean's playing for storylines. I kind of doubt anyway. The reasons I think that is they've already added a 3rd quarterback to their practice squad, and they signed Tyler Johnson to the active roster, who's a veteran receiver, which seems to indicate, Matthew Stafford and Cooper Kupp might be getting a little bit of a break because they'll want those guys available if they signed them in the first place. There's some other considerations, though. Puka Nacua is 4 catches, 29 yards away from breaking both NFL rookie season receiving records, and the Rams will know that. They'll want to get it for him. On the other hand, Puka's kind of banged up. All season he's been taking the kind of hits you take when you're a wide-eyed, enthusiastic rookie, but you try to avoid those when you've got a few years of bruises in the soft tissue like Cooper Kupp or Deebo Samuel. So a week off would be good for Puka. The records will be tough to resist. I don't think the seeding matters that much, and Sean's history says he doesn't want his guys to take even one extra hit they don't have to take. So I'm guessing we're going to see at least some Carson Wentz versus Sam Darnold in Santa Clara on Sunday. That'll actually be really fun.
Yeah, and Greg, I'm actually glad you brought up Puka Nacua because that was the last question I wanted to ask you about with his opportunity to get the rookie receiving yard record. Do you think he deserves more consideration for the rookie of the year award with C.J. Stroud?
Absolutely. I don't know how you can discount the impact that he's made on the Rams out of nowhere. The last pick of the 5th round, the 20th receiver drafted, to come in and do this. And honestly, as good as Puka has been, he's had some drops. There's been some issues. And, C.J. Stroud has done an incredible job. I mean, you can't discount what he's done over there. He's done a lot of stuff. But, Puka's success is also, a real good, vote of confidence in Sean McVay and Matthew Stafford. He's been in an ideal situation to succeed. He said this since week 1 when he went off, and everybody's like, whoa, who's Puka Nacua? He's in a great position. C.J. Stroud is in a lot worse position in terms of coming into a team and having to lead it, a team that's not as good as that, doesn't have, the pedigree and the supporting staff that Puka has. But the pure numbers that Puka has put up, you cannot forget about those. They're pretty impressive, and he's been remarkable to watch this year. It's been a lot of fun.
All right, the Rams, man, they're alive. They're alive. All right, Greg. Hey, it's great catching up with you. Happy New Year, and we'll do it down the road.
Sounds great, Murph. Take it easy.
There is Greg Beacham. Good stuff, man. The Rams, dude.
Good breakdown, dude.
Yeah, they're 9 and they were what? They won 6. Here, I had it right in front of me, right here. They were at. I had it right here. Sorry, guys, my computer's freezing up. But anyway, the point is they've only lost 1 game since November 5th.
And that only game was to the Baltimore Ravens in overtime when they had a walk-off punt return.
That is correct.
They had a chance to beat Baltimore.
They did.
Yeah.
Which the Niners can't say they did.
Yeah.
So what the heck's going on here, man?
Yeah, Kyron Williams is running that rock, Murph.
And if they do win, they do get the 6th seed, which means I think they're locked into then going to Detroit, which would be.
Dude, you want to talk about storylines.
I know, right?
That would play perfectly into the NFL script, Murph.
Well, there it is. Didn't George Kittle say, the scriptwriter, after the Christmas game,
after the Ravens lost, he's like, yeah, this was great for the script.
Yeah, so here's it. I finally got my computer going here. So after they lost to the Packers 20-3, they were 3-6. Dude, we weren't giving the Rams, they were like something on the bottom of your shoe.
Throwing dirt on the grave, Murph.
Then they played the Seahawks at home and beat them 17-16. Do you remember that game?
I do, because that's when I was like, what the hell? The Seahawks just lost to the Rams?
And then they went to Arizona and they blew them out 37-14. Then the Browns came to L.A. and the Rams smoked them 36-19.
Something that the Niners also
36
did not do.
points on the Browns.
Yeah.
Then they went to Baltimore and lost that overtime game.
Yeah.
Then Washington came to L.A. They beat them 28-20. Then New Orleans came to L.A. They beat them 30-22. That's your guy, Derek Carr.
Punt that back.
And then they kind of had to struggle with the New York Giants, but they got the win 26-25 on the road on a short week.
Had to squeeze that out, but
they're
arguably one of the hottest teams entering the postseason.
They are. Damn.
It's Rams week, Murph.
You've been warned.
It's Rams week.
You all have been warned. All right, Matt Barrows of The Athletic. Great Niner talk coming your way next on The Sports Leader.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the KNBR app. Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Yeah, it's huge just in terms of, our bodies and being able to rest and recover. There's a lot of guys on our team that have given so much this whole season, week in and week out. And to be able to get a little break is huge. We haven't had one really since, the bye week. And so this part of the season, every team's going through it. But for us to be able to lock up that 1 seed and get guys healthy going into playoffs is huge for us. So we're excited about that. And then obviously to be able to have 2 games in the playoffs before the big one is huge. So
you know that voice. I don't have to tell you. That's your guy, Brock Purdy. Oh, man, oh, man. And what a story. They did it. And then you go back to July in this training camp, the synthetic slingshot, how's his elbow going to be, blah, blah, blah. Look what happened. They are 12-4. They are the 1 seed. And now their biggest burning question going into this Sunday is, who's going to sit? That's the biggest burning question. Let's talk about it with our great friend, Matt Barrows of The Athletic. Matty, Happy New Year. Matt, we made it to 2024, dude, against all odds.
Yeah, no, we're starting to get up into the age range where those aren't hollow words anymore. You start to appreciate the New Year's a little bit more.
We got some gas in the tank.
Thank you for that,
yes.
And Happy New Year to you as well.
Yeah, happy New Year, man. How about these Niners? They get that 1 seed. Mike Silver as Zelig/Forrest Gump holding the phone for the Niners to all watch. I know you were not right in that tunnel. You were. But what a scene. It was almost like it couldn't have been more celebratory for the Niners to get that road win and then minutes later watch the Eagles lose to the Arizona Cardinals. Matty, everything's coming up roses, buddy.
Yeah, for sure. I remember, and I can't remember what year it was, but there was a similar scenario when Jim Harbaugh was coach. And the 49ers won their last game, and then they went into that tiny candlestick locker room, and they watched, and I can't remember the teams that were playing, but it was an upset. And they weren't expecting to get the number 1 seed, but this late game upset allowed them to do that, and it was just euphoria because of what you just described. They get to rest, and they realize the advantage they have over the other teams, and just to put a bow on that, it's even more so than the Harbaugh era teams because back in those days, 2 teams got byes, and nowadays only 1 does. So that advantage is more pronounced than it's ever been. So I think this team appreciates that, realizes that, and now it's time to seize the day.
Okay, so here's the question: who's playing? Who's sitting?
I can't fathom any reason why Brock Purdy should play. I just think that, and maybe I'm a scaredy cat, scared money don't make money type of guy, but boy, I just think that the risks of having him play outweigh any benefit that you get for kind of continuity and sharpness and all that stuff. I think that you can make that up during a practice or a few practices before that first playoff game. So I wouldn't play him. I wouldn't play McCaffrey. I wouldn't play Trent Williams. Those are my top 3 guys I'm not playing in this game.
And Matt, we know that Christian McCaffrey has already been rolled out for this weekend's game. I want to get your breakdown of what you saw last week from Elijah Mitchell and how much of Jordan Mason can we expect to see this weekend?
Yeah, that's another one that's really interesting because obviously Christian McCaffrey's not going to play. Obviously, Elijah Mitchell has a long history, injury history, and you would risk getting him hurt before the playoffs. So, that seems to suggest that Jordan Mason will get a long run, and I think that's good for him. And maybe even Ty Davis-Price. He's on the practice squad right now. He'd have to be called up, and that's sort of the big question. Who do they bring up from the practice squad? How do they sort of arrange to have enough guys to play in this game? But I would think that they obviously have some reservations about Ty Davis-Price. A third-round pick last year, got demoted to the practice squad last month. I would think that this would be sort of a preseason game scenario for him where he's just getting very useful snaps. That's just my thinking. I don't know what Shanahan and the coaches are thinking, but that would seem to make a lot of sense to me.
So help us out on the bookkeeping. How many players can they call up from the practice squad? Is it 2?
It's just 2, so you would have to do it very carefully. I mean, people are asking about Jason Verrett, for example, who's on the practice squad, and that's another guy that they're obviously trying to get up to speed for the playoffs. It would be very useful for him, but if he's on a pitch count and you're only going to get, 12 snaps out of him, and you want these practice squad guys to play most of the game, I don't know if he's the best guy to bring up. I mean, these are sort of the interesting roster questions that this team has to kind of answer this week, along with some other kind of remember last year they ran out of return from IR designations. I mean, they used them all up in December. And so they had to sort of go into the playoffs with the guys on their roster. And some of those guys, like Jimmy Garoppolo, were hurt, so they were sort of useless guys on the 53-man squad. So there's just a lot of maneuvering and just kind of getting ready, assembling your best, healthiest group for the playoffs, which the 49ers weren't able to do probably to the best of their ability last year. I don't know whether that affected them, but that's a big challenge for them as they gear up for the playoffs.
Matt Barrows of The Athletic, you had an interesting piece in your mailbag about who you think should really play this Sunday. And one of the ones, obviously, the quarterback is the sexiest position, but you mentioned Sam Darnold and Brandon Allen, but you mentioned him in the context of this would be the finale for Darnold. I hadn't, to be honest, I was so caught up in Purdy mania. I hadn't studied. So Darnold was only on a 1-year deal, and it'd be your belief that he'd be looking to kind of parlay this into a gig somewhere, huh?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, I think that's the dream of every quarterback in the league. And, I mean, if we've learned anything this season, it's that Brock Purdy's the guy. And Brock Purdy's probably the guy here for the next 10 years. Oh, and Brock Purdy, he might not start this game, but he would have been able to start 17 games. So you've got a guy with durability, a guy who's, just set a record for the 49ers. So if I'm Sam Darnold, I'm not sure I want to be in San Francisco. I want a shot at a starting job. So, I mean, I'm not saying he gets it, but I would think that would be what he's after when March rolls around. And I think that's what the 49ers were thinking, too. I mean, they were very, I don't want to say aggressive, but they made it a point to sign Brandon Allen as well, and I think that had to do with foresight. And obviously they were coming off a season in which they ran out of quarterbacks, and so they wanted as many QBs as possible. They weren't sure about Purdy's elbow, all of that stuff. But I think in the back of their mind they thought that Brandon Allen could be our guy for the future. Very similar in a lot of ways to Brock Purdy. He could end up being the number 2 guy in 2024.
Yeah, and Matt, you know this probably better than most people do. I mean, we focus so much on the quarterback carousel and everything that was going on with the 49ers with Jimmy and Trey and bringing in Brock and bringing in Sam Darnold. And to your point, you look at how many backup quarterbacks are playing in the NFL right now. You look at Joe Flacco with the Browns or Gardner Minshew with the Colts, and then you look at Sam Darnold, Jimmy Garoppolo, and Trey Lance as all backup quarterbacks. So out of those 3 quarterbacks, who do you think has the best opportunity to become a starter again next year?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's Darnold. I mean, just given what he did at the end of last season in Carolina, there's so many teams that run this Shanahan system. He's now well-versed in that system. He's now spent a year under Shanahan and, sort of operating this team, the scout team at least. So, I think he's got a good case. I think he's put himself in a good position to kind of advertise himself as a starter possibility next year. And it might be a situation where it's a team that doesn't have a clear starter. They're not signing Sam Darnold to be the starter, but he'd have a shot to compete for a role. I don't know what team that is, It'll be sorted out after the draft and after free agency, but I would think that he'd be in the running.
Couple other names, Matt, that we might see this weekend. D-tackle Sebastian Joseph Day. Get on him, everybody. Get on him. Give me the story on this guy. When they picked him up, what's the expectation? And you point out, a lot of beat guys pointed out, so Javon Kinlaw has not had a great year. And, Eric Armstead's hurt, and they need help on the D-line. Who is this dude, and is he a dude?
Yeah, he is a dude, and sort of the bottom line with him is that he's played in a two-gap scheme to this point in his career. So not basically the opposite of what Chris Kasurek runs with the 49ers. So he's a guy that, again, it would be sort of like a preseason for him. He's learning the system. He just needs snaps. So he, to me, seems like the ideal guy to play a big chunk of this game coming up against one of his former teams, the Rams, just to sort of get accustomed to that aggressive one-gap style. And he's suited for it. I mean, he's a guy whose game is built on quickness. So, I think he's somebody that the 49ers essentially are scouting for next year. He's also going to be a free agent in March, and he's somebody that they could re-sign if they see signs that they like. And I think the early signs, just in terms of personality, who he is, where his skills lie, suggest that he could be a good fit in the system. He just hasn't played in it very much, which is why seeing him on Sunday would be beneficial to everybody, I think.
Yeah, former sixth rounder out of Rutgers. The Rams took him in 2018, won a Super Bowl there, and then, of course, Chargers for a couple years, and now he's a Niners. So get to know him, everybody. Sebastian Joseph Day. Another name I'm interested in, you mentioned left tackle Jalen Moore. Obviously Trent Williams is the king of the world and everybody wants him there forever, but it's not going to be forever. And just your read on this kid, and, they're one ankle. I even hate to even say it, but there's, Trent Williams' ankle is not going to last forever. And I don't know, what's your read on this kid and how important is it that he plays this weekend?
Well, the first thing we should note is that he's still in the concussion protocol. Suffered it a couple of weeks ago and then missed the Commanders game with it. So he has to come off of that, obviously, before he can play on Sunday. But, he's their backup left tackle. I mean, that's the long and short of it. And he's played in spurts every now and then. He's played well, but he hasn't yet convinced the 49ers that he's starter caliber. I mean, Colton McKivitz sort of leapfrogged him a couple of years ago in the 49ers' estimation, and I think it's just a commitment issue for him. The 49ers just need to see him be more consistent, basically do the same thing that Colton McKivitz did. Remember, McKivitz at one point, they weren't sure whether he was a guard. They weren't sure whether he deserved a roster spot. They cut him. He came back and sort of saw the light and kind of put in the required work and concentration and consistency that has allowed him to win them over and to become a starter. I think that Jalen Moore is more talented physically. He's a little quicker, but I think he's been lacking what I just described, that Colton McKivitz discovered a couple of years ago. They're still waiting on that with Jalen Moore, but certainly he has the tools to be that guy. And that's going to be a huge question mark, Murph, as this as the postseason ends. I mean, is this going to be Trent Williams' last hurrah? Does he have more years left in him? He said he has in the past, but we saw Joe Staley kind of abruptly retire a couple of years ago. It's always a question when a guy is in his late 30s, like Trent Williams is.
Yeah, and Matt, whether we're talking about the trenches of guys like Sebastian Joseph Day, maybe a Javon Kinlaw, maybe Jalen Moore, who you brought up, or maybe even somebody on the outside like Sam Womack, who we haven't seen in a while, it feels like. What young player do you think has the biggest opportunity and the most to gain from playing this weekend and maybe having an opportunity to showcase their skills?
I think Darrell Luter, the cornerback, fifth rounder this year, wears number 28. You probably only see him when he comes in on special teams, but the 49ers are really high on him Frankly, they could use a young outside cornerback in this system for depth, somebody to push Ambry Thomas maybe next year. I think they're really impressed with who he is. He's got all the physical tools for it. So I think that he's going to play a lot. I think it's going to be him and Womack playing a lot on the outside, maybe Isaiah Oliver in the at the nickel position in this game. And, once again, this would be like a preseason like role for Luter, who basically missed the preseason. That was one of the things that struck me, is that usually when a rookie has missed as much training camp, even the off season, as Luter has, he's sort of forgotten about. He's a guy you just put on the shelf for next year. They've stuck with him, and they brought him off of, I think it was PUP, and they used a designation for him. So they obviously believe in him and think that he can be a contributor. Probably more so next year than this year, but this is a nice kind of start to that, sort of gaining that experience, gaining that trust with that defense.
Maddie, the 1 seed, you get to stay home. You get to stay in your jammies for a long while.
Love it.
I'm trying to think. So in the years you've covered, it's funny, I made a mistake on the air yesterday. I thought 2011 they were a 1 seed, but they were not. The Packers were, and Eli Manning and frozen-faced Tom Coughlin upset them. So the Niners hosted that game. So prior to that, was the last time they were the 1 seed, 2019, obviously. And then prior to that, was it 1997 when Mooch lost to Brett Favre? I think it was, wasn't it?
And that was the years where they had two. That's why you got confused, Murph, is because they must have been the 2 seed in 2011. But they also got a bye that year. This year, the 2 seed gets no bye. So it's been a while. And the big difference with 2019 is that they were fighting, tooth and nail to the very end, literally the last seconds of the final game in Seattle, which was exactly the Dre Greenlaw game, which was a night game. So, they were really beat up going into the playoffs, and so they really could use that bye that they got. This one, they have a semi-bye this week and then the real bye the next week. So I don't think rest is going to be an issue at all for them. I think it's more, okay, how does Shanahan keep these guys sharp in that run-up to that first game? And Shanahan is notorious. And I only really learned this year, but I think it's a big deal. I was talking to several guys who have played elsewhere in the league, Chris Conley, a couple of other guys, and they all say that Shanahan's Thursday practice is the most intense that they've ever been part of. It's really a demanding practice, and unlike anything else in the NFL. And, my guess is that that's how Shanahan is going to keep these guys sharp. He's going to have those types of practices next week and the week after that, and kind of keep the momentum rolling via these practices.
What they call first world problems, Maddie. First world problems. So
there you go. First seed problems. Yeah,
Happy
absolutely.
2024, buddy. You made it. You got a full tank of gas. Next stop, Vegas. Huh?
Next stop, Vegas. Yeah. See you out there.
All right, Maddie.
Thanks,
Be
Matt.
good. Thanks for the hit.
All right, anytime.
Everybody should read Matt Barrows in The Athletic. He's a great read. The Mailbag, the Minutia Minute, the Minute Minutia.
Oh, anything that Matt Barrows has his name on, I'm reading, Murph.
Okay. All right, buddy.
Like, we're talking about the top of the list of
Top of the
beat
top.
writers.
Top of the top, baby. Top of the pops. Okay.
He's the cream of the crop, Murph.
By the way, speaking of top of the pops, I'll give you one more holiday digression. So I had a lot of free time. We did a staycation. I watched a lot of stuff. Dude, I watched the Wham documentary on Netflix.
Wham!
That's right, baby. The Wham documentary. And their big breakthrough was when they got a call. Because that's just who I am, brother. Who I am.
All right.
And by the way, I was entertained by it, too. Their big break was when they got a call to be on the TV show Top of the Pops, which is like the American bandstand of England. And
is it like America's Got Talent?
It was like Soul Train. Yeah, but
The Voice, I don't know.
But it's like they would have a real... They don't really have a comp to that anymore right now. There's no show that has... Do you remember TRL, Total Request Live?
Oh, yeah, of course.
It'd be more
Shout
like
out
that.
Carson Daly.
Be more like that. When they would have a big... Like Britney Spears would stop by,
Okay,
right?
yeah,
Anyway, you just said Top of the Tops. Made me think of Top of the Pops. And I wanted to pump the Wham documentary there.
Wham!
Wham, bam, I am a man. Job or no job, you can't tell me that I'm not. Do you enjoy what you do? If not, just stop. Don't stay there and rot. That's the Wham rap.
We got to
ladies
wrap
and
up this
gentlemen.
segment, Tony. We got to get the hell out of here.
By the way, here's my 10 times they were the 1 seed: 1981, 1984, 1987, 1989, 1990, 1992, 1994, 1997, 2019, and 2023. Finally wanted to get that straight.
Atta kid, Murph.
Hand it over to Papa and Lund next on the Sports Leader. Who is this dude, and is he a dude?
Yeah, he is a dude.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. Dub Nation. Murph and Marcus keep rolling on the Sports Leader and streaming live on YouTube at KNBR 1045.
Hey, we're a little past the time. Got to hand it down. No time for a face-off. We'll see you guys tomorrow. Greg Cosell Day and all that. Young Tony, California Kyle, thank you. Marcus, see you tomorrow. It's time to hand it down to the boys who I believe are down at Levi's Stadium. So when it's time for a change, think Speedy Oil Change and Auto Service, your trusted oil change, tune-up, and brake experts. You are listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station.
Shot clock off. Final 5 seconds of the half. Curry crossover three. Good! And a foul! Look at that. Oh, my goodness. I'm sure Suggs felt home alone out there on an island with Steph. He is a humbling person to guard. Houston cycling out to Suggs. There's Jackson Davis. Knocked it away. And they run it back at Orlando. Chris Paul will launch and drop in a three. Chris Paul is 3 of 3 on threes. Curry backs up and hits a three. Come on! He made Suggs bite the dust again, and then it's up to Baton. The baton, he has nothing for that.
Steph was amazing, but Steph is always amazing. Even when he doesn't score 36 points, he just the attention he draws defensively, what he does to an opposing defense, the way he opens up the floor. He's a remarkable player, and really got himself going on a night when we needed it.
What's happening?
Do we have a new opening, John?
They just screwed me up. The smallest things will screw me up. So I was like, what the hell's going on?
Did we approve this new open?
I don't know. I spoke to Walter today, but they're throwing us out, so we'll get going.
We have no say in our show.
The Warriors win 121-115. Thank you, Steph Curry, again. 12 of 20, 4 of 9, 8 of 11 from the free throw line. That's weird to miss 3 for Steph, but 36 points, and the Warriors beat the upstart Orlando Magic 121-115. I like the Wagner brothers. I like Franz Wagner. But,
Hans and Franz.
Hans and Franz Wagner.
And I like the way Clay guarded them and Kuminga guarded them. And I love Clay's comments. Monty Poole asked a question at the end of the press conference, and Clay got all introspectful, and Steve Kerr had a nice sit-down. We want to play that later in the show.
I'm glad you started with that.
Well, because I think we all should listen to that. As we talked about, you and I had a conversation about a month ago. They're not always going to be the dominant Warriors that we've loved the last 9.5, 10 years, whatever it is. But you have to celebrate who they are. And Clay played a solid game last night. It wasn't great, but it was solid. But I just like his overall perspective. And I think as we approach a trade deadline coming up in about a month or so, February the 8th, and just how to look back on and celebrate their careers. And Clay relaying the conversation with Steve, called it the last chapter of my career. Really interesting. And it is. I mean, let's just be honest here. Let's have a good final chapter. If it results in a championship or not, or even playoff success, they want that because they're in the middle of it and they're competitive. But just the grit of last night's game. And when Steve Kerr called out his team after the Dallas game on Saturday, John, he said we lack grit, connectivity, everything you need on both ends of the floor. And he knows his team is going to read all that stuff, and they hear it. And I'm sure when they got together and they show them video clips, this is where we're not connected. This is where we're not gritty. Last night, they were really gritty. And Anthony Slater wrote about the play Steph did not make at the end of the first half after he made the 4-point play. I don't know what he was doing, just leaving the short corner wide open to Gary Harris for a three, but he owned up, and the game was tied at half. But there was a play at the last play of the first quarter. And there's been a real change in philosophy in the NBA, and we asked the Saintly one about it about a month ago. Teams did not used to crash the offensive glass. They used to always get back defensively, especially when you're shooting that short corner three and you miss it. If you don't rotate back defensively, you're giving up a layup or a dunk on the other end, and no one wanted to go to the offensive boards except the bad teams that couldn't shoot. But the analytics show, and I'd like to see them, what's the odds of getting an offensive rebound? Obviously, you want certain players like Kuminga going to the offensive glass, but there was a sequence late in the first quarter. It started with Gary Payton, John. He came flying in. And that guy's just a great offensive rebounder to tip the ball alive. Podziemski got into it. Andrew Wiggins was kind of in the middle of it. It's like, here it is. This is the grit. Go get that ball. And they wound up getting the offensive rebound. Payton in the left corner, and he threw a skip pass right above the break. All of a sudden, Chris Paul is nailing threes. Now, that one was late in the quarter clock, and he had a lot of those shot clock. The last few games, though, he's been the game in Denver throughout the early homestand where they lost the 2. He's shooting the ball better. He's coming into it. And it was just a great sequence. So you saw the grit of what they can become. But really, John, last night to me was a complete eye-opener on how much better Jonathan Kuminga has gotten with the patience, the rhythm. There was the one defensive rebound he cleared, and he went end to end. And he did it with an in-and-out dribble that looked like Jordan Poole meets Kyrie Irving. I'm like, how did he do that? And he avoided the charge. The defender was sitting in the lane, gave him a little path going out to his right, and he in-and-out dribbled, and he got out to his right hand. He scored without turning the ball over. But then there were several sequences. I get frustrated with him a lot when they post him. When the Warriors post Draymond or Kuminga and Wiggins, they're different. Kuminga looks to score a lot off of that, and Wiggins wants to back you in and jump hook you off of that. That's not really what they do. They run split action, the X screen off of it, and you've seen it for years with Draymond and others in the post. These guys do it a little bit differently. You have to kind of embrace it. So Kuminga had one of those last night. That's okay. When the ball goes in, can you throw it out one time? But if you score, that's fine. But then, John, there were several situations last night where he gave up a shot in transition. I remember one with Clay diving through. He had Clay on the dive. Clay threw it back out to him. He got the ball to Steph, left above the break. Right after that, there was a sequence where he swung the ball. He got to Gary Payton, and I think Payton missed the 3 in the left corner. But he made the proper basketball play. He really is settling in. But his offensive skill on that post up to go score, either way, drop step, go to a strong hand, just across the lane in a crab dribble, the end-to-end, in-and-out dribble, did not turn the ball over. Is it time they flat out feature him more? And he becomes, and I don't know if he'll ever become this, and it's blasphemous to say it, but he has the ability. He was compared to him defensively when he was drafted, the Claw, Kawhi Leonard. Kawhi Leonard was not a great offensive player.
Well, obviously the irony is he helped stretch the Spurs
got him in
right? I mean, that's where you're going.
Got
right.
Pop
that's
fifth.
where you're going is
but
because
Pop
they
changed,
need that guy.
Pop, and I think the sit down that Steve had with Klay Thompson, that's a Pop conversation he had with Tim Duncan at the end of his career. Right. Pop brought in all those other
you ain't that guy no more. Sorry.
Well, it's not so much that, but it's now you have to evolve as a player. Right. You're older. You're going to take much less money. It's a delicate conversation. And these guys, I'm not saying Tim is egoless, but Tim came in knowing team right away, and so did Clay, and Tim had David, and Clay had Steph. But the other conversation, Pop evolved from when, Tim and David were young. It was all 4 up, 4 down, 5 up, 5 down. It was all double post. Then it got to be Manu and Tony Parker and the side pick and roll. And then he just completely stopped all that. And he went, I'm running isolation for Kawhi Leonard. Way more than he iced anybody. Sean Elliott never got isolations like that. And Sean could beat guys off the dribble. Kawhi got it, and Kawhi could score, whether it was going all the way in or mid-ranging it. As we assess, and they played Wiggins and Kuminga a little bit together last night. If they start to feature Jonathan Kuminga, John, can he score with enough efficiency where he gets to the line, he gets inside and scores, he shoots a high percentage, he does not turn the ball over, he makes the proper basketball play. When it is not you to take the ice, give it up. They bring a second defender over because they can't guard you. And the comments he made to Marcus Thompson during our break, me and the ball, that's what it's about, and they can't stop me, and the OG's got to run with me. I see what you're saying here. And now you're starting to play with them. You're starting to make the right basketball play. You're moving it. You're cutting. He played a great game, and then he blocked shots from the weak side. He does all the athletic stuff that, wow, look at that guy. That's why Kawhi Leonard was the Claw. But then when it comes time to get a hoop, and Steph may not be on the floor, you want to do it in a different way with Steph? Is it Is it time? I hate to say it because if you say I don't think they already are doing it in spurts. And if you say we're just going to feature you, will he just run off the cliff and become Jordan Poole and be highly inefficient? But I think they've been developing him the right way. And last night he played a wonderful game. And now what can he be? He scored 19 last night. It was easy, wasn't it?
Well, and he can do it on both ends of the floor. I mean, if you look at their roster right now, as you were talking, I was thinking, okay, who's their second best player as of this moment? I'm not saying in their history. I'm not saying that what they're going to be. You know,
Draymond Green.
But I mean, right now. No, right this moment.
Oh, on the
Green's
roster?
Not around. It's Jonathan Kuminga. He's the second best player on the team. So because he can do it on both ends of the court. So that's what he's got to become. And I think that finally, just because Draymond's out and all these different things, all these young players are playing, and they're playing with, you know, kind of I know they're not winning as many games, but you're looking at these young guys. I just hope Draymond doesn't come back, and sometimes he berates guys and they lose confidence. And I'm not saying Wiseman would have been different or any of these other guys, but that's not always the way. And to me, part of Draymond Green returning is not only do you need to not get as angry on the court at referees and other teams and everything else, chill out on some of these young guys, man. Like, it looks like Kuminga's having fun, and it looks like Bajemski's having fun, and it looks like Trace Jackson Davis is having fun. Like, look, we may or may not be a championship team. Right now, they're not. But let's let these guys develop and see. I'm not saying that he isn't wise and isn't smart and can't teach them a lot of things, but sometimes berating young players on the court is not the way to go.
Well, sometimes it is to do it privately, but not
that's
publicly.
Cool, man.
I mean,
I think part of their development is the fact that they're not fearful. You know, if you get pulled out, you get pulled out. But Kuminga played 34 last night. He knows now that so many times these young guys have looked over to Kerr and said, "Oh man, I screwed up. I'm going to get pulled." By necessity, they have to play now. So I think that's part of his development is we always want guys to be good right away, but here's a guy who didn't play much, didn't play in college, and then we expect as a fan base that Jonathan Kuminga is just going to come in and light it up because he was taken 7th overall or 8th, or whatever it is.
He didn't have the
but
development
now he's
of the
finally
player.
getting it.
Well, it's not finally even. It's just a process. How old is he?
But exactly.
But we've seen 21 flashes. Yet? How old is he?
We've seen flashes of it, but what we need out of every player is consistency. And I've said this a million times. They're too young and they're too old. Old guys can't be as consistent. Young guys can't be as consistent. But he's in the mode of starting to play consistent basketball now. And the other part of it is that if he can do that, that does open you up to potentially trading guys and getting better because they still need that.
Yeah, the point I'm making is I'm not trading him right now. And I want to start featuring him.
I might trade Wiggins, though.
And I think the consistency comes in being fundamentally sound. Like Pop would always say, you cannot skip steps. You've got to develop. And he's just so athletic, and he runs and jumps and he does everything, but he had to learn the fundamentals of the game. He didn't play college basketball. He went to the G League Ignite, and he was just so young. He's so raw. But now you see it last night, and wow, this coaching staff has developed him. He made so many winning glue-type plays. Then obviously he can make the athletic plays and guard the biggest threat. He can guard anybody from 1 to 4 and even maybe some 5s. You need Draymond back to take the next step, and we'll see where that goes. We're not going to dwell on that. But they did play Wiggins and Kuminga a little bit together last night. There's no reason why those guys can't play together, but you have so many guys that can contribute. Trace Jackson Davis is a player. Bajemski is a player. Losing Gary Payton and the hamstring injury looked bad. You know, on top of the torn calf, he comes right back and he does it again, and his reaction seemed like it could potentially be bad. But, you know, you get Moses Moody back in the rotation, John. Last night, Jonathan Kuminga, and you see it every once in a while where, wow, he's just learning how to play at the pace. He's a guy that plays too fast. He shoots too slow, and he loads it too low. But his overall game, just so many times last night, the ball came up top to him, and he could have just caught it and dribbled it and went and attacked the rim. He did not do it. He made the proper basketball play. And now you got to wonder, now that he's playing that way and he reads the defenses properly, is it time to really feature him more? I think they obviously are. I mean, the guy had 19. You hardly even noticed last night. He could easily score 20, 25 a game.
Well, as I was watching that game, I'm glad he had the game he did because a guy that was drafted after him, Franz Wagner, that's a nice player. And I was thinking last night, he'd look damn good on the Warriors. Now, you wouldn't have Kuminga, and I don't know who ultimately is going to be better, but that guy went to Michigan, and he's polished.
He's a different player.
Exactly, but he can handle. He's 6'10". He's a problem. And, you know, look, I'm not saying they shouldn't have taken Kuminga, but it is good that he's taking these steps forward because if he wouldn't have made it and then you had Wiseman, you had those opportunities to try to make this team better. and do what the Spurs did, which is bridge that gap between the older guys and the younger guys, and they had opportunities, and obviously with Wiseman it didn't work. Hopefully with Kuminga it will. We'll continue the conversation. Jump on. We get the text line wide open. You can give us your thoughts on the game last night. We'll continue some Warriors talk. Obviously, we're down at Levi Stadium. We got a ton of 49ers to get into. National debate. A lot of people were talking about what teams should do in terms of the end of the season. We'll get into that conversation. The Rams, if you missed it yesterday, what Sean McVay said about what they may and how they may attack this game, and we'll obviously look into the playoffs as well. We got a ton to get into. Plus, one quick thing, I don't know when we'll get to this, but a lot of people were hitting me up on the Giants. There is no news. There is no news. People are like, what's the Giants news?
Well, not
there
yet.
is no news.
But we're into the new year now.
Yeah, we got 6 weeks, man.
Right after the Super Bowl, it's time to go to Arizona. There are a lot of great players. The American-born players are all still there.
Come on, Scott
The
Boras,
Japanese players, the players from Korea, South Korea, they're gobbled up. There's some great
It's Scott
players.
Boras, man. He just
Is that what it is?
He
He's got them
clogs
all?
this whole thing up. Every year, man. He just tries to wait this thing out. It's like, let's get dudes on a roster and let's get going, man. It's crazy.
Where's Dr. Drano? We need to unclog it.
Clogs. All right, we'll get into all of it. We're live at Levi's. It's Pop and Lund on the Sports Leader.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
The Warriors pull out a win against the Magic. Can they keep it going against the champs? That story and more trending right now. KNBR.com and the new KNBR app.
Dub Nation, filter out the noise and kick it with KNBR on the gram for everything blue and gold. Follow the sports leader on Instagram at KNBR.
Steph's floor game tonight has been very good. Ow. Oh, no. What happened to GP2? Got a hitch in his get along. Wendell Carter missing that three, and Van Carroll, another offensive rebound. Gary is hurt. You got to get him out. Over the inside of his left leg, and he's still got a steal. Wiggins they're going to use the timeout because Peyton will just come back from the torn calf.
Feel bad for him more than anything. Feel bad for us too, but mainly for him. He's been out, whatever it is, 4 or 5 weeks. He worked hard to get back to this point. He makes such a big impact for us. So fingers crossed that he's not out for too long.
That is Steve Kerr postgame, and you heard that on NBC Sports Bay Area. Bob Fitzgerald on the call with the injury again to GP2. By the way, if you want to hear that Klay Thompson comment after the game, we'll play that for you at 10:30. Do not miss it, and then we shall discuss. But, as you start to get guys back, and GP2 is so important to this team, and it doesn't always show up in the stats. It's just what he does. And then you saw how he hobbled off the court and how upset he was when he did. Steve didn't provide timeline or anything. We'll find out something more today, but you could just tell by his reaction it's something. And there's 1 step forward, 2 steps back when you have an injury like that.
I mean, go back to when the Warriors traded for him last year and giving up James Wiseman in that complicated trade. Right away, they talked about, getting out of the deal, rescinding the deal, but they decided to go through with it. But he was off the floor with that core muscle injury and surgery that he had. And even going back to, earlier when they won the title and, how he took the fall against Memphis, he's had a lot of injuries. But he brings something totally different to the team that no other player brings. He's a very special, different player. He's different than his dad. He's got a lot of his dad's grit. When Steve's talking about we lack grit, Gary Payton II is going to bring you grit. And he does it on both ends of the floor. And that play at the end of the first quarter, and it was him just soaring to get an offensive rebound. That guy's a little guy, but he's an explosive dunker. But just getting up the way he got up to keep the ball alive. And then it got Wiggins going. Wiggins is tipping it 2 and 3 times. And Pajemski, he just always plays with his hair on fire. All of a sudden, they get the rebound in the corner. He skips it out to Paul, and Paul makes a three. It's like, wow, there's the grit. Moses Moody will get his rotation minutes back if he's out for a while or even a short time, but it's a different energy that Gary Payton II brings. He just connects both ends of the floor, the dunker spot. They don't guard him in the corner. He's able to make that three. So hopefully it's just, you worry about, he tore the calf in Sacramento that night, and then it was the last night, it looked like he just stumbled. You didn't quite know what. I thought he'd roll an ankle or something, but then it was a hamstring. You could tell his reaction. He threw the headband, and there it was bad. So we'll see. But, you get Moody back in. But at some point, you'd like to get whole. I think the real interesting, delicate balance is going to be the reinsertion of Draymond Green. Whenever that comes, whenever it is. And it's been kind of quiet. We did a report around Christmas week that he is going through counseling now, and there's some Zoom interactions he's got to have with Mike Dunleavy and the Warriors, Dr. Celebrini, Rick Celebrini. I don't know if Steve's involved in that or players. He's got to meet certain requirements with the league. And, he's not around the team yet, which at some point you want to get him back and getting him practice. You'd like to have a couple of weeks of practice with him before he probably takes the court. But Steve had an interesting comment saying we are giving Draymond his space and he is giving us our space. So I think the bottom line, it's good that he's been away from the team. So we could all have an opinion on whether he needs counseling or not and what's the nature of the counseling, because you're dealing with, as far as we know, situations that only come up in the highest, most competitive environments he's in, playing professional sports, and that's the way Draymond plays. But they needed to get away from him, vice versa. But last night, you start to see it all. And then when Draymond comes back, John, it begins to impact a lot of guys. Kevon Looney played a good game last night. Trace Jackson Davis is just a player.
I don't want to see his minutes go down.
Well, I mean, Draymond, you could play them both together, I guess, at 4 and 5. I'm not sure how you would do that. But Trace Jackson Davis is going to play. Does he stay in a starting role? Steve will figure all that out. But, in order for you to get over the hump, beating Orlando, on a Tuesday night is nice. But if you really want to get to where you want to get to and beat the great teams, Denver's coming in tomorrow night. Can you beat Denver without Draymond
That's my
Green?
litmus test. I look at this thing and everyone gets overly excited about beating Orlando. It's like, what the hell? Like, how far have we fallen here? Like you want to give me a litmus test of Denver, that's one thing. But when everyone's getting excited over beating what are they, 3 or 4 games over 500 Orlando young team, the expectations aren't high enough.
Yeah, I think we all need to read the Mike Silver story every once in a while. You have to celebrate the regular season, and it's not just paying the bills to get to April, May, and June, especially with this team. There's no guarantee.
Yeah, but don't you think there's a difference between where the Niners are and where the 11th place Warriors are?
I know that, but even in the playoffs, when you get into a playoff situation, there's going to be tremendous pressure on these guys, and hopefully it goes well in January. It may not. You could have an injury along the way. You could have an Anthony Carter performance where he comes in and just takes the game over. And it changes the course of the franchise for a long time, and people overreact. They get overly emotional. But, I mean, the point is just celebrate every moment. There's a process to all this for the Niners to be as good as they've been, for the Warriors to be as good as they've been. And if the win last night was a quality win, Orlando played well. And the Warriors, staff just wouldn't let them lose again at home. We've seen them do that a few times this year, but everybody contributed. They all. Kevon Looney played a good game last night. Wiggins had his moments. We highlighted Kuminga and how great he was and how patient he was. We'll hear from Clay after the game. During the game, he had a solid game, and he was in a little bit of foul trouble. Chris Paul, all of a sudden, is CP3. He's making threes like you didn't think he could do at this stage of his career. But it's all working, but you just have to celebrate a win. And now you're a game within 500. We'll see with the Joker and Jamal Murray. Will Pajemski guard him again? Do you want to change up the matchups there? Maybe you put Kuminga on him. They've got those 2 guys that can jump, obviously, the forwards you got to deal with, and Aaron Gordon and Porter Jr. But I know it's Tuesday night, it's Orlando, but that's not where they are right now. Orlando's a better team, and you have to enjoy the journey and celebrate the moments. And last night, there are times you just look at them and you're like, what is missing? Where are they off? And then you think, wow, they're way off. And then at times you think they're not that far off. So is it just the young guys, and Jackson Davis is a really credible rookie, but Pajemski fits in. And then if you could just feature Kuminga a little more, but the ultimate grittiness and where it's going to take the Warriors over the top is the reinsertion of Draymond Green. But how do they do that? Physically, spiritually, emotionally, within the locker room. How does he win the locker room over? It's going to be fascinating, but you've got to get Draymond back to being not only a great player on this team, which he was before, but he has to earn back the locker room. He said he never got that last year after the Jordan Poole punch. After this situation, does he have to win back being a leader? Can he be a leader anymore?
Good question. All right, let's play that cut from Clay Thompson. I had told you I covered about 4 games over the break because my son was in town, and we went to a lot of Warriors games and covered them. And Clay was just off. It was weird. And he actually admitted it last night. Steve Kerr talked about it, and we'll play that for you coming up next. And Opine. We're live from Levi's Stadium. It's Pop and Lund on the Sports Leader.
up, nation? Wherever you are around the globe, stream Gold-Blooded Radio 24/7, 365 on KNBR.com. This is the sports leader.
Well, Steve and I had actually a great conversation yesterday. That helped me relax a lot. Sometimes I forget just how successful and how lucky I've been to be a part of championship teams and all-star games and gold medals. And when you want to get back to that level so badly, you could kind of get in your own way. And rather than forcing it, we had a conversation about just enjoying this last chapter of my career and how lucky I truly am to still be playing this game and do it at a high level and being a better mentor for these young guys, leading by example and having my energy right every game. And he helped me realize I do have negative energy, how that affects the team in a poor manner. So we had a great conversation that just helped me change my whole mindset and forget about shooting splits or points per game or all-star games, and just to enjoy being in this Warriors uniform and appreciate what we built, because it's such a rare opportunity for any professional athlete to be a part of so much success and to try and pass that torch to the younger guys and keep this thing going.
There's Klay Thompson. Really interesting because early in his career, it was just, Klay was so laid back and he's driving the boat. And when Durant comes aboard, it's like, whatever, not going to change me. I'm just going to shoot the ball. And we've all interacted with Klay, you and I, Super Bowl party back in the day. And he, he's a great guy. I remember down here, we're at Levi's Stadium. I saw him at the 2019 NFC Championship game. I had a bunch of friends around him, all laid back, talking to all the fans. I mean, that's just what Klay is known for. But I think since the injury, and he admitted it on the podium many, many times, he's been different. And then it's maybe trying to evolve into a different kind of a player. I know that you've used Tim Duncan as kind of the comp here, but I just noticed it after going to a number of Warriors games that just he was different at the podium. He seemed conflicted and snapping at people, and that's just not the Klay that I remember. And then Steve basically addressed it with him. Steve talked about it. Klay just talked about it, where it's like, look, man, the vibe, we got to change the vibe around here. And I told you this a couple of days ago. There was a vibe around the Warriors that was weird and different. And he's kind of leading that way. But I would have never thought in a million years that this would be the guy that would struggle with this. He just seems so laid back and casual about everything.
He was away a long time. What was it, 941 days from when he tore the Achilles to when he came back that January, that afternoon, early evening on a Sunday when the 49ers are beating the Rams. It's he's been a joy to watch. And I didn't watch a lot of college basketball before he got drafted, but I did watch him, I don't know, because he was Michael's son, and I just thought he's the next Reggie Miller. Look at the way he comes off a curl and a pin down, and he's just a great shooter. And then he came into the Warriors, and Jerry West insisted they trade for or draft him, and then not trade him. There was that one off season about the Kevin Love rumors and all that. And you're like, what are you doing? And then it was Ehrman, the assistant coach, that wanted to get his defense. They put him on the ball. I remember one game in San Antonio, he's guarding Tony Parker. I'm like, what's going on here? He's guarding Tony Parker. He's taking the side pick and roll with Duncan. And then he evolved as a player. Remember early in his career, Warriors had the lead. The shot clock was off in Dallas, and he hoists up a shot. And Mark Jackson did not. He could have dribbled the game out or forced them to foul. He just took a shot. Like, what are you doing? We have the ball. The shot clock's off. We're going to win the game. Go make 2 free throws and let's get out of here. And he shot. They wound up winning in overtime. Mark Jackson did not take him off the floor. Nelly would have choked him. He would have showed him up in front of the entire arena, and you may have lost him for a while. So all that growth and the improved defense, he was Rocco. His dribbling was an issue. He had the Klay-ups. He would miss easy baskets around the goal. But along the way, Steph Curry seems kind of immune to criticism, even when he takes bad shots. But Klay made Steph work. I can't wait for when Steph does go into the Hall of Fame. And the way he speaks about Klay. Because to me, he's been the perfect pairing. I'm not even going to say, Batman and Robin and all that. It's just the two of them together, and how Klay kind of needed Steph's ease, in everything he does. Steph just makes everything look easy, even when he was young and turning ankles and all that. He just nothing seemed to bother Steph, even though it did. With Klay, it did bother him. But he found a role, and he had so many big moments. He would miss shots. People think he made every single shot. I remember a lot of stretches where he had bad shooting nights. I didn't care because he's guarding the ball. He's guarding James Harden. He's guarding Russell Westbrook. He's guarding all the guys that nobody else on your team can guard. and he's doing a great job. If that guy ever played football, I know he did. If you imagine him playing cornerback in the NFL, you never complete a pass. His feet are too quick to beat you anywhere. He's so long. Even if you do get half a body, he recovers. He's a great on-ball defender. Not a very good off-ball defender, but he was a great on-ball defender, and he became Game 6 Clay and all of that. But there was always a time, just an element to him, even though he grew up Michael Thompson's son and he was around Kobe and he was around those great Laker teams, he was a little uncomfortable in his own skin. I don't know why exactly. People are different. I remember St. Lee and I interviewing him after the 37-point quarter against Sacramento on that Friday night. He was more embarrassed about the interview than I think the game. He was really uncomfortable. But then he got to be a good interview and he settled in. I think the whole Belvedere, boat, Clay, and finding the water and all that has been therapeutic for him to occupy his mind when he was away for 941 days. I mean, he went dark. Can you imagine having the injury he had, tearing an ACL in the last game ever at Oracle? Durant's gone. The championship is over. The Warriors give you a Supermax extension right then. You're preparing to come back on draft day. You're playing pickup to get ready, and you tear the Achilles. I mean, come on. Who's ever had to do that? You go from an ACL to an Achilles without playing. So the dark moments, and he's talked about it, being in the gym with Celebrini and even James Wiseman. And so he did change when he came back. And I think he's just pushing back a little bit on the constant opinion on his game. And I think this generation of player has to deal with social media. I don't know how they do it. I don't know how they would even, could you imagine the players in the 70s and 80s and all the things they were doing, everything on the court, off the court, just being analyzed and over. They'd snap. You imagine Charles Barkley if he played during social media. He gets suspended all the time for punching people out. So Clay's had a little bit of a defensive side. I still think, even though he's cool, Clay, he seems uncomfortable in moments. And you were there at the press conference with George the last couple of weeks. I think the fidgetiness of making the paper airplane when he's talking, that's all fine, and it's part of, Clay being breezy. But is it, try not to lock in on anything taking his mind? He's still not comfortable in that situation. Even when he was a younger player, he'd try to get out of there before there's a certain law, like where Steph is going to sit there. It's just, Steph's just different. So now he's at this point in his career where I don't think he's playing as badly as people make it out to be. I think he's trying a little too hard to chase shots and not have it come to him organically. And now you're seeing Kuminga play that way. Just play the game the right way. Move the ball. They have a system here, and it'll set it up for you to succeed or not succeed. But now, he's getting a little pushback, that interaction with Kawakami. What, do you want him to bench me? And then they wound up, we kind of got lost in it because Draymond, took the shot at Nurkic, but he did get benched that night. And as we proceed forward, he's not always going to be in finishing lineups. You got some young guys here that deserve to play. You've got older guys that are still pretty good players here. You got to get Draymond back. You're not going to close every single game. It's not your right. Even though you're Klay Thompson, this has to be earned. This is professional sports. And the great thing about Steve, and I wonder about his contract and where he's at, John, and the value in Steve Kerr is clearly the X's and O's and the embrace of the moving the ball, the way they go to his own defense now, trying to connect, calling his team out about connectivity and all that. But it's also, being Tim Duncan's teammate, being Michael Jordan's teammate, being a guy that kicked around the NBA for a long, long time and was a bench player and wound up rising up and winning 5 championships, being a great college player, Ludo, everything, Lenny Wilkes, everything. And then just his humanity, his civility, his human side. To sit down, would you love to have heard a conversation between Steve Kerr and Klay Thompson that Klay just told us about, and how and obviously it got through to Klay. There wasn't damn, I'm Klay Thompson, just let me go, and we know who I am, I'm headband Klay, and there's none of that. It's because he respects Steve. So I think that's something we all got to just, when you read stuff like that, and Klay has a bad game, and we all have to have our opinion on it, this is the last chapter of his brilliant career. He's a first ballot Hall of Famer. Steph's the greatest player in the history of the franchise. Where do you put Klay Thompson? There's none of this. Say the same thing about Draymond and Steve, but Klay really made Steph work, where Monte Ellis did not. The size, the length, the ability to shoot, the quintessential 2-guard playing with the the multi-skilled point guard, the bigger player, remember they'd get on Steph for not guarding Doc Rivers, cross matchups. Chris Paul guards the other point guards. They were trying to goad the Warriors into doing that. We'll open the game on that a little bit, but, we'll put Clay on J.J. Redick and have Steph guard Paul some. We'll figure it out. We'll coach our own team. But it was but it was Clay's ability to make it easier on Steph, and I think we need to applaud Klay Thompson. That's why that one night, the 11-30-23 night, was just so beautiful, where they all came together and embraced it. So it was interesting for Klay to talk that way and to be coached that way and to be loved that way by his head coach. Now he's got to go out and do it and remember it. Don't flash four fingers at Devin Booker. He knows Devin Booker's got nothing. He hasn't won yet. He's a great player, but he's got a long way to go to be you.
Yeah.
So don't get down in the mud and, subject yourself to the criticism by lashing out. The best way to handle it is just to, I guess the way Steph does the petty kings, wait till you win a championship and then go off on him or don't, whatever. But you just can't take every critic on. And it seems like that's what Steve was saying, is just enjoy what you've accomplished and where you are and your life and where you're going. And maybe the contract came up a little bit. You don't think, 2 years, $24 million?
Why? I think it's part of the reason he's pressing, but exactly what you said. It's hard for anybody in not away from sports to come to grips with mortality, which is you aren't what you once were. And I think he's struggling with that. But the thing that fast forwarded the situation, as you said, were the two injuries. And so here's a guy that he's playing, and boom, boom, back to back. So it's not realistic. Even though he's the same guy and he's wearing 11, it's not realistic to think at 33 after two major injuries that he's going to be the same player. But as fans, I think we're coming to grips with that, but he's coming to grips with it, and it's happening right in front of everybody. And the fact where he was really good and then two major injuries, he's not, and then you're watching Steph Curry still do this stuff at a couple of years older. I mean, I think all of this is very difficult to deal with, and then you're getting taken off the floor. And this all started, by the way, he wasn't part of the 75th anniversary team, and he kind of joked about it, more the 76, but you know what? It pissed him off. And that's the one thing that I think people underrate about him, is that he's a competitive dude, one of the most competitive dudes ever, but that exterior, or at least what it used to be, where he was having fun and he was smiling and all those different things, confused people. But now it's just, he can't help it because he feels disrespected. And at the end of his career, no one's going to remember this part of it because he was so great and did so many great things. But the organization is trying to kind of, in a nice way, say, this is what your role is now, and he's trying to come with grips with it. And it's really difficult to do. And he's doing it on social media and in front of everybody. And it's just, could you imagine if, I don't know, I'm just going to say, like, everyone's sitting in their cubicle and someone's over your shoulder and every keystroke you have on the computer is scrutinized to that way. After a minute, you'd just be like, God, this is driving me crazy.
And you're coming back from carpal tunnel.
Right. And it's so that's really difficult to do in the public eye on social media and have everybody have an opinion. And Klay looks at this stuff, whether, it happens. It's hard for these guys, man.
So the 2 years that he missed were his age 29 and 30 years.
They're still
he was a great player at that point, a three-time NBA champion, but he was entering his prime. It's just because now they're robbed. So how good of a player would he be right now if he had one of those injuries or neither of those injuries, the Achilles and then right after the ACL? Are you kidding me? Who's ever had to come back from that? No one. So he's still a younger man. He has to evolve a little bit. I think he's gotten a little quickness back, but he's only 33. So how many more years do the last chapter of your career? Yeah. But, can he play? Does he want to play another 5 years? How many more? We keep here talking about Steph wanting to play till he's 45. And the way he's going, I think it's possible, but you never know.
But he's got to accept who he is.
Klay play?
He's got to accept who he is. And that's just what it is.
He's
Steve, really good.
For Steve to have that conversation with him, he needs him. He needs him, and it's the shot selection. You know what's interesting is they openly talk about Klay's shot selection, and there are times it's just so obvious. If he would just catch and shoot, how great he would be. Now, it can't always be that simple. Sometimes you got to have an escape dribble. You got to put it on the deck. When he's leaning right or left, though, you saw one last night. That's a hard shot. He did make one a few weeks ago on the right baseline that was amazing. So he's still a great shooter. But do they ever get on Steph about his shot selection? The 3 games where he didn't shoot it well, it's like, Well, who the hell would make these shots? Not even Steph Curry.
Well,
in
still to this
warm-up
day,
can
don't
make
you
these
watch?
shots.
Aren't you watching a game where he'll make some crazy ones,
Oh,
and then he'll take an absurd one, and you'll still sit on your couch and go, "What are you doing?" Even though it's him.
He's the best tough shot maker in the history of sport. But sometimes you're like, what are you thinking there? Is that just, are these all heat checks? I wonder in a meeting, do they ever like pull Steph aside and say, Steph, seriously? But then he looks at him like,
don't you know who I am?
I know. So what, well, doesn't Clay? I mean, when they get on Clay, where Clays are more manufactured by the beauty of the offense and the rhythm and the catch and shoot, Steph creates a lot off the dribble himself and just is brilliant. So he has, but I wonder when they openly talk about Clay's shot selection and it's dragging our team, and it's true, there's no doubt. Because when he takes a bad shot like that, it's a dunk or a three on the other end. It's not a good. Right. It's not a good trade-off. But do they ever question Steph's shot selection or shh? Don't say anything.
But that's probably what he's thinking. Is wait a minute, man. What about look what he just did? But that's just
that's Steph. He is the
right.
answer.
But it's almost like an older brother, younger brother mentality where it's like, well, he just did that. Family dynamic kind of thing. Like I love Clay, and I think he's great personally. I think he's great professionally. I'm not knocking the guy, and he's going to go down. That's going to go down as the best shooting backcourt and all these different things. And like you said,
maybe just the best backcourt.
Yeah, and all these accolades, there's no question about it. But it is a difficult time for him coming off these injuries where you just pointed it out. At age 29 and 30, he went from really, really great to great, but not quite as
good.
And
they still gave him the super max.
Right.
And Durant was out the door. They still gave him that contract.
Well, and again, it isn't the time for it, but we'll have a discussion of whether what is this going to merit at the end of the year. And would it be actually easier for him, not the organization, but for him to just go, you know what, I think I'll go to another team and I'll fit in with that team. I mean, I don't know, but if he already said no to what their offer was, what was that, 2 and 48?
Yeah,
so basically it's a 50% pay cut where he's saying to himself, I don't deserve this. Look what I've done for the organization. But that's not really how you do contracts anymore. You used to do a bunch of thank you contracts for what you did. Now analytics tell you the contract for what you're going to do.
Well, and also the punitive damage of being over that tax line. They got to get into that. We'll figure it out. But anyway, so as we listened to him and what he said last night, and it was really interesting to open up like that, and the coaching that he got and love from his head coach. Now that he proceeds forward and he does not play a fourth quarter, maybe tomorrow night against Denver, he's not in at the end of the game. Now the media is going to make a big deal. You got benched. You were benched. So how do you handle it? There are other guys on my team that are worthy of playing the closing minutes than me. Because when he got
that would
Phoenix,
be hard for him to say.
Well,
though.
I mean, that's a pro, but I mean, I've entered the last chapter of my career.
I don't see you saying those things.
I have to accept that.
I told you
Tim
this.
Duncan got pulled for LaMarcus Aldridge.
Yeah.
Really? Who would do that?
I told you this when I went to the Celtics game a couple weeks ago, and it was on TNT, and I sat in the press conference, and he had a great shooting night, and nobody asked him about it because when they had asked him about it previously, when he was struggling, then he had a great night. They'd go, "Hey, you had a great night tonight." You're like, "I've done this before." He'd get real defensive, and so the media asked everybody else but Clay about Clay's great shooting night, but nobody asked Clay about his great shooting night. And I turned to my son and I said, "People are kind of fearful in the media of asking him about it because they know he'll snap." And that's where it's just, this has kind of been building, you can tell, for a while. And then Steve and Clay addressed it last night.
You know what's interesting? Has Draymond ever really snapped at anybody at the podium? Like he snaps at officials and opponents. He'll get off and he'll drop, he'll use some salty language and go, but he doesn't
never really attacks anybody.
Because he's really comfortable in who he is, and he can spin it where I don't really care what you think. Right. It doesn't matter. Maybe it's Clay. He just
not
cares.
An individual.
Clay,
though.
he just cares so much that it does bother him. But I think that's the beauty of Steve Kerr. I mean, you could go hire another coach, obviously, but really, what coach is going to be able to tell Klay Thompson that?
Nobody that's not
earth.
been through what they've been through
together. That's the bond. So as you assess, you're going to bring Clay back. You're going to bring Steve back. I mean, Steve Kerr connects, and he's gone through. First 5 years it was Shangri-La. Like every year, you're going to win.
You mean Steve Kerr doesn't have a contract beyond this year?
That's what I'm saying. I mean, as you value what he does to the organization, it's not just his basketball acumen, it's his humanity, his civility, and how much these guys believe in him. What coach in the world could have that conversation with him? Greg Popovich could try, and he could say the same things to him he said to Tim Duncan a decade ago, but he doesn't have it built up. They're not connected like that. No one is, right?
Great stuff. Hit us up on the text line. Your thoughts. Also, we're on YouTube and Twitch, so get the conversation going there as well. Plus, you can see us live. I'm having really weird hair. Well, I'm
You're
having
having a good hair day.
Yeah, I mean, for me, I mean,
No, I think
for
it's
you
good.
or Tim, this isn't a good hair day, but like this
Your
would be
camera,
like a
your
2 for
position
you.
of your camera is different. It's got more of a frontal.
Yeah, I kind of like
It's
that.
right there.
A little bit. Yeah, the full frontal.
Yeah.
Full frontal.
By the way, have you seen the Pro Bowl fan voting, by the way?
No, I've not seen that
49ers
yet.
are dominating.
Are they? Let's look at that.
Dominating.
All right. You got to get back to some 49ers. We're at Levi Stadium after all. Let's address that. We'll do that coming up next. Have I given the guest list out? I don't believe I've given the guest list
Do
out.
we have guests today, John?
Yeah,
or is it just me and
Walter is just doing a tremendous job.
you? I know we got Mark Spears.
Yeah, Mark is going to talk more about this Clay situation. By the way, over the break, having gone to some of these games, I did see Mark Spears. He was looking well.
The
and,
Hall of Famer.
Yeah, I told him how much we really appreciated having him on, and he actually seemed a bit surprised.
We got
by that.
Jeff
I was like,
Garcia
"Oh."
on.
Oh yeah,
Guy we've been trying to get on for a while, and Jeff, I respect his opinion, and you saw him play a lot in Detroit, obviously, and we saw him here on both sides
Don't
of the
bring
bay.
that
I
up
know,
on
I
the
know.
interview.
That's where you guys got tight.
Yeah, we got.
Anyway, and he did TV with me for a while, but really he was trying to be a coach, and he's just a little too honest with people. But I want to hear a full assessment of Brock Purdy.
He'll give it to
and
us.
everything. And I'm sure there's some things about Brock he wants him to improve, maybe his pocket presence. He did not have a perfect game in Washington. And now Debo is loving him up, but he had Debo for a touchdown on that first third down. He just dropped him out of the bunch. But anyway, I want to hear
Jeff won't be
Garcia.
happy about it that his record got broken.
You think so?
I'll just predict that right now. He's
No, I'm
so
not sure.
competitive.
I'm not sure.
You think he'll be one of
He
those
beat
guys
him-
who
how
goes,
many-
yeah, it's great that he
He
broke
beat
my
him by,
record.
what, 2 yards?
Yeah, something like that.
2 yards he beat him by.
I'm telling you, I'll predict now.
Didn't Peyton Manning beat Breeze beat Manning by a yard?
I think something like
by
that. yeah.
literally 1
Yeah.
yard.
Yeah.
He beat him
I
by
remember that.
2 yards. Is that what it is?
I think it is
2
2
or
yards.
3 yards.
And it's nothing against Jeff. He's a super competitive guy. I don't know that he's going to be happy that his record got broken.
We'll see.
Maybe I'm wrong. That's at 11:50. Mark Spears at 12:30. We'll get into some Niners, what you just mentioned on Pro Bowl. We'll get into that next. Pop and Len from Levi's on the Sports Leader.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now back to Papa and Lund live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Purdy now chased out of the pocket, now going back the other way, a 360 spin, trying to send, throws for the end zone. Ayuk is open. Touchdown! San Francisco! Ayuk is on fire!
He still might be the most underrated 49er, Brandon Ayuk. I mean, we mentioned all the superstars.
Now. Did you see the fan voting for the Pro Bowl?
So the Pro Bowl guys will be announced tonight. And the thing is that you don't want to play in the game. You mentioned this yesterday, and you're 100% right. You don't want to play in the game. You don't want to play in this flag football game thing, but you do want to be recognized because you want to be playing in the Super Bowl. You want to be preparing.
And a lot of guys have contract incentives. If they make the Pro Bowl, they get a nice bump. In the old days, the Pro Bowl was always after the Super Bowl. But the last several years, they have put the Pro Bowl in between Championship Sunday and the Super Bowl. So the teams that go to the Super Bowl are not sending any players to the Pro Bowl. And in fact, there's no Pro Bowl game anymore. It's a flag football event that they have in Orlando the week before the Super Bowl in Vegas this year. So, but the guys still want to make it, and they do get incentivized in their contracts. But the two guys you just heard there, Brock Purdy and Brandon Ayuk, John, are the top vote getters at their position, and they are joined by a lot of their teammates. So in the NFC, this is for the fan voting by position, the leading vote getters. Brock Purdy is number one in the NFC. There's also a distinction of making the Pro Bowl and being named a Pro Bowl starter. So Brock right now is ahead of Dak. He's ahead of Jalen. He's ahead of Goff. Lamar over in the AFC. But Brock Purdy, as far as the fan voting, is number one in the NFC. Christian McCaffrey is number one in the NFC at halfback. Kyle Juszczyk is number one in the NFC at fullback. At wide receiver, number one in the NFC is Brandon Ayuk. Ayuk is on fire. Tight end, number one in the NFC is George Kittle. At tackle, number one in the NFC is Trent Williams. At guard, number one in the NFC is Aaron Banks. At center, number one in the NFC is Jake Brendel. How many is that on offense? The whole damn team. So your point the other day, and we'll get over to the defense, is Deebo Samuel not a Pro Bowler this year? All those other guys make it, and Deebo does not?
I don't think so. Just because I think people are looking at it from a stamp, especially fan vote. You know, he's not going to be 1,000, but we know what he does. I mean, you almost have to watch the 49ers. He runs it. He catches it. We know how huge he is when he misses games. Obviously, we know how big it is. He got hurt early in that Cleveland game. Or was it the first play against Cleveland?
First play of the game.
First play against Cleveland.
Just sweep.
Yeah, we know what the value
in his left shoulder.
But he maybe doesn't have the gaudy stats that some of these guys are going to throw up, so he probably doesn't. But, I mean, I'm looking at the
still
same
8
thing.
guys. Is that 8 guys on offense?
I mean, that's nuts.
And then on defense, number one defensive end in the NFC vote. This is the fan voting.
But by the way,
Nick
before we leave
Bosa.
offense,
yeah,
Aaron Banks and Jake Brendel are both.
Right, but got them both.
I mean,
and honestly,
like these other guys,
the
I
best
get it, but
interior
it's like,
lineman this year has been John Feliciano.
Yeah, he actually has.
He hasn't played enough, but Feliciano, I think after Trent, has been the second best offensive lineman. And then on defense, defensive end, number one vote getter in the NFC, Nick Bosa. Number 2, Eric Armstead. Do they leave Javon Hargrave off the Pro Bowl? Javon Hargrave did not make a top 100 player in the NFL last year in Philadelphia. Fred Warner made it at inside linebacker. Charvarius Ward made it at cornerback. It goes Mitch Wishnowsky at punter. Tabor Pepper at long snapper. Where's my guy Jake Moody? They got Ray McLeod at punt returner.
It'd be a lot easier to tell you where they didn't get the most votes. I mean, I'm looking right now. Every position offensively they did. Defensively, outside linebacker. There's no outside linebacker. Now they got it at corner. They didn't get it at strong safety, and they didn't get it at free safety. I mean, that's like 3 positions they weren't the top vote getter. That's
all right, so I believe the team record, and we had Dante on yesterday. I believe it was his team, right, in 2012. Did they ever have a year where they had more than 10 Pro Bowlers. I got to look that up, but I think that was the most. Now, what do we just count on offense? 8?
Whatever position there is.
I mean, on defense, Bosa's a lock, Warner's a lock, Charvarius Ward's a lock, right? And then we'll see if Wisnowski makes it. So when it all said and done, and this is only 1/3. What we're giving you is just the fan voting. Then you have the players and the coaches. The players. Well, let me just start with this. Well, Brock Purdy, even though he won the fan vote for the NFC quarterback over Dak Prescott and over Jalen Hurts and the way Jalen ended and Jared Goff. Who else do you want to name there? Matthew Stafford's had a really good year this year in the NFC. Do you feel like Brock will be named the starter for the NFC at quarterback tonight? Or will he just be one of the 3 quarterbacks that makes the Pro Bowl?
I would think he'd be the starter in the NFC because well, I guess there's Dak Prescott.
Dak and Jalen.
And
Goff
Jalen hasn't
or
been as
Stafford.
good.
Right.
But in the AFC,
Lamar will be in the AFC.
That's going to be tough. Lamar, Tua, and Mahomes will be the quarterbacks.
Well, how about Josh Allen?
That's going to be tough.
I think it'll be Lamar.
Yeah, it'll be Lamar in the AFC. And probably.
So what we're giving you is the fan voting. Mm-hmm. Is there a player bias when they vote for quarterback?
There might be.
And when did they have to get the votes in? I don't even like the announcement.
They're announcing it tonight.
Tonight, I know, but
to be.
But the season's not over.
Right. They'll probably break it down tonight. This could be
they
similar.
Definitely will tonight. Yeah.
This could be a similar situation to with the players. You and I talked about this ad nauseum
with Steph Curry when he was young.
Because the players disrespected him, and this.
There were years when Westbrook. Remember they got a separate vote,
right?
What they call it, a Players Association vote.
And Harden and Westbrook
won.
always beat him.
And even though Steph was winning the MVP those years and unanimously one year, they still gave it to one of those other guys. It was Harden then
because
the players thought he was just a drift shooter,
right? There was a perception of softness, and his dad was here, and he, this and that.
So Brock's just a system quarterback and a game manager.
Well, this is going to be really interesting, and I think something you and I will talk about tomorrow if that's the case, because they'll reveal the player vote and everything else. Because I don't care what the talking heads say on a national level. They don't watch enough. But what your peers think of you, and we keep hearing, I mean, maybe that's one of the reasons why Trent and Debo and all these guys are constantly Brock. But it will be interesting.
You kind of did it like him.
Yeah, it sounded like a Berman.
Chris Berman. Affleck.
Because it will be. Are they listening to these talking head shows or watching these talking head shows that are constantly taking shots at Brock? To be honest, I didn't watch anything or listen to anything during my break, so I don't know what they were saying. I have a pretty good idea after the Ravens
game. He got
game.
hit pretty hard after the Baltimore.
So I wonder if that's then the perception. Well, when does this vote take place? Because if it takes place after that game, then that's gonna tell a lot.
I mean, the fan voting has been going on for weeks and weeks.
Right.
The fan voting actually ended.
When do the players
on Christmas? I'm not sure what time.
Really?
It ended on Christmas. Now, did it end at 9 o'clock?
It ended
Probably
early.
Ended at 9 o'clock Eastern, West Coast time.
Hopefully before that game.
Now, right when he threw the 4th pick to Kyle Hamilton, I think that's when the votes came in. No, he still won that. But when I'll ask when the players voted and when they had to have it in. I'd like it to be after the season is over and have every game count towards the Pro Bowl voting, but they don't do it that way. And once they get into the playoffs, they want to put all the attention. This is kind of a lull week in the NFL where a lot of teams aren't playing their guys because they've already got positions wrapped up. So it's a good time to have it announced as a TV show rather than have it going on a wild card weekend or divisional weekend.
If the players from the 12 wins voted, he'll get a good player vote. How much did the players from the 4 losses vote because he threw interceptions and all those
players,
games?
And then what about coaches?
Yeah.
How do you think coaches view Brock Purdy? I mean, you would think they would love him.
I think coaches like him. I think front office types hate him because they all passed on him.
Well, I don't think the front office types get a vote. It's fans, it's players, and it's coaches that get the vote. So we'll find out. But what's your over/under on total Niners making the Pro Bowl? Put it at a dozen.
Oof.
Will they get 12 in the Pro Bowl tonight?
Well, this is what you hit on this before because I'm looking it up by year. But in 2012, they got 10. So Navarro Bowman, Frank Gore, Deshaun Goldson, Mike Iupati, Alden Smith, Justin Smith, Joe Staley, Dante Whitner, Patrick Willis.
Is that the most in the history of the franchise?
Yeah, I think it is because I'm looking it up.
That's what I thought it was too.
95, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Whoa, right here, 95. They had more.
What they have?
Eric Davis, Merton Hanks, Brent Jones, Tim McDonald, Ken Norton Jr., Bart Oates, Jerry Rice, Dana Stubblefield, Lee Woodall, Steve Young. That's 10.
Now, was that the 95 season?
90.
Or the 94 season, 95 Pro Bowl?
Yeah, 95 season.
The year after they won the Super Bowl. So how many they have?
Up more. 1994. Hanks, Jones, McDonald, Bart Oates, Jerry Rice, Deion Sanders, Jesse Spolu, Dana Stubblefield, Ricky Waters. That's still 10.
So 10's the record.
Yeah.
94, 95, and 2012. I thought the number was 10.
Wait a minute. There might be
Hold
1,
on.
2, 3, 4, 5,
Every time
6,
you say,
7,
here's
8,
more, and then
9,
it gets to be
10.
exactly
No.
10.
84 season, they had 10. Yeah, that's it.
Is there a max on how many one team
No.
could have?
I don't think so.
Kansas City used to have half the team would be Chiefs.
I'm going back to the 1950 season, so 10. Yeah, I don't see more than 10.
Did they have a Pro Bowl in 1950?
I don't know. But
They
that's
called it an
49ers
all-star
all-time Pro
game.
Bowlers
All-star
by year.
game.
So a few times they've had
So
10.
never more than 10.
Never more than 10.
Okay, 11. Can we just break the record? Can they get 11 or more tonight and be the most celebrated Niner team ever in the history of the Pro Bowl?
So basically your vote is a third, a third, and a third. So your
I think
fans so far
we know
like
what
them.
they're winning in a landslide at every position. And Juszczyk's going to make it. Like, how many
He
guys are
always does.
locks? Brock will make the Pro
Purdy,
Bowl team.
McCaffrey, Juice,
Kittle,
Ayuk,
Trent
that's
Williams.
5,
Trent Williams.
6.
Those are locks.
Okay.
Defensively,
Bosa, 7.
Bosa, Warner. Well, Charvarius Ward. Did people know how
9.
really good the Mooney
Yeah.
Man is?
Yep.
All right, so you're saying
Okay,
lock
so I'm
of
saying
9.
9. Now
Wisnowski, is he going to make it?
I'm not up on my punter stats, I got to be honest. I'm not on my inside the 20s and putting average.
He's having a
Could
great
somebody
year.
help me
we
out
know,
on the text line?
We know that. Wisnowski's
He's having a great year, but I don't know.
The percentage of punts that he's dropped, not only inside the 20, but inside the
Seattle's
10.
got
He's
a really
having
good
great
punter.
year.
He's pretty good. Like, what's his numbers? I don't look at
Michael
punting
Dixon?
numbers. I don't look at punting numbers.
Well, you just hate the foot in football. I'm telling you, Wisnowski's the best. That's who I would go with.
And as good as Jake Modi has been, who has not missed a kick under 40 yards.
Brandon Aubrey is the
that
choice
dude
in Dallas.
is
That guy's
ridiculous.
He hasn't missed a kick all
dude is
year.
ridiculous.
He's Gary Anderson, but he can make a 60-yarder.
That's what I mean. Like,
What a
Detroit
find
can
by
complain all they
Bones.
want, but
Where'd they find that guy?
even if they would have got that, the tackle eligible, they had 23 seconds, and that kid could boom it.
That's why I think Dan Campbell, when I got reckless, going to go into the overtime because he didn't want overtime
Right.
against that guy. Although a field goal's not going to beat you necessarily.
So I think by our approximations, I think they're going to tie.
it's going to be
10.
right there, 10, and not break it.
Well, they would need somebody like Aaron Banks.
What about how many times? I know you're looking at Debo strictly as a wide receiver, but he's half. He's Z back,
half man, half amazing.
He's Z back. He's half Z wide receiver, half running back. How many touchdowns has he scored
is
this
he
year?
a Pro Bowler? Absolutely, and he went on that 4 game streak, 5 game, 6 game streak, whatever it was, where he went crazy.
Should
but,
make it as a kickoff returner.
But I mean, if you look at the position, because there is no wide back position, if you look at just receivers, and there's some guys having some years. So I don't know, but I mean, they're going to be looking at probably 10. I mean, that ain't bad, right?
We just don't want Kyle to coach that game.
Hell no, no, that would not be good.
Why isn't he because there wasn't a game? Because they've lost the NFC Championship game the last couple of I was always the loser of the NFC Championship game.
Coached the flag football
Well,
game.
Andy Reid coached it every year.
All right, give us your thoughts. Text line is wide open. Please give me punting averages and inside the 20. I don't know.
It's
I don't have those
Wisnowski, the
down. I don't
booming
have those
onion.
down.
See that hit he had
might
on
be the-
Christmas night out of bounds?
that was nice. Plus the fake that
15
didn't count.
yards.
If
You
you
run, how many punters run 20 miles per hour?
Damn you, Ronnie Bell. If Ronnie Bell doesn't
He
have that illegal
fell.
block,
He
then add
slipped.
that.
He slipped.
Add that to the resume.
He slipped.
That would have been sweet.
Roddy Bell not going to make it as a punt returner? Take it easy, Kyle
I don't know if he's going to
Williams.
make it next week.
Take it easy, Kyle Williams.
Yeesh. Oh, wow. That is really, that's like a
Ray
knife.
Ray's coming back. Ray's coming back.
All right, we'll get more into it. Jeff Garcia, this is going to be a fun conversation about a half hour.
And he's the
with Jeff
last
Garcia.
Niner Pro Bowl quarterback
He
is Jeff
That would be
Garcia.
it,
Jimmy never made it. Jimmy threw for almost 4,000 yards that one year. He missed it by like 50 yards.
God, see his numbers this year. I know he didn't play much, but
Take it
my
easy on
God,
Jimmy.
man.
Take it easy on Jimmy.
All right, we'll continue the conversation. We're down at Levi's Stadium. It's Pop and Lund on what is today, Wednesday? I always get confused if it's Wednesday or Thursday.
It's a Pro Bowl announcement day. Yeah, today's Wednesday. Today's Wednesday.
Pop and Lund on these Sports.
Jan 3.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
Very well done. Klay Thompson gets retrospective. That story and more trending right now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Wherever you are around the globe, stream your faithful home of 49ers football 24/7, 365 on KNBR.com. This is the sports leader.
You know, you definitely want to keep the floor going, but you also want to give your body a rest. So I feel like we'll play this game for a good bit just to keep the groove going and not, you know what I'm saying, take too much time off. I feel like we're going to be going this week, like, as in practicing hard and continue to do the things that we do. And so, yeah, I mean, we just got to keep building. And, you know, we haven't played our best ball yet. So we just got to continue to get better and better each day.
So you're going to play?
Yeah, for sure.
I love that. I mean, because there's decisions to make and all that. Is it kind of a negotiation? Like, are you going to have, like, or is it, well, coach says what happens and you guys are like, okay.
It ain't no negotiation. I mean, once coach say one thing, it's all, you know, all hands on deck.
All right, that's Debo. He always gives us great stuff from the Kay Adams show. Make sure you check that out. By the way, Debo's going to be angry Debo in the playoffs. I think 10 guys are going to go to the Pro Bowl, and he's not. He's going to get really mad, and he's going to have an awesome playoff to show everybody. But does Debo have a vote in this whole thing? I know this is going to be a debate all week long about who's playing and who's not. We played a little bit from Sean McVay yesterday. He doesn't play anybody in preseason. I know that this is much different than that, but he made it sound as if not many are going to play. But Debo says, yeah, I'm playing. But I'm not sure Debo has a vote.
No, I think he's saying that because he's already talked to Kyle about it. And I think, today is install day. It's a little bit different today because you are getting ready to play a game. And just to be clear, the 49ers always want to beat the Rams. They want to win the football game. Kyle's just competitive that way, especially when you factor in Sean McVay. As far as January, middle January, when they come back and play on January 20th, the events of Sunday will have no bearing on that, just the way the events on Christmas night against Baltimore or Cleveland or Minnesota or Cincinnati, they didn't matter. The ultimate goal was to be the number one seed and get the bye. Now, you did it so well, you got a double bye. And there's a little bit of concern. I actually think the performance staff, and for the Niners, it's Ben Peterson, that will have a big say. They chart everything, the way Rick Celebrini does with the Warriors, the performance staff, and they got a whole staff of football players, people and doctors, and they can look at their bodies and how they're running in games. They wear the catapult, GPS trackers under their jerseys in the games. They also do it for practice. They can see where guys are running and what they need. Are they more susceptible? Then there's a list of guys that, if this was a game where you had to win the game, there's a list of guys where they're hurt, but they're not so injured that they can't play. That's different. When they come in, and I think that was probably hashed out a little bit yesterday, Ben Peterson runs it. Dustin Little's also involved. They got a whole staff. I mean, they got so many people on the performance staff. They're all lined up, the doctors, McAdams, all of them. They're going to have a say on just, who should not play, who really needs the week. But you're giving them not only a week, you're also giving them the following week. And then how do you practice them? What I'm going to be fascinated to watch today is how do they conduct practice? Do you do it like the ones or the guys that are going to play on Sunday? That's typically the way in season, once you start to grind for the week to week of the year. There's training camp practices are different because they don't play in preseason games. Some of them do, some don't. But I don't know how they're going to do this. Is the scout team really the scout team? Or is the scout team the team that's going to play on Sunday? I think it'll be a mix and match of guys. But I think there's some benefit for Deebo Samuel to play in the game. I know there's a risk factor of injury. They're not going to play all four quarters. The guys that we're talking about, there are certain guys that I think will not play. Brock Purdy will not play. Christian McCaffrey will not play. Trent Williams will not play.
The injured guys already, right? The CMC, Banks, Brown, Thomas Jennings,
I think Banks may play in this game. I think you may want to get Aaron Banks up a little bit. He actually played some special team snaps.
But that toe's been an issue all year. Don't you want to just not deal with it?
That's up to what Dustin and Ben choose to do. Maybe you want to play him. And again, we wouldn't play him 75, 80 snaps if you have the ball that much on offense, but you're going to play him enough to keep them playing. And then the other side of it is the football side of it. I know they won the game on Sunday, but they did not play great. They did not. They had their spurts where they dominated the game. We were talking on the pregame, and I got to commend Ron Rivera and his staff in Washington, the way they played with pride. Actually, flying there on Friday, I thought they don't want to win. They're not going to play Brissett because he gives them the best chance to win. They want to lose, and they want to get the second pick overall in the draft and take a quarterback and move on. But then they went out and played the game, and they took a lot of guys off the field, and some of them were legitimately hurt. But they played hard, and there were moments there where the Niners were not stopping their run. They weren't picking up first downs. They got back into the game. The Niners need to play better.
Yeah, but
the Christmas night game was not good. Even though they had all the yards, There were times where they were not that. And then this game, they need to play. Now it's 8 games. It's the playoffs. You cannot have a slip up. So there's a level that Kyle's going to try to get out of them. Now, you could do that on the practice field to some degree, and this practice today, Wednesday, is not usually the hard one after a game on Sunday. It'll more be Thursday. Does Friday's practice change? Friday typically is about an hour and a half, and it's mainly red zone, both offense and defense. For the guys that are not playing on Sunday, do you treat Friday more like a Thursday? And how do you treat today? So it's a combination of the practice reps and the actual game reps on Sunday to keep guys sharp, to have them play their best football when they come out and want to play on January the 20th on that Saturday. And that's a balance of how to do that. But I think there will be more guys will play. First of all, on the offensive line, you've only got 8 up. So you've got 5 offensive linemen.
Playing.
What's that?
Trent playing.
Take Trent out. Trent's different. Trent doesn't practice like the other guys.
But I'm just saying, like, if you're saying 8, you have to take him out.
Trent's different. He's not playing.
Right.
And he may not practice the whole week. He's just different. Trent doesn't get down to the 3-point stance in practice. He doesn't get down much in games. He stands up a lot. He's Trent Williams. He does things differently. Take him away from it. Do you want the young guys? How many snaps do you want to give McKivitz? How many snaps do you want to give Burford? Feliciano, to me, would be a guy who would need a day off. If Banks can play, you like him to wrap. There's some synchronous. Brendel's played so well. Do you want to play Feliciano at center in this game? I think this is a good game to have Feliciano take center snaps, maybe not guard snaps. You don't have, Jalen Moore, is he going to clear a concussion? Who's going to play left tackle if you don't? Trent's not playing, but somebody's got to play left tackle.
You do the McKivitz-Burford thing again.
You're not going to do that again. You're not doing that. Pryor's back on the roster.
But if Moore's down, right?
Well, hopefully Moore will clear. That'll be key to get Jalen Moore up for this game, but you don't want to do that.
But amongst all this discussion, isn't priority number one
to avoid injury?
Yeah.
No, I know.
By a mile.
But what's the best way to avoid injury? And it's not so much, getting tackled in the game and getting hurt. It's also, and this is where Ben Peterson, Dustin Little, and all the trainers, they have a lot to say. I'm just telling you, Kyle, and when he talks today, there was a problem when they came back after too much time off. Guys were getting soft tissue injuries around preseason games. Say you play a preseason game on a Saturday. Well, Friday, there's no practice. It's a walkthrough. Saturday, there's no practice. It's a game. Sunday, there's no practice. It's the day after the game. So you come back on Tuesday. So guys haven't practiced since Thursday, and they come back Monday or Tuesday, whatever it is.
Can you change that up?
No, because you only have in training camp, you have 90 guys. Now, you got a lot with the practice squad. You got additional 16.
I mean, in terms of trying to keep yourself in better shape, but not playing in the game.
It's not so much running and jumping. It's playing football. It's the one injury that we all remember. There were a lot of them. Jimmy Ward tore his hamstring the last rep of that Sunday after a Friday preseason game. And it seemed to happen a lot where they came back that first day after a period of time off, and they changed it where the first day back used to be the heavy workload day because they haven't done anything for the 3 previous days. Your body's more susceptible to injury on that first day back. You can't have that be a heavy workload day. Step it up. So it's going to be fascinating. Kyle has not had this when he was the number 1 seed in 19. It went down to the last inch of the last second of the game in Seattle on the big play Dre tackle against Jacob Hollister. How do they handle this? The practices are going to be more meaningful for some guys, but because you don't have a 90-man training camp roster, you've got obviously 53 plus the 16 in the practice squad, but it's up on game day. You've got 48. Do you not use a spot for Brock? Is he your not emergency third quarterback? Where you just go into the game with 2 quarterbacks, and that would give you. I mean, you would put everybody in bubble wrap and not play. That's not realistic.
Well, and I
you don't have enough
that,
guys.
But
Some of these offensive linemen,
I'm
got
okay
to
with
play.
that.
They got to play.
I mentioned this yesterday. For every what I would call these 10 Pro Bowlers, let's just use those guys as the guys. There's a backup for every one of those guys that can play. And I'm not worried so much about the devastating knee injury or the ACL or the Achilles or anything. Is something as simple as a high ankle sprain or a hamstring or a groin, which is commonplace, could happen with one of these guys, and now it compromises them in the divisional round. And I've got to avoid that at all costs. I don't even think it's close. Now, there was a bunch of stuff written and said, and this team did this and back in this year, and they weren't ready and they got blown out. I don't really care about that. The Rams game means nothing. So I've got to be able to figure out a way. And these guys are super smart, like you said. Like, I got to be able to figure out how to replicate best I can game action without putting guys in those situations because I can control it in practice. So that's the challenge they face. But I think they've got to rest the majority of the guys that they can so that then they can figure out a way in practice to get this done. But I cannot expose my guys. Debo can't get a high ankle sprain and be out for 3 weeks.
Well, what if he gets a high ankle sprain next week when they come back because he didn't play?
Okay,
this is what Ben and Dustin.
I can live with that, but I can't live with
the
it.
data ahead of it. And just look, I mean, you're looking at it strictly from starters at each position. There's a sub package on offense and defense. I think the way they're going to do this is they're going to pull certain guys, and I can tell you the guys are right now.
It's easy.
Are just not going to play. There'll be more guys that'll play than you think, but they're not going to play the whole game. You will treat it like the third or second preseason game where they play a quarter, maybe into the second quarter, and then you get them out. Now, they did this last year, and they won the game at a blowout. You're in a competitive city. I know it's, in most people, it's meaningless. To Kyle Shanahan, nothing is meaningless, and especially when it's against Sean McVay and the Rams. If you're in a situation where it comes to win or lose the game at the end, how do you treat that? But I think there'll be a handful of guys that just won't play, and we know who they are. The other guys will play, and then how much time do they play? And at some point, you're going to take them off the field. But then you've also got to factor in their backups. How much time do they play on special teams? If you have injuries in the game, it's not a 90-man roster anymore. It's a 48-man roster now, and it's difficult to manage it. And then, Kyle's competitive. So, and then, the data does show your worry is that a guy's going to suffer a soft tissue injury in the game. The data may show if he skips this game and we bring him back to a hard practice, and when they practice the week of the wild card, when everybody else is playing on that weekend and the Niners are not, he's gonna practice those guys hard because they're not playing for a game on Sunday. So how do you manage that? How much time do you give them off? I don't even know what the CBA says for rules. During the bye week, you've got to give guys time off. I don't think they have those rules when you're preparing for a playoff game, but you also have to bring these guys back for the wild card week of practice and to keep them sharp. And if they did nothing in this game and the day before the game and the day after the game, are they more susceptible to injury when you bring them back for a hard practice week when there's no game coming up?
I just know that if and they're not going to play Brock Purdy, but Brock Purdy, Trent, Bosa, Debo, Ward, if Javarius Ward isn't around for the playoffs, they're not going to the Super Bowl. I mean, flat out. There's too many good teams who can throw the football the way that they can. If you went up against the Rams with Nakua and that whole crew of wide receiver, Cooper Kupp, you're in trouble.
Charvarius is not going to play.
No, I know that. But
I think the question would be more Nick Bosa.
The hard part.
I think you may want to play Nick Bosa a little bit in this game. I think you may want to.
Because think about this. I have enough depth.
He doesn't have to play the whole. Just a few snaps in certain situations. He may. Well, we'll see how it goes.
I'm just saying those kind of things where I get it, but that's down the line, and I think that immediately you have to think about it. I can't put him in that position. Certain guys got to play. You're right. The offensive line, there's just not enough backups to play all those, to rest all those guys. But there's certain positions. There's a ton of depth on the defensive line. Hargrave shouldn't play. Bosa shouldn't play. Those kind of guys. Fred Warner shouldn't play. They've got young linebackers and guys like Winters and Graham who haven't played all year long that can play. Gibson shouldn't play in the secondary. He's an older guy. I mean, I can't expose these guys. We will see. Yeah, all that. All right, give us your thoughts. Text line is wide open. Jeff Garcia is going to join us in 15. He's going to be a fun conversation because he'll give us an honest assessment as a QB coach, too, on Brock Purdy, a guy who just broke his records, and I have a feeling that Jeff's not going to be happy about that. That's just all I can. We'll see. That'll be a good conversation to have. We'll do that with Jeff in about 15 minutes. Pop and Lund, live from Levi's on the Sports Center. It is always great in this new year to talk to our good friend Steve Moskowitz LLP, and he's got the answers to all your tax issues, including this huge one, Steve. What happens if you can't pay your taxes?
Call us. Let us take care of it for you. Here it is, January 3rd. 2024 is just beginning. And I know people make all kinds of New Year's resolutions. They're going to lose weight. and they're going to stop smoking, and they're going to eat healthy food and do all kinds of things and exercise. Well, financial considerations are up there too. Think of what you could do for yourself, your family, your business, your marriage, if you let us resolve your tax problems for you. The first thing we'll do is listen to you. We'll hear what you have to say. We'll hear your story. And then we're going to explain all your options to you. You have a lot of good options. And then we want to go to the government for you. So you don't have to talk to them, deal with them, have anything to do with them. And then we want to solve your tax problem and give you your life back. Let this year, 2024, be the year you turn things around and put these tax problems in the rearview mirror.
If you can't pay your taxes, don't panic. Steve Moskowitz has got your back on that in this new year. Go to MoskowitzLLP.com or simply call 888-TAX-DEAL. That's 1-888-TAX-DEAL.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. We are your proud home of 49ers football. KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
I think as players, we know who the best refs are. And, you know, like I say this guy's name a lot, but he was the best. Gene Steratore was the best. And I think there was too many times over the years where it wasn't a true meritocracy for the playoffs. Because you'd be in these games in the playoffs, you know, you got 4 wildcard games, right, the first weekend, and then 4 divisional games, and then 2. So do you really need to have 10, counting at Super Bowl, 11 of the 16 or 17 crews be represented? No, you don't. You don't. You just have the same, maybe the top 4, or maybe you go to 6 at the most. It should be the top of the top. And Gene, and what I'm saying is that Gene and his crew should have been reffing every single round. That doesn't make any sense. You're giving like important playoff games to, in this example, the 8th, 9th, 10th, and 11th rated crews. Those are important games.
Oh, that's Aaron Rodgers' weekly appearance on the Pat McAfee show. That wasn't the most controversial thing he said, but since he said that, before we get into the most controversial thing he said, it involves Jimmy Kimmel, and it's kind of interesting. Jeff Garcia is going to join us in 10 minutes. and we'll talk some Brock Purdy, so stay right there as we're live from Levi Stadium. First of all, he mentioned Gene Steratore, who, let's be honest, when we were at the Super Bowl, 49ers Super Bowl 54 in Miami, it was fortunate to have both Mike Pereira and Gene Steratore with us live. And you and Gene, man, you guys had a little bit of a love fest there.
And it's not even, and Mike gets on me because it's fellow Italian to Italian.
Exactly
but everything Aaron Rodgers said, and Ed Hockley was terrific. There were, what the problem is, television pulled a lot of these guys away. Mike Pereira was never a white hat, but he was a good official. Then he became the supervisor of league officials. And Mike came on one of our show, and he's coming back after a terrible back surgery on All Hallows Eve. Actually, it was the day after Halloween, November 1st he had it. But, he was bemoaning everybody, the young officials that are all in. Well, because Mike made so much money on television as being giving up the job as the director for a while, we didn't have any leadership there. And then all of a sudden, all these game officials, John Perry and
Dean Blandino.
Dean was never, he was more of a, he took Mike's job,
right.
As far as being a supervisor. But they just lost so many of the top white hats in football, the guys that are most articulate on the mic, because they either retired, Tony Correnti retired, the great Bill Levy retired a number of years ago, and then we lost Bill. He lost his life this offseason, broke my heart, and all of ours in the South Bay. Anyway, a lot of these guys just went to TV, and Steratore is still at the height of his powers, but how much money is CBS paying him? He makes more money on TV than the NFL paid him. And I do agree with what Aaron Rodgers said there. What they tried to do is, and a lot of times you could tell who the Super Bowl or official will be, referee will be, based on who gets the championship game. They don't get both. You would think the top two crews do the championship, and the number one crew then gets the Super Bowl the next week. You can kind of predict on, based on who's going to be the first runner-up or second runner-up to the championship game, who's going to get the Super Bowl. Sean Hockley's a second-generation official. There are a lot of good ones, but Steratore was so good on television. He also did college basketball. Gene didn't only just do the NFL, but he also did college basketball. And I think it was his next to last. So it was the next to last game I ever did, a home game with the Raiders, the Derek Carr index finger game against the Dallas Cowboys. That Gene was retired from refereeing after that. I think that was the second to last regular season game he did. He wound up doing some playoff games, but that's one thing that Aaron Rodgers said that I agree with, and he says a lot of things, John. But what is going on with A-Rod and Jimmy Kimmel?
All right, so I would imagine that Aaron Rodgers has probably done his last appearance on the Pat McAfee show, and we'll tell you why. So yesterday, he was on there yesterday, and he says, as far as the release of these, the Epstein papers.
Jeffrey Epstein.
Yeah, it says there's a lot of people, including Jimmy Kimmel, are really hoping that doesn't come out. I'll tell you what, if that list does come out, I definitely will be popping some sort of bottle. All right, so remember that Jimmy Kimmel works for
Is
ABC.
that all he said about Jimmy Kimmel? He didn't mention more?
No.
Yeah.
But
that's enough.
But that's on ESPN. Jimmy Kimmel, of course, the Jimmy Kimmel show is ABC. They're both owned by Disney.
Right.
So then Jimmy Kimmel, I'm going to have to clean this up a little bit. Jimmy Kimmel says the following: "Dear a-hole," but he says it for the record, "I've not met, flown, visited, or had any contact whatsoever with Epstein, nor will you find my name on any quote-unquote list other than the clearly phony nonsense that soft-brained wackos like yourself can't seem to distinguish from reality. Your reckless words put my family in danger. Keep it up, and we'll debate the facts further in court at Aaron Rodgers 12. So clearly,
did Aaron Rodgers respond to that?
Have not heard, have not seen. But given
you got to
that,
be careful what you say,
right?
Especially on a show like Mac.
Right, and given the fact that Jimmy Kimmel makes a hell of a lot more money for ABC than what Pat McAfee, or they're paying Aaron Rodgers $1 million reportedly to
Is
do
that what
McAFee's
he makes
show.
$1 million?
That's what they said.
Every Tuesday he's on.
So I would imagine that he's probably had his last appearance on that show, because if you're going to fight somebody on ABC or owned by Disney, you're probably not going to beat Jimmy Kimmel because they're making a few bucks.
Is that enough to fall into the category of slander?
Oh,
Slander
no
is the spoken word. Libel is the written word.
Yeah,
it has to be malicious. It almost is premeditated. Why? Did he just happen to bring up Kimmel's name and lump him into that, or is that done purposely and maliciously to slander him?
ESPN declined comment on whether it's examining Aaron Rodgers' role in the Pat McAfee show in wake of the very public fight between Rodgers and Jimmy Kimmel.
No, why wouldn't Kimmel just file a slanderous lawsuit against Aaron Rodgers? What does he have to lose? He's got enough money to fight it. And,
Sure.
And you're also protecting your reputation. And yet that's something you could win. And what would be the value on that lawsuit when you're talking the kind of money Aaron Rodgers has made?
Oh, yeah, ton. So, look, there are social media spats that are like, whatever. And then there's this that you go, ooh, and you grab your popcorn. Because Kimmel versus Rodgers, can you imagine that thing? I mean, Aaron Rodgers made a lot of enemies, and he doesn't seem to care. But when you, like you said, just kind of throw stuff out there.
He is interesting, isn't he, Aaron Rodgers? He's had an interesting run.
Well, I mean, from the time, what's interesting about it is, and we've had him on shows in the past, and he's kind of run a roller coaster from a nice guy, surly guy. He has a weird relationship with the Bay because his own family. His own family, his brother Jordan Rodgers was one of the Batsers and works on SEC Network now. They don't have a relationship. He doesn't have a relationship with his parents, apparently. But then he kind of has gone through a different thing, and then you saw him on Hard Knocks, and he looked like a pretty good teammate there, and he obviously has a relationship with McAfee. I mean, his persona, and it changed a few years ago. He found ayahuasca. We joked about it a lot. Went to the woods, and then
nothing wrong with that.
Was it Oregon where he locked himself in or whatever?
His darkness retreat.
He's had an interesting.
He's on a magical mystery tour. But when you had to rank all of the quarterbacks that were raised in the Bay Area, Tom would be 1. Would it be Aaron 2 over John Elway? Where would you put Jim Plunkett? Plunkett's got 2 Super Bowls. And the young man from Gilroy, Jeff Garcia, would be on that list.
You are so good.
He'd be on that list.
You are.
John Brody would be on that list.
Twice.
Where would you put Garcia? He'd be in the top 10, wouldn't he?
Love him. We'll love him.
All Bay Area raised quarterbacks. And now he's number 2 in total yardage.
And he's not going to be happy. I'm just going to say he's not going to be happy.
I am saying he's going to take the professional way out of this. I think he's going to salute
Then
Brock.
he's mature because young Jeff Garcia.
Has he been on social media? Have you heard any comment from Jeff Garcia about Brock Purdy? And his ability?
If he's being honest with us, I don't think he likes it one bit.
I want to see.
But I could be wrong.
I want to hear him.
Let's talk to Jeff Garcia coming up next. We'll get his thoughts on Brock Purdy having his yardage record broken, all that kind of stuff. It's Bob and Lund live from Levi's on the Sports Center.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now back to Papa and Lund live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Fake toss left. They roll Purdy right. Purdy throws middle. Caught by George Kittle down to the 1-yard line. And for Brock Purdy, that should do it here. As he picks up about 6 yards, he will pass Jeff Garcia. And as far as single season yardage total, he is number 1 all time in Niners history.
So that's where we're starting, huh? That's where we're starting with Jeff Garcia. Your call.
Jeff Garcia was number 1 for a long, long time, John, since 2000.
He's number 1 in my heart.
I want to get his thoughts not only on the record, and Brock going to be the first Pro Bowl quarterback since Jeff Garcia, but Jeff knows the ins and outs of playing the position, played at a high level, coached at a high level. I haven't heard his thoughts about the Brock star. I want to hear him.
Yeah, you guys used to work together. It was great seeing him on all the 49ers stuff before and after games and coaching quarterbacks. He's always been a gamer and one of our favorites. Jeff Garcia joins us courtesy of the UMA guest line. What's happening, Jeff? Good to catch up with you. How are you?
It's been a while. All is good. Life is good.
That's good to hear.
No complaints here.
All right, man, let's just get this out of the way. So you heard Papa's call on that. He's breaking your record. What's your opinion on Brock breaking your? You just seem to me like one of those guys that's like, everybody's all cordial about it, but you seem to me like one of those guys like, damn, I don't want my records being broken. So what do you think?
Well, it's not like I hold a lot of records out there. So, there was a day when I held records at San Jose State, but eventually those got broken. And 23 years later in the NFL, to hold on to that record for that length of time, as well as the rule changes that have happened that would benefit the offense, benefit receivers running down the field, benefit quarterbacks playing the game, and also the development of the game, how the offenses are run today as compared to how things were run back 15, 20, even 30 years ago. There's been a lot of changes that have increased the opportunities, I think, for quarterbacks to put out big numbers. But that being said, hey, I congratulated Brock right away as soon as it happened. I don't have a personal relationship with Brock, but through social media, and I'm not a big social media guy as far as posting stuff, but I posted it in a story just congratulating him on his accomplishments and how he battles as a player and how he is a great decision maker on the field, and just he's a top NBA point guard on the NFL field. I mean, that's really what a quarterback needs to be is you engage your teammates, you give your teammates opportunities to make plays. He's one of the best at doing that this year in the NFL. And the future looks bright for the young man. He's doing an incredible job of running Kyle Shanahan's system and utilizing the weapons that he has around him.
So his story is amazing, but your story equally. He was drafted. I know he was the last pick in the draft, Jeff, but you were not drafted. You went to the CFL and played with Calgary for so long. I remember the Raiders bringing you in for a workout with John, and they didn't sign you, and Bill Walsh believed in you, and you went to the Niners, and then you got that record. So just a little more on Brock and what you see from Brock, the decision maker. You talked about getting the ball on time and on target out to his playmakers, the way he runs the team, his pocket presence, his arm, just with all your intel and playing quarterback, just what have you seen from Brock Purdy from the very start to what you're seeing right now, Jeff?
Well, the guy has always been a winner. You look at his high school career in Arizona, he was player of the year out there. He goes on to Iowa State, not maybe a highly recruited guy, but hey, recruited by Division I schools, gets a scholarship, goes to Iowa State, lights the world on fire as far as how he played that position there, and, earned enough credibility to at least be drafted by the San Francisco 49ers. Doesn't matter if it was the last pick of the draft or whatever it was. He was drafted in 7 rounds. I believe when I was coming into the draft, and whether that opportunity would even be there or not, I think there were more than 7 rounds, and I wasn't even considered as a guy to be drafted for whatever reason. Hey, the size, the arm strength, whatever knocks there were against me, I'm sure Brock had similar knocks against him, but hey, he showed he was a proven winner. He was a proven quarterback as far as leading a team, being a being a great leader in the locker room, taking that onto the field, doing the necessary things that he had to do on the field in order to compete at a high level, which he did at Iowa State. And now he's proving that in his opportunity on the football field. I mean, I look at last year. He takes over with 5 or 6 games left in the season. And prior to that, I'm looking at the 49er offense week in and week out, and I'm like, why is George Kittle not involved in the offense? What's going on here? He's getting 4 or 5 targets a game. He's not active. If I am a quarterback with George on my team, I'm going to throw a flat route, a stick route. I'm going to get the ball in his hands and let him make something happen because he brings energy. He brings excitement. He brings toughness, all the things that you want on a football team. And then all of a sudden, Brock steps onto the field, and George becomes such a major part of the offense. He's getting 2 touchdowns a game. He's getting 8, 9, 10 targets. And then spreading the wealth to the other guys, obviously, Ayuk, Debo, and then having Christian in the backfield, as well as some other weapons at your disposal. I mean, it definitely helps you. But when you look at Brock play the position, he plays the position the way Kyle Shanahan has designed that system to be played. Whether it's inside the pocket, outside the pocket, he can make the throws. Either way you look at it, he does a great job of keeping plays alive when things break down around him. He's always looking to deliver the ball, not just turn into a runner and get yards down the field. He's attacking the line of scrimmage, keeping his eyes downfield. He's finding guys. He's directing guys just like he did with Ayuk on the scramble drill, great scramble touchdown throw that he made against Washington on Sunday. I mean, great job of directing traffic, of escaping the pocket, of keeping his eyes down the field, creating space, and then making a great throw for a touchdown. I mean, those are the things that he plays much more mature and much more within himself as far as just the calmness, the coolness, the collectiveness of how he plays the game. And you love to see the energy that he brings as well. It shows how he has a great rapport and great camaraderie relationship with his teammates, how they love him, how they rally around him, how he lifts them up, how he gives them opportunities, how they play the game. I mean, it's been exciting to watch.
It's great to talk to Jeff Garcia, who was the previous record holder for yards in a season at 42.78. Brock barely beats that. You know, I don't know if you mentioned this at the beginning because people talk about game manager. You mentioned a point guard, and they take knocks, at least from a national standpoint, on Brock because of the people he has around him. And you had T.O., you had Jerry, a couple of Hall of Fame wide receivers, you had Charlie Garner in the backfield. I know that it's different now with social media and all these TV talking head shows, but did people, because it was only your second year in the league, did people discredit you too? Well, look at the receivers he has, look at the guys he has around him, because as far as I know, every successful quarterback has weapons around them, an offensive line to protect them. It's a team concept, and yet nowadays it just seems like people are taking shots at him maybe because they call him a game manager because of where he was drafted. Was that like similar to what you dealt with as well?
To be honest with you, I don't remember exactly how people even reflected upon me during that time. All I can really remember is that we were a 6-10 football team. We didn't win enough games to make the playoffs. We didn't do what we set out to do as a team, and our team goal was to be a playoff team, be a contender, be that sort of team, just like everybody else out there in the National Football League. So it probably was a little bit forgotten in the fact that here he set a record amongst some of the great quarterbacks that have ever played for the 49ers. When you think of Steve Young and Joe Montana and Brody and Wyatt Kittle, all the guys that have played the position there, and then all of a sudden here's this undrafted guy, played 5 years in the Canadian Football League, comes out of Gilroy just down the road. I mean, who's he? All of a sudden he throws for 4,200 yards, and but the team isn't winning a title like they had been through the 80s and 90s. They're not in the playoffs, so nobody's really looked at me as being, hey, an MVP candidate or anything like that. When you look at the total package of that year, I mean, yeah, I threw for 4,278 yards, 31 touchdowns, but I also ran for over 400 yards. I ran for 4 TDs. So, the accumulation of what I did in that season and the accumulation of what I did over 5 years with the 49ers, if you want to compare statistical information, you could pull up Joe Montana, you could pull up Steve Young, and you could pull up me for 5 years, and you could see very equivalent statistics, but there's a difference. Yeah, you don't have a Super Bowl, so you're not going to be talked about like those other guys are. When you look at what Manning did with Indianapolis, he had 2 Hall of Fame receivers on his side. He had a great tight end throughout his career. When you look at Kurt Warner, he had Hall of Fame receivers, a Hall of Fame running back. You have guys that are going to help you be competitive on the field. And yes, I was fortunate. I had T.O., who will end up being a Hall of Fame receiver. Jerry was in like year 18, but he was still balling and still playing at a high level. And, and Charlie Garner was a good back. I mean, the guy was productive. He ran the ball hard. He was great out of the backfield. He did a lot of good things for us. But we were not a very good football team. We were ranked 28th in total defense, I believe. When you talk about scoring defense, we were 29th in yards given up. I mean, we were always scrambling to stay in games and to be competitive. And, it was a competitive 6-10 team, but, people don't remember teams that lose. And so for me, having those yards on that team at that season and then backing it up with 2 more 3,000-yard plus seasons and another 30-plus touchdown season the next year, I mean, those are great stats. I think when you look at what I did for the 49ers, I pretty much averaged 27 touchdowns a year when you talk about passing and running, and those were great numbers. But, again, it wasn't good enough to be able to stay as a 49er. Changes needed to be had. They wanted to move people. Salary cuts needed to take place. All those things. And it's unfortunate because I grew up a Niner fan. I grew up a Bay Area guy and, really enjoyed my 5 years there playing for the team. And now seeing them back on top, seeing them doing the things that they're doing, seeing a guy like Brock Purdy step in and really manage the game. And there's nothing wrong with being called a game manager. You're supposed to be a game manager as a quarterback. You're supposed to eliminate mistakes. You're supposed to create productivity. You're supposed to give the ball to the weapons, to the guys that can make plays for you. The yards after catch that these guys get with the Niners is unbelievable. What they are able to do when they catch the ball behind the line of scrimmage and create productive yardage is unbelievable. And when you have weapons like that, like Brock has, he's done an outstanding job of delivering the ball. And the thing that he does is he delivers the ball on time. He throws guys open. He anticipates. He plays the game like old school quarterbacks played the game. You see a lot of quarterbacks today. They sit back in the shotgun. They have stagnant feet. They're waiting on one guy to get open, and then they're using their can of an arm to try to make the completion. Brock is not that guy. Brock is anticipating. He's reading coverage. He's going away from the coverage, finding the open area. He's throwing guys open. He's giving his guys an opportunity. I think he learned some lessons against Baltimore, which has a great football team, and I think he learned. It was a great game for him to learn and to grow from, and now next time facing a similar situation like that, he's going to be better because of it. That's the type of guy he is. He grows, he learns from his mistakes, he improves himself, and that's the way a quarterback is supposed to play the game and elevate the players around you, and he has done that.
And he's got a lot of honors coming his way. Later on today in the 4 o'clock hour, NFL Network's going to have a special, and they're going to name the Pro Bowl team. And certainly Brock Purdy, and he may be the NFC Pro Bowl starter, but he's going to be a Pro Bowl quarterback, and he'll be the first 49er Pro Bowl quarterback since you, Jeff Garcia, in 2000 through 2002, as you made 3 in a row. So we were talking about your 2000 year when you had the record of 42-78 until Brock passed you on Sunday, but you mentioned the next year you were 6-10 in 2000, came back 12-4 the next year, lost a wild card game. Then in 2002, 10-6, had that epic playoff wild card win over the Giants, did wind up losing the next round. And you mentioned the numbers. You had 31 touchdown passes in 2000, came back with 32 more the next year. The yardage was still over 3,500 to throw. Back-to-back 30 touchdown seasons in the NFL's not been done by very many quarterbacks. You're on a short list there. Came back with another great year in 2002, won a playoff game, and you mentioned the rushing numbers. So if we had to pick 1 year out, because they're going to say Brock Purdy is the first 49er Pro Bowl quarterback since Jeff Garcia made 3 in a row from 2000 to 2002, Jeff, which one was your best season of the 3?
I think that 2001 season was an incredible year for us. I mean, bouncing back from 10-6 the year before to being 12-4. I mean, normally that wins you a division, but we had the Rams in our division, and they were playing at such a high level. They must have been 14-2 or 13-3. I remember we lost a real tough game in Chicago that we were up. Gosh, we were up 2+ scores in that game in the second half and ended up losing that. And I remember that just being kind of a critical loss because it really changed the circumstances for us. Now, being in a situation where we were a wild card team, having to go on the road and play in Green Bay, which at that time, nobody in the playoffs, I believe, had beaten Green Bay on their home field. And we battled them, man. If you could take a game back where there's a play or two that really were a difference maker and correct that, I mean, we end up winning that game. I mean, we were in it right until the late fourth quarter when they had basically a game-clinching drive to put us away. But, we're playing in 6-degree weather. It was just the iconic Green Bay atmosphere of being on the frozen tundra. But we were right there in it. And that team, that season, was a great team. And we played great week in and week out. And, hey, there were situations where I was playing with a 3rd-degree sprain in my right knee, which happened against Chicago. I'm playing with a brace for the next few weeks until things tighten up a little bit, but we were balling. And, it was the turn of the corner moment for us as a team because you looked at the 1999, we were kind of an old team. They had to kind of youthen it up a little bit, cut some guys, make some hard cuts, some guys retired, started to get young again. In 2000, we were real young. And then 2001, those young players started to really grow up and step in and be difference makers. And we really brought it together. That 2002 season, we do win the West Division over the Rams and, have that epic playoff game and then the loss to Tampa, who won the Super Bowl that year. But then you go with the changes again. You fire the coach, Mariucci. You bring in Dennis Erickson. Again, changes that take place. And those really interrupted what could have been a great run for the 49ers during those early 2000 years because we had really turned the corner, like I said, as far as becoming youthful again. We had playmakers. Our defense was playing so much better, was a solid defense. We were competitive. We were very competitive. And, so I look at that 2001 season as really – a season where we were really on the cusp of doing some great things. We had a team that really could compete with anybody in the National Football League, and it just so happened that we had to go play Brett Favre and Green Bay in Green Bay, and that was a tough one. But hey, great year, great career there, the 5 years that I had with the 49ers, and great to see the team back on top over the last 5-6 years, playing at a high level with the weapons that they've been able to accumulate there on offense as well as on defense. I mean, that's even more exciting for me to watch sometimes is the defense and how Warner and all the boys just fly around and make plays and hit people. I mean, they're exciting to watch. It makes it a lot of fun as a 49er fan to be watching them come game day.
It is always great to talk to Jeff Garcia. It's super energy. By the way, I was just looking at that 2001 season. A lot of good teams. And like you said, you lost to Green Bay, but you were one of only 3 teams over 400 points. The greatest show on turf, the Rams, like you said, went 14-2 that year. They scored 503. Peyton Manning's Colts scored 413, and you guys scored 409. Wow. So, I mean, that's a hell of an offense you got that you were the conductor of. That's pretty awesome.
I was just the guy from Gilroy pulling the trigger. Nothing big, I mean, not a big deal. Just grew up on a farm. Hey, not a big deal coming from 30 miles down the road from Santa Clara.
Nah, that's not the Jeff Garcia I know. If you had these same rules, you'd have thrown for at least 5,000, right?
Well, I mean, you look at the first touchdown to Debo on Sunday, and it's a 1 foot.
The jet pass. Come on, man. The jet pass. Does that even count? It's a handoff.
I mean, that's a touchdown pass in the rules these days. And so how many of those have been accumulated throughout the league?
Patrick Mahomes. How many is Patrick Mahomes on that? The little jet pass forward out of the shotgun?
A million of those.
And I don't want to take away from, the play of the quarterbacks because there's some great players, and these young guys are so athletic. and do some great things on the field. But there are some things that they do and some creativity from Kansas City, from San Francisco, from these offenses that do such a great job of getting the ball out of the hands of the quarterback and into the playmaker's hands immediately and forcing that pressure on the defense to not just cover vertically, but cover from sideline to sideline. I think that's the great thing about some of these high-powered offenses is that they're forcing defenses to really cover sideline to sideline as well as vertically, and that's where the challenges come, and that's where these offenses have really exploited and flourished.
So, Jeff, before we had you on, we were talking about Aaron Rodgers in a separate topic, and the best quarterbacks to ever be raised in the Bay Area. I mean, Tom, obviously, Aaron Rodgers, yourself, I think, would be in the top, whatever number we want to put it at, John Brody. Elway actually grew up in Los Angeles. I'd forgotten that. True. He came here to play for his dad in Stanford. But interestingly, Jim Plunkett, John Brody, you obviously know this history because you're one of them. How many great NFL quarterbacks came from the Bay Area? And you definitely would be in the top 10. Would you make the top 5?
I don't know. I'm trying to think of beyond 5 or 6. I know Plunkett. I was a big fan of Plunkett, obviously, growing up and watching him play for the Raiders and what he did for the Raiders. And
a Heisman at Stanford. He won a Heisman, yeah.
I even think McMahon didn't even have not that he was a great NFL quarterback, but he won a Super Bowl. I think
Jim McMahon from the Bay Area?
I think he had a high school year in San Jose.
Really?
If I'm
Jim
not
McMahon?
mistaken.
The punky QB? The funky QB?
Yeah, you'll have to look that one up. But, yeah, it starts with Brady.
John Brody.
Yeah. I wasn't aware of where Brody grew up, but I know he was a, great 49er quarterback back in the day. And, yeah, the Bay Area has been blessed with some talented players, some talented kids, and some good quarterbacks. And it's been, it's been a lot of fun to watch this little run and to be a part of that and to, have my name be brought up again. I pretty much am just watching from the couch nowadays and, to see that I still have, especially for my kids, to see that there's still relevance. My kids weren't around when I was playing, and now they screenshot something they see on TV, and they're like, Dad, they just mentioned your name, and it's like, for a while there in Cleveland, I was the only quarterback for 20 years, damn near, that had won an opening day football game.
What?
So, it kept
Brian Sipe? How far back are we going back? Bernie Kosar or Brian Sipe or something? How far back?
Well, after those guys, right? So my first start in Cleveland, 2004, we opened with the Ravens at home, and we beat the Ravens. And then they didn't win a opening day game until they beat Carolina with the last-second field goal a couple years ago. It was like 19 or 20 years. Almost. And so, to see little things like that where your name's being brought up and it shows that, hey, you know what? Dad did have some good things happen in the NFL. Dad did do some things that put him amongst the elite at times. And so, for me, that's what I appreciated, that my kids are able to see some things because they weren't a part of it when I was playing, to be able to watch me play. But they still wonder why I'm not on Madden, though. They're like, Dad, when are you going to get on Madden? I'm like, I don't know. Who you talk to?
But on the cover,
guys are on.
Can we fire up Madden? Can we fire up Madden 2001? I want Garcia.
They got to go get the classic one.
Come on, you dominated that.
Yeah.
2001.
Well, they bring old players back and they give them a certain credit or whatever. And you got Michael Vick, you got some guys that come back and are back in the game, and they're like, Dad, you're on the Hall of Fame ballot. How come you're not?
Let's go over to EA Sports. Let's go visit them. They're right here
in the Bay Area, aren't they?
Yes. Yeah. I'll stick up for you.
Right up the road,
Where's Sandy Sandoval? Take care of that, Sandy.
I was just thinking Sandy Sandoval.
That's a good call.
Good guy.
Hey, man, it's always our pleasure. Well, what are you doing? Are you still coaching quarterbacks and doing stuff like that?
I'm not necessarily doing that.
Okay.
My kids are right in that. They're now early teenagers.
Yep.
I've coached Pop Warner the last 3 seasons with my youngest boy, Jax. I coach their basketball, I coach their flag football, I coach whatever they're doing pretty much. And I've been blessed to be able to do that, to be a part of their lives and really watch them grow and flourish and playing sports and enjoy that moment with them. I don't know if I have any college superstars or anything like that, but I'm just happy that they're playing sports, that they're learning quality things through the game of sport, like teamwork, like work ethic, like dedication, all those things that sports teach us. I'm happy that they're experiencing that themselves, and I can be there to watch them, help guide them, help inspire them, motivate them, whatever it may be.
It's great stuff, man. Dude, it's always our pleasure, man. Thanks so much for your time. We appreciate it.
Yeah, you got it, guys. Great to talk to you, and hey, go Niners.
Thank you, brother. Congratulations.
By the way, I can report this, having looked it up. Jeff Garcia nailed it. Jim McMahon played football. First of all, his family moved from Jersey City, New Jersey to San Jose when he was 3.
Wow.
Played his first 2 years of high school football at Andrew Hill, which we should know, Santa Clara County, San Jose, and Andrew Hill High School, freshman and sophomore year. But then he moved to Roy, Utah, his junior and senior year. I bet that was quite the culture shock.
So 1 year of high school football in the South Bay.
2, freshman and sophomore.
Freshman year.
And then junior, senior went to Roy High School, which is a suburb of Salt Lake City. And then he went to BYU. So he's right.
Okay.
I wouldn't put McMahon ahead of Jeff Garcia. I like
So
Jim McMahon's a really
Babs did the research while we were talking. Jim Plunkett, Dan Pastorini, we can't forget Pastorini, the great Craig Morton, Norm Van Brockland, Akalani's High School in Lafayette. I didn't know that. Craig Morton. We forgot about SI's own Dan Fouts.
Oh, Dan.
What a great player. Tom Brady, obviously. I'm talking the greatest, NFL quarterbacks.
Not to play college. We're saying guys who were raised
here. And then, obviously John Brody from Menlo Park and Oakland Tech would be there as well. So I did not know Jim McMahon.
Get Jeff in the top 10.
I think so, right?
Yeah. It's pretty good. It's a pretty good list, by the way. I don't know if it's Western PA, but it's pretty damn good.
And from Kyle Shanahan, Brock's the only guy for sure I don't plan on playing. So Sam Darnold will start on Sunday against the Rams.
Very nice. Very nice. Okay. We'll see on the rest of them. All right, good stuff from Jeff Garcia. If you missed it, just go to KNBR.com where you can hear all our interviews. Bottom of the hour, our good friend Mark Spears is going to join us in about 10 minutes. We'll get into everything Warriors. They get the win last night. Little interesting things that were revealed by Klay Thompson and the rest. We'll do that with Mark Spears, the great Mark Spears, in about 10 minutes, only here on the Sports Leader.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
The great Matt Barrows from The Athletic. He joined Murph and Marcus to discuss who he expects to play against the Rams and, more importantly, who will not, as the Niners have the top seed already sealed up. That story and more on KNBR.com and the new KNBR app.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Faithful, there's a party happening on our podcast page. Hear every interview from every show on demand at knbr.com/podcast. Now on with the show on the sports leader.
You explain to everyone that it's not an option, and you explain to them why so they get that. And it's pretty easy to understand when you got to dress 48 people so you only can pick 5, and you have more than 5 guys injured. The guys who are injured are already not playing. So how many other guys you get to pick? I can pick 2 up from practice squad. But that's all. So unless we start cutting a bunch of players, there's no other option. So guys got to be in uniform. They got to be ready to go. It's nice with Brock because he can still be in a uniform and not count because he can be the third quarterback, which if that happened, we'll decide whether to put him in uniform or not so he could go in and hand it off if that happened. But you just got to explain it to the guys. And also, you work hard to get a off week in this league. I think off week helps a lot of people, especially if you handle it the right way and stuff. And just this time of year, it allows guys to get a little fresher and stuff, which you don't want is 2 off weeks. No one gets 2 bye weeks, and we earned ours next week.
That's Kyle Shanahan on something we discussed earlier and a little bit yesterday, too. Who's going to play, who's not. The already injured players we discussed, but it will be Carson Wentz for the Rams. If you didn't know, he's the backup to Matthew Stafford. Carson Wentz v. Sam Darnold, and we'll see on the rest of the guys.
So the one guy that Kyle said is certainly not going to play is Brock Only. We were talking about the fan voting, and we just had Jeff Garcia on. He's the last 49er quarterback to be chosen for the Pro Bowl, made it 3 straight years from 2000 through 2002. We fully expect Brock to be named a Pro Bowler tonight. We expect him to be the starter for the NFC. We shall see. We did mention that he's the leading vote getter at quarterback, John. But overall, fan balloting for the Pro Bowl, Brock Purdy had more votes than any player in the NFL. He had 451,864 votes. The second most, Christian McCaffrey, 429,993. Tua was number 3. The fourth most, George Kittle at 373,750. The fifth most, Travis Kelce. So as Matt Barrows tweeted, the 49er fans more powerful than Taylor Swift fans. Well, let's not say that.
Wow.
I'm turning on us. But the Niners had number 1, number 2, and number 4. Overall, all votes. Where was Patrick Mahomes on this list? And Kelce got more votes than Mahomes?
God, I would have thought amongst fans that Kelce would have got number 1 because all the Taylor Swift.
Right,
but
she's fifth.
It's not.
Brock Purdy, number 1, over 451,000 votes.
By the way, one guy we left off our list, Steve Barkowski, grew up in Santa Clara.
We probably left a few off.
Probably top 10er.
Love Barkowski. And then a Cale Bear.
Right.
Could throw a football 104 yards, Lee Steinberg told us.
Football through that mountain.
Number 1 pick in 75.
All right, let's get to our good friend Mark Spears. Let's get into all the Warriors stuff. Plus, interesting what Clay said about the discussion he had with Steve Kerr. Steve Kerr talked about it as well. They get the win over Orlando, but what's ahead? Well, let's talk to Mark Spears about it next, only here on the Sports Leader.
Dub Nation, his work is global, but on The Sports Leader, his focus is local. Here's senior NBA writer from Anscape.com, Mark Spears with Papa and Lund on KNBR 104.5 and 680 and KNBR.com.
Well, Steve and I had actually a great conversation yesterday. That helped me relax a lot. Sometimes I forget just how successful and how lucky I've been to be a part of championship teams and all-star games and gold medals. And when you want to get back to that level so badly, you can kind of get in your own way. And rather than forcing it, we had a conversation about just enjoying this last chapter of my career and how lucky I truly am to still be playing this game and doing it at a high level and being a better mentor for these young guys, leading by example and having my energy right every game. And he helped me realize that I do have negative energy, how that affects the team in a poor manner. So we had a great conversation that just helped me change my whole mindset and forget about shooting splits or points per game or all-star games, and just to enjoy being in this Warriors uniform and appreciate what we built, because it's such a rare opportunity for any professional athlete to be a part of so much success and to try and pass that torch to the younger guys and keep this thing going.
Really interesting perspective there, Steve Kerr talking to Klay Thompson, and I was noting this a while ago that he was just different. So you could definitely feel that. Let's get into that conversation and many more things. The great Mark Spears, and of course Anscaped and ESPN, and make sure you check out his latest. And we saw this guy last week, and of course watched him in the Pac-12 at UCLA. Jaime Jaquez Jr. He's got a great piece on him.
He's a player.
He is really good.
Wow.
And of course he and Podziemski back-to-back in the NBA draft, and Pod was talking about that when he came into town on last Thursday as well. So let's get into all those things and the rest of the NBA with Mark Spears at Mark J. Spears. Make sure you're following him, reading him, and he joins us courtesy of the Uma guest line. What's happening?
You know, wasn't that Klay stuff pretty enlightening, interesting?
Yeah,
amazing.
And it also, you know, obviously with Steve Kerr's situation,
Right.
coaching-wise, like, Warriors can't lose him, man. Like, that's some Phil Jackson stuff right there. That's some, you know, really philosophical stuff to get him to realize. 'Cause I was hearing lately that the energy was bad. And certainly it's, by the sound of it, Klay is thinking more individual than team. And so for Steve to be Steve and have such a conversation with him, I mean, coaching is much more than X's and O's. And that was interesting that he was able to break through, get the stress off of Klay, and perhaps this might have saved him this season.
Yeah, we hit on this the first couple hours of the show, Mark, exactly what you're talking about. And there are a lot of great coaches in all sports, but very few people have the civility, the human touch that Steve has, and all the experiences. And there's no coach that could reach out to Klay. And Klay's got to, you know, if he decides to play in another uniform, and we'll get to that topic, you know, were you ever going to have this kind of human touch from your coach? It's just, you know, if one of the assistants gets elevated, possibly, but... So how does this play out with Steve and his contract? I think last time we had you on, we kind of wondered about that. I mean, he's in the final year of his contract. Do you ever see Steve, coaching for another team? Is he going to retire after the Olympic experience in Paris? Will they re-sign him? The number now for a coach has gotten so high with Monty's extension in Detroit and Pops in San Antonio. And then the Clay element, the report was he was offered a 2-year deal at $24 million per, which is a lot of money. But for Klay Thompson, who was thinking about a max contract last spring, that's nowhere near max. So where do you see this going with the two principals in the conversation and Klay articulating what Steve meant to him contractually with the head coach and with Klay Thompson, Mark?
Yeah, I mean, your Warriors have to be careful. You start from scratch and you get another coach and it may not fit. I mean, like when you have a star like Steph Curry, he's look, if Steph didn't want Steve to be around, Steve would have been gone, right? Let's be real about it. And so if he has this much comfortability with him, this much, faith in him, I don't think you can change. I think they're going to have to pay. And I think it certainly takes pressure off of Kerr. It takes pressure off the team. It takes the cloud away, that constantly the elephant in the room away if you get it done. And to me, that was the Clay situation and how Steve handled it was just another example. I mean, and then I was actually thinking about this, Pop, his son is coaching in Santa Cruz, right? They got to be keeping him, man. I just don't. Maybe there's just some behind the scenes dancing or whatever, but I don't see Steve anywhere else. I do know that he really enjoyed doing television, but maybe Doc beat him to the punch, right, in terms of getting the number one spot. But, I mean, that's another thing that I do think the Warriors need to be worried about. And I'm kind of getting deep into this, is that, my company obviously is going to re-up with the NBA. I assume Turner is. But there's also talk about, 2 other companies, which you could read about it, coming in and getting a piece of the NBA. So who's to say that one of these TV companies trying to make a splash doesn't reach back to Steve and say, hey, I know you used to do this. Are you interested in doing this again? And we'll pay you a lot of money to do it, right? So I wouldn't play with fire, because I know these TV deals are coming up and they want to get marquee names and they want to get people to watch. And so paying big money for somebody like Steve Kerr is just something that you do. So,
I think you bring up a great point, because
don't play with fire.
Well, Mark,
don't play with fire with it.
The NFL did that, and they started paying guys a bunch of money, and Amazon gets involved. You start getting these big time money entities involved, and
they pay that much for a basketball analyst, more than a coaching contract. What's Monty making now, or Pop?
It kind of reminds me though of John Lynch with the Niners. You need a lot of money out there.
What are they paying Aikman?
Right, $15 million. Like football does such great ratings. I mean, Steve
it's going to take you more games to get it.
Did Steve make half doing on television what he could as a head coach in the NBA?
Well, that's what I'm saying, is you got these entities that are going to want people to be excited about watching Monday Night Basketball or whatever it is.
Right.
So they're going to want to make a splash. They're going to want to get. So that's my point is, if I'm the Warriors, I'm taking care of them now, because I don't want somebody to start thinking, well, I mean, if he's about to be available, right?
Right.
Why not see if he's interested?
Well, he's available now.
High profile.
What about Clay, Mark? I mean, was the offer correct? It was reported 2 years, $24 million each, and is that on the table still or no? And where do you think this goes with Clay?
I don't know if it's still on the table. If I'm him, I take it. It still is. I run and sign it and move forward, and I'm sure that will take a lot of press. I think that's. I mean, let's be real. I mean, that's very, very generous, Clay, at this time of his career, right? Obviously, his ego. Not saying it's bad. It's a healthy ego. Perhaps maybe says no. I need more than that. I deserve more than that. I've done more than that. And the Warriors may counter and say, well, we gave you a big contract when you were hurt. We had faith in you when you were hurt.
For 2 years. He got the second year. He got hurt again.
Yeah. So, I mean, it's hard for me to say because I'm not him, right? It's not my pocket. It's not my money. If I was him, I probably would take it and continue to build your legacy and continue to build your statue that will get built regardless, right? But, Klay to me does not appear to be a guy that I can see go to another franchise at this point in his career and start from scratch. Like, he is Golden State Warriors basketball. He is a guy that's going to, have his jersey in the rafters. And I still remember talking to Tony Parker, right? And he was unhappy about his role at the end in San Antonio. And they were going to start DeJounte Murray, and they were going to bring him off the bench. So Tony decided to go, if I'm going to come off the bench, I'm going to come off the bench somewhere else. I'm not going to do it at San Antonio. So he went to Charlotte. And what happened was it was the first time in his career that he was in a position not to make the postseason. And he hated it. And he I don't know, you guys can think of somebody. Tony Parker retired with 1 year left on his deal. He didn't even want to play anymore. And I think if he could do it over again, he just would have finished out in San Antonio. It's just really weird to have that at the end of his bubblegum card, Charlotte, right?
I kind of forgot that, to be honest with you.
Yeah, and I just think that, if that could be a situation, if Klay goes somewhere else for a check, I could just see him being, he's certainly an amazing, eccentric guy, just to go somewhere else and start from scratch and, okay, I'm in Indiana, I ain't got a boat. I can't bring my boat here, right? Like to change his routine and get to meet.
You could to Newport Beach, though. You could bring it there.
Yeah, he could. But he just. I think it'd be really hard for him to start from scratch this late in his career, man. And to the Warriors' credit, I keep hearing, and I actually talked to Chris Paul's wife about it, about how well they treat not only the players but their family members here. And the Chris Paul family has jumped around. He's been at different places. He knows what's great and he knows what's not great, right? And so you got to start from scratch with that too. I think the Warriors are in a position of, I don't know if it's a position of power, but I think it could be a little fearful for Klay to start from scratch now.
I think it's like a lot of us who are not even athletes. You haven't entered this because you're still as badass as ever, but where you're dealing with mortality. And like Tim Duncan, you said Tony Parker didn't handle it well. Tim Duncan did, like evolving roles. You're a little bit less. You may not be in the finishing lineup. And I was telling Pop this weeks ago, this doesn't surprise me at all because I saw you at one of these games. I covered a bunch of games, and it was just odd. It was just weird. There was a Celtics game that was on TNT a couple of weeks ago, and Klay actually played well in it. And the media asked everybody but Klay about Klay's night because Klay would snap at you. It's like, I've been doing this for years. This isn't a surprise. Like, he just is on edge with this. And I think it's partly because it's hard coming to grips with your mortality that maybe you weren't what you once were. But at 33, after two major injuries, who could blame him? But I'm not saying it's easy because it's not easy for anybody, no matter what you do for a living.
Yeah. Well, but let's give him credit for yesterday, right?
Yeah, totally.
For being open and honest about his situation, and like for a player to say like my energy wasn't good, and it was having an impact on the team. Like, wow, I mean that's about as honest as it gets, right? And so maybe this propels him to being more of the old Klay the rest of the way, and makes that contract. I don't know. I'm really curious to see what he does the rest of the way and where he is mentally the rest of the way, and what it's like when, hopefully Draymond's on the back end of this and they get the band back together. Because I just feel like they're missing like It's hard for me to gauge this team right now because there is no Draymond. You know, Clay's been up and down. I still feel like they need to make a trade. And respectfully, I think Wiggins is the person to move. Like, give Kuminga a chance, and I think they need a change in that regard, and he's the bait to get it. There's a lot of talented players on the market, and but I do think they need to bring somebody else in that could give them a jolt of scoring in the 15 to 20 point range consistently.
Well, he's not going to score that much, but there is a guy that they're going to bring back at some point, you would think, in the coming days, and the deadline is coming up on February the 8th here, so we're a little over a month away. What are you hearing about Draymond Green? Indefinite, but we kind of got a little hint that it may be around this time. Does he come back before the homestand ends? You hearing anything on the return of Draymond Green, Mark?
You know, I'm hearing that he's in the gym regularly, just kind of getting his mind right and slowly getting back moving. You know, they're keeping this really close to the vest, which basically is, you know, telling me that, you know, Draymond wants to be right. I mean, I saw a report that he hadn't been in the locker room, or Steve said that, right? So it sounds like he's taking all this seriously to come back and, you know, and be back and not have a relapse on this latest chapter. And so I do expect him to be in a good place when he gets back and to give this team a huge boost. Because I do think from a defensive standpoint, and with him and Gary Payton getting hurt again, like the intensity, the detail on defense and the boost that those two guys give that team is so valuable. And so now it's just, to me, they're in a place where they got to outscore people, or they're in jeopardy, because those are two of the best defenders in the league that they're missing right now, and who knows when either one of them are going to be back.
The great Mark Spears joined us. You mentioned Andrew Wiggins, and you know there's rumors flying all the time. I think I'd heard Lauri Markkanen's name of Utah is a nice player, but what's the value of an Andrew Wiggins who just hasn't clicked this year?
That's a really good question, man. That's why I wonder if I noticed that Toronto, you know, they got R.J. Barrett, right? So that made me wonder if does Toronto have less or more interest in a guy like Wiggins now that they do have finally a Toronto person, a younger one, probably a more enthusiastic person to wave the Canadian and Toronto flag and R.J. Barrett. Like, I was like, man, Siakam or OG Anunoby would have been great for the Warriors, but your question is a great question. I don't know how much people value him. I mean, because he's not playing on an all-star level. The absence last year, recently going away for being gone for a couple games, like there's just a lot there. But I don't know, man. I wonder if I wish I could be privy to Dunleavy's conversations surrounding him and if there is any interest in him. But maybe there's a new residence could be great for him. But I always thought that the Warriors gave him the best residence because he doesn't like being the guy. He doesn't like having the spotlight. He doesn't like having the pressure. So I don't know if there's any place that for him as a person fits how he wants to work better than Golden State, but they need him to be him. And if he can't, then I think they need him to do it somewhere else.
Well, he's Canadian, as we all know. I mean, would they make a straight up Wiggins for Siakam trade?
You know, I will say this. I think the New York Knicks were brilliant in doing a trade now, because as we get closer to the trade deadline and teams start having other issues, I think for a guy like Pascal Siakam, the Raptors have to trade him. And I've read that the Pacers have interest. But I think the closer you get to the trade deadline, the more interest and the stakes or the price goes up. So if I'm the Warriors now, because I do think there's going to be an intense, intriguing trade market with a lot of teams, because no one's really like, what NBA team is stepping away from the pack right now? They're not. It seems like every team needs a little extra, right? So the Knicks got it done before it got crazy. And the more the Warriors wait, I think they're going to have more competition. So I think if you're going to do something, if you're Golden State or any team, really, to me it behooves you to try to get something done now before the true arms race begins right at the trade deadline.
5 weeks from tomorrow is the deadline.
Well, and here's the thing, too. We've seen Andrew Wiggins, but he's kind of doing now what he frustrated other teams with. And so he's at about $24, $25 million, and he's got years left on his deal.
Not a bad deal.
So what you're going to have to do with him is he's actually a net negative right now, so you're going to have to throw in one of your young players. And the way Kuminga's playing, you're not throwing him in.
Siakam's contract's up, right?
Yeah.
What are you going to have to pay him?
Well, he's at $37 a year, and then so that's going to match up anyway. So you got to find additional money if you're talking Wiggins. But the other thing, if you're going to move Wiggins, then you're going to have to talk about Podziemski or Jackson Davis or one of these young guys, because Wiggins isn't going to get you much on his own right now.
Yeah, I mean, I think you got to get somebody that can believe. I mean, we're talking about a guy that until this season averaged at least 17 points or this is the worst season of his career, right? But he's averaged at least 16.9 points since his rookie year. Something else is wrong here. He's shooting a career low field goal percentage. 3-point shooting is bad. To me, there's something mental. There's something else. You know, I know obviously he had the absence, but to your point, like, why would I open the bank for him right now? Like, if I'm a team, if I feel like there's somebody that can help me get the best out of him, to me, it could end up being a steal. That's the scary thing, is he could go somewhere else and wake up, right? But I do think at this point maybe he needs to change the scenery. Maybe the Warriors need to change the scenery. Maybe a guy like Keldon Johnson could be a steal of a addition, and a guy like Popovich may feel like, well, in San Antonio, maybe I could get the best out of Wiggs. There's like players like DeJounte Murray and Keldon Johnson and, you know, obviously the guys in Chicago. Like, I'm hearing more names of potential players that it could be up for trades more than ever before. Like, I wonder if, you know, a team like Washington just is about to throw in the towel and what do you want? I don't think Kuzma's available or anything like that. But I think there are players to be had, and you just got to do a sell job like, hey, man, I think a change of scenery is going to bring him back to what he is, and hope somebody believes you.
Well, that's an interesting point, because maybe it's another guy who needs a change of scenery, right? You're just two flawed players. Let's see if change of scenery can do them both good.
Yeah. I mean, that's but again, knowing what he's done, hey, there might be a team. Another thing is you target small market teams who, if you're a franchise like Utah or a franchise like Indiana, like, you know, you're not going to get free agents to come, respectfully. So maybe you do take a chance on somebody like that, because you know he's going to be locked in contractually there for a while. And that's why I wonder if a place like Toronto could be good for him, because they're going to, trade Siakam or lose him for nothing like you lost Fred VanVleet for nothing. So maybe Toronto's like, all right, you can come home, maybe being home rejuvenates you, and it helps us because it gives us another Toronto guy. And, hey, maybe he could, if you know, doesn't mean they can't trade him again later, but you have to keep assets. You have to have players that have some value. And so that's why I like the Siakam thing is interesting to me, because you could sell And like, look, I'm being fantasy GM right now, right? But
right.
Like, they're going to lose Siakam. And maybe you could sell them that you not only do you get a player that's been an all-star, he's from your town.
From your country.
Yeah, how can you market him, right? It's another local guy to market to help sell tickets and get interest countrywide, not only, like you said, locally. So that's the team I'm targeting, man. I'm targeting Toronto to see if they bite and get another homegrown guy, because maybe they're getting a little boost from R.J. Barrett coming back home, and another guy wouldn't hurt.
It's a good call, man. It's always great to talk to you. Thank you so much for the insight, man. Hope you had happy holidays. All well. Good New Year, good Christmas. You were working, though, right?
You'll be proud of me. Last night, I went to the Kings game, did an interview with one of the Hornets players before the game, left, and then went all the way to San Francisco and interviewed a Magic player after the game.
Wow.
So
Double dip? Double dip?
Yeah,
Working.
man. I was like, if I could get what I need out of Charlotte and say hi and kiss babies and shake hands, I did that. Left, and I didn't need to see them for a whole game. I mean, even though it was a big win for them. And then I was like, if I could get what I need from Orlando, then I don't have to drive up to Sac
I
today.
think Orlando's there tonight. He could have just stayed in Sac and done both.
Or
you don't
I
want
could
to stay
get them
there,
last night and chill and watch it on TV.
Right.
There you go.
Exactly.
Good call, man. You're the best, man. We'll talk to you soon. Thank you so much.
All right, fellas. Happy New Year.
Happy New
You too,
Year,
man.
brother.
You know, this is an interesting one, and I know we got to get to the foreplay and everything else, but real quick, Siakam's in the last year of his deal. It almost pays him $38 million, but Andrew Wiggins is at $4,109, so he's in the first year of that big deal, $4,109.
So that's going to cost you. You'd have to pay Siakam a lot more money than Andrew Wiggins.
Okay,
you want to be below that
you
tax
make
line.
this deal, but if you want to be below a tax line, you do get rid of the $109 million, but then Siakam's going to get a bigger contract.
And
than
if
that.
Clay takes $24 million down from what he's making now.
Or you just don't re-sign Clay.
Oh, come on.
Oh, I just said that. I didn't mean to say that out loud.
See, now he's got to get all angry.
I know he is. Just
Steve,
saying,
call
man.
him into a meeting again.
There's an a-hole, and I heard what he said.
I'm not going on with Tolbert anymore after what Lund said.
All right, we got your foreplay coming up, including something from our good friend Will Gavin, who we got to get him back on, because when he's on, people just go bananas.
Our friend from the
Bananas.
UK.
Yeah. And
when was I? I was on with him. I think it was Christmas morning.
Were you really?
Yeah, one of the Niners flaked out on him and didn't do an interview. So I was like, "Can you scramble it together?"
Papa.
I think we had him on.
All right,
I think I was on with him.
He had something to say. Actually, he had Brock on.
He had Brock on.
Yeah, he had Brock on. It's really cool stuff.
Brock's doing the circuit this week.
Yeah, that's right. And the rest, foreplay next. Pop and Lund on KNBR, AM and FM San Francisco, the Sports Radio Cumulus Media Station.
Time for some foreplay with Papa and Lund.
I'm Dirk Diggler.
4 chunks of audio that really get you going.
I have a gift, and I am trying to not be selfish about it, but to use it.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
We have been loving T-Rock and Papa every Sunday, Thursday, Monday, whenever it's on.
That's my favorite bloke, Will Gavin.
I'll tell you this right now. I think he goes to the Super Bowl regardless, just like us, right?
Every year.
So we're going to the Super Bowl. We would just love to drag the 49ers along with us in the trailer, but
or maybe the opposite.
Or
the lodging will be much better if the Niners go to the Super Bowl.
But I don't know how much I could hang out with Will Gavin, man. His boys, especially at that media party in Phoenix last year, they don't mess around.
He's fun.
And one of his buddies was like the UK national play-by-play guy, and he was the most plowed of the bunch. I'm like, dude,
Well,
you
Will,
okay?
Will does play-by-play every now and then. So
God, I mean, those dudes, that was like maybe the third or fourth night we were there, and he kept texting me like, what's going on? You fall off the face? And finally he came over to our broadcast table one of the last days ago. Dude, I cannot I'm avoiding you guys, man.
Yeah, he's fun.
I'm not ashamed to admit it.
He talks a big game, but he walks a big game as well.
Man, those boys.
So why are you mentioning our guy Will Gavin?
He's going to be number 2 today in the foreplay. We'll try to get
Will,
to as many of these as we can. But I'm going to play a Kyle Shanahan here. We're going to play a Kyle Shanahan here. And it's a short one, but then he expands off for a few minutes, and we'll play this for you at 1:15 about exactly how they're approaching this thing. Now, they're not going to start Brock Purdy in this game, but who else doesn't play other than the guys who are obvious, like Christian McCaffrey, already injured? So we're going to play a longer version of this at 1:15, and it'll tell you a lot more. But here's Kyle on how they're treating this game against the Rams, despite the fact that it means nothing to them in terms of the standings. They already have the number 1 seed in the NFC. Here's what Kyle said.
I mean, we're treating this as a normal week, so this is a normal Wednesday at this time of year, which means we go half speed on everything. We don't do anything full speed this time of year on a Wednesday. Brock will get half of the reps with the one, Sam will get the other. I want our team to treat this week as Brock going down on like the first play of the game. Now, that's why I want them both repping it. I want Brock to get some work this week, and that's something I'd like us to be ready for if that unfortunately did happen. Thursday, when it's all full speed, probably give Sam majority of them. We'll talk about that after today, and Friday we're back to walkthrough.
Okay, if you're watching on YouTube and Twitch,
why would he
you
say
and I
that?
both had the same reaction, like we just bit into a lemon. Don't do that. Don't say that.
Should
Don't do
always
that.
tell
Don't
the truth.
think that.
You should always be saying.
Don't say going down on the first play. Like, don't even put that in the football gods' minds.
Because he's not playing in the game. He's not going to get hurt in this game. He's not playing.
He said it twice, and both you and I looked at each other with like a lemon face. Like, no. Don't even put that out in the
today,
universe.
And the practice is later today. They moved it back to 2:00, so I'll be able to watch the entire practice. Thursday starts an hour earlier, and we can get about half of that. But anyway, so he's going to treat it. He's going to go back and forth between them splitting ones because you still got to keep Brock, practicing football and staying up. And then it sounds like tomorrow will be mainly Sam. So I'm going to be anxious to see, how Kyle does play this. But just reading the quotes, and we'll talk to him tomorrow at length, it sounds like he's going to play his guys in this game. Certainly not Brock. Brock's the only one that's going to be out. But he already said Christian's not going to play. And I don't think Trent Williams will play. But that'll depend on Jalen Moore getting through concussion protocol, which I don't really know what the status of that is. And then you got Matt Pryor, who's been brought back, who has been taking more reps at left tackle. But you don't want Sam Darnold playing behind an offensive lineman that's not a true left tackle in this game. But it sounds like he's going to play his guys, John, because he does not – one bye is what you wanted, but the double bye does impact it in the practice field. But did he have to say anything about Brock going down at any point? Let's not even think that. Let's not speak that into existence. Keep that out of the universe.
Good thing I wasn't in the media scrum there, because I would have went, no! And he would have been like, what are you doing?
Turn his mic
you
off.
Okay?
Don't ever say that again.
You can't say that.
Did he say that?
Like,
The
what's
team
wrong
meeting?
with you?
What's he doing?
You don't put that in
you
the
could
universe.
Think it. You could
yeah,
think
you
it.
can't say
Just
it.
Don't say it.
So anyway, I don't want to get angry.
We're
but
good. We're
my
good.
gosh.
Moving on. I didn't hear
All right.
it.
This is our guy, Will Gavin. As you said, Brock Purdy's kind of doing the car wash this week with a bunch of national media.
I got him tomorrow for the first time all year.
Do you really?
I really do. I said, if you're going to give him the
You're going to
Will,
wear the hat?
You're going to give him
Brock
a course.
will do?
I'm going to have him sign it.
Oh, that would be amazing. What else do you have? Do you have any other Brock stuff?
I got a whole Brock
Get that
outfit.
Brock vest
I
from
got a whole
from
Brock
Debo.
outfit.
You got to ask him about the Brock vest.
Yeah, from
How about that?
Juice's wife. Yeah.
Unbelievable.
Yeah.
Anyway, here is our good friend Will Gavin with Brock on his connection with Brandon Ayuk.
Yeah, I was just going through my progression. It was third down, and they were playing pretty soft, and they did a good job of just keeping everything in front. And then I ended up getting a guy in my face with the pass rush, and so I just tried to scramble. And once I got out into space, we do a really good job of just preaching to the guys throughout the week, like, hey, if we're in a scramble drill, got to find space. The play's never dead. And Ayuk, sure enough, is running in the back of the end zone, and I'm like, all right. Everyone's flowing to the right. If I could just get him to go back left and set up and throw and get it to him, we can make something special happen here. And sure enough, I saw his eyes, man, like 30 yards away. I could see him just looking straight through my soul. And I was like, all right, dude, go back left. And he did. So he's done a great job with that on the scramble drill all year. And, our connection has continued to grow and build. So I was excited we were able to get that done.
How about staring through my soul?
I didn't hear much of Will. All I heard was
I know.
I want more Gavin and less Brock.
Me too. I do want more Will Gavin, but how about the part where he talked about he was staring through my soul from 30 yards away?
Heavy. That got heavy.
Got pretty deep.
It was number 90 Smith, James Smith Williams, and Brock kind of ducked inside. He went left, and then he circled around and made the guy play Ring Around the Rosie with him. And then he came out far to the right, and he locked it up. Our broadcast booth in FedEx Field in Landover is literally in the end zone. So there's certain things. The game was a rumor. But there were certain running plays, and you could see one thing that was so obvious, and you watch it when you watch the end zone all 22. But when you were there, and even though we're in a weird angle, we're low, you could just see it crystal clear all day. The way Brock throws before receivers it's not even come out of their break. They're not finished with their stem yet. It's amazing to watch from that vantage point live and low, the way he throws them before, and that's complete trust that they're going to be there. On this play, the angle was so amazing. And if you hear my call, I didn't even finish. He was pointing to Ayuk to go out the other way. But there was a play in Jacksonville earlier this year where he was pointing to Kittle and Ayuk together, but he wanted them to go the opposite direction from where he was pointing. He was pointing left. He wanted them to go right. It's like, how the hell do we know that? So the defense is looking at him too. But this time, as he rolled out to his right, and he got James Smith Williams into the Ring Around the Rosie, and he turned him around, and they came back, and he was Tarkenton, and hit his foot, and he planted. I mean, Ayuk was so wide open, we could see it, but he's pointing to go that way. I'm like, okay, do you really mean to go that way?
Yeah, sometimes you would
or
say.
Or do you mean that I'm going to point left
so
and you
defense,
go right?
Right.
But he was obviously pointing to go left, but he was so wide open where Ayuk just uncovered on the scramble drill. But that vantage point all day long, and mainly it was a lot of Ayuk and a lot of Kittle, where Debo mainly runs shallow crawl. You see him. But with Ayuk, there's so many. One was going out left early in the game. Ayuk was still on the stem of his route. He hadn't turned to break out yet. And Brock already releases the ball, and there goes Ayuk. And it's like, wow. That's the faith in Kyle's system, and the faith in the wide receivers are going to be where they're supposed to be now. Because if they don't break it exactly on time, it's a pick, or it's going to look stupid.
Right, and you're like, where was he throwing it? Well,
it happened a lot against Baltimore.
It did. Yeah, that was the issue.
Yeah.
For sure. All right, we'll get Kyle. I'm going to do the long, and we got a couple on Steve Kerr that we want to get in here before we get out of here as well. But coming up next, kind of a long version of how Kyle is going to approach this game against the Rams. Plus, we have an injury list that's rather extensive as well, so it's going to be some interesting balance. Plus, they're not the only team doing this. Lamar Jackson's not starting. How are these coaches in Baltimore and here in the Bay going to handle all this stuff? And will one get scrutinized, obviously, if something happens, or maybe they're going to be rusty and they don't play well? But we'll talk. We'll let you hear from Kyle Shanahan coming up next, because an extended version of this topic that's going to be all week long. It's Papa and Lund live from Levi's on the Sports Leader.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
The Warriors pull out a win against the Magic. Can they keep it going against the champs? That story and more trending right now. KNBR.com and the new KNBR app.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Faithful, filter out the noise and kick it with KNBR on the gram for everything 49ers. Follow the sports leader on Instagram at KNBR.
Kyle, do you plan on playing Brock Purdy against the Rams?
No, Brock's the only guy for sure. No, I don't plan on playing.
All right, Brock not playing, so it's going to be Sam Darnold versus Carson Wentz, the Ginger Bowl.
Sourdough Sam.
Yeah, there you go. That will be a Sunday. By the way, my lovely bride is going because I told her, I go, that could be a really big game. I go, the Rams playing for playoff positioning, the 49ers are going to be playing for home field throughout the whole NFC. It's like, yeah, that's a good idea. And her and her girlfriend are going to go and all that kind of stuff. Wah, wah, wah.
Still a big game. What does it matter? Get in the BNY Mellon Club.
That's what I told her. I go, it doesn't even matter. Just go have a good time.
All right, so what else? Brock's not playing.
No.
Christian McCaffrey's not playing.
No.
We got Juwan Jennings progressing well out of protocol with the concussion. They got to play him in this game or not? Nick Bosa, Kyle was kind of talking about just treating it like a regular game. And I think what we'll do is treat it like last year's final game. Hopefully get a big lead and then pull guys out by, certainly second quarter, halftime. But sounds kind of like he's going to play his guys, John.
We'll play the full clip here. By the way, here's the list for today, and you're going to go out there. Did not practice McCaffrey, Armstead,
They haven't
Ambry
started
Thomas.
yet. They don't practice till 2:00.
Just saying this. This is what it is.
Will not practice.
Yeah, will not practice.
All right, who's not practicing?
McCaffrey, Armstead, Ambry Thomas. We know Ross Dwelly, John
ankle.
Feliciano back injury, Tayshaun Gibson quad, Elijah Mitchell illness, Jair Brown knee. Limited.
Elijah Mitchell illness?
Yeah.
Oh, boy.
Limited, Juwan Jennings with a concussion, Jalen Moore concussion, full, Aaron Banks toe, Danny Gray, who we might see for the first time this year. That would be nice.
I'd like to see Feliciano get some snaps at center
in
this game. And if Banks can play left guard, Burford at right guard, and play Feliciano at center. But what does he got, a back injury?
That's what it says, yeah.
He played so well in Washington. That guy is the unsung hero of this football team. He has been terrific.
All right, here is Kyle Shanahan, a little longer version of how he's going to approach this game against the Rams.
You explain to everyone that it's not an option, and you explain to them why so they get that. And it's pretty easy to understand when you got to dress 48 people so you only can pick 5, and you have more than 5 guys injured. The guys who are injured are already not playing. So how many other guys you get to pick? I can pick 2 up from practice squad, but that's all. So unless we start cutting a bunch of players, there's no other option. So guys got to be in uniform. They got to be ready to go. It's nice with Brock because he can still be in a uniform and not count because he can be the third quarterback, which if that happened, we'll decide whether to put him in uniform or not so he could go in and hand it off if that happened. But you just got to explain it to the guys. And also, it's, you work hard to get a off week in this league. I think off week helps a lot of people, especially if you handle it the right way and stuff. And just this time of year, it allows guys to get a little fresher and stuff, which you don't want is 2 off weeks. No one gets 2 bye weeks, and we earned ours next week. We just didn't know we were going to do it already. So we got to make sure we get something out of this week. And we've been in this situation before where we earned a bye week. It was in 2019. But we didn't know we earned that until about 8:30 at night on the last play of the game versus Seattle. It was the first time it hit us. When the play before that, we might have been playing that Saturday. So we were very thankful we earned that. We need that rest, and we got it that week. Yes, we're in that situation, but we already know we're there. And so that's why guys' minds got to be right this week. You don't 2 bye weeks isn't good for anybody, and that's why this isn't one. And I know all these questions, those are things you first think of. I do, because I didn't expect to know this Sunday night coming back on the plane. But once you do sit and the reality hits and you think about it, you look at how a 53-man roster works with 48 guys and only allowed 2 practice squad flexes, you realize, 1, it's impossible, but 2, it's also not the best thing for the team.
All right, so there it is. It sounds like he's going to play a lot of players, although I still would say that he's talking about the inactive part. You can put guys in uniform and not play them. So we'll see.
This is what I told you yesterday was going to happen, and I have a feeling, I think they're going to play it a lot like last year's game on Jan 8 against Arizona. And Christian McCaffrey, now that was different because going into that last day, if Philadelphia had lost, the Niners could have stolen the number 1 seed. But we were monitoring that game, I believe, or they played before us that day. But at any point, the Arizona game was competitive in the first quarter. Then the Niners scored a couple of touchdowns. They buried them in the third quarter, up 17-0. McCaffrey got 10 carries in the game, but he got out of there, and Elijah got some carries. J.P. Mason and Ty Davis-Price each got 8 carries in that game. So they got McCaffrey out. Now, you were not going to have the bye week. You were not going to be the number 1 seed. You were going to have to play the next week. So that's where their rest is going to come in the bye. This is the way I thought he was going to play it. I think even though as far as the 48, and you could still put Brock and just say he's not playing in this game and not designate him as your emergency third quarterback, although you get the extra spot from
so
there.
that's what he was saying.
And it's
about
like
that.
the 8th offensive lineman.
Yeah, you don't even have to count him.
Well, you have an extra spot. So it's basically a 48-man roster. It used to be 53. It used to be 7, and the active is 46. Now with the emergency third quarterback, the 8th offensive lineman, essentially it's 48, and 5 are inactive. So this is what I thought he was going to do. Now, I don't think Nick Bosa's playing the entire game. I think he'll play a handful of snaps, maybe put him in just on third down, bring him in the nickel, and flip his role. But that's what I thought. You were outspoken yesterday and today. You don't want this.
I still believe that that's the way to go.
But you have to have, it's not just the 22 starters on offense and defense.
But you have plenty.
You have a sub package. When you look at it, you really don't.
Well, you do on the defensive line. You can easily on the defensive line do this. I understand special teams and a lot of linebackers and safeties play, but you could still do this and not have Warner play. You got plenty with guys like Graham and Winters.
I don't think, I think you're going to see Winters or Graham be the backup Mike. Those guys are going to play. There's going to be a point in the game, whether it's the second quarter or the second half, where this turns into August football.
But let me ask you this.
There is no doubt. But I think he wants them to play. He also wants them to prepare to play. And it sounds like, Brock's going to get some 1 reps today and along with Sam. And then tomorrow it'll be mainly Sam. And they'll treat it like a normal week. And then you just limit their snaps for game day on Sunday. I'll be anxious to see how he treats next week's practice with no game coming. There's no game next weekend. How is he going to practice them? What are the days? Is he going to give them next weekend off completely? The other part of it is you can't even start preparing for an opponent because the NFL does reseed.
Yeah.
You may not know, and Super Wild Card Weekend now, you have, 2 games on Saturday, 3 on Sunday, 1 on Monday night. You may not know your opponent. Like last year, we didn't know they were playing Seattle, right? Until Dallas beat Tampa Bay.
Well, I mean, as far as preparing, if it's just as it sits right now, Rams would play the Lions. Well, the Rams could win that game. The 5 seed is the NFC South. Well, the NFC South could beat the Eagles the way that the Eagles are playing, or you could have to play the Eagles. I mean, there's 3 or 4
it's
teams.
The NFL, it could be anything.
Yeah,
so you're not even going to know your opponent. So
that.
when does he even probably brings him back in on Tuesday, the week of the divisional? So the national championship game. No, that's the following week. We got a whole extra week off. I forgot.
Let me ask you this, though.
Chan 15 would be.
Is the risk, let's just use Bosa, for example. Is the risk of, 15 defensive snaps really going to make the difference in terms of him getting some rep work versus
it's not the rep work.
But versus the risk of injury? Like, that doesn't make any sense to me.
No, well, I'm going to invite Ben Peterson and Justin Little on the show. They probably won't come on. We're celebrating.
No, but this isn't even deeply analytical. This is just...
Sure it is.
It's risk versus reward. So he's not going to play for... It would be up to 3 weeks. I understand all that after the Washington game. But 15 plays is not going to make a difference, and then he's going to get practice time.
No,
and the risk would be, I'm not saying a catastrophic knee injury. I'm just saying, even if he tweaks an ankle,
he could do. Okay,
change this.
Here's the risk.
But I can control it. In practice, I can control it. I know there's risk, but my
guys
job
get hurt in practice.
But his job is to minimize risk this weekend. That's job number one: minimize risk. And if I put him in the game, I don't know what the hell the Rams right tackle, who's a backup trying to make his bones, is going to do. Plus, here's the other part of it.
Yeah.
I haven't seen. If I see I could see the Rams again in that weekend you're talking about. I haven't seen him since September 17th. I don't want to show him anything.
Well, they could play the game very vanilla as far as what the scheme is. You just line up and play football. We're going to play differently than we're going to play in 2 or 3 weeks.
I understand you have to play, guys. I totally get it, but you don't have to play.
This is where
your most key
the
guys.
performance staff and the advanced, all the catapult tracking they do and everything, it's very sophisticated. It also comes down to practice and how much they rep guys in practice, and it's all
let's go old school. You mentioned Kyle is old school. Let's throw out analytics for a minute. Let's just use basic logic.
I think the worry is that you give them too much time off when they come back next week for heavy practice days, and he's going to work them harder next week because there's no game wild card weekend. Ben Peterson and Dustin Little and the whole performance staff would say there's a risk there. You can't give these guys off. If we're playing a game Sunday, you can't have anything on Saturday, Sunday, Monday. Are you going to come back on Tuesday? All the guys that played those snaps on Sunday, realistically, you're not going to come back until a week from today, which is Wednesday, to prepare to not play a game. We're not playing on Wild Card Weekend. But when you bring them back on Wednesday, Coach, these guys haven't done anything since the previous Friday. You've got to ease them into it.
Eat Doritos?
It doesn't. It's not that. They're more susceptible to soft tissue injury. They're not actually playing football. It's not the same. Nick said it himself that when he held out, he was not ready to play in Pittsburgh. It took him a while. This is highly sophisticated performance staff stuff. They have like 10 or 12 people that analyze all this, and I think that's why you'll see them play. He's going to treat this game on Sunday very similarly to how he treated the Jan 8th game last year against Arizona. Now, Brock played that entire game. Now, what was the situation then? Jimmy was hurt. I mean, in retrospect, you probably should have played Josh Johnson a little bit in that game, but he wound up not playing in that game. But he played Mitchell, he played Mason, he played Ty Davis-Price a lot in the game. So I think you're going to see it be, and as I recall, they began to pull guys off the field. So I think almost all the guys will start. Maybe, no Trent, maybe Fred doesn't play, and you give the green dot to one of the young guys. And then you got Demetrius Flanagan. Fowles may start the game as a Mike linebacker, and then Winters Graham, mix in it. At some point, it's going to be August football. He's not going to play him heavy minutes, but I think he wants to give him, what it's like? It's like going in as a starting pitcher. It's your side day. You're not going to go out and throw 120 pitches, but in order to come back in 5 days and, to practice in 5 days, we got to get you a little work on the side and actually doing it in a game.
No, I get it. I just put me on record as if somebody gets hurt. I don't want to sit here next week and say, see, I just don't want to do that. But I don't think that amount of plays is going to make a difference between somebody getting hurt or not.
It just keeps your body hardened. So when you come, you know why he's playing him on Sunday? So they can practice hard on Wednesday or Thursday, probably. The week of the wild card is what he wants.
All right, let's get into the Sweet Clean Family Friendly Caboose Pistol. That's how Kyle is going to play it. Again, we played the long version for you. And he did say, by the way, you mentioned vanilla. He did say that they're going to play vanilla. By the way, tomorrow you'll talk to Kyle and also Brock Purdy, which is going to be very, very cool for the first time this year. So you want to make sure that...
and tonight, he's going to be named a Pro Bowler.
Tonight is the night, right?
Tonight is the night. Will he be named the starter for the NFC in the Pro Bowl?
And will the Niners break their all-time record of 10?
We shall see.
That's going to be a good one.
I'm guessing over 11.
All right, we got a lot of things to discuss. I don't know why this has been that. This tends to happen in the Caboose Pistol where like lots of similar weird stories where like people are hiding drugs and things like that. So we have another one like that. It's not hiding drugs though this time, but it's hiding something
in the
else.
Caboose.
Yeah, well, close. We'll explain that. Plus, this is a quandary that I think you and I have discussed before. Separate story that I go through in my house every night. So we're going to discuss pretty much every night. Yeah, we'll discuss. Hopefully my better half is not listening.
It's sleep time?
Yes, it has to do with sleepy time.
Okay.
We'll do that next as part of the Caboose on the Sports Leader.
It was a 5-shot revolver. It was loaded, wedged in the crack of her buttocks.
Papa and Lund presents the Caboose Pistol.
The old caboose pistol, everybody has one.
A few stories that slip through the cracks.
Say caboose.
I know some women who could hide a machine gun in there.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, we're getting off track.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Because it sucks to lose, Gentry.
Trey, ever need to show you anything?
Did you have another thought, or no? I'm just curious.
Well,
It sucks. Losing, awful. That's why I want to win. Because you don't sleep. You want to win for the players that bust their tail. That's it.
Touchdown, Titans! Mike Vrabel does not like losing. But then again, he went to the Ohio State University and spent most of his career with the Patriots, so he probably doesn't lose a lot. Some people just aren't good losers. And guy asked him about losing, and man, he got angry. A couple of F-bombs in there. Very angry.
He's done a little losing.
He has done a little losing this year. And by the way, people are speculating that if Belichick
I was just thinking that.
leaves New England, that Vrabel would flip over from Mike Kohler's Titans to the New England Patriots.
That would make sense.
Yeah, many people have speculated that. So anyway, there you go. Little Mike Vrabel for you. All right. Here's the story I was telling you about people hiding stuff. Mostly we're talking about hiding drugs in certain places.
Mm-hmm.
That's a little different.
The front pouch or the back pouch?
Well, no pouch, but, kind of pouchy. I'll put it like this.
Marsupial?
And I love how, I love stories and the way that they're written. It was a loaded diaper, but not like you would think. Security officers found 17 bullets concealed inside a disposable baby diaper at LaGuardia Airport. They pulled the otherwise clean diaper from a passenger's carry-on bag after triggering an alarm.
Wait a minute. Is it an adult diaper or a baby diaper?
It was a baby diaper. But here's the thing. Are people so stupid that
Did they have a baby?
Yeah, they had a baby.
Okay.
They did have a baby.
Yeah.
But here's the thing. It's a diaper. And you're putting
a
it
used
through
diaper?
No.
Is it soiled?
No.
Well, what's
and
going to be
they're putting it through the
deterrent
machine.
to go through a diaper?
Well, but they're putting it through the machine.
Right,
So
it's
do
not-
you
it's
think
not
that
gonna
the
blow up.
diaper is
No.
going to conceal the bullets?
No.
No, it's not.
No.
Just letting you know.
So they're actually They're
Honey,
actually
if you put the bullets
firearms?
in this diaper,
Yeah.
I think we're safe here. They can't see
Yeah,
through
the
a
metal
diaper.
detector can't get through the thickness and firmness and solidness of a baby diaper.
Seriously, is that what we're
now,
dealing
maybe
with some
if it
people?
was a soiled
Yeah,
baby
that's
diaper,
exactly.
maybe that couldn't get through.
Now,
I don't know.
Now this could tell us a lot. Not that I'm stereotyping anyone, but the TSA identified the passenger as a man from Arkansas who had a flight for Chicago. He's going to Midway,
Arkansas.
I think we can hide these here bullets in this baby diaper.
They just blamed they just blamed it on the baby. It's not mine. It's the infant's.
It just cracked these bullets.
Incarcerate this 8-month-old.
Exactly.
I had nothing to do with it.
I don't know what Junior
I don't
puts
even
in
know.
his diaper.
Check the DNA. It's not even mine.
So
wow,
anyway,
that's not smart.
Anyway, I'm not typing people from Arkansas, but my goodness, man.
Yeah.
That's a little
No
bit
member of the Clinton family,
much.
is it at all?
No, I don't think so. All right. Now, this is one that I read this today, and I thought to myself, I deal with this. Snoring pushed couple into separate bedrooms, but made their love stronger. So this is something that, to defend my wife, on occasion, she may do. And
she snores on occasion?
Yeah, and I'm a light sleeper.
So only when she sleeps, when she's awake, she doesn't?
Exactly.
What do you mean?
So I'm a pretty light sleeper, and when and I think I'm like you in this way, once I wake up, because I got 1,000 things racing through my mind that the police are going to catch me someday, and geez.
They're going to find the bullets in the baby diaper.
Right.
Damn.
So I can't sleep real well. So a lot of nights.
You want to go through the night.
Yeah, I got the studio out there. I might sleep out there. I might hit the couch.
You sleep outside?
We got an extra room in our house, so it's just, that's kind of our deal is sometimes.
So you're saying Laney is a McCullough chainsaw.
Let's just say like we were in Napa a week ago, and I'm like, okay, this, and then just, it was like.
Is it a rhythmic? Is it a rhythmic snore?
It's chainsaw.
But does it vary? Can you almost find a melody and fall asleep to it? Or is it
it's
Oh, wow. Yeah.
It's a tough one.
It's Arnold Ziffel.
Yeah, it's tough.
It's Bohr.
And and you mentioned this to me, and
Can you hit her?
I've tried this.
Can you give her a?
No, I can't hit her.
Just give her a forearm shiver and send her off cadence. There's got to be a way to do it.
I'm sorry, officer. Greg Papa told me I could hit her.
I didn't say hit her hard. I say jostle her out of a rhythmic sleep.
What's funny is when you bring other couples around and you kind of have this and we laugh about it, like they say, get one of those beds where you can lift her up or do this or do that. Like nothing's really worked. Anyway, but this article does suggest that that's okay. And you were saying that's probably not a good idea.
It's not a good idea.
It's probably not a good idea is what
I think you need to wake her up.
Because I've read that many times. Like separate beds means eventually separate beds.
That's separate houses.
Exactly.
Separate lives.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Anyway.
So how does the couple handling it now?
They say that they're now this is one couple. I've read
how long
many
have they
articles.
been married? That's not a good
idea. That's what I've read many articles that says that ain't good.
You got to solve that.
Yeah.
All right.
Exactly. It's often me and the dog just hanging out going, yeah, I couldn't sleep either.
Bentley doesn't snore?
No. And Bentley does not like the snoring. So anyway.
There's a way, I'm not saying to like forearm shiver her. I'm saying just gently.
Raiders in the 70s.
You don't want to take her out of her sleep.
No,
That's
exactly.
bad. But there is a way to rhythmically get her to stop snoring.
Oh, okay. Oops.
That's not bad.
No, that's not bad.
That's a beautiful.
No, sometimes it even scares me.
Melodious snore.
Sometimes it scares me because it's one of these. Like, geez.
Well, it's not like Fred Flintstone where she's sucking you in and then you're moving out on the veranda and you almost fall off the.
No, it's not that.
The downstairs.
No.
It's not that bad. All right.
My dad snored for years, and then he had some kind of procedure and he wasn't snoring it the same way. And my mom thought he was dead.
He had a deviated septum?
Yeah, because it was like, then she got used to it.
I got an idea. My favorite nighttime habit, especially this time of the year. Would a breathe right solve her problem?
You know what's so funny? We've gone through everything.
And they do have the clear ones now, which are way more attractive.
Jerry Rice.
The other ones are you might as well go to another room.
Yeah, I got to look at that.
Slap a breathe right at her in the middle of the night and see if it stops it.
Yeah, I got to look at that.
Is she a nose? Is it a nose snore or out her mouth?
I think all of the above.
You mean it's everything. She's anaphylactic snorer.
Well, you know what always has amazed me? I don't know the answer to this, and the text line is wide open. How do people, when they have that kind of noise coming out of their face, sleep themselves? Like, wouldn't you think logically that if you're snoring, like, it sounds like there's a pretty big party going on right there, and it's pretty loud. Like, I don't know how people sleep.
You have to gently nudge her to get her out of her melodious snore pattern, but still keep her asleep. Just try that.
Okay.
But first, have you tried the breathe right?
No, we haven't tried the breathe right.
Maybe. Why is she snoring? Is because her nasal cavity?
Could be.
And if you keep that open and she's not, is she snoring? Is it more of a nose, a nasal snore, or a mouth?
It's probably more of a nasal thing, I think.
Just try the breathe right.
And by the way,
some attractive ones now. I may have one in my bag.
To be completely fair, if I get a snout full on a certain night, which is very rare occurrence,
you snore yourself?
I'll snore. So just to be,
be
fair.
I would solve that though. How long you guys been married? 2 years?
Wow. Has it been, I think it's 3 as of December 4th? 3?
Well, we already passed December.
But we've been, but we've been together since like
so
2016.
25 months?
Yeah.
She always been a snorer, or is it just a sleeping with you makes her snore? I know how to get John and Bentley out of the bedroom.
Exactly.
All this.
And then I do come
Coast
into the
is
middle of the
clear.
night. Yeah, that's a great point you just made, because a lot of times what happens is, like, when I leave and then I see in the morning and she's totally sprawled. And so she's probably like, I'm taking this thing over.
So when you sleep outside in the shed, do you hear her out there?
No, but I will say,
the neighbors complain
that if we had the kids on right now, they would say they can hear it down the hall. It's
really,
not subtle.
Wow.
Not subtle. I've probably said too
I'd
much.
say just try a breeze right tonight.
All right, I'm going to do that.
Just see.
All right, that'll be our sweet, clean, family-friendly caboose pistol. Coming up, we will play some of that Warriors sound that we will have.
That Travis Kelce? Who's behind us?
Looks like Travis Kelce.
Who's that guy?
It's a good-looking guy. Yeah.
Yeah.
I love when people try to talk to us through the glass.
Yeah. He has suggestions on stopping Laney snoring.
Clearly he does.
I don't know. No.
Yeah, he's a good-looking guy. He did. He looks like Travis
Kelce.
Kelce. He really did.
He signed a free agent tight end. Is there a third Kelce brother?
He's going to play because
is there a third
George
brother?
Kittle's
I think
not gonna
there
play.
is, right?
That's right there.
Yeah.
My goodness, man.
Yeah. Is it raining out, by the way?
It was driving down here, but I was told that it wasn't going to rain. But those are pretty threatening clouds right there in front of us.
Yeah.
All right, we will give you some remnants before we get out of here as well. Then you're going to run out to practice and really see what's going on. And then, of course, you'll reveal all to us tomorrow on the show. So it's Bob and Lund. We're live from Levi's on the Sports Leader.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now back to Papa and Lund live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
I mean, I just think it's been real cool that most of our Pro Bowlers, I feel like, have come from here. I know, we brought in Christian, we brought in Trent, but it was just cool watching some of these guys who we go back and watch playoff games from 2019 and stuff, and you just see rookies out there, second rookies with Greenlaw and Debo, and second-year player like with Fred, first-year player with Bosa. You just think of some of those guys who came here, and now they're kind of household names, and they do it year in and year out, and it's cool. I mean, it's awesome when you bring in someone like Christian, someone like Trent, just different type of players that we got a chance to add to this group. But think of some of the stuff we had to go through to build this up, and it's just really cool. We hit on some guys that weren't only just talented guys, but really made of the right stuff, which has allowed them to turn themselves into that and continue to get better each year after.
Yeah, that's Kyle Shanahan talking about the Pro Bowlers, which will be announced, and we talked about all the 49ers who lead after the fan vote. But one thing that he mentions that's really interesting, it's one thing to trade for a bunch of these guys, and they've done some of that. But, I mean, if you look at this thing, Brock Purdy is homegrown. Obviously, McCaffrey they traded for, but you look at the majority of these guys, Ayuk, Trent Williams they traded for, but then defensively, Bosa you draft, Warner you draft, Greenlaw you draft, Ward you signed. But, I mean, the majority of these guys, they've picked these guys out, and they've developed these guys into Pro Bowl players, and we'll find out. The record is 10 by the 49ers. Will they topple that number?
Well, and I would salute the guys that have never made it before. So McCaffrey's going to make it. Juszczyk's going to make it. Kittle's going to make it. Trent Williams is going to make it. But Brock Purdy, John, not only is going to make it, he's the leading vote getter. So will he be the starter? The fans would vote Brock Purdy the starter, where the players and coaches, Dak, Jalen Hurts, Jared Goff, will Brock Purdy be voted the starter in the Pro Bowl?
I mean, given those guys that you just mentioned, I don't know how much they're influenced by what is said on national TV and so forth. But, I mean, I would imagine that guys who played against Brock Purdy this year would vote for him. I mean, I know, again, he didn't play well against the Ravens, some other teams, but he for the most part, he's played really, really well. And then, Jalen Hurts is a nice player, but he hasn't had a good year. I don't know how many people believe in Jared Goff. Dak's going to get his share. There's no doubt about it, but will they hold it against him because he was a draft? I don't know if players think that way.
Yeah, I would think he would be a starter. And again, the Pro Bowl reveal shows at 5 o'clock our time on the NFL Network. So just count it up. If they can get to 11 or more on offense, as far as the fan voting, you got 8 players on offense led their position in voting. It's incredible. Brock at quarterback, McCaffrey at running back, Juszczyk at fullback, Ayuk at wide receiver, George Kittle at tight end, Trent Williams at tackle, Aaron Banks at guard, Jake Brendel at center. I mean, right there, there's certain guys that are locks. I think Brock's a lock. Juszczyk, McCaffrey, the entire offensive backfield locks. George Kittle. Is it a lock that Brandon Ayuk will get the players and the coaches vote? He got the fan vote, but he got CeeDee Lamb. You've got A.J. Brown. Who else from wide receiver position? I think the Lions put up big numbers. Amon-Ra St. Brown.
He's had a great year.
Big numbers. Then Ayuk. I mean, is there room for Debo and Ayuk?
Puka Nacua is going to make it.
Puka Nacua is having a hell of a year, one of the greatest rookie years of all time.
I just don't think there's room for him. It doesn't mean he's not that kind of talent, but I just don't think this year specifically that he'll get recognized as it.
You're saying Debo or Ayuk?
Yeah. No, I think Ayuk will for sure. I don't think Debo will. Most years he probably would, but I don't think this year he is.
All right, then the lineman. Is Aaron Banks really going to make Pro Bowl guard?
I don't think so.
Brendel's having a tremendous year at center. Besides
Kelsey's
Trent,
make it.
But Jason Kelsey. Besides Trent, are you going to add one more offensive lineman? You think it's just Trent?
Yeah.
So on offense, you're saying Brock, Christian, Juszczyk, Kittle, Ayuk, Trent.
5. There you
and
go.
Trent,
yeah.
that's 6.
6.
So 6 on offense. And then Bosa on defense, Warner on defense, Tarvarius Ward on defense.
9.
And then Wishnowsky. So they're probably not going to establish the all-time franchise record, but maybe tie it at 10.
Maybe. Is Wishnowsky getting in there?
I think he's had a tremendous year. Great year. There's no doubt. Interesting.
Roddy Bell doesn't slip. Just put that on the tape and send it out to people.
Running for the first
Really
time.
great play.
Yeah.
So
maybe they win that game.
All right, 5 o'clock on NFL Network for that. More guys who are going to sit for the Rams. We already told you it's going to be Wentz versus Sam Darnold. Here's more. Kyron Williams, Cooper Kupp, Aaron Donald, Tyler Higbee, Ernest Jones, Joe Noteboom.
Whoa.
Those guys ain't playing.
So they're content being the 7 seed. They're going to kick the game. And then if the Packers beat the Bears at Lambeau, they would drop to 7. So if you're the Rams, it's who do you want to play, Dallas or Detroit in the first round, right? If you're 7, you play Dallas at 2, assuming that the game that Dallas wins.
They'll win that, I think.
That's interesting.
One player that is going to play, they said, rookie Puka Nacua will play and have a chance to shatter some records. But so that's why.
The rookie records.
Probably get him some rookie records, and then he'll get out of there. But that's what Sean McVay does. And I know this isn't preseason, but he has a philosophy that he's just not going to play guys. So
Puka Nacua has 101 catches. The all-time rookie record is Jalen Waddle, Miami in 2021, 104. So once he gets 4 catches, he pulls them.
Yeah.
And then the all-time yardage, he's 10 yards behind Jamar Chase for rookie yards receiving.
So there you go.
1444 for Puka, and Jamar Chase 1455 is the all-time record for rookies.
Yeah, so, and then he'll be out.
Remember, Anquan Bolden had that record for a long time, 1377, and then Justin Jefferson got 1400. So the Warriors just was announced several weeks for Gary Payton II.
That ain't good.
Several weeks with a hamstring strain. He just came back for 2 games from the torn calf, and now he's going to be out multiple weeks. Wow.
There's a piece in The Athletic that talks about potentially having a play-in, and we're so early, but a play-in of Phoenix, L.A., Golden State, and Dallas, possibly just the star power that would be around, something like that. I got to tell you, I'm looking at the West, and we talk about this a lot, where the Warriors just sit at 11. It's going to be hard for them to get into the play-in, let alone the playoffs.
Long way. They haven't seen their team yet.
We're 33 in.
Well, how many has Draymond played? Has Draymond missed 23 of the 33?
Here's the other thing, too, because we asked Mark Spears about this, and I know we got to get out of here, but we're not hearing anything on Draymond, and we were speculated based on what Shams Charania said, which is the 10th or the 17th. Well, it's not going to be the 10th because today's the 3rd, and if we had heard something about Draymond being around the team, because he's got to work out for a while before he comes back, so I don't think that that's happening. So now, if that's an accurate report, then maybe the 17th. So it's going to be on the higher end, it sounds like.
It's going to miss the whole homestand.
Right? Yeah. So anyway, that's the latest on that. All right, tomorrow we will be back at Levi's Stadium. You're going to talk to Kyle tomorrow, and you'll be out of practice today, and then you're going to talk to Brock.
Yeah, I hope we see Tim Ryan tomorrow. Tim's not feeling well. He got the flu after we landed on New Year's Eve, so hopefully he'll.
I could sound like Tim, and if you need an analyst, bro, pull out. I could do a lot.
Oh, you're talking the game? I'm talking. He'll make the game Sunday. We're not going to deactivate him.
Bang, baby!
Bang, baby!
The back shoulder banger. See? No, I'm worried about the football hour tomorrow.
It's going to be a body rocking game, bro. I'll work on it.
You're good.
In case you need it, fill in like that. I can do it just close. Just don't show me on that camera you guys have. I don't have the hair.
No, we're not going to do that.
Okay. All right, we'll talk to you tomorrow, Thursday edition of the show.
I wonder if he's going to be at practice today, is what I'm wondering.
Pop will be out at the practice and give us a full, detailed report, I'm sure, on everything. Thanks. Great guest list, as always. Make sure you hit us up. Mark Spears, especially talking about the Warriors situation, very interesting. And Jeff Garcia, of course. Make sure that you go to KNBR.com for any of those things. Tolbert and Cope's coming up right now on KNBR AM and FM San Francisco, the sports leader, Cumulus Media Station.
Because it sucks to lose, Gentry. It sucks. Losing. Awful.
The NBA brought him to the Bay. While his co-host was born and raised here.
Adam, that is great co-host work right there. That is amazing. You're lucky to have Adam, Tommy.
Oh, absolutely.
It's time for Tolbert and Copes. Let's get it on! Tom Tolbert.
Yeah, thank you. Now if I could ever get some beer.
And Adam Copeland.
Adam Copeland has arrived!
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
What is shaking? Adam Copeland, Tom Tolbert with you. Today, we're going to talk to Dante Whitner, 350, Steve Young at 450, and then Steve Kerr. So I'll have back-to-back Steves for you, 450 and 530 right here on the Sports Leader. What's up?
All the Steves you'll ever need.
Is there any other Steves out there we could have?
Do we have any other regular Steves that come on besides Steve Kerr and Steve Young?
Steve Javy.
Steve Javy.
Steve Javy comes on
He
occasionally.
does come on. Whenever something flares up with Draymond or something big in the NBA, usually it's Draymond.
Yes.
I don't know that we've ever had him on not after a Draymond incident.
Probably
Since
right.
I've been with you on the show.
Probably correct. Probably
that's
correct.
happened. And we'll talk more about Draymond. Pretty good win last night.
Yeah.
How about that?
Yeah.
I was skeptical of that game. I thought it was a game that was I don't know, I hate trap game, especially like this
Well, it
time.
definitely wasn't a trap
Not
game.
that, for sure. But
when you're not winning, there's no such thing as a trap game.
that's what I mean. I don't know that the Magic have risen to the level of where they are in people's minds yet. I think that's where
Well, they're a totally different team at home and on the road.
Yeah.
They're much better at home. On the road, they scuffle. They don't shoot it particularly well. They're really good getting to the rim, really good getting to the paint. They're athletic. And look, the Warriors played well last night. The Warriors played well. I mean, Steph did what Steph does, and certainly that helps out. If Steph's got to at least be good. Like the last 3 games, Steph hasn't shot well, and when he doesn't shoot well, it's almost nothing. And they don't have much of a chance at all. Clay was good last night. Kuminga was good last night, specifically in the third quarter. Thought he was really solid. Looney was good.
Clay was potent last night.
Yeah,
because he wasn't there after the foul trouble early.
Yeah, he was good in what he didn't force the game last night. The game kind of came to him. He got quality shots off.
Throw a dunk down.
And threw a dunk down last
first
night.
Of the season, yeah.
Yeah, so no, solid effort. They got slaughtered on the offensive glass in the first half, and then took care of that in the second half. Took care of the ball pretty much for the entirety of the game, which was a big deal. And it just kind of, hung in there after the bad start, down 11-2, and then clawed back in. And it was pretty much, back and forth the whole way. But then Steph took over, and again, that's not a team that's really. I think they might have had more threes than the Warriors, which was surprising because they're not a really good 3-point shooting team. That's not what they do. They're really good defensively. That's kind of their calling card. So when you're good defensively and you don't shoot it well, you're going to probably shoot it better at home, which is why they're better at home than they are on the road. But they're coming. I mean, they're a solid team, and another piece or two, then they're going to be a force in the Eastern Conference.
Were they fourth in the East coming into that game? No, they were
third or fourth, something like that.
They dropped to fifth last night.
Fifth last night.
They're
Okay.
19-14, which is tied with the Heat, who are fourth. But then there's a little separation though. It's the top 3, and then there's a gap of 4 games deciding the third spot from the 4th spot in the loss column.
Yeah,
So
it's Boston, Milwaukee, Philly.
Yes, and
those are it's really your top 2. I'm not sure that I'm buying Philly quite yet, although when you have Embiid, and I really like Max. I'm a big fan of Maxey, but Embiid's just such a horse. But the other 2 are the teams that, you look at. I think there's a clear separation between, you could say, the top 3. I still think it's the top 2, and then a small separation, and then a pretty decent gap between Philly and the rest. I don't know that you can make that case in the West. I mean, Minnesota's still taking. I mean, it's still a little bit getting used to with Minnesota.
Yeah,
because Minnesota is good. There's no doubt about that. But I'm not sure there's much of a separation between them and Denver. Denver's good. Clippers seemingly have figured it out. They've been playing some really good ball. So in Dallas, I'm still not sure. I mean, although based on what they did against the Warriors, even with that Kyrie. Lively is a huge deal for them. He fits so well there. He's like when Tyson Chandler was there. He just does everything that they need. But I mean, it's still kind of muddled.
The Thunder in second.
In the West, yeah, the Thunder, yeah, the Thunder I do like.
Won 5 in a row.
I'm a big fan of Thunder.
I like the Thunder a lot too. We were saying that last year. You and I were both they were our pet team as we were watching the Warriors. We're like, hey, if the Thunder can have this little run in the play-in, and I don't think they got into the play-in, did they? They might have just fallen out of it.
I think you're right.
They might have just fallen out.
I think you're right.
And we'll never know. I can't find the numbers. So they don't exist.
I can look at all they had, and then we thought, I was thinking, God, they get Holmgren. If Holmgren's good,
yeah,
and Holmgren is good, it's like, okay, damn.
Now it's
this is going to be a really good team because SGA is just a stud.
He's like an MVP.
Yeah,
he legit might be a top 5 player in the league.
He's a bucket getting stud, and he can D too. And then they got a whole bunch of dudes. Jalen Williams from Santa Clara has been really, really good for him. Isaiah Joe's a guy then come in. Wallace, the dude from Kentucky, he's been really, really. So I mean, they're just a really good team, well coached. Play a fun style of basketball, chuck a bunch of threes, got a bunch of athletes, and that's a tough team. That was a tough team. They took down Boston last night. Oklahoma City. But I don't know that there's a huge separation. I guess maybe if I had to pick a top 3, it'd be just a top 3. I don't know what order it would be in, but it'd be Minnesota, Denver, and OKC. Those are like your 3 that are probably have separated themselves from the others. But I still look at those other teams and think, they're still pretty tough. I wouldn't want to face the Lakers in the first round. If the Warriors can get it together, I don't know if I'd want to face them in the first round. Dallas maybe in the first. So there's some tougher teams in the West, no doubt.
Tolbert and Copes with you on a Wednesday afternoon. We got plenty to get to in terms of the 49ers as well. As Kyle Shanahan spoke to the media, said which guys are going to be out. And then he talked about the navigation of how you have to dress guys. Matt Mayoka said this yesterday. He's like, just based on the nature of how many guys are injured, you can't have more than 7 inactive players. You can only bring up 2 or activate 2 from the practice squad. So they're going to have to get creative. They did announce that Sam Darnold is going to start. So we'll talk more about that in just a little bit. And how you navigate an NFL game. Kyle did say something about, if we get to a spot where Brock is dressed and has to play, and just hand it off, we'll deal with that when we get there. He ain't dropping back to throw a pass in this game, it sounds like. We are still giving away a couple of Giants gift cards here, $60 in Giants gift cards all week long between now and 6. Tune in for the cue to call and be caller 10 to the studio at 415-896-KNBR, furnished by the Giants, and you can get the official rules at KNBR.com. The holiday season is coming to an end, but baseball season's here. You can use the Giants gift card towards a Giants ticket. For every $50 you spend, you'll receive a $10 in bonus ticket credit. Again, when you hear the cue to call, caller 10 to 415-896-KNBR. Tim, cue to call.
And here comes the pitch. Breaking ball, hit to deep right field. That ball is heading for McCovey.
Hell yeah.
It is into the water, and the Giants have won the ball game. Where have you been, Barry Bonds? I've been worried sick about you.
One of my all-time favorite calls from one of my all-time favorite guys. Everybody laugh at me. I'm a Joe Angel head. I listened to a lot of bad Orioles teams for the last couple of years of his career just to get him doing the ball games. I don't think he was dropping win column quite as frequently, though. I don't know the win column bothered people quite as much as, and this one will find the Giants in the loss column.
In the win column.
The loss column one was tough. I was like, all right, Joe, this isn't a bit we got to do after a loss. All right, when we come on back, let's get into the Warrior game a little bit deeper from last night. Did they find their grit? We got to talk about all the stuff surrounding the Warriors as we get into this today as well. Warriors get a win over the Magic, a Steph Curry dagger 3, and the young guys are legit, man. We'll talk more about this. Tolbert and Copes only here on the Sports Leader.
Bay Point, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Bay Point Sports Leader.
The Warriors snapped their 3-game losing streak, and they beat the Orlando Magic 121-115. Check out more on that story. It's trending on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. They're Tolbert and Copes, or Tom Tolbert and Adam Copeland if you want to be formal about it. Got Google Nest? If so, listen to the sports leader at home. This is KNBR 104.5 and 680.
Backs up and hits the three. Come on! He made Suggs bite the dust again, and then it's up to Battaglia. Battaglia has nothing for that. The degree of difficulty on that was a billion.
Warriors with a win over the Orlando Magic. Steph Curry, the dagger three. It's tough now to determine based on what the quality of the team is because, like you just said, Tom, there's no trap games at this point. You're trying to get better. You're trying to improve every day, and you got a lot of young guys. You don't have a full roster. I mean, Draymond's on the roster, and he's not on the roster. He's not on the floor. He's not playing. You got guys who are adjusting to new roles, and we'll talk more about what Klay Thompson said. I thought it was a really cool and open statement from him after the game about his conversation with Steve Kerr and what that's done for him and his mindset. And I kind of buy into what it was he was saying, but we'll get further into that. I think it's tough for me to tell. Like, I think this is a good win. I felt like this was a quality win last night, but also, is it a quality win by the standards of this team, or is it a quality win based on the standards of the league?
Trust me, every win's a good win for this team right now.
It's a good win for them, for sure.
They're not a great team. They're good. Yeah. They're kind of, they are what they are. Or a 500 team. So every win's a good win. There's no like, oh, that you should get that one, unless it's Detroit Friday. That one you should get. Like, there's a couple you should. Washington at home, Minnesota. But other than that, you look around the league, like, can you say, oh, yeah, they're going to beat Utah when they come to town? No, I can't. I can't say they're going to beat Utah when they come to town. So, I would say maybe 3 teams that you look at and go, oh, yeah, they should win that one. They should win that one. But other than that, it's, hey, grab as many as you can because they're scuffling right now.
That's a rough schedule.
Everything's a rough schedule. Everything's a rough game.
Remember,
right
we
now.
said this last year, and even their road games early in the year. Remember, they lost to Detroit. They lost
Detroit,
to Charlotte early on.
Orlando.
Some bad ones, too. They lost at Phoenix where they had like nobody playing. Or was that one here?
No, that was here.
Oh, that's a tough day.
That was here.
That's a rough day.
Yeah, that was here.
It's a rough Friday night.
Everybody was out.
Everybody was watching.
And they still lost that game. I think that was the Josh Okogie game. It was like lighting them up.
You have to get Detroit. By the way, that's one of the stories, like when we're out for some time and you're looking at things, you're like, ooh, that'd be a fun one to talk about. That's one that I really, really was wishing. I really wish that got to the new year. The Pistons losing streak. One of the best notes I'd heard about it when they got to 27 or 28. I was hanging with my buddy last week, and he goes, it was before they'd won. He goes, you know the Texas Rangers? I said, yeah. He goes, they won the World Series, right? I said, right. He says, their last victory, final game of the World Series, Game 6, was more recent than the last Pistons victory. I was like, no. He said, the Texas Rangers have won a game more recently. I was like, that's mind-boggling to me, dude. At the end of December, they went like 2 months without a win. That's when you have to get. I mean, for sure, you have to get that one. But in terms of the quality of last night's win, I'm with you. I think
that was a good win. Yeah, Orlando's a good team.
I think it's important. First time this season, all 5 Warriors starters scored in double figures.
Yep.
Any significance to that?
I mean, I don't know. I try not to read too much into one game. You can take it apart for what it is. And again, I thought there were a lot of really solid performances from the starters and the bench. And everybody did a little bit of something. Like whatever they do, whatever they can bring, they brought last night. Steph brought what Steph brings. We don't need to go too much into that. I mean, he's Steph. Klay was probably as good as he's been in the last week or so. He had a good 5-game run, then he was, kind of in his feelings for like 3 or 4 games and wasn't shooting the ball well, wasn't feeling it, and you could tell the body language wasn't great. Last night it was good. He didn't force the game. He wasn't hunting shots. He would kind of let the game come to him. So I thought he played really well. Chris Paul did his thing and just run the team. Hit his first 3 threes. So when he had to take the shot, he was hitting them, but he wasn't taking a lot of them. He just kind of running the team out there. I thought Kuminga, again, was really good in the third quarter. Just his recognition of Steph and Clay being open. Like, he didn't catch it and triple threat, square up, let's see what I can do. It was, hey, they're open, let's get it out of my hands and get over to these guys. And I thought he made some really nice decisions. He was attacking the glass in the third quarter. I just thought that was a really, really nice quarter for him. So I thought he played well last night. Looney came in, rebounded, did what he does. I just thought everybody that played contributed, and that's what they need now. It's not just about being top heavy and letting the big boys do it. Like, everyone's got to figure out a way to pitch in, and whatever you bring to the table, that's what you need to bring to the table. And when they don't, then they're going to scuffle. It's just that simple. They're not talented enough. They're in a weird spot right now, and it's not a great spot to be in. Where you're not terrible enough to probably get a real high draft pick, but you're not bad enough to get a real good seed.
Welcome to Warrior basketball for like the first 25 years of my life.
No, they were bad enough to get high picks.
Yeah, a lot of times they were like
terrible.
11, 12. A lot of times, usually it was like if you were outside of the top 7.
Yeah, but they were bad. They were
right.
in the lottery.
They had the 19 wins when I was in 5th or 6th grade.
Yeah, they were bad.
The Mookie Blaylock.
They were bad. Like, this isn't that.
No.
But they're not even close to what they used to be, where they're like, racking up 55, 60 wins. Hell,
but the league isn't like that either. The league isn't that. There's not that discrepancy between the top and the bottom like there was.
Hell, there was one year their over-under on wins was 66.5.
Come on.
I mean, that's just insanity.
Come on.
Insanity. I think they had 66. I think they had 3 straight years where it's like, what they win, 73, 68, and 67. It's something like that. It was just, I mean, it's fantasy land. It's ridiculous. You don't do that. That was like them and the Bulls. They were racking up those type of win totals every year. And it was just like, that was historic.
Here's the stretch. They go 67, 73, 67. Then they win 58, 57.
Yeah. 67, 73, 67.
Then 15.
Yeah, 15.
Just for good measure, just to throw one in.
That's when Steph and Clay, that was like, oh, it's gonna be a rough year.
Yeah.
It's gonna be a rough year. So they're in that middle spot. So I guess the big question is, and they're gonna have to figure this out in the next month or so. Where are they? Where are they? Do they want to stand pat and just ride this thing out and see what happens? Because I don't see a team right now that's a top 4 seed. I don't see a championship team. And not everything has to be a championship. I know that's the bar for the Warriors seemingly now, that they've won championships. Everyone expects them to win championships. And when they're not on a path to winning championships, everyone freaks out. So I don't know if you feel good about this team moving forward, because you're going to have Steph. I don't see a world where Steph wants out and says, I'd like to go somewhere else and have a better chance to win a championship. I think he's built too much here. His legacy, I think, matters to him. He has an incredible life here. He has charities here. Like, I think he is.
Kids have grown up here.
Yeah.
This is where his life has been.
He's arguably the greatest athlete in Bay Area history. Like, he's definitely.
It's becoming not that arguable.
He is the greatest warrior.
Without question.
Greatest warrior in Bay Area. I mean, in Bay Area, of course, in Bay Area. He's the greatest warrior ever. So he's going to have the statue. Like, he's the guy. And I think it probably means something to him to play his entire career here. So you go, okay, he's here. And I think Steph probably, man, the way he plays, looks like he has another couple years left at least where he's going to be really, really good. Okay, you want to stay with this team? That means Wiggins, still pretty young. Kuminga's young. Pajemski, TJD.
These guys are looking like steals, by the way.
Yeah, no, they're playing really
Not
good.
looking like they are. I mean, now if you did a redraft right now, where would Pajemski go? That guy's
yeah. No, they're playing really good. So the questions are, okay, what are we going to do with Clay? Does Paul have a future here? Is it just this year? And we move off that and try to trade him so we can keep the salary? Because here's the thing. If you let him walk this summer, that salary slot goes away because they're so far over the cap. Like, you have to trade it to get that salary slot
Just to sign
back.
him and trade it, or just trade it now.
Yeah, you need that slot if you want to go that route. Maybe the biggest question is Draymond. Like, what's Draymond? Does Draymond want to play? Does Draymond? I mean, he's got 3.5 years left. I mean, he just signed
$496.
this
Is that what it
deal.
was? What was the deal?
Four for 100.
4 for 100. So
it's like 25 a year. It was like right at 25 years. So
I
that's
imagine he wants to play for that, but I imagine he wants the money. But that's why you play to come back to get that contract. And we debated that. We are going to talk deeper about this too, because they all like that was I just thought yesterday was the first time we got any kind of public update from the Warriors about Draymond, and Steve spoke before the game and Steph spoke afterwards. So we'll get to some of that stuff. But you're right. I mean, this is all a factor in how this is just one more major like ripple effect of what could happen or where you go. And if you do make a move, are you counting on the Draymond piece to be back this year to help you in that capacity? You know what I mean? If you decide to say we're putting our eggs in that basket, we've already invested, we want to keep this the way it is, whether you trade Paul or whatever you decide to do, you have to decide you're all in on whether Draymond's back, or it'd be impossible to find a move where you go, it doesn't really matter. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Unless you figure out something more drastic. So this is a major deal for Mike Dunleavy in his first year as general manager. I mean, this is maybe the rockiest roster-wise and quality of team-wise they've had it in some time.
I mean, they're going to have to decide what direction they want to go.
Sure.
Do you want to keep those guys and just like say, let's ride this out as long as we can and keep adding pieces? I mean, we have Pajemski now, we have TJD now, we have Wiggins still only 27. We still have some younger pieces to complement them. Or do we say, you know what? Maybe this will be the last year of Clay, and maybe we move Draymond and just say, you know what? That's it. No more of the old. We're just going to move into the future. This is going to be like a clear line of demarcation. Boom, this is it. We're moving. This is a different direction. We're going to do now. Those are the questions they're going to have to ask. And really what it's going to come down to is how much they think they can win with this group.
And how much Steph is I mean, what does Steph need if you're going to move away from those guys? What can you develop and what do you need to help him win now?
Yeah. I remember that was one of the reasons they signed Draymond, because of Steph. Because he's worked better with Steph than any of their basketball players Steph's ever played with. And I think they felt like at the time that it was maybe a risk, but they couldn't win without Draymond. Like, you weren't going to win at the level they wanted to win without Draymond. Now, do they still feel that way? Do they feel like they can trust Draymond to be there for the rest of the year when he comes back and nobody knows when that's going to be? Do you feel like we can't trust him? That this is, we got 3.5 more years of this, and the first year has just gone to hell. Those are questions they're all going to have to ask, and it'll be really interesting in the next couple months to see what they do. I mean, it could do anything. Nothing, something. They could add, maybe subtract a little bit. Although one thing I know about Joe is he wants to win. So whatever they do, they're going to feel like they're a better team, puts himself in a better position to win. So that I do know. I mean, he's not happy spending $400 million for an under 500 record. I mean, that's
no, you kidding?
That's going to be wearing him out.
You serious?
Are you serious? I'm spending that type of money for this type of production? Like, no.
He's already looking at the Pistons. He's like, we better win this Pistons game. We better win this damn Pistons game.
So, it's going to be an interesting couple months.
Yeah, it is. And the two players we just talked about could be, after last night, two different sides of the coin. Draymond Green and Klay Thompson, though it may be the same result based on what we're talking about here. Klay talked a lot last night about appreciating the now and how he and Steve had a conversation. Maybe something clicked. Maybe a light switch went on for him because his play last night may have reflected that. Could have had an even bigger and more impactful game. Could have been a different deficit or the difference in the score had he not had so many fouls in the first half, which put him in some foul trouble. But Klay, I thought, had a really nice game last night and had some really, really interesting and enlightening comments based on the season he's had and how he plans to approach that going forward. Will it be enough? And does it keep him here beyond this year? We'll talk about it next on The Sports Leader.
They're Tolbert and Copes, and they're back on The Sports Leader. Find us on Insta at KNBR on Instagram. This is KNBR 104.5 at 680.
2 of 6 on threes for the year. He nearly had a steal, and Clay got a dunk. Sometimes you need to be lucky.
You dunked. How'd that feel?
That felt amazing. I will never take for granted dunking a basketball. Period. It doesn't even have to be in the NBA. It could just be in the driveway. So that felt really good. Felt really good. Can't relate, Raymond.
Raymond Ritter. I like that. Klay Thompson had a nice game. And, dude, that's the Klay we know and love. That right there, that mentality, that joke that he makes at Raymond Ritter, the making the paper airplanes, not the Klay throwing the 4 fingers in the face of Devin Booker, like not the guy who's sulking on the court like Brandon.
Can't relate, Raymond.
Like Brandon Belt just went 3-0 to a K. You know what I mean? Like, that's the Klay Thompson I want to hear from. Warriors going to win last night. First of all, Tom, how does it feel to dunk a basketball?
Feels pretty good.
You remember your first one in the NBA?
Feels pretty good. No.
No? Did you ever have a cool NBA dunk?
I had a great. I thought it was a great NBA dunk. Offensive foul.
You got called for like a player. He tapped the back of his head. Player control.
Yeah. Dick Bavetta called it. I remember Dick Bavetta called it, and Terry Davis took the charge, and he would have been way in the restricted area. And I put my knee in his chest and just, oh man, I was like, I got
no restricted area back then, was there?
And no.
When did that come? In the late 90s, early 2000s?
I don't remember.
I kind of remember it as a kid.
I was just mad because he didn't blow the whistle right away, and then he blew. I was like, oh come on.
It's like a late
best
flag.
I've ever had.
What'd you do? You like tomahawk it? Did you like?
Yeah, I caught it. Like he was underneath the bucket, and I caught it at the between the free throw and the top of the key, and took one dribble, so I had all my momentum going forward.
Yeah.
And just hit the jump perfect. And I could tell right when I went up that guy had all kinds of momentum going. And yeah, it
got one of those ooh.
Yeah,
and
just
then
bam.
boop, yeah.
I mean, it was a good one. And then nope, didn't count. Yeah. So there you go.
Didn't have the guts to call it.
Yeah. Although I remember in Houston.
Brutal!
In Houston,
that's a foul!
Oh, Dick Pavetta!
I bet Matt Bullard and I before the game bet $40 that I would get a 3-pointer before he got a dunk, because he didn't dunk and I dunked occasionally, and I didn't shoot a lot of threes, and that's what he did, shot a 3, and he was on the bench and I started, and I got a dunk and a 3 before he ever got in the game. I told him, I go, thanks for the 40.
Dude, you should pay me 80 for that, dude.
He didn't even get a chance.
Yeah.
He didn't even get a chance.
That's hysterical.
I was like, oh, yeah, you're done. You're toast.
That's hilarious. Klay Thompson says, yeah, it felt really good, man. I'll never take advantage dunking a basketball. That's pretty good. So Klay, solid performance last night, 15 points. And you talked about him aggressive in the third quarter. That was his best quarter, really. And some timely buckets, too. They needed him last night. You brought up yesterday how hard he is on himself. And we've talked a ton about this year, maybe too hard. Great timing yesterday because Klay addressed all of that last night. And here's what he had to say about him being kind of hard on himself and his mentality this year. Kind of the first time he's really spoken openly and I think as honest and as genuinely as he did last night.
Well, Steve and I had actually a great conversation yesterday. And that helped me relax a lot. Sometimes I forget just how successful and how lucky I've been to be a part of championship teams and all-star games and gold medals. And when you want to get back to that level so badly, you could kind of get in your own way. And rather than forcing it, we had a conversation about just enjoying this last chapter of my career and how lucky I truly am to still be playing this game and do it at a high level and being a better mentor for these young guys, leading by example, and having my energy right every game. And he helped me realize I do have negative energy, how that affects the team in a poor manner. So we had a great conversation. That just helped me change my whole mindset and forget about shooting splits or points per game or all-star games, and just to enjoy being in this Warriors uniform and appreciate what we built, because it's such a rare opportunity for any professional athlete to be a part of so much success and to try and pass that torch to the younger guys and keep this thing going.
Yeah, I mean, I hope that like that mindset he can hold on to, because I've seen it throughout the course of the year. He just gets so down on himself, and you just see the body language. And, I mean, this is one of the guys, especially the young guys, look up to. He's been there for all these championships. So, I mean, he's a foundational piece for this run.
There's kids who grew up watching him as their favorite guy or as part of this. You know, I mean, he's the Robin to Steph, and it's Steph, Clay, and Dre are this Golden State Warrior dynasty.
Yeah, I mean, screw the kids. I don't care about them. But the team.
No, I mean the guys who have come up in the league, not the kids out there. I mean, but think about how old. Like, what's the youngest player on the team?
Well,
now?
he's been on the team since 08.
So there you go. It's
09, I guess.
It's 24.
Right around there.
No?
Yeah.
I mean, it's been a long time. So
Maybe 10.
How old was Pajemski?
Pajemski is what, 19? No, he's
at 21, I think. Or
2021.
He was in college for a little bit. But you think
I mean,
about
you've
how young he was.
accomplished so much.
That's what I mean.
You're a Hall of Famer. So it can't be just about, and it's all about his shooting. When he's shooting well, things are great. When he's not shooting well, that's when the chin drops and you just see the bad body language. He sits on the bench and just kind of sulking guy because he's not shooting well. And I've said all year long, like, he can do more. Like, is he the defender he once was? No, but he's still an adequate defender.
Solid against
Absolutely.
Ben Carroll last night. He pretty good on the assignment. Was he 8 of 20 or something, Ben Carroll?
I think he was, yeah. He's rebounded a little bit occasionally. He had a couple really nice passes last night. So it's not just about shooting, but it's almost like every shot becomes a referendum on whether he's a good basketball player or not to him. And it's just not. I mean, it's not. This guy is going to go down as one of the great shooters of all time. He's going to be a Hall of Famer, 4-time champion, Olympian, All-Star, all that stuff. I mean, all that's already in the bank. And I know he wants to get back to where he was, but if that is going to be the standard, then he's going to be disappointed a lot more than he's not. Because he's not that guy anymore. He just isn't. I mean, there's a lot of miles on those tires and injuries, major injuries as well. So he's got to accept basically what he said. Like, just go out there and play. Enjoy this. This should be like a really fun time for him in that you go out there, you play basketball, you're getting paid a lot of money to do it. You've accomplished so much. Just have fun. And I know it's hard to have fun when you're not playing well, but there's a line between not having fun and just being like a total sourpuss and just kind of brings everybody down. So last night he had that, and I'm hoping he holds on to that and keeps that even through some rough times, because there'll be more. There'll be more games where he shoots 2 for 10, 2 for 11, just doesn't have it that night. But that's okay. You get taken out of the game. Cheer for Pajemski. To help them out when they come off the bench. Let them know what you're seeing. Like how they play in the screen rolls, how they're playing defense, what their coverages
it's advantageous to you.
What he can do.
Team.
Yeah, absolutely, it helps the team, and the energy helps the team. There's no doubt about it.
I can't imagine he would be ever okay with somebody calling him a bad teammate. And if you're sucking energy from the team, that's you become a problematic player, right? You become somebody it's tough to you're not a team player then, right? That's an issue for the team when that happens.
And then, that really hasn't been who he is, because he's always been one of the main guys that they count on.
And a team guy.
They just don't count on him as much anymore. Yeah. Like, they need him, but it's not like they have to have like his shot-making ability every single night, because that's just not the level he's at. But he can still be more than good enough. Really what it's about for him is just accepting who he is, trying to be the best version of that, and being okay with that. Doesn't mean you can't be bitter about some games or maybe a shot that you missed, but you just got to let that go. It's like, got it, let it go, instead of holding on to it. And then when he comes to the bench, you could just see it's not, he's not a guy that you want to be around at that point, because he's kind of into his own feelings and upset that he's not making shots, and upset because, again, he wants to be what he was. He's not going to be what he was. He just isn't. That's the main point for me. Just accept what you are, what's the best version of you can be, and be okay with that. And just be okay with that. And again, as he said, just be a good mentor to the young guys. Like, help them, teach them, let them know what you see. I mean, just think all the teams he's seen, all the schemes he's seen, everything he's seen that he can help these guys along with, and say, look, I've seen this. Like Chris Paul does that all the time. Yeah. He's always talking to those guys. Now, they're different type of guys. There's no doubt about it. And I don't expect him to be Chris Paul, but you can't be the guy that comes to the bench and just shuts down. That can't happen.
All right, from Klay Thompson, who, by the way, I think a lot of us fans, and we were just talking about the Mookie Blaylock years, like when I was in 6th grade, and I was going to those, watching Yuri Welsh get some minutes, dude, and Musselman was here. And those were lean years, rooting for 100 points in a chalupa at Taco Bell. Like, there's a generation of Warrior fans who just don't remember what it was like before this. There's a generation of Giants fans who don't remember what it was like before World Championships for the San Francisco Giants. Like, I feel,
they do. They've watched the last 3 years.
Well, yeah. I say they don't remember what it was like before.
I know, but it's pretty similar now.
Yeah. I don't think
it can be more boring.
Fair. The fan base isn't as hungry.
What's more boring, the offseason or the regular season?
Ooh, it's a fair question. Look what you did.
Anybody want a gift card?
Well, you were going to bring us down. You're going to bring us down. Yeah, gift card's still giving away. Caller 10 when you hear the cue to call. Joe Angel.
Maybe
That's not the cue to call.
You can donate it back
Hang
to the
in
Giants.
there.
Donate it back for the offseason.
You will. You to get tickets to go back on in. I was going to bring us down with Draymond, but you did it with that. That was fun. Oh, man. Yeah, Warrior fans, we're going to appreciate this run a little bit, too. Let's get into the Draymond situation. So yesterday before the game, Steve addressed Draymond and basically said we haven't really spoken to him. Yeah. Steph was asked about it afterwards. We talked briefly about it yesterday. We're talking about you have to determine soon which direction you're going to go. Like, trade deadline is a huge benchmark in the next wave of Warrior basketball, whether it's still an iteration of this team or you decide to blow things up and move on from Chris Paul. Whatever the situation may be, you've got to pull one of those levers soon or don't. That decision has to be made. Where does Draymond play into that? What's up with him? Does he want to be back? Can we expect him back? We'll talk about that next. Only here on the Sports Leader.
Oh, my goodness. Tolbert for three. Tom Tolbert hit a three.
'49ers head coach Kyle Shanahan announced that Sam Darnold will start Sunday against the Rams. More on that story trending now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Tolbert and Copes continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
He's not been in the facility, at least with us. He may have been coming in on his own.
Are you in contact with him at all?
A little bit, yeah. We text, but we've been giving him his space. He's been giving us ours.
I was where head coach Steve Kerr before yesterday's game talking about Draymond Green. He's been giving us our space. We've been giving him his, is what he said there at the end. They hadn't talked to him except for a couple of texts, and he said he didn't want to say he hadn't been in the facilities at all, but he said he hasn't been here with us, and I haven't seen him. So they haven't seen him in quite some time. Steph, actually, I said it was after last night's game. It was my mistake. It was after the loss to the Mavericks. Steph spoke about whether or not he'd had communication or the team had with Draymond. Here's what Steph Curry said.
Yeah, we haven't talked about him much since he's been gone, for a reason, just the space and, allowing him to make the progress he needs to make. But it's not lost that when we came into the year, nobody said we were going to be a great team without Draymond. And that obviously is our belief. Like, we're way better with him because of the things that he does, when he's out. And since he's been out, we've been trying to stay competitive. And we've won some games. We lost some tough ones. With all the players that we could throw out there and that we have, and the way that Draymond was playing before the suspension, it's clear he's a huge part of what we do, and we're better with him for all the intangibles and the way that he was playing. But we have to stay, competitive while he's out for us to, not lose too much ground.
Well, the only problem is their winning percentage is about the exact same with and without Draymond.
Smaller sample size with him.
The exact same.
Yeah.
So I don't know how much better they are with him this year.
Is the team mentally in a better place without him? And if that's what I wonder too, is what happens with some of these young guys, and especially because we've talked at length about the Jordan Poole situation last year and the ripple effect that might have had on some young guys. Some of those guys are still here, right? And some of those guys are playing big minutes. Some of them weren't, Podziemski and Jackson Davis. But in terms of getting the team to where they need to be prepared for games mentally, I mean, Steve is working. Obviously, there's development happening. We're seeing it before our eyes almost every game, and it's tangible in victories like last night. But I have reservations about Draymond coming back, and not that he wouldn't help the team on the court if he's back and he's back to what he was mentally prior to all of this. But I wonder what it does to the makeup of the team, because we're getting deep into a season now. I mean, anybody knows it starts Christmas Day. But
yes.
When you're 500 and you're in the 11th spot on January 3rd, I wonder where they do go with this. And does the roster look completely different when Draymond comes back, if and when that happens pre-trade deadline?
I don't know.
Yeah.
And I don't know when he comes back. I have no idea. What are they going to say when he comes back? He's good. He's good. Or he's not great, but, he's good enough to come back and he'll keep working at it. I still... That whole thing's kind of funky to me. I have no idea how that's going to work. He just pops up one day, he's playing, or he's coming back in a week. He's got one more class, or I have no idea.
Well, I don't know the dynamics of all the relationships, so it's impossible for me to speak on that. What I do try to do is put myself in that situation as a teammate. Like here at the office, if that were to happen at the studio and somebody has to leave and then they come back, is everybody just back all in, cool, open arms, welcoming them back, or are there still... Can't imagine everybody feels the same way about it. It's a group of people who have different opinions about probably how all of this is played out.
I guess it depends on how much they feel like he's committed to the team.
Sure.
Right? Is he committed to the team? Is he committed to playing? Does he want to, change? Has he changed? Is he going to be the same guy? There's just so many questions that we won't know until we actually see it on the court. But it wasn't like they were 6 games over 500 with Draymond. Like, oh, my gosh, we get Draymond back, we're going to be good to go. I mean, they had issues with Draymond. Yeah. So that's why I say the next couple months is going to be really interesting, because this is all big picture stuff. And where are they? I mean, if anyone out there believes right now that this is a top 4 seed type playoff team, then you're fooling yourself. It's If you think the coach could do something a little bit different, or the rotations could be a little bit different, or somebody playing a little bit more could change things, you're wrong. You're wrong. Let me repeat, you're wrong. This is kind of who they are. I think they're better than what they are right now, but I don't think they're are they as good? Are they as good as the Clippers right now?
No.
No. Are they as good as OKC?
No.
No. Are they as good as Minnesota?
No.
No. They're as good as Denver. There's 4. And then after that, then you have Dallas. Then you have Houston, who's been playing well. Then you have the Lakers, who's kind of been scuffling along like the Lakers do during the regular season. You even got Phoenix, who's been scuffling. And you got to figure Phoenix will be in the top 6. They'll find their way in the top 6 if they could ever get healthy. But, I know it's not late in the season, but it ain't early anymore. What are they right now? What are they, 40? How many games are they in? 30 games in, 32 games in, something like that?
Yeah, I think it's, what are they, 15 and 16, 31?
16 and 17 or 15 and 16?
They're 16 and 17. So
okay, so 33 games.
33.
What do you think you need for a top 4 seed? Probably 46? 47? Right around there?
Yeah, based on how bunched up it is there, and the in the West probably 40 for a top 6.
Yeah, top 4.
Top 4. Oh, you probably need. I mean, Minnesota's 24-8, OKC's 23-9, Denver's 24-11, the Clippers are 20-12. You're of the 4 spot, you're 5 games back in the loss column. I think it might take 49, 50. Yeah.
Okay, well, let's go light. Let's
okay,
go
48.
46.
Okay, 46.
Let's go 46. So they're 16 and 17 on 33 games, right? So they have 49 games left to play, and they have 16 wins. Is that correct?
Yes.
They have 49 games to play, and they have 16 wins.
That's right.
And they need to get to 45 wins. So what is that? 29 and 20. They would need to. They almost need to play 666 ball, it's you start adding up those numbers and go, well, those numbers are rough. That's tough to get to. I mean, you're a game under 500. Now you got to go 9 games over 500 the rest of the way just to get to 46, which is probably going to be light. That's probably a light number, but I just made it light just to kind of see what it would look like. Hell, if you picked 48, if you wanted to go with that, then you're looking at 31 and 18 the rest of the way. I mean, that's what you kind of start looking at. And as the calendar starts rolling, it becomes a little more daunting each and every day if you're not gaining ground on these teams. So and then if you get to, a 5-6 seed, you're playing on the road the whole time. Or if you get to a 7-8, then you got to go to the play-in game again. Yeah. Or if you're 9-10, then you don't get a home play-in game. You got to go for a road play-in game.
Lakers are fighting for that home play-in right now because they're 11-4 at home.
So it's that's why I say it's going to be real interesting to see where they go in the next month and a half. What they can do, what they will do, what they want to do. Do they want to hang on to this thing and see? If they're going to hang on to this thing and believe in it, you got to believe you can win a championship, or you got to believe you can get to at least to the Western Conference Finals. You have to,
if you want to hold to this core.
Yeah, you can't say let's hold on to this core and
hopefully the ceiling is second round.
We can win a round.
Right?
Why bother? Why bother? Now now here's the thing. I think they have assets that are worth something, but what are they worth? I think Kuminga would get you something. Wiggins get you something. Draymond, I think, would get you something. But what is it? Is it worth it? Does it make you that much better? Does it put you in a position to somehow get back to where you want to be? If not this year, but in 2 years maybe, say, you could do that? I don't know. I don't know the answer. And this isn't all that surprising. It's really, really hard to pull off what the Spurs pulled off. And that's what the Warriors, that's what Laker wanted to pull off. Kind of what the Lakers did and what the Warriors, what the Spurs did. So you go back to what the Lakers did, who had an incredible run, right? So it started with, you got Kareem over. You traded him, and they weren't very good when they got Kareem from Milwaukee. Then all of a sudden, you get Magic. And then you get one of the most unbelievable trades of all time with Cleveland and get Worthy.
Yeah.
Boom. You're like, you're golden for a decade. A decade they were golden for. Like, we don't have to worry about anything for a decade. And they didn't. And then the last one, they lost to the Bulls. You know, Magic was getting a little bit older, and that was Sam Perkins on that team and Vlade, and they were okay. And then what happens? Well, they're the Lakers, so people want to go there. So Shaq's like, I want to come to the Lakers. And then they get Kobe. Then you're good for another 10, 15 years. So there's your run. Like it's like they had the beginning, and then they reinfused it. Whereas what San Antonio did was they had Robinson before Pop took over. Robinson gets hurt. They lose 60 games. Ping pong balls go their way. Boom, Duncan. It's like, oh, damn, we're good for a little bit, right? So you get Duncan, you get Robinson. And then Robinson retires. Duncan started to get a little bit older. Kawhi, middle of the first round. I think that was a trade. I think George.
They traded for George Hill.
Yeah, George Hill.
Yeah.
Right? And then Tony Parker. I think Tony Parker was end of the first round.
Yep.
And Manu Ginobili, second rounder. Boom. You hit the draft like grand slams, and then you're off and running again for another 10, 12 years. That's how you do that. Like, so they have to figure out, okay, how do we get to that next kind of reiteration? Not next reiteration. It's not reiteration. It's that word. No. Iteration.
Version?
Version, whatever. It's a different word I was looking for. But anyway, It doesn't matter. How do you get to that? Yeah, keep going. We'll just spend a segment on that.
Grab a thesaurus, Tim.
Yeah, grab a thesaurus.
KNBR, good words for version.
Yeah.
No.
Thank you. So how do you get to that? And what does that look like? I mean, what does it look like? I mean, they missed in the draft.
With
Wiseman. Right? They missed with Wiseman. I think Kuminga's still kind of a let's wait and see on him. And Moody's fine. Moody was 14th. But Kawhi was 15th. That's the type of player they got with 15. So when you can hit on that type, and again, it was a George Hill trade, but then you hit Parker late and Ginobili in the second round. Like, you hit 3 Hall of Famers. That's how you move into the next year. And you're real smart, and Popovich is a great coach. Like, I think Steve's a great coach, and I think they got smart guys, but they haven't so far been able to, like, we don't see the light for 5 years down the line, right? When they got Kawhi and they had Parker, and we didn't know Parker was going to be that great, but they looked like he was going to be pretty good. And Ginobili, like,
Parker had been there for a while by the time they got Kawhi, though.
You could see.
Yeah.
You could kind of see, okay, this thing's going to keep going. Like, they're gonna put themselves in a position
bring
to
one
win.
of Bruce Bowen,
Championships.
just a lockdown guy. Then you start getting role players like the Warriors did.
With the Warriors, we don't see that yet. Yeah. Like, I don't see the light 5 years from now, right? Like, okay, there's going to be no Clay. Steph will be, I don't know if he'll be coming off the bench in 5 years. What will he be doing in 5 years? I think he'll still be playing. Draymond will be done in 5 years. Okay, what's the future that keeps them like a competitive team in terms of championships? Because that's what the Lakers were. The Lakers just completely revamped. They got like 2 massive superstars. And the Spurs didn't get these guys free agency. They drafted them, and they just hit them, and then they filled in the pieces. So if Joe Lacob wants that, if he wants to have like 25 years of like excellence here, where it's not just like, okay, boom, we got this for 10 years, and now it just fizzles out, which happens to most teams. I mean, the Warriors have had a better run than most teams are ever going to have in the NBA in their lifetime. Like, it was a magical run, one of the best runs of all time. This is how it kind of usually ends, where you kind of peter out a little bit, and you kind of maybe make a playoff, and then you got to figure out, okay, how do we retool and get back to kind of what we were? Most teams don't do like what the Spurs and Lakers did, where it's like, okay, you go down a little bit, and then whoo, you're just like, take off. Like, we're back up in the air. That doesn't happen. The Warriors got to figure out, okay, what's our avenue to doing that? Maybe there isn't one. Maybe there is. I don't know if there is one, but we don't see it yet. And I don't think they have, they may have a vision of what they wanted. Again, if you hit Wiseman, then look, you're back and rolling again. It's like, okay, God, we're good for another 10 years.
And that's it. And if you hit big enough on the one that keeps you moving, Kawhi is one that had the Spurs held on to him. And if he were, I don't know, he's always heard it seemingly, but he's got 2 titles in 2 places and 2 finals MVPs with 2 different organizations, which is a hard thing to do. It's incredible that he did that. Had he been there, and if he were the he seemed sort of demeanor like the Tim Duncan type of player. Obviously, it didn't work out for him there, but had he still been there, you'd say, okay, that's a team that's still on the table, Wemby or not, because they had Kawhi Leonard.
Well, they wouldn't have Wemby if
they
they
wouldn't
had
have Wemby, of course. But the point being is, when you get a guy that's big enough like that, Kobe helped them win in the Shaq era. Shaq needed that. They had to have him. Shaq's a dominant player, but he was a big part of that dynastic run.
Oh, yeah.
He was so good, though, that he ended up being one of, if not the greatest of all time. I don't think he's the best ever, but he's on that Mount Rushmore, where he got you titles a decade after that later by bringing in other people, and it was still because of draft picks. Don't forget, they got Pau Gasol for Marc Gasol. They were holding on to Marc Gasol's rights for like a couple of years before they flipped him. So they were planning for the future for a long time, and then Kobe started calling shots. Phil comes back, and the rest is history. But when you can extend like that, and you have a player of that caliber, and seemingly Steph Curry is like that, you can still extend beyond where maybe the peak is for some of the other guys.
Yeah.
And I think that's what they're looking for. So,
and Kobe's not on the Mount Rushmore.
You don't think so?
No.
Who's on? You don't think Kobe's on Mount Rushmore?
Not a chance.
Well, he's not
Mount Rushmore for Lakers.
Sure.
That's still a tough nut to crack.
That's a
Laker Mount Rushmore is incredible. So the Celtics Mount Rushmore, but the Lakers, I don't know if you can beat the Lakers Mount Rushmore.
Who's the Lakers Mount Rushmore? It's Magic, Kareem,
Shaq, Kobe.
So Kobe is on it. Oh, and they call him the Lakers. One. So who's on the NBA Mount Rushmore?
I don't know, but not him. It's probably Michael.
If you don't even know, then how can you tell me?
Michael, Kareem, LeBron, and I don't know.
Kobe?
I can go
Bill Russell?
No, not Kobe. I go Bird.
Bob Cousy?
I go Bird over Kobe, but
Bird over Kobe, huh?
I mean, I just
Do you even watch basketball? You even watch hoops, dude? Come on.
Dude, I'll put
what are we
me
talking
on there.
about, dude? I saw Bird, dude. He was all overweight, coaching the Pistons.
You could put
the
Wilt
Pacers.
on there.
Yeah, Wilt. Dude, I don't think Kareem gets enough.
Oh, Kareem.
Kareem doesn't get enough love for being the best of all time.
For best of all time.
5 titles? 5 MVPs, 6 MVPs or something?
Yeah, it's like, 5 or 6. I think 5 titles, 5 MVPs. Could be
wild.
6 MVPs.
I remember when Bonds passed Kareem for most MVPs in any sport. Because Bonds got like 7 or something, right?
It was insane.
And Kareem getting 5 is...
Yeah, but they didn't give him out. What would Babe have had, 18?
Yeah.
He would have won.
Come on.
He would have won every year. Well, guess what? Ohtani's going to probably have 12. He'll win every year. I don't know if he's over here. How old is he now?
Who, Ohtani?
Yeah, 29?
Yeah.
So what's he got? At least a good... If he pitches, he's got 5 more in him.
He's not getting an S from me. 6 titles and 6 MVPs for
I mean, no, he's incredible.
Why does he not get the love?
I don't know.
He was the all-time scorer.
People don't like the hook. I think people don't like the hook.
I don't care what they like.
I'm just telling you.
I don't give a damn what they like. Kareem was insane.
I don't like the hook. I'm going to give it to him.
So we're in agreement. Kareem, Michael, Shaq.
Duncan.
You putting Duncan over Kobe?
Yeah. Yeah, I would. Do
you even watch basketball?
No.
Duncan over Kobe. Interesting debate. The big fundamental. I mean, dude, he was insane.
Dude,
he got 5 in the Kobe era.
What?
He got 5 in the Kobe and Shaq era.
He's incredible.
Man. Where's Dirk go on the list as a freak?
As a freak, he's way up there.
As far as he was
offensively, he's he's such an outlier how big he was and how he was one of the first super big dudes, not big but tall, that could just bomb from the perimeter.
Oh, dude.
Everybody does it now, but this guy was just
7
wild.
feet. I love 03 Mavs were one of my favorites.
Yeah.
It was Sean Bradley was there. They had Steve Nash was a point guard.
Yes.
Dirk was their 4.
Nash.
I'm trying to remember who the 2 was. Michael somebody or other.
Oh, Michael Finley.
There you go, Michael Finley. They had Nick the Quick Van Exel off the bench. Dude, I like that.
That was one of my favorite playoff series to ever call. I called the Mavs Kings.
Ooh,
I called 3 of their games.
Was 04?
Oh yeah, I was first one to 130. I mean, it was just woo! It was so awesome. I loved calling those games. I used to drive up to Sacramento and call those games
at Arco.
Yep, awesome atmosphere, and the teams were great.
Those used to be that was back when, stylistically, there were different basketball teams.
Yeah.
Now, everybody, we say it about baseball. We say football's not so much. You still get football stylistically because coaches and schematics, but a lot of the offenses, it goes in waves and trends. But in the NBA, we used to get, you knew you were going to get a series like that where it was going to be up and down. Warriors against the Jazz, that we believe, it was oh boy, it's going to be, how are you going to stop?
Yeah.
They're a slow it down.
Yep.
That was still Jerry Sloan back then, right?
Well, remember when I think the We Believe Warriors, maybe the year after, they made their run.
48 wins and
they
missed
put
the
the
playoffs.
Suns in the playoffs.
No, they 48 wins and didn't make the playoffs the following year.
Was that what it was?
Yeah.
I know they played the Suns one of those years, and I was like, ooh, I got to watch these games. I think it was the Suns.
The Suns? I don't remember them meeting the Suns in the playoffs.
Oh, who was it? Maybe it wasn't.
Lakers Suns was a lot of fun.
Maybe it was just TNT Thursday Night Special.
Kobe against Gentry.
That's possible.
Kobe knocked down that 3 and tapped him on the ass. Days Gentry all the time. I was like, that's incredible. Kobe's so cool. Not on Tom's Mount Rushmore though.
He's not. Not a chance.
But Kareem is up there. Just one more thought on the Draymond stuff. So I was saying, would people welcome him back? Not people, fans. I'm thinking the team. What is that? Is that something that Mike Dunleavy has to navigate, or that Steve Kerr has to navigate, or is there an implementation process here? Like, what's
don't know?
Yeah,
I don't know.
All brand new.
I don't know. I don't know if it's like reintroducing an animal to the wild park. Like you're like, okay, we can put him out there for a day, and we got to take him back.
Yeah,
got to make sure put him out there for a couple more days and take him back.
I'm acclimated. So I'm going to put the new seal in the water, like see if he knows how to swim for a second, kind of flaps.
Exactly.
I'm hoping maybe they do it like WWE, like he just comes running into a game from the Titantron.
Oh no! Please don't do that.
The glass crash.
Awesome,
here's some entry music for Draymond.
Stone Cold.
Here he comes! Draymond's back! Oh my God!
Yeah,
but then he has to check in. Then he has to stand in front of the scores table and wait for the.
They can play Degeneration X. Can spit water in the air.
Yeah,
that'd be just perfect.
They play Kelly Clarkson since you've been gone. There we go. We'll wait and see what happens. But it does seem like they're going to have to make a decision on what the direction of the team is for this organization. Make a lot of really good points about the successful teams and the organizations that have kept things going for decades.
Thanks, Mike Dunleavy.
And that's what they're looking to do. That's what Dunleavy is going to be tasked with. Dante Whitner going to join us at 3:50. Let's get into some 49er football. Also, Steve Young, 4:50. Steve Kerr, head coach of the Warriors, at 5:30. Got that? Dante, 3:50. Steve Young, 4:50. And then just leave it on because 5:30. Steve Kerr is going to join us. When we come on back, I lied to you. So we're going to get into some football. Why don't we do that when we have a nice, big, first time of the year NBA grab bag.
NBA grab bag.
NBA grab bag is next in 2024 on the Sports Leader.
Hercules, shout out to you for supporting KNBR. Hercules' Sports Leader.
Tim Ryan joined Murph and Marcus and discussed how the 49ers should approach Week 18 against the Rams with the bye week already locked up. More on that podcast is trending now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Hello. I like most of the sounders on KNBR, but the NBA grab bag sounder is really stupid and annoying, and you play it all the time.
You got to give the people what they want, and it's they ask for grab bag, we give them grab bag.
68-61, Orlando battled back. Here's Tolbert for three.
All right. Tom making bets about knocking down threes. Was it you had to make a three before, who was it? Dunked a ball in a game?
Yeah, Matt Bullard. I had to make a three before he dunked.
Matt Bullard didn't really get in the game.
He got in the game. I just beat him to it. I got my dunk and the three before he got in the game.
Tolbert takes the three.
Kind of cheating, but whatever.
NBA grab bag for January 3rd, 2024. The grab bag lives on. Let's get right into it here. This is something we missed while we were out. Packers cornerback Jair Alexander was suspended last Sunday by the team in Minnesota because he went rogue during the pregame of the opening coin toss. He decided he was going to make himself a team captain because he's from Carolina. They were playing against Carolina. They win the coin toss, and he told the refs, "We want defense."
Yeah.
Which they asked him if he meant to defer. The team then suspended him. I believe they fined him, too. I want to say they Gutekunst may have fined him. Anyway, went rogue and just decided, no, I'm a captain. I'm a team captain. I'm going out there. Dude. And then decides, not only am I going to go out there, like, represent my city or where I'm from, he's like, no, I just want to...
I'm going to screw it up,
I'm going to actually say so. We want the ball. We're going to score. He didn't Matt Hasselbeck it, but anyway, pretty funny.
I wonder, Coach, we're going to ask Kyle Shanahan this. I got to remember to ask him. Because my feeling is, I bet you every single game, no matter how many times the captains walk out to midfield, every single game the coaches say, the word you're looking for is defer. Defer. Not we want the ball, not we're going to kick. We defer. That means we get to decide in the second half. Because a lot of times, I've heard people say, we're going to kick. And they'll kick it. And then they'll come out thinking they're getting the ball. It's like, no. They get to make the decision. You made your decision.
You decided what you were doing.
You wanted to kick.
You defer. They get,
now they get to decide. Yeah. And they're going to decide to get the ball.
Yeah.
So I've seen it happen a few times, but I can almost guarantee you every single week, no matter how many times the guys go, yeah, I got it. Don't worry about it. Okay. Defer. Defer is the word you're looking for if we win the coin toss.
Should the officials have asked him if he meant to defer?
I think it's much like the offside stuff. Like, I think they want to help you.
Am I offside?
They don't want to screw you. They'd like to help you. And then if you do something during the course of the play, then, hey, that's on you. But NBA officials, they help me. Get your hands off him. Get your hands off him, or do this, or they want to make it as clean a game as possible. They don't want to. They don't want to be involved. At least most of them. So yeah, I would have said, are you sure? Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, defer is what I meant. That's what I meant. I also didn't even need to be out here because I'm not a captain.
Exactly.
Moving on here in the NBA grab bag.
NBA grab bag.
By the way, did he get tape and put a C on his chest like Brandon Bell?
Dude, that would have been gold, dude, if he did that. If I got a yellow tape for that C, I don't have one. All the stars under it. Oh, dude, I'm the captain now. Yeah, here we go. Speaking of Carolina, Panthers owner David Tepper.
Oh, yeah.
This is good, dude. He got fined $300,000, $300,000 for throwing a drink on a fan from his luxury box, dude. He was in Jacksonville. Tepper released a statement. No apology in the statement where he says, quote, I'm deeply passionate about this team, and I regret my behavior, is what he went on to say. He paid the fine with the money from his sofa, says Derek. He pulled coins out of his mattress, dude. Don't forget, this is the guy who was meeting with Frank Reich after every game, like running through game plans and stuff.
Well, I would say this. They should have given the $300,000 to the person he threw the drink on. But that guy's an a-hole, too. I'm sure they're both a-holes.
Was it Ogden? He's a Jags fan?
Who knows? It was an a-hole. I can guarantee you that.
Tepper's like, is that Ogden?
Is that Ogden?
Is that Ogden down there? What's up, Ogden? How you doing, bro? Moving on here in the NBA grab bag.
NBA grab bag.
From ESPN. They had a great New Year's Day, man. Awesome New Year's Day.
Really good New Year's Day.
Yeah. Except for the later half of the broadcast where, did you see... on Bourbon Street, they got a wide shot. Camera going down Bourbon Street. It's a wide shot of a woman, oddly enough, dude, pushing a stroller. pulls back from the stroller looking up. And you know what's going on Bourbon Street, dude. Just pulls it down. You get him right there, dude. She's opened it. Just
I did not see that.
Pulls the shirt down and he's yeah. How about that? You get the that's a Sugar Bowl special for you there.
Dang, baby.
Yeah.
I can't believe I missed that.
Yeah.
That sucks.
And the Mundogs, they won the Bourbon Bowl, did you? There you go. That's the Sugar Bowl from ESPN. More coming your way in the NBA grab bag.
NBA grab bag.
Heard Papa and Lund talking about this earlier. Aaron Rodgers versus Jimmy Kimmel.
Yes.
This is just absolutely bizarre. So Aaron Rodgers, as part of his Pat McAfee hit yesterday, I guess, makes a comment alluding to Jimmy Kimmel being part of the Jeffrey Epstein travel log list that's going to be released. I don't know if we had the audio in the system at all.
Here's what he said. This is what he said. They talked about, this log that's going to be released. There's going to be more famous people named. And Aaron Rodgers goes, a lot of people, including Jimmy Kimmel, are hoping that doesn't come out.
That's what he says, because they've had spats before. Because Kimmel's come at him for his vaccine stuff and for always pretending to be the smartest guy in the room and all that. I don't know. His UFO stuff, he mocks it.
Yeah,
I don't know, you know, Kimmel's a comedian, so at night he tells jokes. That's what he does.
Exactly.
That's what he does at night, and then people like Aaron Rodgers get upset about it. I saw a lot of people on social media saying, you know, oh, Jimmy Kimmel, because he responded to this, like, oh, he's very sensitive for somebody who doesn't have anything to hide. I'm like, oh, you gotta be kidding me, bro. Oh, man, you get called something like that by a public figure, and you tell me how sensitive you get, dude, about something that is absolutely not true. Because here's the thing, if he doesn't say anything, everyone's like, Jimmy Kimmel awfully quiet against these allegations, dude. Why isn't he saying anything? If I didn't do that, I would have been the first to refute it. Yeah, you can't win that thing. Well, what Jimmy Kimmel does is he comes on back. Do you have the tweet from Kimmel right in front of you there?
Jimmy Kimmel said, "Dear a-hole."
This is on Twitter. Yeah.
For the record, I've not met, flown with, visited, or had any contact whatsoever with Epstein, nor will you find my name on any list. Other than the clearly phony nonsense that soft-brained wackos like you can't seem to distinguish from reality, your reckless words put my family in danger. Keep it up, and we will debate the facts further in court.
Nice.
Very nice.
So there you go. And then I guess Pat McAfee.
Pat McAfee
that was all
show.
on the Pat McAfee show. Then Kimmel tweeted out.
Whoa.
Yeah, McAfee then today had to be like, hey, I hope they settle their beef, man. I really do. I hope Aaron, because he wants Aaron to keep coming on the show too. I'm sure they're like, yo, whoa, dude, you can't be making allegations if he sues us and the network and this is all bad. Aaron Rodgers like, I don't give a damn, dude. I play for the Jets.
Yeah, you can rip somebody if you want to, but boy, you bring up the Epstein name, that you're going to get a rebuttal on that one. You're like you said, you're not keeping quiet on that. That's about as bad as it gets.
You're a public figure on a national TV station, on a national network, on one of the biggest shows and highest rated on their network, one of the most recognizable names in American sports for the last 20 years. And you make an allegation like that against somebody else in the public eye, he's lucky there's not already legal action.
Yeah, exactly.
And Pat McAfee knows, based on his allegations against Brett Favre, so he knows that can get slapped on you pretty quick. One more here. How about a late submission to the NBA grab bag from our very own Tom Tolbert? He mailed it in. It had his return address and everything.
Yep.
This is sort of wacky. Chandler Jones, yeah, Derek's guy, Chandler Jones. He got a tattoo on his head.
Top of his head. Which I have no idea why you get a tattoo on the top of your head.
One word.
What, so God can see it?
Well, yeah, one word. It says Messiah.
Oh, I guess he wants God to see it. Messiah.
It's Chandler Jones. Bizarre. Apparently he just got his first tattoo back in October, too. There was news about it on TMZ. I was looking up this story. Chandler Jones, new head ink. Messiah is the headline for Chandler Jones. Yeah, there it is. Big block letters adding to his body ink collection. This time he put the word Messiah. He had a different season. And it was no longer with the Vegas Raiders by the end of the year. Anyway, one more addition to the NBA grab bag. He also got a Beyonce Giselle Knowles tattoo on his arm.
I love that one, too.
Music icon. He got her full name. He got her full first, middle, and last name. Anyway, KNBR, if you're going to get a music artist name tattooed on your body, I'm talking artist. I'm not talking like band. I'm not talking song lyric.
Like literally, how many times did those brothers get dropped on their head when they were younger? Both of them.
I don't think it happened then. I think it happened in the NFL, playing football.
Are you not allowed to get a teardrop unless you've killed someone?
It's such a great drop.
That's a pretty good soundbite.
It's such a great drop.
That's a pretty good soundbite.
Those are two of the, have we gone a full year without one of those guys being in trouble with the law of the last decade?
I don't know. Derek, you're our resident Jones specialist. What's the rundown on their rap sheets?
I mean, the Jones brothers are...
He just goes, I don't know, but he got arrested earlier this year. I know, that's what we're talking about, man. That's going to do it for your NBA grab bag. Your first of 2024. Nice, hefty grab bag there for you. We got plenty more to get to, and we're still going to talk to plenty of our, we got 3 guests coming up. We're going to still try to connect with Dante Whitner in about a half hour, about 20 minutes or so at 3:50. Steve Young, 4:50. Steve Kerr at 5:30. When we come on back, Derek and I were discussing what we were talking about yesterday, Tom, about potential fun playoff matchups that we could see in both the AFC and the NFC.
Yep.
Is there a case that we should be rooting against the 49ers this weekend? I'll tell you why when we come on back. Tolbert and Copes on the Sports Leader.
Are you not allowed to get a teardrop unless you've killed someone?
Hey, what's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland here for Underdog Fantasy. It's the best place. You should be playing fantasy sports this basketball season. Still football going on, too, but basketball, you can do it every night of the season. It's still here, and there's no easier way to get in on the action than with Underdog and their pick'em game, fantasy game, but you can make some real money. You can do it tonight. We got games going on in about a half hour or so. You can start playing the pick'em game. Pick between 2 and 5 players. You select whether or not they will go higher or lower than one of their stats, and if your picks hit, you can win big. It's legal in California and a ton of fun to play along as you watch your Golden State Warriors. Don't forget, I hit you right on the Franz Wagner over 5.5, or the higher than 5.5 rebounds last night. Go to their easy-to-use mobile app, UnderdogFantasy.com, and use promo code KNBR when you sign up. Underdog is going to double your first deposit up to $100. That's Underdog Fantasy, promo code KNBR to get that first deposit of $10 or more, up to $100 doubled. You must be 18 or older and present in a state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms apply. Concern with your play, call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit www.ncpgambling.org.
Listen to the Sports Leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Tolbert and Copes continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Kyle, do you plan on playing Brock Purdy against the Rams?
No, Brock's the only guy for sure. No, I don't plan on playing. I mean, we're treating this as a normal week, so this is a normal Wednesday at this time of year, which means we go half speed on everything. We don't do anything full speed this time of year on a Wednesday. Brock will get half of the reps with the one, Sam will get the other. I want our team to treat this week as Brock going down on like the first play of the game. Now, that's why I want them both repping it. I want Brock to get some work this week, and that's something I'd like us to be ready for if that unfortunately did happen. Thursday, when it's all full speed, probably give Sam majority of them. We'll talk about that after today, and Friday we're back to walkthrough.
With all due respect, a little close to home.
Don't say that. Don't say, we're gonna treat it as if he got hurt in the first play of the game.
Whoa.
How about we don't?
Whoa.
No.
Let's pretend we did. Let's not say we did.
How about he got sick the first play of the game?
Yeah, Brock's.
Like my skin is like you're making me uncomfortable.
It's yeah. I just don't put it.
Ole Miss made you a lot more uncomfortable.
Just don't put it in the universe. You know what I mean? Don't even put it out there. So Kyle Shanahan, no surprise today, announced Sam Darnold's going to start against the Rams. Sean McVay. Yeah, it's going to be Carson Wentz. Your Sean McVay announcement. We had the audio, but I figured I'd just do it for you. He's going to start in place of Matt Stafford. So those going down to the to Levi Stadium will be treated to a Darnold Wentz tilt. Sunday afternoon, 125 kick.
You'll
right
be there.
Here. I'll be. Yeah,
you're going to be treated.
Damn right I will be. Hey, Tim, you going? Tim will be there. Me and Timmy are going down to watch Wentz Darnold.
I'll be treated on the couch.
It's Wentz. It's Darnold. It's next.
Maybe.
On these sports.
If I watch it.
Pregame 9 a.m. We'll have it for you. Right
Snuff
here.
me out.
On these sports.
Kill me. Isn't there only like 2 games to watch this week?
The Bills and the Dolphins, right?
And Tennessee, Houston.
Tennessee, Houston. there's a lot of implications for other teams.
Yeah, I can't do that, though, because then I got to watch games that might mean something, that might not mean something.
Well, no, but there are some teams that can make things happen by, like, Green Bay is winning in.
Correct.
But if Green Bay loses, then it opens it up for other. Then you're like, because if you're watching it, what I mean by that is
that one.
What I mean by that is you can keep an eye on Green Bay, and then if you get to like the fourth quarter and Bears are up or something, and then you start bouncing around, you're like, oh boy, dude, now Seattle has a shot.
Yep.
Now maybe New Orleans has a chance. What's Tampa doing after their loss last week? So the Green Bay one is funky. If Tampa starts losing, or if New Orleans, like that opens the door for New Orleans, then so there's a couple of situations to watch, even if the game itself is not quality, but there's domino effects that can be had this weekend. But it's also, I think, going to be a much more unpredictable week of football, and some cool stuff I think could happen. There is a lot of wide open scenarios, and a lot of teams are not playing, guys. We already had tons of injuries.
Yep.
Right? And there's a handful of teams that have locked some stuff up. So Sean McVay says it'll be Wentz in place of Stafford. They've already clinched their playoff spot. Now, we talked yesterday about the two matchups I think we would most be excited to see in the playoffs would be Stafford going to Detroit.
Yep.
And Joe Flacco going to Baltimore.
Yep.
Just because it would be so cool to see both of those things happen. Two guys, one who leaves to win a Super Bowl, one who won a Super Bowl for that team, right? And didn't leave. He was traded away for a guy now who's helped turn the organization around in Jared Goff, who they stuck with. So let me back up one more time here. Had the Lions already locked in their 3 seed with a win over Dallas, or they would have been the 2 seed, locked in the 2 with a win over Dallas, then the Rams would have to fall to 7 to potentially have to play them. A Niner win would make the Rams fall to 7 potentially if they got wins from behind them, if Green Bay's in. There's a bunch of scenarios. Fact of the matter is, if the Niners lose, there's a better chance this weekend that the Rams can solidify a number 6 seed to end up playing potentially the Lions at number 3. Now, the Rams don't control their own fate in seeding, but if the Niners win, it's much less likely that we're getting Rams and Lions. The game means nothing to the Niners except that you come out of it healthy.
Absolutely.
There's nothing to play for here. There's no gains to be had. The Rams have decided, since they don't control their own fate, why bother? And I get that logic. I get not playing Stafford and Nakua, they're going to play Puka Nakua. He's 28 yards shy of the rookie receiving record. So he'll probably stay in to try to get it.
Is that the regular rookie receiving record or the Hawaiian rookie receiving record?
I think it's the...
Do we know?
We have to get confirmation.
And by the way, when you're going over all the playoff permutations...
You didn't care. You glazed over?
Up. I did glaze over a little bit.
I looked at you, and then I looked. Dude, you know what happened? Tom was looking at the TV screen here in the studio. I looked over the TV screen. There's nothing on it.
Yeah, I was
it just says live from the Casino Matrix studio.
Well, you know what I was thinking about?
Is there a game on over there? Oh, no.
I kept thinking of John Lund, is what I kept thinking about.
Yeah, we got the playoffs.
We still got that? We still got John Lund?
Yeah, he's going to have to dig it in.
Find John Lund.
We'll get you all the playoffs.
Not the fast one. Oh, don't do the fast one. Just give the John Lund full breakdown of the NBA playoffs. And I go, bro, you lost me. Like, I don't know. How long you been doing this? For most of it, you've lost me. I don't know what the hell you're talking about.
Facts are their team's locked.
They don't win. Then they go to 9. Then they go to 7. Then they go to 8.
3-man sack race consecutive Sundays.
It was one of the greatest things.
The Spurs were to win, which is unlikely because the Spurs at home are 33-8. On the road are 14-26. So
road records.
They've really struggled on the road. But if they were to somehow win, so if the Blazers would win, Spurs would win, Wolves would win, then the Spurs would go to 6, the Wolves would be at 7.
So who cares? He's like, then they're
how long is that thing?
They're 36-18 on the road.
Tony plays the Nuggets, which could be a 3-6 because we'll get
different segment.
Later.
It's a different segment. It's a whole different. He's like Radio Row doing that one, dude. He's got noise behind him.
How long was the one he did in studio with me? Was that
time was like 3 minutes?
Yeah.
Yeah, like a 2.5 minutes.
It was like the greatest thing.
It's like the basketball.
I was like, I'm totally lost right now.
Because it gets all ifs. That's why I say.
He goes, how long were you with me for? I go, 15 seconds.
Yeah.
I kind of I lost it.
If you went to win in Milwaukee and the Spurs win at home against the Mavs, it's done.
Because of the Spurs. Once you start talking road records for me, for tie breaks, I'm kind of out of it at the NBA level, right?
That was so good.
So, Kyle.
Currently. Okay,
no, that's not helpful at all. That's not helpful to anybody. Slow it down.
Yeah. Let's make it 9 minutes.
Kyle added that he was going to treat this game very vanilla. Both teams could meet in the postseason, right? So you don't want to come with some huge. I don't know how much you show each other anyway. That is brand new, absolutely.
Yeah, exactly.
At this point, you play twice a year, sometimes 3 for the last 8 years or something. So they gain absolutely nothing from this weekend. They've locked everything up. Rams, despite clinching the playoff spot, have that situation with seeding. If the Packers who beat Chicago. If the Packers beat Chicago, they're in. That's simple. If the Rams lose, Packers would leap the Rams. That's that simple, right? Because there's just that one spot at the bottom that's hanging around. And is it 3 teams playing for that spot, basically? 2 teams. There's opportunities for like 3 to 4 teams into that final spot. Because it's Seattle, Green Bay. New Orleans could still leap into the division lead, but that's all funky too. And they could also leapfrog into the wild card as well. If Rams win, Lions win, Cowboys win, Eagles win. There you go.
Here we go.
Here we go. If Rams win, Lions win, Cowboys win, and Eagles win, the Lions play the Rams on wild card weekend. But, no, there's no but. As NFL fans, we all want that game. I don't know if rooting against the Niners this weekend does anything for that, because the Rams could lose and still be in the same spot. They could win, and it wouldn't matter either for this weekend. I think. Which is why they're not playing Stafford. If they thought they could get a better playoff scenario or matchup, they might do it. But there's nothing they can do for it. So, who do you want to see as the last team getting in?
Can you go over that again?
Green Bay, New Orleans.
I think Green
Seattle.
Bay, Dallas would be fun, just because it's not quite the helmet game that I grew up with, but Aikman and Favre, and in the '90s, once the Niners started kind of faltering a little bit, and they weren't the main rival for the Cowboys, it kind of became the Packers. Like the Packers were that team that battled the Cowboys and had some really good playoff games. So it was really those 3 teams, and then it was more so the Packers and the Cowboys, and not the Niners. But so from that standpoint, that'd be kind of fun to see. Obviously, we want to see the one I don't care to see. Like, I'll watch it. It's a playoff game, but Eagles-Bucks is like that would be
I don't care.
last by far. Because, yes, Rams-Lions would be first. That's automatic. That's number 1. And then I think there is some intrigue to Packers and Cowboys. I think that would be kind of fun to watch. And then in the AFC, if it comes down to Bills-Chiefs or Dolphins-Chiefs, that's the one. Like, that's the one you definitely want to watch. I definitely want to watch. That'll be a really, really good one. And then I don't know who's 2 in the AFC
right now. It could be Buffalo. Like, it could end up.
Yeah, it could be Buffalo.
So the way it stands right now in the AFC playoff picture,
so
Baltimore's
Buffalo
the
or
1
Miami.
and Miami's the 2.
So there's your 2.
Yeah.
Okay. And then 3 is Kansas City.
4 is Jacksonville.
Yeah, whoever they're playing, I don't care. Man, maybe it's Cleveland.
It's on a 4-5.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind watching Cleveland play.
Cleveland.
I mean, they're not super exciting. There's just something intriguing about the Flacco story, right? There just is. And the Jags haven't.
Flacco. By the way, they're sitting Flacco this weekend.
Yep.
They wrapped him in bubble wrap. Like,
I think it was playing Driscoll.
Jeff Driscoll.
Jeff Driscoll out there.
They're like, don't
playing.
even show up to the game, Joe. They're like,
how great is that? Joe wasn't even playing. And he gets a week off in week 18.
Catch a game check to sit on the bench, dude.
That's how incredible this story has been. Like, we know you're raking leaves. Why don't you come back and play? Yeah, why don't you go back to raking leaves for week 18? Hell, don't even be around. Let's go rake leaves, come back for the playoffs.
I imagine he's like Dennis Quaid, dude. He's like, imagine he's like pulling over next to the side of the road, like in The Rookie. He's just throwing footballs past that velocity thing. He's like, I still got it. I can get back out there. Rocking number 15. He's 38 years old, Joe Flacco. He's sitting on the bench.
So crazy.
This week as the Browns are at Cincinnati, taking on the Bengals, but they've locked up their playoff positioning, and they're not going to go anywhere else because they've had 11 wins, and they're the 5 seed. So they could end up with a matchup. I'm trying to see. I think I don't know who has a tiebreak between Kansas City and Jacksonville. Derek, if you can find that, because I know does Kansas? Oh, they beat them head-to-head. That's right. Okay, they did, because they're 1 game up on them, so now Jacksonville can't be any better than the 4, so they're all pretty locked into their 1, 3, and 4 seeds.
Okay.
It's the 2 seed that's up for grabs between Miami and Buffalo, potentially, which is, how do you feel about that game this week?
That's going to be fun.
That's the game, but do you have a feeling on it?
I think Buffalo's going to win.
I think Miami's in a bad. Is it sputtering a little bit? The injuries?
I think with no Phillips, no Chubb, that kills your pass rush. And that kills your pass rush. So, I don't feel great about Buffalo watching them play last week a little bit. I mean, it wasn't like they were trying to win. I mean, they were trying to win the game. Seemed like they're also trying to give it to New England. Like, what are you guys doing?
Yeah.
This is like we're back to this crap again. So, yeah, I don't have a great feel for that game. I did like Joe Flacco's quote, though. They asked him, the age gap between him and some of his teammates. And he said, Yeah, if I'd have messed up in high school, I could be one of these guys' daddies.
It's like I go in the Hall. If he makes a run here, this guy go in the Hall of Fame. Can he win a Super Bowl this year and go to the Hall of Fame? I'm not joking. Derek says absolutely not. I don't know why you'd say
up a half-season Super Bowl.
That'd be pretty incredible. Why does that mean less? Why does it mean less to step in and do what it is that he's doing? We're giving it so much credit now, but then when we go big picture, it doesn't mean much. I'm not saying it means more than anybody else to anything. I'm saying, doesn't it mean more to his career in doing this and what he's been able to do? Why wouldn't we credit that?
I think you credit it. I still wouldn't make him a Hall of Famer.
How many guys have 2 Super Bowl? Is it just Plunkett? How many guys have 2 Super Bowl wins? And does Plunkett have 2? Eli doesn't. Eli has 2, and Eli's going in.
Yeah, Eli's
like top 10 in every passing category all time. Most all of them.
I would say no. I don't think so, but maybe, who knows?
I don't know.
Maybe it's different, but I just off the top of my head, I'd go no. He's not making the Hall of Fame.
If Joe Flacco wins the Super Bowl this year, he's going. I say you got to put him in. 2 rings, 2 bowls, and he leads Cleveland to a Super Bowl. Hell yeah, I'm putting that guy in. Are you kidding me?
Well, he'll never buy a drink in Cleveland. He'll be good there.
I don't think he's buying drinks much anyway. You know what I mean?
That's a good point.
Maybe in Baltimore. Maybe not. I mean, not maybe in Pittsburgh. I was going to say Pittsburgh or Cincinnati. He may do it. May have to buy his own. University of Delaware, a D2 guy. The career he's had, and he's like really tall. Remember there was questions about whether or not he was too tall to play quarterback, which is such a funny criticism to have. Anyway, Steelers are at the Ravens this week. Texans at the Colts. But yeah, not a lot up for grabs in the AFC. It's the NFC that's going to be fun to watch in terms of who steals a spot. We're supposed to connect with Dante Whitner. When we come on back, we'll talk to him about the game. We're good to go with Dante. He's going to join us, talk more about how you go about this game this weekend. What do you have to do? You got to be careful. I mean, saying it's a vanilla game plan is one thing, but physically out there, what do you do to protect yourselves in a game like this? Talk to Dante about his thoughts on the NFC playoff picture, and then 4:50 Steve Young, 5:30 Steve Kerr. It's Stolbert and Copes on the Sports Leader. Shams Charania reports that GP2, who returned, is already going to be out again for several weeks with that calf strain. More on that story is trending on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
It's time for Mr.
Hittner, whatever you want to call him.
Former 49ers Pro Bowl safety and current NBC Sports Bay Area analyst Dante Whitner.
Sponsored by Hughes Orthopedics, specializing in regenerative medicine therapies to heal chronic pain without surgery. Call 650-343-KNEE. That's 650-343-KNEE.
Now here's Tolbert and Copes on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
All right, we do it every week of the football season, and this time we do it ahead of what Kyle Shanahan is calling a vanilla game plan. Ahead of Week 18 against the Rams, both teams have clinched playoff spots and could meet in the playoffs. Here to talk about it, Dante Whitner joins us courtesy of the Yuma guest line. You see him on NBC Sports Bay Area's pre- and post-game 49er coverage. What's up, Dante? How are you, man?
I'm doing great. How you guys doing? Happy New Year.
Happy New Year, man. It's good to hear from you. I mean, this is a cool situation for the Niners. I heard Kyle talking earlier today about how in 2019, when they got the bye, they didn't know until late in that final game when they get that Dre Greenlaw, Dan Buns-like stop at the goal line against the Seahawks. And so he said it kind of had to sink in for us that we got the bye. We thought we might be playing that Saturday. They get to map this thing out. It's a different situation. You've been through this stuff before. How do you navigate this final game, and how do you stay safe as a player?
Well, you keep as many as your starters that you need for the long playoff run out of the game, but you're actually hoping that the backups play well enough to possibly beat the LA Rams and make them possibly have to play the Dallas Cowboys first round. I think that the LA Rams can beat the Dallas Cowboys, and, this is almost similar to a preseason game, and I keep saying it, and people think I'm laughing and joking, but if I had to put backup linebackers at corner, I would do that. I would just get through this game. I wouldn't care if they got beat 60-0 because, the real show starts in 2 weeks post this game.
Problem is, you got to play some of those guys, don't you? It's not like basketball where you can just sub everybody out. Some of those guys have to play. How do you decide who plays?
I don't know how you decide. I'm glad I'm not Kyle Shanahan and have to make these decisions. And, if something does happen, knock on wood, they're going to second-guess any decision that he makes. So it makes this very tough, and it's very difficult because during the preseason, I think you have 90, 80-something guys on the team. Now you have 53, and then a lot of those spots are allocated for specialists. So it's going to be difficult to determine. I just know that Brock Purdy definitely shouldn't, and he won't touch the football field.
And I'm assuming if you play, then you just play. I mean, you can't think about this stuff while you're playing. You just play football and let the chips fall where they may, right?
Yeah, for the players, that's your resume.
Yep.
That eye in the sky doesn't lie, and you can't go out there and not give your best. You have to be fully locked in mentally or you'll get hurt. So the guys that do play, they're going to put their best foot forward, and they're going to be auditioning because a lot of these guys are backups and some possibly free agents. They're still auditioning for other teams for the 2025 season.
Now, I'm wondering, from a play calling standpoint, both offensively and defensively, are there plays you can call to limit guys' risks, whether you don't have them run over the middle or blitz a bunch or do certain things? Is there anything you can do to kind of help, not because you're going to play hard, but keep them out of harm's way as much as you can, or is that impossible?
I think that's impossible. When you look at the injuries around the NFL, a lot of them are no-contact injuries. The guy just runs and his Achilles pops, or he plants a certain way and his knee goes. So you can't really manage injuries. These are football players. Yeah. They are conditioned to tackle and play football and be in a high-collision sport. So, no, you can't manage that. That's impossible to manage.
Got it.
Talking to Dante Whitner here on the UMA guest line. The secondary, you played back there. We talked to Matt Mayoko yesterday, and you guys talk all the time. He said, I would think that maybe the safeties are guys that have to stay back there, and you were talking about putting backup linebackers in the secondary there. You want to make sure guys like Fred Warner are taking care of themselves. Guys who play extremely physical like Dre Greenlaw, you want to be careful with that. It seems like he gets hit hard maybe every game and then pops back up and has to come back in. You just want to get out safe here. So I think it's foolish to say there's a safer position, but you were talking about moving guys to the outside. Is there a position you think you can put more weight on because it's not maybe as likely that they're going to take the hit?
I don't know if you can do that. There's games where the cornerbacks are tackling a lot, the safeties, the linebackers, and it's a physical game, and you can't ease into contact, and that's the way that guys get hurt, especially on the defensive side of the ball. So no, again, I don't think that there's any position out there where you can take, impact hits off of guys. I don't think that they should play Tashawn Gibson. I also don't think that they should play Logan Ryan. I know that Isaiah Oliver has been working at safety a lot, and you never know what happens in the playoffs and late if they might need him. So get him those reps at safety. I'm putting Samuel Womack out there at corner, and he's playing special teams as well. And if I have to put receivers at corner, I'm definitely doing that. I just have to keep my start. Debo Samuel, Ayuk, and a lot of those guys healthy and minimum plays out there. I wouldn't even throw the ball to those guys. I would put them out there, let them run, and get their conditioning in. I would tell them to limit the blocking on the outside. I would run the ball every play on offense and punt, run the clock down as low as I can just to get out of this game.
You mentioned that you think the Rams could beat the Cowboys if they end up in that situation. I hadn't thought so much about that yet because there's still so many things that could change in terms of the playoff picture and the standings and the slotting for which teams in the NFC. Is there a team, or is it the Rams that makes you the most concerned in the NFC? Because just in terms of how well they know the 49ers, how much they match up with each other, obviously the head coaches, we talk about this ad nauseum every time they play. We've seen them beat the other two top teams, it seems like, save Detroit this season. What do you make of the Rams' potential for being a problem for other teams like the Niners in the playoffs?
I think the Rams are definitely a problem, and they were supposed to be in a rebuild year. When you think about the matchup versus the Dallas Cowboys and the LA Rams earlier this season, the Rams gave the Cowboys everything that they could handle. I believe they lost that game 34-31. But I know that Kyron Williams was terrorizing their defense on the ground, and Matthew Stafford was having a great day. It was combated with a great day from Dak Prescott, but I think that all in all, the LA Rams could give the Dallas Cowboys a scare and a run for their money and possibly beat them in the playoffs. And when you think about interdivisional opponents and the 49ers, they've had a lot of dominance over the NFC West as of late. But you never want to play a team that really knows you like the LA Rams. You don't want to play a team and a quarterback like Matthew Stafford that can get hot at any given moment and threaten you, your secondary, and the receivers over there are playing out of their minds. So, I would like to see the Dallas Cowboys over the LA Rams for the 49ers, but I don't think the 49ers are worried about any of these teams. If they go out and play their game, play their style of football, don't turn the ball over, I don't see teams that can really threaten him in the NFC.
Are the Eagles toast?
Done. Avocado. Avocado, That's it. Put a little flavor on it, a little moisturizer. That's it for them. That defense is a shell of itself. They lost a lot of guys in the preseason, in off-season and free agency.
Yeah.
They had some injuries. The defensive line is getting older, and it's not working out for them. And I don't foresee them getting past the first round.
Yeah, it was funny, Dante, because we had Steve Young on. We have him on every week. We had him on about a month ago, I think right after the 49er game, and they just crushed the Eagles. And he goes, I think the Eagles are pretenders. And I was like, wow, that's pretty strong. They were 10-1 at one point. It's only one game. They did get beat bad. It's looking like that. Since that game, they have just been brutal. They were up 21-6 to the Cardinals at home and lost that game. They can't get out of their own way right now.
They can't. And once you start to lose those types of games, it starts to get in your head.
Yeah.
The individual players out there, when things start to go bad, they're not automatically into, okay, let's fix this. I know that we've done this before. Guys start to look around. They start to see like, uh-oh, here we go again. Who's going to mess it up this time? And then that's what ultimately ended up happening. That's what happened when I played in Buffalo for 5 years. We could start good. We could play well for a minute. But then once one thing goes bad, that's when it all falls apart. And that's what I see from the Philadelphia Eagles right now. It's only so much that Jalen Hurts and those receivers and the offense can do over there if the defense can't stop anybody. And that's what playoff football is about. It's about being able to run the football at will and with efficiency. It's about not turning the ball over and playing dominant run defense. And they don't have it this year. So we've seen this from teams before. The first three quarters of the season, you could pretend your way to that. But when it starts to get to, playing real football and really playing it the right way, teams start to get exposed towards the latter of the season. And that's what's happening with the Philadelphia Eagles, and that's what's happening with a lot of teams around the league. There are only a few dominant teams: the Baltimore Ravens, the San Francisco 49ers, the Miami Dolphins. They're pretenders. The Buffalo Bills, I think that they're getting it together. So I really only see 3 teams that are dominant and really have a chance to capture the Lombardi.
Dante, you mentioned Buffalo where you played. We've been talking a lot about Cleveland as well. Joe Flacco, a quarterback you played against in numerous situations, including in a Super Bowl. What he's done this year stepping in Cleveland with that defense is pretty incredible what Stefanski has done. What kind of – I think a team with a good defense like that, they've got some big weapons outside. They lost their starting running back in Nick Chubb early in the season and have still been able not just to weather the storm but go out and win 11 games. That's a team that I think is as equipped as anybody to go out and wreck the AFC playoff picture. What shot do you give them? What would that mean for the city of Cleveland to be competing for something like that? And how cool as a fan would it be to see Joe Flacco in a Browns uni going to Baltimore for any kind of playoff game?
I think that'll be very cool, especially, after winning a Super Bowl there, going over to the New York Jets, having a layoff, being on the couch, and then coming back, and he seems like he's playing the game a lot free-flowing. Like, it's okay, I'm not getting paid that much, I'm really not expected to be the quarterback, and I'm just going to go out here and just air it out, and it seems like it's working for him.
Yep.
And with that defense and the way that they can rush the passer, I'll put them in a tier 2. The 49ers, the Baltimore Ravens, and the Buffalo Bills are at tier 1.
Yep.
Tier 2, I think it starts with the Cleveland Browns. And you're right. Whenever you have a dominant defense that can get after the passer like that and create turnovers, you always have a chance. Cleveland is one of those teams in the AFC that the Baltimore Ravens and the Buffalo Bills do not want to see.
When you played against Joe Flacco, what did you think of him as a thrower, as a quarterback, as a smart quarterback? I mean, he obviously won a Super Bowl against you guys, but I'm wondering, like, when you played him, was he on the same level? I mean, Tom Brady's, of course, in maybe a class of his own, same with Peyton Manning, but did you we always joke about the elite status thing. I don't think you play at this level at 38 years old if you don't have something going, and your free-flowing analysis, I think, is great. What did you think of him as a player when you were playing against him?
I think he's kind of goofily in my top tier of quarterbacks. And you wouldn't expect it, but he just wins games. And I'm actually 0-2 under Harbaugh against Joe Flacco. He beat us on Thursday night. He beat us in the Super Bowl. And we didn't expect for him to be able to do a lot of the things that he did, complete the passes, stand in there versus pass rush. And he proved us all wrong. He was the reason why they beat us Super Bowl. So, yeah, goofily, I'll put Joe Flacco up there.
That was a Thanksgiving game, right? That was a Thanksgiving
Yes,
bowl.
it was.
Right, yeah, I remember.
One of the defensive linemen from the New York Jets here, and he almost got beat up. Did you see that? The
No.
big defensive lineman, he walked up to him after the game, and he, touched his head like a kid. He was like, hey, man, don't touch my head like that.
Oh, it was Quentin Williams. That's right. It was Quentin Williams from the Jets. Yeah, he tackle.
He was young enough to be his kid.
That's my head, kid.
Yeah, for sure.
Oh, that's hilarious. Where do you put Kansas City? You put them in the tier 2?
I put them in tier 3.
Tier 3?
They don't have the playmakers. Yeah,
Wow.
they don't have the playmakers. You do have Patrick Mahomes and Travis Kelce, but playoff football is different. They'll take those guys out of the game, and they'll make Patrick Mahomes beat them without any weapons. And, yeah, they have a defense that is playing okay, but they don't have that high-powered offense. You see how many trick plays the Kansas City Chiefs are running nowadays?
Yeah.
It's almost like 25 to 30% of their plays are trick plays. That should tell you something.
Yeah.
They don't feel like they can line up and beat you the way that they're accustomed to doing teams. So I don't think that the Kansas City Chiefs believe in themselves much. So I'll put them in a tier 3.
Where would you put in the NFC? Where would you put Detroit and Dallas?
I put Dallas in a tier 2.
Yep.
They can't win on the road, and they're going to have to go on the road to San Francisco and Levi Stadium and beat the San Francisco 49ers, and I just don't see it happening.
Yeah.
We've seen Dak in big games. The 3-5 on the road all year. It's not going to happen. So I'll put them in a tier 2. But I did see what CeeDee Lamb did last week with 220-something yards, 12 catches. I think we can agree that the 49ers' weakness on defense is D-tackle right now in the corner opposite Travarius Ward. So that does worry me a little. And then I'll put Detroit in a tier 3. Yeah, it's a great story. They're playing hard for Dan Campbell. Last week they made some, mistakes, and they should have won that game versus the Dallas Cowboys. but I've never believed in Detroit. They have to prove it. I don't believe in Jared Goff. I've seen the 49ers dominate Jared Goff. I've seen them make him look below average. And I don't think that versus the 49ers versus Dallas Cowboys in a playoff game that Jared Goff can go into one of those arenas and get it done. So I'll put them in tier 3.
I don't know how low your tiers go, but where's Philly?
They're bottom half of tier 3.
Bottom half, tier 3?
Yeah, and I only keep them in there because they showed to have championship fight last year. They made it to the Super Bowl last year. And I don't know if you can fully disqualify both teams that made it to the Super Bowl last year until they're out of the playoffs. With that experience, I don't know if you can just discount those guys. So, yeah, I'll put them in the bottom half of tier 3. The rest of the guys aren't ranked.
Okay, got it.
All right, man. I know
the teams, the Miami Dolphins, they're not ranked.
They're not ranked. And are also receiving votes.
Yeah. Sitting outside of the top Dante Whitner's top 25. Talking to Dante Whitner here on the Yuma guest line. Just a couple of thoughts from you on Michigan football, man. Are you rooting Michigan now? I know you're an Ohio State guy. Are you rooting? Can you differentiate it in your head, rooting Harbaugh, or are you like, nah, I can't even? Who cares?
Well, I'm not a hater.
I know you're not.
And I am from the Big Ten. And I did play under Harbaugh with some of my best years in the NFL. So I'm going to put my pride aside and I'm going to say yes. I'm rooting for
I would have lost that bet. My God. Wow.
The order is going in. I'm rooting for the Big Ten. Then I'm rooting for Harbaugh. And then I'm rooting for the team of
Washington.
The team up north, all right?
Yeah, we go.
All right?
I just want you to...
All in all, I think they're a great team. I think they've earned it. I don't think they had the signals when they played Alabama. I think they out-physicaled them. They showed a Big Ten style of football. I believe that Corum running back is a tough guy.
Yep.
And, you have to give it to Coach Harbaugh. He gets it done everywhere he goes. Everywhere he goes, he ends up in a championship for that division, that conference. He makes it to Super Bowls. He changed Stanford around to the first BCS game that they won ever. He's Michigan. He beat Ohio State 3 times in a row now. And now he's in the college football final. I don't know if you can say anything bad about Coach Harbaugh.
I think you ought to just say, I know you said you didn't want to say, basically didn't want to say Michigan. Just say go blue.
I would never say that.
I don't know, man. I don't know about that, dude.
Are you crazy? I would lose my Ohio State identity.
Yeah, just turn in the card, dude. You got to turn in the card.
Are you trying to go viral?
No, that's what I don't want to do.
Man. You're trying to go viral like the Dak Prescott.
I was going to say, you made that. We know how to do that. We can wait till the playoffs and just do that again, Dante.
Wait till the playoffs for that one.
Let's wait till the postseason.
We won't. Let me ask you this, though, because you did bring up cornerback and D tackle. How big of a deal is it that Eric Armstead's been hurt, and how big a boon will it be for the 49ers? And I don't know if they're going to get him back, but if they do get him back, how much of a help is that?
I think it's a tremendous help. I think he's the key to them capturing the Lombardi. Over the last 4 weeks since he's been injured, teams have been running at will.
Yep.
And I don't see a quick fix for that. I know that they went out and got Sebastian Joseph Day. But I don't know if he's up to the qualifications of Eric Armstead. And what makes Eric Armstead so difficult to block is his length. He's over 320 pounds, trust me. His disruptiveness and just the experience of being able to hold blocks off of Dre Greenlaw and Fred Warner. I think that it's been a understated and undervalued player in this defense because a lot of people just look at sacks. And they saw what DeForest Buckner did. But you see what's happened since Eric Armstead hasn't been in there. And it can't be just Javon Hargrave. It has to be a dual defensive tackles to keep both of those linebackers free. So they have a good thing out there called Toradol. I tell you that. So good old Toradol will make it happen. So Eric Armstead, he has a few weeks to continue to get healed up. They're saying it's plantar fascia. It's a pain thing, pain tolerance, pain management. But they definitely need him on rundowns. So hopefully he can get back because I think that he's the key to them capturing the Lombardi.
Yep.
Dante, we always appreciate the time, man. Thanks so much. I know we got a kind of a lighter game on Sunday, but then the playoffs get going. We got a couple of weeks of rest. Super light. And
we're doing a breakdown this week, guys. I think my breakdown is going to be massages, chiropractor work.
I like it.
Avocados, maybe. Yeah.
In the bed before 8:30. Lots of rest and nutrition. Yeah, I'm going to do a breakdown on that.
I like that.
I like it.
Get us a little morning meditation, too, Dante. A little morning meditation. I know you're in on that, bro.
Yeah, morning meditation, lifting.
There you go.
Strong.
Nice.
Training room.
You're all ready. Dante's going to hit the plan right now, man. We'll talk to you next week, Dante.
All right, talk to you guys next week.
All right, man.
Great stuff there from Dante Whitner. And go blue. How about, Dante Whitner? He's rooting for Michigan and Harbaugh. He said, I'm going to put my pride aside.
He didn't say he's rooting for the conference.
He said, I'm rooting for
which happens to mean he's rooting for Michigan. He's rooting for Harbaugh, which also means he's rooting for Michigan, but he wouldn't say it.
He said the order was a Big Ten, Harbaugh, the team up north.
Team up north. I never say it. Team up north.
Good, team up north. All right, when we come on back, how about we have a little bit more fun? Who stepped in it?
Well, I'm not a hater.
We got a couple of funny situations from this past weekend. A Saturday night funky situation with the Lions and Dan Campbell, and then one more that we have not gotten into. This could have been in the NBA grab bag, but we'll put it in Who Stepped in It. It's a 2024 version of Who Stepped in It. It's coming your way next. And then Steve Young at 4:50, Steve Kerr at 5:30 on the Sports Leader.
Saratoga. Shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Saratoga's sports leader.
The Warriors snapped their 3-game losing streak, and they beat the Orlando Magic 121-115. Check out more on that story. It's trending on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
And here comes the pitch. Breaking ball hit to deep right field. That ball is heading for McCovey Cove. It is into the water, and the Giants have won the ball game. Where have you been, Barry Bonds? I've been worried sick about you.
It's America's fastest growing game show. Who stepped in it? Today's contestant. He was the star of the 2002 basketball comedy Like Mike.
He's lean, he's mean, he's 13.
Tom Tolbert. And here's your host, former baby model for Mervyn's.
Ready for this? I was a baby model for Mervyn's.
Adam Copeland.
All facts, all factual things that have occurred. Big events in our lives, both Like Mike and the Mervyn's modeling. We haven't done this in a long time. America's fastest growing game show. Shocked to hear it was still growing this fast since we hadn't done it in so long, but here we are. It's where we give you a couple of scenarios, Tom, and you tell us who in sports stepped in it the worst.
Yes.
Why don't we go back to last Saturday night? We talked a little bit about this yesterday. Okay. One of the weirdest endings to a football game we've ever seen. Lions went for 2 to beat the Cowboys, right? They're down a point after scoring the touchdown, have an opportunity to win the game, keep their hopes of a number 1 seed alive. They got it, and then they're flagged because Taylor Decker did not declare himself an eligible receiver, but it sure looked like on replay that he did, that he went up and talked to the official. Despite that, Dan Campbell then decided to go for it 2 more times, and he failed all 3 opportunities. He could have easily gone for the tie. Dennis Brown and I were joking after that. I was like, dude, I'm a guy who's like if I'm playing like roulette and I go black and it hits, I'm like, okay, cool. Black and it hits again, I'm like, all right, okay. If I go a third one and it hits again, I'm like, red, I'm done. I'm like, I'm not going to 4. You think I'm going to hit 4 in a row?
Well, he did not. He went for it on the second time.
When they got moved back.
But it got moved up. Because remember, it got moved back and then got moved up.
But he went for it when they got moved back too, didn't he?
No. Because there was a flag.
Oh, there was a flag. That's right.
There was a flag. It went from 2 to 7 back to 2.
Well, what was the flag? Didn't he line up to go for it from distance?
Yeah, but I don't think he actually went for it.
No.
I don't think he went for it. Now it's so long ago, I'm starting to question myself, but I'm pretty sure because I was like, this guy's insane. He's going to go for it from the 7?
If I don't get it like twice,
what are you doing?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
What
I'm like,
are you
you're
doing?
nuts.
Like, kick the ball. And then I think there was an offside.
It was Micah Parsons offside.
And then they moved it back up. It's like, I was like, what's going on here? This game's drunk.
Now, if you don't line up like you're going to go for it, Micah Parsons doesn't jump off sides probably.
Correct.
You probably end up just kicking the extra point. So that is on the table.
I want to know how far back he could have gone where he just said, screw it. I don't care. We're going for it. I don't care. 2-point conversion from the 22. We're going. Let's go.
You have to get out of field goal range again. You know what I mean? You'd have to go back like beyond the 50. And he's like, all right, we're throwing it.
A 2-point Hail Mary.
I fell asleep like that one time playing Madden in the middle of a game, and I woke up and I had been like at the goal line. It was like 3rd and goal from my own 1.
How'd that work for you?
I fell asleep and I was like, I'm going to heave one here. Run a little draw play, see if I get it. Here's what Dan Campbell had to say post game.
I don't want to talk about it.
Yeah.
Right?
He was pacing, by the way.
Pre-game. To a T. 70 reported, 68 didn't. We threw it to 68. That was the explanation.
We can see the frustration in your face. Can you just explain where it comes from right now? Is it the
what would you be? Would you be frustrated right now?
I mean, is it on the call? Is it on the execution? Is it, what is
I don't like losing, Dave. And that's what happened. We lost. And that bothers me. It bothers me. I don't like having an L. So that's the frustration. I'm sorry. I don't mean it at you.
I love when they ask the reporters, well, how would you feel?
I don't know, man.
I don't know. I'm asking you. This is my job. Your job is to coach and hopefully answer and illuminate. My job is to ask the questions. How would you feel?
I don't want to talk about it.
How does it make you feel is really funny from the reporter, though, when they ask that. It's really funny because
it's a dumb question.
Dude, it's a dumb question, and I knew as soon as he asked it, I sniggered. I was like, this is going to be good. Because, dude, when a guy is infuriated at the podium, the best thing you can ask is, how'd that make you feel?
I don't want to talk about it.
Because he was like, look. He's pacing back and forth. He clearly is going to jump out of his skin right now.
Yeah, he was hot.
He's pissed.
Because he was like pacing.
Yeah.
He was like kind of walking like a lion behind the bars. I was like, oh man, this guy is not super happy. Again, I don't even know if that's a who stepped in it. I guess somebody stepped in it, but
who stepped in it worse, the officials or Dan Campbell?
That's a great question. Great question.
He was right to go for it. They executed. They landed the play.
I guess the officials, because they were told beforehand what was going to happen. maybe Dan Campbell because he tried to deceive the Cowboys, ended up deceiving the officials.
I don't like losing, Dave.
It was just it was just a mess. Just a mess. So, whatever. I don't know. Let's give him 50-50 on this one.
Okay.
They both stepped in it.
We have one that could take the cake here.
Okay.
This is going to be our final entry because we went 2-4 on that one. And then we'll get into a little bit more football before Steve Young joins us at 4:50 and Steve Kerr at 5:30. Don't touch that dial. Normally we don't start sentences like this, but we will here. Fox News. They ran an in memoriam for those who passed away in the year 2023.
Okay.
Look,
Never
man,
did that.
I never understand why we have to do this. Nobody's accounting for you to do an in memoriam.
I did not die.
We don't run one.
Who died? Me.
Never did that.
Not this guy.
Well, that's the issue. Is there was a guy that did not die that they put in the in memoriam.
That always hurts.
They tried to pay tribute to 93-year-old former Pittsburgh Pirate Frank Thomas, who did pass away this year. He's 93. However,
they picked the wrong Frank Thomas.
They threw up a photo and a highlight package of Frank Thomas.
Oh, no. That's
from
not
the
good.
White Sox. The Big Hurt. Oh, dude.
That's not good for Nugenics.
It's not. Oh, dude. No, it's not, dude. Dude, Doug Flutie put out a statement, had to retract it, dude. He's panicked. Fox News then apologized for the error when Frank Thomas then released a statement. Quote, "Ladies and gentlemen, I'm very sorry my ex-employer Fox would be this irresponsible on national TV this morning. Yes, I'm alive and doing well. This blows my mind also." That's what Frank Thomas said. Met Frank Thomas one time. Very nice dude. When I was working at Boulevard, dude. He's like, we had these high bar stools. Oh, his feet were hitting the ground. He was like leaning on the stool. I was like, that's one of the biggest men I've ever
Yeah,
I
he's
was like, where do you buy your
massive.
suit jackets, dude? Where do you get that coat at, man? Envelop you. Anyway.
I'm very much alive, and she likes it too.
And she likes it too. Dude, Frank Thomas.
Those commercials.
Look, I'm taking a shot at his former employer, too. He's like, by the way, I used to work there on the desk. There you go. Pretty bad stepped in it?
Yeah. Anytime you put someone on in memoriam that's not dead, that's bad.
Any pass on baseball player
That's
Frank
bad.
Thomas? Quick check of the birth years might have helped.
Well, the only thing that surprised me with Fox News is when they found out they were wrong, they actually admitted they were wrong instead of just keep steamrolling. Nah, we're right. Of course he's dead.
Never did that.
Hey, it looks like he's alive, but he's not. He's
pretty
dead.
good.
Trust us
Pretty
on
good.
that. He's dead.
Just believe us.
Yeah,
That's
just
what-
believe us.
And if he says
That's what we do here.
If he says he's not, he's full of these.
It's full
That
of
guy's a
crap.
liar. That guy's a liar.
Full of crap.
That's
yeah.
a deep fake is what he is.
It's all like holograms. He's a hologram right now.
Dude, the in memoriams kill me because no matter what, if you do an in memoriam, you're setting yourself up to get criticized because you're either going to screw it up, or you're going to leave somebody out that somebody thinks should be in. They're like, you left somebody out. Should have put him in. Why'd you leave him out? Didn't want to memorialize them. What's going on?
Exactly.
Man? I don't understand why anybody does it. Maybe we'll start doing it here at the end of this year. Start keeping a list. Who should be in it.
Tell me what day you're going to do that.
Tell me what day you're going to start that
So I can
list.
be off.
Yeah. Tell me what day we're going to do it.
I'll skip in memoriam.
Let's bring it on.
I don't want to talk about it.
We'll play it and then we'll ask who stepped in it worst.
I feel very, very uncomfortable.
Who should be in it?
I'll be James Franklin. This is making me very. This is
you're making me uncomfortable.
You're making me uncomfortable.
That's your Who Stepped in It for Wednesday, January 3rd, 2024. Brock Purdy's regular season has been one of the best in the history of 49er quarterbacks, which is an unbelievable thing to say.
I know.
Think about that. Saying anybody's sentence, name in the sentence of 49er quarterback and greatest season ever in 2024 when Steve Young, who's going to come on with us at 4:50, and Joe Montana played in this organization. It's like when we mentioned Babe Ruth and Shohei Ohtani. It carries a lot of weight. Now, being named a Pro Bowler is just being named the best at your position. There's no game like that anymore. But he could be named the number one guy. Niners have 10 guys or more. I think it's 10 guys right now who are number one at their position in voting. Like Tabor Pepper's on there. That's a long snapper.
Who?
The long snapper.
Oh.
I was like, that's pretty incredible. I was like, Ray McCloud's on IR. Don't forget, Tyler Huntley made it last year, right, for the Ravens. So bottom line is it means something to different guys. For his first one, this would be a pretty cool recognition to get for the season that he's had.
I heard Frank Thomas made it.
But Frank Thomas, well, which one?
The dead one.
The dead one?
I think so.
I think he's an alternate. I think if the other Frank Thomas can't make it, then he steps in. We'll get into Brock Purdy's 31 touchdown, 11 pick, 4,280 passing yard season. He's not going to play this weekend. At least that's the plan. He probably will have to dress, but not going to get into the game. The great season of Brock Purdy is next, and then Steve Young and Steve Kerr on the Sports Leader.
You best be ready, because Mr. T is going to you up.
When you look at Brock play the position, he plays the position the way Kyle Shanahan has designed that system to be played. Whether it's inside the pocket, outside the pocket, he can make the throws. Either way you look at it, he does a great job of keeping plays alive when things break down around him. He's always looking to deliver the ball, not just turn into a runner and get yards down the field. He's attacking the line of scrimmage, keeping his eyes downfield. He's finding guys. He's directing guys just like he did with Ayuk on the scramble drill, great scramble, touchdown throw that he made against Washington. He plays much more mature. I mean, it's been exciting to watch.
Tobin and Copes with you. That was Jeff Garcia. He was on with Papa and Lund earlier today. Said he plays football the way Kyle Shanahan designed this system to be played. Yeah, that's why the 49ers have locked up a bye in the number 1 seed in the NFC playoff picture. We'll talk more about that with Steve Young at 4:50. Steve Kerr to join us at 5:30.
Can I just say, can I interject
Please.
for a minute? Because I just thought of this when you were saying the way he designed. One of my least favorite things, and I don't know if anybody will agree with me on this, is when someone says they play the game the way it was meant to be played. How does anybody know how it was meant to be played? How does anybody know how anything was meant to be played? Like they play the game the way it's meant to be played. That's it. That's it. I'm done now. That's a little soapbox. I just stepped up. I stepped off. I just wanted to throw that in there. Now we can move on.
My analysis is such that I just think they're having fun again. You know, I just think they're having fun again.
They're having fun. Kids are having fun. Just playing like
you know
kids.
what I mean? It's good when you're playing.
I'd play for free.
Would you? Would you?
I'd play for free.
Would you?
I love when they say he'd play for free. Really?
Did you ask him?
You sure? You sure he'd play for free?
It's a third-person comment.
I don't know that he'd play for free. You might want to ask him, though. Oh, he just loves it. Kids game. Playing a kids game, baby. Play for free. Shut up.
That's kids game, man. I play for free, man. You know. Brock Purdy on the year, 31 touchdowns, 11 interceptions. By the way, 11 picks, 4 in one game.
Yeah.
That's incredible.
That's a rough game.
It's a rough game. It was. He had a 3-game losing streak at one point, comes on back and establishes himself as an MVP candidate.
That's a rough day.
Whether or not, I mean, whether it ends up in Lamar's hands or not, this season for him, it's been one of the best in 49er quarterbacking history. 4,280 yards is a franchise record, and he passed the guy you just heard from, Jeff Garcia. Considering where the season started, where we didn't know if he was going to play. Matt Mayoko broke that to us like the week of the preseason game.
Yep.
The last preseason game where he's like, he's going to get cleared, he's going to play. Remember he came out and he dropped back and he like rolled out and he took a hit running towards the end zone? I think it was against the Chargers, that final preseason game. Anyway, or the second to last one. It was bizarre that he gets right back up, gets back in there, and the guy has the season that he has. We thought the arm strength looked better early on, and then he said, no, I think it's worse. I think it's weaker. But he definitely had a different way about him from day one. It's incredible for a second-year player.
Yeah.
What does this do to the draft? I mean, we mock the draft at times, you and I, because the coverage of it.
We don't literally mock it.
Oh, dude, I got to rephrase that. We're making fun of the draft.
Yes, we don't mock it.
And it's not even so much the draft. I know that it has to happen. We get it. It's just the coverage of the draft has become a behemoth because it's the NFL's offseason, which is fine. They've created a market for it and a vehicle for people to cover it, and people love it. I'm not one that falls in love with the analysis of it. I do like draft day. I don't mind that kind of stuff. But when you see things like this, it doesn't defy all of that process to me, but it does make me question why we do it the same way when it's clearly not. Like, again, I've said this to you before. Why are we doing other sports to determine how good a guy is going to be at this sport? It's why pro days have become bigger.
Yeah.
But it didn't do anything for Brock's status. Or is this a vehicle of system meets player?
I mean, I think it's a little bit of an outlier. I mean, everything kind of came together, right? You get somebody who's a little undervalued, somebody who doesn't have the tangibles, and a system where what he could do could be accentuated. Nobody knew that. If they knew that, they wouldn't have waited to the last pick of the draft to draft him. They would have drafted him sooner to make sure nobody else got him. But it's just one of those things that you don't see it often. It's not an indictment on how people draft or what they look for when they draft. How many quarterbacks can get drafted this year in the first round? Maybe 5? What do we have? Penix, May, Williams, Daniels, Bo Nix. That's 5 right there.
Nick's coming out.
After 9 years?
I was like, isn't that guy like
I kind of
25
think he
years old?
has to.
That guy's so old.
I think security's ushering him off campus. He's like too old.
Yeah.
He's like, what's the dude's name from Matthew McConaughey's name from Dazed and Confused?
Oh, the one old. I don't know the movie well enough to know. I know he's got one name, right? He just goes by one. They go by the last name. Yeah,
just one name. That's all I can
just
remember.
One last name. I just hear him saying it, but I can't. I've only seen it a couple of times. I know who you're talking about. Yeah,
like you got to leave campus.
Somebody
now,
help
pal.
me out here on the text line.
You're like a little too old.
Water?
We're good. Water?
Nearly killed her.
Yeah. You're getting a little uncomfortable with you around the girls or co-ed, so you're going to have to leave campus. So that's 5 right there. And 3 of them will be bust. 3 of them. Maybe 4. Who knows? But 3 of them will be bust. So that's so inexact.
Wooderson. There you go, sir.
Wooderson. Thank you. I couldn't, I knew what it was, but so in this instance, I mean, it happens occasionally, not often, maybe not since Brady. 6th round. I mean, who's the last quarterback you could think of that was drafted, let's say 5th round or later, that's been good? Is there anybody in the NFL right now that's been a 5th round draft choice?
Dak was a 4th rounder, right?
Yep, he was a 4th rounder. He was 4th. Jordan Love was 1st. Geno Smith was like 2nd or 3rd, I think.
You got to go further back.
Kyler Murray was 1st.
Hasselbeck was a 5th rounder. Matt Hasselbeck.
Okay.
So you got to go further back.
Okay.
You can go back to when they had like 10 rounds. Like Bart Starr was an 8th round pick, but quarterbacking was different. Like it wasn't
way different.
It wasn't viewed like it is. Like
way different.
Staubach was a 9th round pick.
Yeah.
Right in 64. So Theismann was a 7th rounder.
Was he?
That's pretty late. 7 to 10.
I mean, you almost have to go in the last 15 years if you can find anybody.
Kurt Warner would be the one. That's
maybe
the
go until Brady was drafted because he was a 6th round draft pick. Yeah,
Mark Bulger was a 6th rounder that year.
Okay, yeah, Bulger was good. West Virginia. Was Kurt Warner even drafted? I don't even think Kurt Warner was drafted.
No, he was undrafted.
Was he?
So there you go. It's undrafted. It's more like Browning.
Northern Iowa. It's stocking grocery shelves.
Mark Burnell was a 5th round pick back in 94.
Was he? Yeah, he was. Now that guy was legit. Yeah, Burnell was legit.
Gannon was a 4th rounder.
Was he? So it doesn't happen a lot, right? 5th round and on. There's a couple, but not a ton. And I think the confluence of factors that led to this was what I mentioned. You can't, I mean, there's certain things you just can't quantify. You just can't do it until you get them on your campus, so to speak. So you have that. Then you have, for whatever reason, it just clicks between him and Kyle. You wouldn't have known that until he got here. But that's something that during a draft process that's not going to come up. Like, yeah, I think we're really going to get along. We're really going to see things the same way. And then you have all the weapons.
But that's the point I think that I think is, so by using that, that's what makes Brock so incredible in that there is no other comp to this. Because Kurt Warner, undrafted, but was older, had seen a circuit, had been out of football and struggled to get back in. It's as incredible, if not more incredible of a story. Don't get me wrong. It's a different beast. But he wasn't through the draft process, last pick of the draft, in training camp, makes the team as the 3rd, and then has to take over the rookie season. Same thing. I just brought up Rich Gannon, and I said he was drafted 4th round. Derek, though, in my ear goes, yeah, when he was a defensive back. Patriots drafted him to be a DB. He'd been a quarterback at Delaware.
That's right, Delaware.
Right? And so they drafted him to be a DB, and he's like, I'm not going to be a DB. I want to stay a quarterback. So they trade him to the Vikings. He's drafted in 87. He doesn't become a Pro Bowler until, what, like 99, 2000 with John Gruden as his quarterback in Oakland, and then an MVP. Yep. Did he win 2? Did he win back-to-back?
Just one? I don't know. I know he won 1.
And then he had something. The one, I guess the biggest similarity is the 4 picks in one game. But
thank you.
Sorry, Gannon got them all himself. I know. Thank you, Derek. It was 5. Oh, he got them all 5 in one game. That's right. Sorry,
Derek.
There you go. So yeah, that's right. Darnold threw 1, but he didn't want Purdy to have to wear that. But you think about where he went. I mean, he didn't hit it big for 6 years after he struggles with the Vikings or whatever. He's there for years, and then is just sitting on a bench and ends up clicking with a guy who, okay, he's got enough understanding of the league, of the system, of what defenses are like. He's understood the game from a different perspective, I think, by the time he becomes a star. Jeff Garcia is another guy who was not drafted, by the way, as our 925 texter checks in and says, out of San Jose State.
Garcia-mania!
He went up to the Canadian Football League and played for Calgary. But that's what I mean is this guy didn't go anywhere else. There was no other experience had except for that of college and the NFL process. And none of these guys took over as rookies and then were MVP candidates year 2. That's what makes this so different. Tom Brady even wasn't putting up these numbers.
No.
And
a different game.
Sure.
And different philosophy.
Totally.
Right? They're a running football team, a defensive football team.
Take anything away. He evolved.
And it's a different era. So it wasn't as easy to chuck the ball around. That's why when they, to me, Brock Purdy breaks the all-time 49er passing record for yards. I mean, what does that mean? It means he's had a really good year. I know that. But can I compare it to what Steve did with Joe? Not really. I mean, it's a totally different game back then. Totally different game that they were playing, that Brock Purdy's playing. Doesn't take away from his accomplishment. It just doesn't mean that I look at it and go, oh, that this year was better than their years, because it most certainly was not better. What it does mean is he's been really good this year. I mean, we know that, and we've seen that this year. We've kind of gotten used to it now. But when you step back away from it and remind you, like, where he was, what had to happen for him to get the opportunity, and then the injury, and then to come back and do what he did this year. And again, people that thought it was just the weapons don't watch. They just don't watch. If you watch 49er football every week, you know how good he is. You get tired of telling people and trying to convince people. It's like, dude, just watch the games. Watch the throws this guy's make. Watch the throws he makes. Watch the composure he has. Watch the ability to evade the rush and keep his eyes downfield and still be able to hit guys. I mean, it's really impressive. And he's only going to get better. I mean, the more experience you get, the slower things are going to get, because you've seen more things now. So, no, it's been a phenomenal story. Do the weapons help? Absolutely. But guess what? The more experience he gets and the better he gets, even if those weapons have to go because you're over the cap.
It's like Tom Brady. It's like that evolution.
He'll
cannot
make
happen.
them better.
Yeah,
He's going to make them better, like Brady did. Now, the one thing Brady did not have this cachet of weapons that Purdy has had.
He didn't have a play caller like this either.
No, he did not have that.
Not until McDaniels was cutting edge when he got there.
Weiss was pretty good, I think. I thought Weiss was pretty good.
Yeah, and then he left
not
to
at Kansas. Not at Notre Dame.
Notre Dame, no.
Neither of those, yeah.
Him and Brady, he had Brady, what's his name, right? Or Jimmy Clausen. Was that his big
Jimmy
guy?
Clausen? I don't know if he had Quinn. He could have had Clausen.
He might have had Quinn at the end. I can't remember.
Good pickles. But I don't think he had great weapons until it was like Moss and Welker and Gronk and those guys. Then it was like, okay. But, I mean, as Deion Branch and
threw McCory Dillon for a year.
They were good, but then nothing special. Again, they relied on defense. Different era. Brock Purdy's had incredible weapons, but you can't tell me that they haven't benefited as much from him being quarterback as he has from them being skill players. I mean, it's all been beneficial for all of them. Again, I would tell people, I don't got to tell anybody here. I'm going to tell anybody in the Bay Area. Just watch the games. Just watch the games. Don't look at the numbers and assume that it's all because of great weapons and the great play caller he has. Watch some of the throws this guy's make, and you watch it over and over and over again week after week, and you will, if you know anything about football, you'll go, yeah, that dude's pretty damn good. And the numbers tell you that.
Yeah, he had an insane year. 31 touchdowns, 11 picks. And if you can't erase the 4 in that one game, but if you go by game, pretty damn good. Less than an interception a game. For the 11 over 16 total games, as he is not expected to play this week. It's going to be Sam Darnold starting on Sunday, and then they're going to roll with, I guess, Brandon Allen would slot in at some point. You go a little bit with Sam Darnold, and it would only be an emergency that Brock Purdy has to play. I imagine we're going to see a lot of either Elijah Mitchell or J.P. Mason, maybe a little split of those two guys. Dante Whitner suggested moving some guys around positions to protect them. I don't know how safe that is, or if that's something that I can't imagine that.
I can't imagine they would. I mean, it's hard enough just to go out there and play. You're not going to have a dude at linebacker play cornerback.
Dante said go put a wide receiver corner. I was like, I don't know, man.
Go press him.
I wasn't really thinking of that.
Go press him.
He's like, Ayuk, what are you thinking here on the line? You want to get out there defense?
What if you went out there and knelt the ball every play? Just knelt on it for 60 minutes. That takes some balls.
Could you do that?
Well, you could.
You could just punt it away every time. Just punt it away every time.
Yeah.
Just don't put any down linemen. Just stand up.
He may get booed at home. The number 1 seed getting booed at home. At least run the ball. At least give us something.
Dante said, I don't care if they want to lose 60-0.
What if they both kneeled on it every play?
Call it a tie, bro.
God, would the NFL fine both of them?
Probably.
That'd be wild. 3 kneels punt, 3 kneels punt, 3 kneels punt, 3 kneels punt.
I'll tell you what, Tim. We get out of here pretty quick. You guys would
be done.
Greg would do like a 4-hour postgame himself.
You guys
I tell you what, it's the most kneel downs in the history of football. Run through all of that.
There's more kneel downs in this movie I saw this Saturday night.
All right, okay. Well, jeez, dude. Okay. Well, Tom, thank you. Yeah, I would have done it myself. Steve Young. Even Steve Young can't be saved from the comments of a Tom Tolbert. Steve Young's going to join us when we come on back here for his weekly conversation. Always a blast when we get to talk to Steve. The best half hour in radio. You don't want to miss Steve Young. And then we'll roll from that right into Warriors head coach Steve Kerr at 5:30. It's Tolbert and Go, Steve Young and Steve Kerr next on the Sports Leader.
Say, man, you got a joint? No, not on me, man. It'd be a lot cooler if you did.
49ers head coach Kyle Shanahan announced that Sam Darnold will start Sunday against the Rams. More on that story trending now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app. Hey, what's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland back here. My good friend Steve Moskowitz is hanging out on the line. Steve, what's going on? How are you? Happy New Year. What happens here in the new year? I'm sure people have questions with it coming up if you can't pay your taxes.
Happy New Year. And, here it is. It's January 3rd, beginning of 2024. And a lot of people just made New Year's resolutions. Stop smoking, lose weight, exercise, eat better. And a lot of times, New Year's resolutions revolve around financial situations. Let this be your New Year's resolution. Let this year be the year we take care of your taxes for you. And let me tell you the first thing we'll do. We'll listen to you. We'll hear your story. We'll understand what's going on in your life. Then we'll explain all the options to you. We'll figure out what's best. Then we'll go to the government for you. We don't want you to have to talk to them, deal with them, have anything to do with them. We'll do the whole job. We want to cut you a sweet deal. You can enjoy your life, and don't wait for this new, enhanced, improved, enlarged IRS to do something horrible to you, your marriage, your business. Let us just give you back a nice, normal life. Enjoy your life, and that's what we do for a living. Let us handle your tax problems.
Thanks so much, Steve. Let Steve Moskowitz take care of it for you. 1-888-TAX-DEAL is the number to call, or find him online at moskowitzllp.com.
Play KNBR at your pad on your Apple HomePod. Tolbert and Copes now continue on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Tolbert and Copes hanging out with you on a Wednesday evening. Looking to make the connection here with Steve Young. We do it every Wednesday evening throughout the football season. The best half hour in radio. Steve's going to join us in just a few minutes here. And then at 5:30, we'll talk to Warriors head coach Steve Kerr, who spoke to Klay Thompson about his season and about his focus and about sort of putting his career in perspective as to what this means and how this can still be a great part of his career and he can remember it as a great time. And that'll be a fun conversation to have. And then the other side of it is the win last night, which was a good one for the Warriors. A gritty win with some good young performances, but a lot of focus right now on the 49ers, who are going to see a game that's starting Sam Darnold against Carson Wentz. Dude, what happened to Carson Wentz? That guy was looked at as like, I mean, he was an MVP candidate.
Yes, he was. He probably would have won if he wouldn't have got hurt.
If he didn't get hurt.
I remember that game.
Guy got traded for, did he get traded for number one picks back-to-back years to Indianapolis for a 1 and then to Washington for a 1? Is that right?
I thought I got traded for beans the last time.
No, Washington's not that sharp. You think Washington was going to overpay?
Brutal. Trust me. I bet on him a couple times, and I had to watch him play. Oh. My favorite was the left-handed pass from the end zone against the Texans in a game that very easily could have been cash money. Instead, it was cash money. They're just going the other way.
Yeah.
Unfortunately for me.
I bet you some people were happy and remember that as a good time.
A left-handed pass out of the end zone.
Didn't Kyler do that?
Out of the end zone, yes.
For a pick six?
Yeah, that was a horrible too. That was just brutal. But this was like,
Patrick Mahomes,
bro, what are you doing? Seriously? Left-handed out of the end zone? And he just chucked it like middle of the field. Picked off. Texans touchdown. I don't remember though.
Exactly the situation. Steve Young going to join us here in just a minute. You were talking about something last segment about because we were talking about how the players around Brock, obviously they help his development.
Of course they do.
If you threw Brock on the Panthers, it would be foolish to assume he's the same player.
Think Worthy and Kareem used to help Magic? Of course they do.
We made the connection with Steve Young. Let's start the Steve Young show.
Steve Kareem.
You're lucky you're getting me back at all. I could just sit here and listen to Queen, the great Freddie Mercury.
I got to tell you, this sounds really good. And
this is, yeah.
Thematically.
This may be their 10th best song. Queen is incredible.
Can I offer you Can't Stop Me Now?
You can offer me.
That would apply to this too.
You can't stop me now.
Call me Mr. Fahrenheit. Yeah.
The Hall of Famer, Steve Young. Happy New Year, Steve.
What's up, Steve?
Happy New Year, boys. That's good.
Big fan. Have you ever seen Queen in concert?
No.
Neither have I.
Oh, man.
Oh, man.
I wish I would have.
I blew it. There's some chances there, and I just back in the day. Yeah.
Okay,
Bummer.
Before we get to football, who right now haven't you seen that you'd say, I want to go see that. I'd like to go see that person in concert?
I don't know. I want to go to the Sphere. I want to try. Everyone's raving about it. Says it's the greatest thing ever. In Vegas.
a performer.
Who would you
What's
see
a
there?
performer?
Yeah, I understand that. I'm drawing a blank right now because I know it's like there's nobody. I just like I got to go see him.
Imagine Dragons or something, or
Quabs.
Quabs, yeah.
Quabs. No. But I love live music, so I go. I'm out to Mountain Winery, Shoreline.
Mountain Winery is incredible. I love the Mountain Winery.
I mean, we used to go up there 20 times a year. Slow down
Really?
a little bit, but oh yeah, we love that. We still do. A lot of great. I mean, and that's the kind of stuff that you go up there, relax. It's the kind of atmosphere where it's somebody that's not expecting, the whole thing to be, some big huge arena. So it's like it's more intimate, And we've had some great people come through there. I mean, really big acts. It was fun. That's always been good. So I don't know. There's not somebody. I'm not.
You're not dying to see somebody?
Right, I'm not dying to somebody right now. Nothing hits me right now.
Okay, very good.
Queen was out. We'd go see them.
Oh, yeah.
Heartbeat.
I think Queen still plays. The lead singer is the guy from American Idol. What's his name? Adam Lambert.
Yeah. Andrew Lambert.
He's good.
Yep.
Yeah, he's solid. He's very
good.
Obviously no one's Freddie Mercury, but yeah, I would, they're really good. And great thing, Steve, about seeing like bands and artists of that era. They're going to play their hits. You know what you're getting. You're walking in.
No new
I don't
Queen.
need to look at the set list. It's like I know what I'm getting, and that's what I want. And everyone's going to go home happy. Everyone's going home happy.
In fact, anyone who brings out something, I got a new song.
No, you don't. You don't.
We do not want anything. No, I've been working on something. Guys, I've been working on something. No, we do not want
new Lambert Queen. Yeah. Lambert's been working on some songs, guys. He's got some new Queen. He's going to roll out some new Queen.
We're trying to quit. That's like when I saw John Cougar a couple years ago over at the Fox, and he sang, he's got a bunch of songs, so it wasn't a huge deal. But when he sang Jack and Diane, everybody loves Jack and Diane. Like that's his signature song.
Yeah, of course.
And before he sings it, he goes, "Yeah, I don't even know why I sing this anymore." And then he messed up the arrangement on it all, and I'm like, "Bro, you play it because we want it. I mean, that's why you play. Suck it up, pal. We paid for this concert."
I came across the bridge in traffic on a Friday night, bro.
Give us what we want, little man. Let's go. Let's go. Give us what we want.
The best is when they try to save it, where they'll sandwich it. I saw Rick Springfield a bunch of times, actually. My dad used to open for him, all the time. So, dude, I saw him, and he came out with a new album and tried to play a couple songs, and everybody there is like, I saw you in high school. Like, I'm not here to see you like now, or you know what I mean? And then he brings it back with like another hit. He'll play one that nobody knows, and then here comes Jesse's girl. He's banging the roses on the guitar. You know what I mean? The whole bit.
All right, let's get to a little. Go ahead.
I was going to think about my first concert was Earth, Wind, and Fire at Madison Square Garden.
Wow.
I got off to a good start.
That's a great start.
I was in 10th grade.
At Madison Square?
Yep.
Good grief. Yep. That's not. Nice. That's wow. That was not my first concert. I think mine was Red Hot Chili Peppers at Universal Amphitheater, which was good. But Universal Amphitheater is not Madison Square
Green
Garden.
Day, Jimmy World, Blink-182 at Oracle Arena. Yeah, in Oakland.
Dang.
Yeah, 01. Pretty good.
That's a pretty good one. Unless I count Bobo the Clown for my 8th birthday party, but other than that,
Beach Boys
it was
County
good.
Fair.
It was very solid though.
That's a solid no. Right, that's a hard no.
Bobo was a little rough. All right, let's get to a little football. How do you mentally prepare for this week where you're playing? And look, some starters are going to have to play. You don't have it's not basketball. You can't put in the whole second unit, let them play 48 minutes. Some guys are going to have to play. How do you prepare your mind for this week where you're already set? You're just trying to get through it.
Well, from a I can speak from the quarterback spot. I don't like sitting out. It's not taking a week off. It's just I'd rather warm up, play a quarter, even a half, and be done. Like that's the way to kind of stay with it. Mm-hmm. I don't feel like there's any. Now you're going to get the next week off, so you're not going to play for 3 weeks. 21 days. That's just from a quarterback spot. That's a hard restart. It takes a minute. I always said. It takes every game you miss, it takes a half to kind of get fully back up to speed. And so, for me, I would want to go and, kind of dress up, ready to go through routine, be under fire, don't want to embarrass yourself, go out there to, all that pressure that you get used to. I don't think, you think football, the biggest mistake that people can make in football, and that's why you learn as a little kid, is to go out there and just, throw your jock on the floor. Like, you get yourself punched in the face. Like, you have to be ready to play emotionally to play football. And so as you get to the pro game, no one's just just chilling. So I think, you got to go through the routine. You got to get ready, and you got to go play good football. And I think that you should look forward to it. I think that, you stay the core, you stay in the moment. This is a series of games that are set up for this to get to the spot. And in some ways, the time off is great. And the time off is not great. And I think anyone who thinks it's all great, it's not all great. It's great, but it's not all great. And so you got to watch out for the parts that I just described, because you do not want to get into a divisional game against a team that has potential to throw some darts around, the Eagles or the Cowboys, and then start slow. And then we got beat in '87 by the we talked about last time, by the Anthony Carter Vikings. They just came out and just big plays, big game, and before you know it, it's over. And you're like, well, wait a second, no, we're the number 1 seed, bro. What are you doing? You're supposed to just lay down. And it just doesn't happen. So there is fear. There should be a little fear in taking a couple weeks off.
I wonder if it would be better, and I think eventually, Stevenson, you get to this point where they add another playoff team, and no one's going to get a bye. So one will have to play, I don't know, what would it be? 8, I guess it would be. Yeah. I wonder if for the number 1 seed, that would even be better, because the 8 seed, let's be honest, is not going to be a great team. They're going to be a team that's probably going to be a double-digit underdog coming to your place. I wonder if that would actually be better for a team to face a team like that, where if we play well, we can win, but kind of keep your rhythm and your mojo going other than getting that week off.
Yeah, but the problem, Tom, is that you're going to start getting squads that are just not very good. I mean, to your point, that's fine, but now all of a sudden it's a squad that's 8 and 9, or 7 and 10.
Yeah.
And they're sneaking into as the 8th seed to come rolling in to play the number 1 seed and have a shot at the crown. I mean, in some ways they've expanded it beyond its capabilities. But I'm not against it, but expanding it feels like we're just muddying the water even more.
No, I agree with you, Steve. Like, I don't want it. I don't think we need it. My question was kind of, would it be better for the number 1 seed to play a team like that rather than have a week off?
It's the group in the locker room that can stay sharp, and and you have to go through it. I think that we got really good at taking the weeks off because we got used to it. We knew. Well, in '87 we got punched in the face. We're like, never again. Yeah. So we were number 1 seeds for 4 of the 5, 6, 7 years in a row. Following that, and so I think some ways, the scar tissue was the thing that made the difference for us, and we talked about it every year. It was like that was just the most shocking, terrible situation to ever get into. A home field number 1 seed, and someone rolls in and just punches them out, and and it's over. And I think that there's scar tissue on this team. They've been beaten last year. I mean, they've been beaten in big games, and it hurts. And so there's part of it that I think will keep them. And they've got experience. They've got great leadership. Fred, guys on both sides of the squad. Trent, they're guys that are older. They carry the locker room. George, they're just. I think they'll handle it well. Like I said, when I say there's fear when you take a couple weeks off, that's true. But our group is probably as well ready to take the week off as anybody. I would think the Ravens, from what we've seen from them, are probably in a pretty good spot too.
Yeah.
Is this a situation, Steve, where you think it's the rest helps them? Because I'm sort of associating it a bit with what we saw around the bye week time, right? They lost 3 games in a row, but they were already banged up. They started so hot. They seemed dominant. They had some flaws, but they came out and they were almost a different team and more dominant on both sides of the ball than when they went into the bye. I was talking to Matt Mayoko and some of the guys who cover the team, and they were saying the bye week could be more beneficial to the Niners than anybody else just based on the age and health of where they are, especially offensive line-wise.
Especially if you've got guys that need the time. In other words, they are banged up, and everybody's probably banged up at this. So that's the big thing, is you do get healthier and you do heal up and you do get more ready. But again, because football, so many times I said this, Newt Rockne is famous because he made a speech and everyone played great. Like, you make a speech and you play great? Like, because it's an emotional game. Like, it's an emotional game that if you don't build the emotion and the preparation and all that kind of to go ram people, then you can be healed up all you want. But if you're not ready to play, then you got a problem. So there's two parts of it, right? Getting ready to play and then being healed up. And I think the week off, as long as they take care of business and get ready to play emotionally, getting healed is a good thing, no question.
When you take it in its totality, I mean, just give us. We've talked about Brock Purdy a lot. We haven't. I think that's almost kind of where we're at with Brock Purdy. We haven't talked about him that much over the last month because he's just kind of a given at this point. Like, we know how good he is. And I was saying, Steve, before he came on, for those people that say it's the system, it's the coach, it's the weapons, I just say you're not watching. Like, if you watched every game and just watched, you'd realize how good this guy is and the throws that he makes. Other than that, like, is there something you could see that they missed? It happens occasionally. Copes was going over it. We know Brady's 6th round. Brunell was 5th round. Warner was undrafted. There's a few guys here or there that weren't drafted very high and hit. What do you think the connective thread is there? Is it like you can't tell about the processing? You can't tell how much they love football? You can't tell, like, what kind of moxie they have? Like, what do you think the connective tissue is between these guys where you look at them and, like, combine tangibles or measurables, you're like, nah, man, maybe. And then all of a sudden it's like, oh, wow, this guy's, like, not just pretty good. He's really good. Like, he could be a starter in this league. Do you think there's something there, or is all different?
It's pretty rare, right? Because, you know, they show on Twitter, I saw the X, you know, I saw the combine workout in the 40, and you're watching the 40, and it's 4.85 or something, and, you know, it's like, oh, all right. You saw the throwing, it's like, oh, you know. So there's a reason he got drafted, because there are things that they want to wow. They want people to run 4.3, and they want people to be able to bench, you know, 225 pounds 30 times, and quarterbacks that can throw it 80 yards and off on their knees. I remember Jamarcus Russell. Remember when he was
70 yards?
Like, oh my gosh, it's amazing! And then I interviewed him. They let us interview him because we were part of the draft that year. It was back when they didn't realize how bad I was around the draft. They had me in, and they had us interview all the top 5 or 6 guys, and we're talking to it. And I'm like, wait, this no. He doesn't get it. And you can see it. You could feel it right away. And so I always wish that all offensive linemen, you know, veteran offensive linemen should interview young offensive linemen. A veteran quarterback should interview rookie, draft eligible quarterbacks, because I think the thing that they miss is that part that I talked about, the force, you know, where it's something you really can't measure. You can't. But it's something you can just smell. You can sense it. And remember, I told you at the beginning of the year when they were talking about Trey and Brock and who should play, and like the team picked Brock. They pick him because they're in the huddle with him. They feel it. They know what he's capable of. And Kyle's worked around the things that we've talked about that didn't really flash at the combine, and just making sure that, you know, when he's protected and he's got, you know, opportunity, and he's going to make the most of it. He's just the most efficient, like an efficiency maven. Man, I don't know if that's the right word, but I mean, it's amazing what he does efficiency-wise. But then we haven't talked since the Raven game after Christmas. But, you know, you can see that phically when the Ravens or the Browns, or, you know, they can bring that heat, and especially at the middle, you know, and there's no escape, and then he has to throw early. Anticipation, anticipatory throwing. And I always said Peyton Manning was great at it, and Tom Brady. Like, you have to be great at it in this league. But he is, like, elite, and that ball is out, and it's out early. And in some ways, we've talked about this previous weeks, that's amazing because it comes up with a lot of big plays, but it also creates risk. And in those plays where you don't get the full step into, you don't get the full visibility, you have to let it go with less data that he and anyone else that's any good craves, then all of a sudden things can go haywire. So that's the challenge as he gets into the playoffs, is can he get protected like in Washington last week? And you could feel it, of like there wasn't this stress, you know, and other games there's not the stress. In those games that really can bring 4 guys and bring the heat, that's true for Tom Brady, Peyton Manning, anybody else. It makes the job very difficult. But how do you miss him in the draft? Go watch the combine. There's not something that you go, oh my gosh, in today's game that is full of these incredible athletes that are playing quarterback and throwing and running all over the place, and Bryce Young and the number 1 picks that they're looking at, C.J. Stroud, and like go look at those combines and then watch Brock, and you're like, well, wait, they don't look the same. But then again, the job of quarterback. The job of getting in the huddle, calling the play, and then running the play, getting the most out of that play, figuring out how to get the ball to your hands and make a gain, and to be 9 of 10 or 18 of 20, and all of a sudden things start to, that just opens up so much more, of the offense. And I've always said for Patrick Mahomes or Josh Allen or those guys that have all these incredible Superman capabilities, the job that they really need to focus on is the job that we're talking about what Brock is thriving at. Because then if you add that Superman ability, that becomes, you see what's happening with Lamar. We've talked about how do you feel about the Ravens today and the transition from Lamar Jackson and throwing the football and throwing 5 touchdowns? And I mean, is it really happening? Is it what we've talked about and it's actually coming to fruition? Is this the kind of thing that we're going to see now where he's sitting in the pocket, showing left-handed drop back, spinning, throwing down the seam, and the sideline seam against cover 2? Is it like stuff that's really cool to watch him do? And then he can just run right by you. That's a whole other thing. But we go back to the draft of Brock. You just can't. That part of quarterbacking, I can see it and smell it when I talk to people, but it's hard to really judge until you get out on the field. And in fact, I would say this. Brock didn't know until he got out there. Yeah. Because you have to, this game speeds up. You don't know if you're really going to be able to process the way you did in college. There's some great processors in college that were All-American, were the best in the league, maybe the Heisman. And it elevates the game, that speeds up, and they can't process that speed anymore. They're like they time out. They opt out because they can't keep up. Where some guys actually think it's fine. It's like, no problem. And Brock's one of those guys, right? Just fine.
No
Speed
doubt.
Of the game, no problem. I got you.
Okay, when you were working the draft, how many times did you say, "Who's that?"
Oh, come on, man.
Bro, you did. I did the same thing. They had me work the draft too. I'm like, I've been doing NBA all year. How am I supposed to keep up with who's playing at UConn? I don't know this guy.
4th round.
Kidding me? And then they give me a highlight package. I'm like, I could look good on a highlight package. Everybody looks good on a highlight. That's why it's called a highlight package. If you look bad on a highlight package, you're the worst player ever.
Yeah, well, especially with corners and safeties and linebackers, and they're like, oh, what do you think about this linebacker? I'm like, hey, he looks good. Looks really good.
Hey, looks good. Looks good.
He looks good. Ask me about a quarterback, man. Please tell me when the quarterbacks come up.
Guy looks good. I like him.
Look at this guard pull. Look at him pull. I'm like, yes. I can pull, man. He's amazing. Look at him get on the perimeter. All these words, these catchphrases everyone uses. Look at him. Look at the angle. Look at this.
See, with linemen, I'd always use, look at the footwork, the feet, the light feet.
Yeah.
Look at the light
Low
feet.
center of gravity. You like that
stuff.
too, right?
Good stuff.
Yeah.
Look at the leverage. Leverage, fantastic.
Look at that. Look at the leverage the guy gets down. Look at him get down. I'm like, yeah, he looks like he's really getting down. It looks good.
Dude, we were doing one this year, Steve. We were at the down at the Niners facility for draft day, and it's like day 2, and it's like we're getting into it now, into the weeds, and pick is made, and I think it was Papa was breaking it down. Dante Whitner starts talking about this guy, and they cut to a video package on NFL Network. It's like a kid running track, and he's like hurdling and everything. I'm like, why are we looking at track? His highlight package is track highlights? I was like, if that's the case, and we're into like the 3rd round, maybe we should be. Maybe this wasn't the right move. You know what I mean? If we don't even have a full 30 seconds.
I mean, you want to show your athletic ability.
Hysterical.
I guess,
yeah, he looked good in the combine. I bet, Steve.
Looked
the combine, he killed.
Look in shorts.
He had a good shuttle.
Look in shorts.
Have you seen him on the basketball court? I always worried about football players and basketball. If to me, basketball and football have no relation. Like they're not. You can't be great.
You don't think so?
Yeah, athletic abilities.
You can't be great at both of those. You
like Antonio Gates.
Back to back. Like like there's a rare human can play both.
Be Gonzalez.
Baseball and football have a lot of familiarity. Like there's guys that can pick either one and go do it. But how many people can truly pick between a very good pro basketball player and a very good pro football player?
I don't know that there's anybody. I don't know
anybody
because
ever
Tony
even got
Gonzalez
close to it.
Tony
Has anyone
Gonzalez was
played
good in
two-
college.
Look about two sport, athletes. It's always baseball or track and football.
Football or
Not
baseball, because the opposite seasons, right? It's the opposite season
Why
as
isn't
well.
it basketball and football?
Because they're not tall enough. They're not good. Look, you got to be skilled. You should know this, Steve. If football is about athleticism, basketball is about skill.
How about Tony
It
Gwynn?
doesn't
I know it was
translate.
baseball, basketball. Right.
Yeah, I just knew that when we'd go from football season to basketball season, and like the first half of the season, I was like, I couldn't catch the. I mean, I was like the big thick hands and like slow feet. And like by the end of the last game of the season, I'm like, oh, I'm ready.
Oh, perfect.
I'm ready. I'm
perfect.
Ready. Transition.
The thing I do love about football players, though, is there's so many of them that think they can play hoops, and I've watched them play. I'm like, bro, you can't play. You're not good.
So we used to have we raised money for charities around the Bay Area, really all through the Central Valley. The 49er basketball team would go in the off season, if you can believe it. It would be Jerry and Joe would play every once in a while. I'd play every once in a while. There was John Taylor was amazing, and there were some guys that just you think were going to be amazing basketball players, at least good, and were just terrible. Like they just. Like, they go and lay up and the ball would bang off the backboard. Like, bro, you're an all-pro player in the NFL. Why are you banging? Like, quit banging off the backboard, bro. Like, there's a little touch involved. Like, don't just the ball's at half court. Like, dude, you can't throw it off the Bill Romanowski or there's just some. We used to go play. We'd go raise money around charity, if you can believe it. That's what you used to do.
Maybe Bill didn't take his touch pills that day.
Well, there's others. I don't want to embarrass anyone.
Maybe he should have taken those. Maybe he could have actually laid it up off the glass with a little bit of touch. Yeah. But basketball players do play a physical brand, or football players play a physical brand of basketball. When you go the other way, though, Steve, I tell you, like, I always thought, and I didn't get a chance to test myself because I got hurt before I ever really got a chance, but, like, basketball players, super skilled. Like, I thought, I'm going to go play tight end, got good hands, I could run a little bit, do this. But the one thing you don't know about football until you get on the field is, can you handle or do you even like the contact? Like, if you find out, because football, like Karl Malone, super physical, Charles Barkley, super physical. It's not football.
Too tall.
Like this isn't football. Football's totally different. So when you get hit, that's something that as a basketball player, Antonio Gates, Tony Gonzalez were able to deal with. But until you know the answer to that question, you don't know whether you can play football or not.
I would even say as simple as putting the helmet on. There's guys that put the helmet on. It's like, oh no, it's a hard no. Oh, I'm not gonna. I'm not playing a sport with this thing on my head. Yeah. There's no way. Like, there's just some foreign things about football that really do drive people out. In fact, I will say, Tom, over the years, I have watched some of the greatest college football players in the history of the game come into the pro game, and because they've never actually been challenged and taken to task at they've been great since they were 3, best in their high school, best in their neighborhood, best in their state, best in their county, best in their number one everything. And also they get pros and things just change, and they can't transition. They can't the game. They don't love the game.
Yeah.
They love the accolades. They love being famous. They love being the best, but they didn't love the game. And the pro game, it sifts through and finds people that don't love it, and they're out. And if you see a first-round draft choice that's out of the league in 3 or 4 in the first 2 or 3 years, 100% rate that they don't like the game enough.
Yeah.
They just they're great at it, but they don't love it. And the pro game makes you have to love it if you're going to play 10 years. You have to love it, or else you're not going to make it.
Yep.
Talking to Steve Young here on the UMA guest line. Each and every week we choose a Forever Young Foundation Hero of the Week. We've seen a lot of individuals and foundations go above and beyond over the last year and a half, and beyond that, over the last several years, to support and help those who need it most. And this week, our Forever Young Foundation Hero of the Week is the Down Syndrome Connection of the Bay Area. The Down Syndrome Connection of the Bay Area is a nonprofit organization that provides support, education, and resources to individuals with Down syndrome and their families. Their programs include social events, educational workshops, and advocacy efforts. that ensure that people with Down syndrome have access to inclusive opportunities and receive the support they need to thrive. By donating to the Down Syndrome Connection of the Bay Area, you can help empower those individuals with Down syndrome and promote a more inclusive society for all. And that is frequently when I know members and many people in the community or family members or friends with Down syndrome, and they say that's what's important. The inclusivity of it is that it's not something that should be hidden. You should be talked about. It should be inclusive and ensuring that that stuff is happening and that advocacy is happening. You can get more information. Again, it's called the Down Syndrome Connection of the Bay Area. That's dscba.org. Down Syndrome Connection of the Bay Area, dscba.org, or call 925-362-8660.
Supporting families that have challenges like that. I mean, I was I was at an event recently, and one of the parents brought a child, and obviously heavily handicapped, and trying to feed. You could see that they would have to feed them. Now they look like the young woman's probably 12 years old, and I just thought the hours, that days and weeks and months and years of sacrifice to help this child. And so anyway, that's what just when you said that, Adam, it just reminded me of just the support for people out there really trying to make life better the best they possibly can, and the support to help families do that is pretty cool. So,
and the inclusivity part of it, too, is like this places will help you. A lot of it is physical stuff. If you're somebody who likes to go and play basketball or shoot hoops or go on jogs or go to the park, a lot of that is stuff like this. It's like, dude, go and be a part of something that's going to make
it's real. We do a thing at Snowbird Ski Resort every year for disabled skier program, adaptive sports, and so for kids that they find ways to get them on the mountain, and the parents will say they just in tears, like my son, my daughter, they've never felt independence. They've never felt this before, and now the VA's doing it with all the veterans who have all these terrible difficulties getting back up on the mountain and having this ability, whether or not you have no legs, you have no arms, you will find a way to get you the support so you can get out and get on the mountain. And so I've seen that inclusivity that you're talking about, and it makes all the difference. And so I appreciate it. It's great.
It's everybody wants to be a part of something bigger than them, and that's what sports fandom's about, right? That's why we're into this. We all want to be a part of something. We don't even have control of it. We just sit here and we're fans of it. We watch it. We love it. Adam Copeland, Tom Tolbert, Steve Young with us on the UMA guest line. Just circling back to Brock Purdy and the season he's had. Jeff Garcia was on earlier today and talked a lot about the yardage record that Brock Purdy's now set, 31 touchdowns. It's incredible. 11 interceptions, 4 of them, though, in one game. So 7 outside of that game. 4,280 yards passing is a franchise record. Steve, would you put this season that Brock's had in the same class as any of the seasons you and Joe had?
Sure. I mean, this is and the season that Jeff had. I mean, these are NFL's hard. I mean, it's hard to be great. And when you're great, we try to parse great. Well, it's great, but it's like, no, in the NFL, the truth comes out. And great seasons like this, they're rare, and you should relish them. I think the fans are feeling that. They're feeling the uniqueness and the special nature of the season and what's happened. And with Brock, it's a movie. It's a movie script. That's Mr. Irrelevant now is leading the league, and so it's all the stuff that you just have to really love. You talk about love in sports for the inclusivity, for we're all in it, and the Bay Area is completely energized. I mean, like it hasn't been for a long time about this team, these guys, including Brock, and just the excitement for that brings. And so this season that he's had, like I said, great seasons are great. You got now the next season comes up in the playoffs, but absolutely incredible season and incredible efficiency. And I got to tip my cap to Kyle, that's built a system that can be so incredibly efficient. I give you that stat. You lead the league in yards per attempt with just your throws behind the line of scrimmage. Yep. That stat blows my mind that you can lead the league. That's the efficiency and the uniqueness of how these guys are doing it, and it's amazing to watch. And so I tip my cap to Brock and to Debo and to George and to Christian, everybody. I mean, Brandon, and then so we all seen some great football over the years here. This is great football, fun to watch.
Yep, he doesn't have to worry about the nut tree yet. He's good to go this year, so we'll see. He's got a nut tree.
Let's not do that.
Nut tree. Oh, we got to keep the nut tree alive. That's so much fun. And real quick, before I let you go, what was it like? I know it's different, obviously, because the standard was set back then. But what was your first? What were you feeling your first playoff game as a starting quarterback for the 49ers after the job was yours and you were the guy?
Well, you got to remember, it's the situation is
sure.
We've been three-peat. I mean, we've been. I mean, you just can't. I mean, as much as we've had. It's similar here, but not the same guys, not the same people. Like we've had a championship game last year, a couple of years ago in the Super Bowl, 3 or 4 years ago. So it's remnant of it, but it wasn't like the immediacy of what was happening. Like again, table stakes, play at divisional playoff games, yeah, championship games, yeah. We got one thing to go do. So I remember my first game, just win or nut tree. I mean that's how I looked at it, right? So that's just how I felt about it.
That's rough. Nut tree first game. That's a rough start.
You got to understand, we were both that way, right? We were both in that mode, right? You gotta make it happen or get out.
Yep, no doubt. How was Christmas dinner? Turned out good.
You sent me the picture of the.
No, I was talking about yours. I sent you the picture of mine because you asked for it,
bro. I know, and I ripped you for it, but I have to just say, I have to apologize. It looked tremendous.
Yeah. It was pretty good.
You pulled off to Jessica Simpson to Mexico. It all worked.
Dude, come on, Steve.
I pulled off Jessica Simpson to Mexico. And Tony Romo.
That's a hell of a move, yeah.
You pulled off. You made it complex, and look, it's worth it if it hits.
It hit.
It's worth it if it hits.
It did hit.
It looked tremendous. I don't know. Did you order that in? Did someone else see that?
That's it. Goodbye.
Next time when we have time, he'll have to tell you about the Celsius to Fahrenheit conversion he had to do.
Yeah, did it look like something I got ordered in?
It was legit, bro.
I mean, come on.
It was legit. I actually want you to come do it for our family next year. Let's go.
Yeah, don't roll the dice. Don't roll the dice.
On the road.
Yeah, I'm going to take it on the road. I'm going to come over to Steve's on Christmas and cook beef Wellington.
Hot by.
Are you going to be here for Christmas, Dad? No, I'm going over to Steve's house. I'm going to cook him beef Wellington.
Yeah, pop in.
I gotta whip up some beef Wellington.
Watch some football with him and just kind of hang out.
Post that picture. It was completely
I ain't posting anything.
Post that picture.
I haven't posted anything over a year. I'm done with X and Twitter.
That thing was sweet.
Post it.
I appreciate that. I'm assuming yours turns out the same every year, correct?
Right down the middle. You crushed it right down the middle. But again, you make me think. Maybe I'm a little risk averse.
Maybe you should do it.
Maybe a little time to.
Maybe you should do it.
Maybe some orange in the rolls. Maybe we put some.
There you go.
Stuffing. I don't know. Maybe
it's a little orange rind. Yeah. There you go. Stop sticking with the same old, same old.
I know. I try to tradition. Right? Like Octavia.
Oh man! All right, we will talk to you next week. Next week we'll have playoff matchups to talk about. And before we go, we'll say that Copes and I are both hoping for Stafford to go back to Detroit and Flacco to go back to Baltimore. That's all we're hoping.
We want that.
Other than that, whatever. But those are the two we want.
Yeah, that'd be cool. I think that's set up right because it looks like Philly's going to play
Buccaneers.
Buccaneers.
Yep.
And so then they'll go, and then whoever ends up at the end, Green Bay or whatever, they'll go to Dallas. And if Dallas wins and Philly wins, then we see Philly. And if Dallas wins again, we see Dallas. So, I mean, odds are we probably see Philly and Dallas, and that's fine.
All good.
That's how we roll. So I will say that Philly, wow.
You were right.
Pretenders.
Wow.
You were right.
Wow.
You may be even more right than you thought you were.
Wow. Yeah, it's terrible. I mean, can you right that ship fast enough?
That ship is just like a Kraken hit it. I mean, that's
But I will say that Dak is that offense is better than when we played them. I don't know how is it 30 points better? I don't know, but they are legitimately better. I now do it in a big game and all of the stuff we always talk about, but I've noticed a change in what they're able to do offensively, which is, good for them, but we'll see how it goes.
Yeah, they're still the Cowboys as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah.
So we will see.
Still got Cowboys going to Cowboys.
We'll see how it works out for them. All right, Steve, have a great week. Always a lot of fun, and we'll talk to you next week, my friend.
See you, boys.
There you go, the Hall of Famer number 8.
He's the best. The best 37 minutes in sports radio. From that into what? Come on, dude. Steve Kerr's going to be mad? Come on. He didn't even mention that he was a Hall of Famer. Maybe he will be upset today.
He did, thank God.
I know.
He didn't mention that. He might call back. Oh, Steve's on? Oh, the Hall of Famer's on? Maybe I'll call back.
Steve Young into the Hall of Famer Steve Kerr. He joins us next on the Sports Leader.
San Rafael. Shout out to you for supporting KNBR, San Rafael's sports leader.
Tim Ryan joined Murph and Marcus and discussed how the 49ers should approach Week 18 against the Rams with the bye week already locked up. More on that podcast is trending now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
KNBR presents The Steve Kerr Show with his former teammate Tom Tolbert, along with Adam Copeland. It's Tolbert, Copes, and Kerr on the Sports Leader.
Adam Copeland, Tom Tolbert with you. It's time for our weekly conversation with the head coach of the Warriors, Stephen Douglas Kerr. Hello, Steve.
Hello, Tom. What's up, Coach?
I don't know why I said Kerr. That was kind of weird. I have no idea.
You know what it was? It was the Orlando Magic presence last night in our building.
Oh,
and your fondness for
I think you're right.
Porter,
the magicians.
Porter, longtime Orlando Magic PA announcer. That's how he would say my name when I did go in once every 5 games.
Oh, my goodness gracious. 2 minutes to the Mac Attack. One of my favorites of all time. That's one of my top NBA stories of all time. Like, oh, you think this is a real professional league, huh? Check this out. This is incredible.
Yeah, watch this.
It's 198, 40 seconds left, but let's worry about a Big Mac. Sure. Why not? Oh, goodness gracious. That was, there was nothing to me last night that, was really out of the ordinary. There's a couple of things I want to ask you about, but it's just like, Steph was Steph, which is spectacular most times, which we take for granted. But everybody else was just very, very solid, I thought. Like, you guys took care of the rebounding after the first half, where you guys got mauled in the first half, but you took care of that in the second half. And everybody just kind of did what they can do. Like, they didn't try to do too much. They didn't do like they weren't like malingerers out on the perimeter, just kind of doing that. Like, everybody did what you hoped they could do. And it was just a good, solid game, I thought.
Solid win against a good team. That team is really talented. They're big and athletic. And as you mentioned, pounded us on the glass in the first half. But I like the way we hung tough in the moments where it felt like it could slip away and we'd get a stop and a score at the other end and keep the momentum. I thought Klay Thompson had the key play of the game. He had that diving save out of bounds underneath our basket. I think we were up 2 with 7 minutes left, and then he saved it. We scored at the other end, and that gave us some momentum. But I agree with you. It's everyone did a really good job, played well, and we took care of the ball. We just, it was a solid game for us.
Did you play less zone in the second half? Like, I thought you might have, but I'm not positive. And I know it's hard to rebound defensively when you're playing zone because a lot of guys just don't know who to box out. Not that they box out anyway. Who am I kidding? But it's even if they did, they might not know who to pick out. But I thought it seemed to me maybe there was a little less zone in the second half, and it's easier to rebound. But I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. Was there?
Yeah, I mean, theoretically, it's easier to rebound in man-to-man if you would so choose to box out.
If you would so choose. Well put.
But we did play less man-to-man or less zone in the second half. I mean, Orlando is 30th in the league in three-point attempts and percentage. So, that's their weakness as a team is three-point shooting. They are big and athletic. As I said, they get to the rim. Banchero and Wagner are both monsters just getting to the rim. And, they're a good young team. So the second half felt better to us. Like we played less zone. Clay did a really good job staying in front of Banchero.
Yep.
And we didn't foul a ton, which was important. I thought the defense was better and we needed the win. I mean, let's face it, 3 in a row. We were heading in the wrong direction. We really needed that game. So very proud of the guys, the way they got it done.
So let me ask you about a couple plays, and they're very similar plays, but they're both plays by Kuminga in the third quarter. And they're not going to jump out at anybody. They'll show up on the box score as assists, but they were the type of assists. Like I thought in the third quarter, and I'd love to see him do this a little bit more. And I understand, like, he's going to have his ups and downs. He's still growing. But the two passes he made, one to Steph, one to Clay, where it wasn't the passes were easy passes, but it was the decision, and it was the quickness in which he made the decision. He caught it, and it was almost as he saw it before it happened. He didn't have to wait and catch it, and he just knew, here comes the ball. Steph's open, let's get it to him. There's Clay, he's open, let's get it to him. Like those, to me, were like, oh, okay, because that, and even if they make it or miss it, Steve, that's not the point. It was like he saw it, he almost, like he saw it before it happened. And I thought those, I don't know if anybody else got excited about those, but I thought that was a nice step for him.
Big time, and that's what we've seen now the last couple of weeks.
Yeah,
the recognition of the quick swing, how important that is. Whether it's an open shooter, or you swing it and the guy now is able to attack a closeout, and that ball move. That's we always talk about 0.5 basketball. We want you to make your decision in half a second, and that recognition and that willingness to just move it. Just makes offense so much easier, and it creates advantages. And those two plays were huge in my mind, not only for the game itself, but in terms of watching what Jonathan is starting to recognize.
Talking to Steve Kerr, Warriors head coach here on the UMA guest line. We talked a lot earlier about the comments Clay made after the game, and I mean, they were encouraging. It was cool to hear a player speak so openly about something that we all knew he was struggling with throughout the season, and to hear that it was a conversation with you, I thought was a really cool thing, because it's, you've been around so many players and in so many different situations throughout your career, both as a player, executive, and coach. I just wonder when you know that it's time to have that conversation, or how that comes about, because you guys have known each other for so long, and I know different guys have to be managed and coached and taught different ways. So at this point in his career, he's still learning something different from you. And can you just tell us about that process and how you recognize it was time now to do that?
Yeah. Well, I mean, I think that's the job, really. The X's and O's and the sub patterns like that. Obviously, we put a lot of time into that. But the job of the coach is to recognize what each player's set of circumstances are, what's going on, with his game and his life. Like, how can you help a player play his best? And that's the job. And I think what I talk about all the time with our coaching staff is how unique every player's circumstances are. But every single one of these guys has tremendous pressure on him. Some of it self-imposed, some of it, social media imposed, some of it financially imposed. So these guys have a lot of stress and yes, they have dream jobs, but there's, it's not easy being an NBA player. And so we try to, as a staff, recognize what guys are going through and then just, help them get through stuff and help them have a good, healthy perspective and help them play their best. And that's that just consists of a million conversations during the season, hitting guys up every day, checking in. And Clay is, we've been here together for 10 years. He's been here for, I guess, 12 or 13. I've been here for 10. So we know each other well. And I just know how hard he is on himself. And he's a perfectionist. He wants to make every single shot. And the main thing for me, I want to see Clay enjoy the fruits of his labor. He's earned the right to enjoy these last years of his career, however many years he plays. I just want him to embrace everything and enjoy it all because he's earned that. He's an amazing player and a great teammate.
Didn't it seem like for at least one night, like the weight was lifted off his shoulders a little bit? Like he didn't force the game. He wasn't chasing the game. Mm-hmm. He wasn't hunting shots. He just kind of let the game come to him, and whatever way it took him, he just, he did as well as he could, and he ended up having a really good, really efficient game on both ends of the court.
He was great.
Yep.
He was great. He just played. He just played the game. He didn't force anything. He wasn't, trying to prove anything.
Yep.
He did a great job on Banchero, as I mentioned. He took good shots. He made some big ones, made some big plays off the ball. I mean, that's it. Like, there's just, if you can make the simple play and just not force anything,
yep.
Then that's the way to go, and that's what Clay did last night.
Yeah, I think for him, it's just keeping in mind, you know what, you don't have to be who you were, just be the best version of who you are.
Yeah, because he's still really good.
Yes.
And even when he doesn't make shots, he's pulling two people with him all the time. When we bring him off, stagger screens and he's running off ball, people chase him. They're still terrified of him, and that alone sets something up offensively for other players, even if he's not making shots. So Clay's such a huge part of our team, and he still can play. He's still really good. But, this isn't, 2017. It's not pre-ACL, pre-Achilles. It's just times are different, and, every player has to adapt. And I thought his performance last night was indicative of what he's capable of every single night, whether shots go in or not.
I know you're more immersed in like day-to-day operations and game-to-game operations, but we were talking earlier on in the show how interesting, important, however you want to characterize it, it'll be for the Warriors organization over the next couple months with the trade deadline looming. Bad choice of
Careful.
words.
Yeah.
We got Draymond coming back. Not sure when that's going to happen. Not even sure how that's going to look when he comes back. But how big is this in the next month and a half? Or I don't want to say what kind of decisions are going to be made, but for me, it's like, do you stay? Do you go? Do you try to add? I mean, you're in that position now where, the guys who won the championship starting to get a little bit older, and you're trying to figure this out. I mean, do you think it'll be let's just put it this way. Do you think it'll be a pivotal next month and a half, 2 months before the trade deadline?
Yeah, I think that's fair. It doesn't mean we're going to do anything. It just means that we have to consider everything because of where we are. I've been here, this is my 10th year, and almost every year, I would say maybe, 7 of the 10, the trade deadline was, it just came and went. And we knew what we had. We knew who we were. And if there was anything that was going to happen, it was going to be on the fringes. The big exception would be the year, we had the worst record in the league. We had all the injuries. We ended up trading 5 guys and getting below the cap. I think that's when we got Wiggs for D'Lo. Like that was pretty crazy, but that was like the only year that ever felt like there was anything, possible coming. But that's a result of success. When you're successful and you know who your team is, you don't really have to do much. But I think where we are right now, 16 and 17, we have a really deep roster. I keep saying it. We got 13 guys who could be conceivably in the rotation, and only 9 or 10 spots each night to offer. This is just where we are. So there's going to be a lot of chatter. There's going to be plenty of teams calling Mike Dunleavy and his staff to ask about our guys, and we have to consider everything because that's, frankly, just where we are. We're not good enough right now to warrant saying, oh no, we're fine. We're not fine. We're trying to get better, and so we have to be open to everything, and that's not an easy position to be in for the players, but it's the reality of being an NBA player.
Is there a case to be made for trading multiple players for a player? Or, and I guess what I'm getting at is you guys are so deep right now, maybe it's kind of complicated from night to night. It would be less complicated if you just had fewer players so everything was cleaner.
Depends on who that one player would be, Tom.
Yeah, sure. Of course.
Yeah. But I think it is. We are in a unique situation in that we have a lot of really good players, a lot of desirable players who could be in a rotation elsewhere. Who maybe you just don't know how this stuff plays out. But I've said it many times. I love this roster. I love the guys on the team. For a variety of reasons, we just haven't been able to put it together, whether it's, the Draymond suspensions, the injuries, the inconsistency early on in the season. We just haven't quite put it together yet. But I still am very confident that this team can get to the next level and really become a contender. I really believe that, and that's the goal.
Yeah.
By the way, tickets for all Warrior home games are available for purchase at Warriors.com. Even in an event of a sellout, you can buy resale tickets by other fans that are guaranteed 100% by the Warriors organization. Special note, January 10th matchup with New Orleans tips off now at 5:30 instead of the usual 7 o'clock weeknight time.
Crazy.
5:30 tip. So early, you got to go to bed early the night before that, Tom. Make sure you're up. Make sure you're up by 5:30 p.m.
Weird start time for a Wednesday. I'm glad. You better make sure you tell all the players, Steve. Make sure they show up on time.
Show up at warm up time. Like, what the hell? We're tipping now? What the hell's that about, dude? Unbelievable.
Wait, did I ever tell you my John Sally story from the finals? It was like I think he was with us in '96 maybe it was '97, but. We walked into the locker room for a finals game an hour late, and John, where were you? And he said, well, paper said the game was at 8 o'clock. Well, what paper was it? It's like USA Today. It's like, well, that's East Coast time. Way to be locked in and focused.
Dude, for the playoffs.
Using the paper for your playoff game. Like, what time do you play? I'll get USA Today. That'll tell us.
That's a hotel room floor. Like, we know, dude. We all got one.
Yeah. All of our younger listeners are like, wait, what?
What's
paper?
What's that? Yeah, exactly. They have no idea.
I listen to a radio. So, yeah.
All right, before I let you go, I have to ask you about this. We've talked about it a few times this year, but what the hell was that challenge last night?
By Orlando?
No, by you. Theirs was a bad one, but I wanted to know what you guys were doing.
We didn't challenge last night. The refs thought we challenged.
Oh.
Yeah, and we did not challenge. It was a really weird play because there was a timeout coming. It was an automatic timeout, and the fans were booing, and I turned around and looked at our guys who monitored the replay, and they shook their head. And the referees looked at me and said, timeout. I said, I nodded my head, and I guess they thought I was challenging. So
because the green light went off.
Yeah, but I wasn't challenging anything. So it was a total miscommunication.
Oh, okay.
So they came on. They started speaking to on the PA, like, the Warriors have challenged, and I looked at him, I said, no, I didn't challenge that. So, yeah, I have no idea what happened, because I never said anything about a challenge. It was just, they were just assuming, maybe from the crowd's reaction, I don't know.
Oh, did you tell him, look, we've already had enough bad challenges. I don't need your help. Okay.
yeah. I suck at this. So, yeah.
I don't need any help at this. Please, just give us that one back. We'd love to have that one back. Okay.
By the way, I did not throw a red flag onto the court. Did you see a red flag anywhere?
I did not. I did not.
Sorry,
I think that would. Well, wouldn't that be better? Wouldn't that be better?
I'd enjoy it
if
more.
you could throw like a little. Don't you think a flag would just be more dramatic, like in baseball?
Yeah.
I thought baseball should have like a little monkey dressed up in a uniform, and he'd run out there and throw the flag down. Like, how great would that be?
Some symbols and bangs them right. Yeah.
Maybe even on a dog, like you know how they ride the border collies, right him out there and like
every
throw
baseball
it
team
at
has
the
a different
official.
one. Every city's a different event. Yeah, whatever you want.
Have him sitting on the top rail.
Exactly.
That'd be incredible.
Totally different. You don't know where it's coming from.
But the green light's kind of anticlimactic, wouldn't it? Would you like that as a coach if you had something just to throw down, like Bill Belichick when he spiked